Chapter 1 tonight you stay 9 o'clock in the evening. In the northern military district of the Yanhuang Kingdom, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Senior sister, I'm a bit strong, please endure it, Qin Shiming said, crouching beside the sofa, kneading the back of his senior sister, Yu Shuang, who was sprawled across it. Even Qin Shiming's gaze was tinged with a certain fervor. Strong? Were you strong? Yu Shuang turned her face, revealing an exquisitely enchanting visage, her captivating phoenix eyes shimmering with a hint of peach blossom. Her luscious crimson lips pouted enticingly as she spoke, bewitching all who beheld her. Ahem, senior sister, please don't tease me, I mean my grip is strong. Qin Shiming cleared his throat awkwardly. Yu Shuang huffed through her delicate nose. Humph, you know your grip is strong? You made me sore this afternoon, and now you come to check on me, only to hurt me again. How about you compensate me? Qin Shiming nodded earnestly. Yes, absolutely. Senior sister, just tell me how you wish for me to make amends. Tonight, you shall stay. Qin Shiming felt a shiver run down his spine. Senior sister, if Master finds out, he will surely break my leg. Though he said this, there was a flicker of impulsiveness within him. Just practice? What else could it be? What do you wish to do? Qin Shiming managed a wry smile. I haven't thought of anything. He. Then let us proceed to the courtyard now. With that, Yu Shuang rose gracefully from the sofa. Her lithe and alluring figure was fully revealed. Qin Shiming felt a rush of warmth flood through him, swallowing hard as he said, Senior sister, perhaps you should change into another outfit before we practice. This attire is quite comfortable, I shan't change. Senior sister, please consider changing otherwise. I fear I might lose control and make a grave mistake. Master might genuinely break my leg. The following morning, at the airport in Jianghai City, a lean young man with a buzz cut emerged, carrying a canvas bag. It was none other than Qin Shiming. 3 years ago, after graduating from university, Qin Shiming had married into his girlfriend Fang Yan's family. However, on the night of their wedding, Fang Yan insisted on taking a drive, which ended tragically due to her inebriation, resulting in a fatal accident. Moreover, the victim was connected to one of the 3 great military clans of the Wuyue province, the Yu family. To protect Fang Yan, Qin Shiming, seated in the passenger seat, stepped forward to take the blame, claiming he had been the driver. Ultimately, he was taken away by the Yu family. The Yu family's intention was to imprison him for 5 years. However, he was not confined on his first day with the Yu family. An elder from the clan took him away. That elder was none other than his and Yushuang's master. In the 3 years that followed, he remained with the elder on the northern front of the Yanhuang Kingdom, mastering all of his skills. His hands had saved countless warriors of Yanhuang, while extinguishing numerous enemies at the borders. 3 years have passed. I wonder how my parents, my brother and sister-in-law, and my little niece are faring. A smile graced Qin Shiming's face. At that moment, a taxi passed by, and he hastily waved it down, sliding into the back seat. To Yuan. Qin Shiming instructed the driver, his heart brimming with anticipation. Surely, his family would be overjoyed to see him after all this time. For the past 3 years, he had not been in contact with them. When he was taken away, the elder had insisted that in order to focus entirely on his training and studies, he was forbidden from reaching out to his family. His family had long believed he was imprisoned and transferred to a distant penitentiary. An hour later, the taxi halted outside the Yuan community. Once a village in the city, Yuan had undergone urban redevelopment over a decade ago, with surrounding residents receiving compensation for relocation. Qin Shiming's family had opted not for monetary compensation, but rather for a residence. After paying the fare, Qin Shiming hurried into the community and soon arrived at the entrance of his home. Knock, knock. Pushing open the yard gate, he noticed that while the door was closed, it was not locked, prompting him to knock. Who is it? A somewhat anxious voice responded from within. Upon hearing his mother's familiar tone, Qin Shiming felt a surge of excitement. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from inside. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a stooped, silver-haired elderly woman standing before Qin Shiming. Her bloodshot, murky eyes widened in disbelief as they locked onto him. Thud! Once she confirmed her recognition, the ball of thread she had been holding slipped from her grasp, and she exclaimed with fervor, Shiming, is it truly you? Qin Shiming embraced his mother tightly, his heart aching at her appearance. Mom, it's only been 3 years, why do you look so much older? He could distinctly sense the weight of age upon her, her body fraught with ailments. Though she was barely in her 50s, she appeared to be in her 60s. Fine, come in quickly, his mother, Chun Lian, urged, pulling Qin Shiming inside before locking the door behind them. This scene left Qin Shiming bewildered why lock the door in broad daylight. Moreover, the changes in the house over the past 3 years were striking. Aside from the old dining table and sofa, there was hardly anything of value left. Yet, he had no time to inquire further. Shiming, weren't you sentenced to 5 years? How is it that only 3 years have passed, and you're already out? After offering Qin Shiming a seat, Chun Lian poured him a glass of water. The Fong family knew he had been taken by the Yu family, but his own family had always believed he was imprisoned. Is that so? Chun Lian's face brightened with relief, a long-lost smile emerging amidst her wrinkles. Mom, where's Dad? What about my elder brother, sister-in-law, and Xiao Qiao? Where have they all gone? Qin Shiming inquired, and over these 3 years, has Fong Yin offered any assistance to our family? 3 years prior, he and Fong Yin had been in a romantic relationship since their university days, their bond quite strong. However, as graduation approached, Fong Yin presented him with 2 choices: either marry into the Fong family immediately or break up. In taking responsibility for Fong Yin, he had gone to the Yu family, where she had fervently promised to look after his family. Yet, seeing his frail, silver-haired mother now, Qin Shiming could not help but harbor doubts. Bang! Bang bang! Simultaneously, a menacing voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing this, Chun Lian hastily pulled Qin Shiming, urging him to leave. Mom, in not going anywhere, I know something is amiss at home. Rest assured, I now possess the means to help resolve our family's troubles. Shiming, you can't help, just leave. Mom! Bang! Before Qin Shiming could protest further, a sharp shattering sound rang out. The door was kicked open from the outside with a forceful thud. 4 or 5 burly men surged into the room. The leader, a man with a scarred face, immediately spotted Qin Shiming. He was referring to Qin Jun, Qin Shiming's father. One of the men exclaimed, Scar, I've seen this guy's photo in their house. He is Qin Jun's son. Isn't Qin Jun in prison? Has he somehow gotten out? Scar stared in astonishment, directing his question at Qin Shiming. Are you Qin Jun's son? Qin Shiming nodded. Indeed, Qin Jun is my father. What do you want? Scar sneered. What do we want? We're here to collect a debt. Qin Jun borrowed 100,000 from us, and since you're his son, you will repay this debt. Hurry and get the money. Chun Lian interjected. Shiming, he's lying. Your father only borrowed 10,000. Isn't interest included in loans? Scar retorted angrily. Just tell us, are you going to repay the money or not? At this point, Qin Shiming finally grasped the situation. His father had indeed borrowed money, but it was only 10,000. The additional 90,000 was interest. This was the infamous realm of loan sharks. However, what puzzled Qin Shiming was why his father had resorted to borrowing money, especially from such predatory lenders. Mom, why did Dad borrow money? Qin Shiming turned to his mother, Chun Lian. Isn't it to pay for your niece Xiao Qiao's medical treatment? Xiao Qiao has been diagnosed with cancer. Chun Lian said sorrowfully, tears streaming down her face. What? Qin Shiming's expression shifted dramatically. Calculating the timeline, Xiao Qiao had only been 2 years old when he was taken away. She was now merely 5. How could such a young child be afflicted with cancer? Chapter 2, an invitation to Fong Yan's wedding. You insolent brat. Can't you hear what Scar has said? Are your ears deaf? Scarface, irritated by Qin Shiming's indifference, exclaimed, Money, are you going to return it or not? Qin Shiming furrowed his brow. He had no desire to engage with Scarface and his ilk, his sole focus being to ascertain the situation at home. I will find a way to repay you later. But for now, I ask you to leave. Huh, later? That's the same excuse as your crippled old man. I won't be fooled by you lot. If you know what's good for you, pack your things and get lost. This house is barely worth 100,000 to you. Crippled old man? Qin Shiming's heart jolted as he glanced at his mother, Chun Lian. Mom, what does he mean? What happened to Dad? Kids, stop wasting time. I don't have the slap. Before Scarface could finish, Qin Shiming swiftly delivered a resounding slap. While I'm speaking to my mother, it's best you keep your mouth shut. The sound of the slap echoed loudly. Scarface was momentarily stunned. It's over, this is the end. Chun Lian, in a state of panic, urged, Shiming, run. You must hurry. Mom, it's fine. Qin Shiming quickly reassured her. You little bastard! How dare you hit me? Scarface finally regained his composure, his rage boiling over as he bellowed. What are you all waiting for? Get him! Break this little brat! At Scarface's command, four burly men rolled up their sleeves and closed in on Qin Shiming. Stop! Don't touch my son! Chun Lian cried out in desperation. Scarface, I beg you to spare my son. We are willing to hand over the house to you. No way. Now, I want not only the house, but to teach you a lesson too. Scarface sneered. Since he had aligned himself with Tiger, he had never been struck by anyone. Today, this brat dared to slap him, he had to be dealt with. In an instant, the four hulks lunged at Qin Shiming. Boom! Qin Shiming delivered a powerful kick. All four men flew backward, crashing to the ground, howling in pain. Qin Shiming's kick not only shattered multiple bones, but also damaged internal organs they would be bettered in for at least a year and a half. Gasp! Scarface inhaled sharply. This was too brutal. A master. No wonder he dared to strike back. Next, it's your turn. Qin Shiming's gaze fixed upon Scarface. Upon meeting Qin Shiming's cold, indifferent stare, Scarface felt his heart race, gripped by a sense of suffocation. Tiger? Lei Hu. Qin Shiming recalled hearing this name from Fong Yin 3 years ago. He was a notorious figure in Shanghai. What did you say? You want to find Tiger? Scarface thought he misheard. Get lost. Fine, kid. We'll be waiting for you. If you don't come, you're a coward. With that, Scarface and his men retreated in humiliation. This matter needed to be reported to Tiger immediately. Shiming, you must leave. They're dangerous people. We cannot afford to provoke them. Once Scarface departed, Chun Lian grew anxious again. Mom, don't worry. I have the skills to handle them now. Besides, during my time in prison, I made connections with some influential figures. If it comes to that, I can seek their assistance. To reassure his mother, Qin Shiming fabricated a comforting lie. Indeed, upon hearing this, Chun Lian's anxiety eased. She believed that Qin Shiming must have gained a reprieve due to his connections with powerful individuals while incarcerated. Mom, please tell me what's been happening at home. How did Xiao Xiao develop cancer? And Dad, what's wrong with him? What about my brother and sister-in-law? Qin Shiming helped Chun Lian to his seat, his voice laden with urgency. He sensed that something grave had transpired within their family. Chun Lian's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face. About half a year ago, Xiao Xiao kept complaining of stomach pain, so we took her to hospital for an examination. In the end, it turned out she has liver cancer, and it's in the advanced stage. As she spoke, Chun Lian could barely contain her sobs. Boom! Qin Shiming felt as if his mind had exploded, his eyes turning crimson. For the past 3 years, trusting Fong Yin, he had been unconcerned about his family's affairs, solely focusing on mastering martial and medical arts, without any communication with home. Little did he know, so much had transpired. His father had been in an accident, leaving him disabled. His brother and sister-in-law had been murdered by robbers. His niece Xiao Xiao was suffering from late-stage cancer. No wonder his mother, barely in her 50s, appeared to be over 60. To pay for Xiao's treatment, all the family savings have been depleted. Your father now earns little from selling goods on the street, refusing to abandon Xiao's treatment. He had to borrow from those men at exorbitant interest rates, and during their collection efforts, he was beaten multiple times. Chun Lian's face reflected despair and helplessness. Shiming, what are we going to do? The heavens have been so cruel to us. Cruel? It was utterly heartless. Qin Shiming felt an unbearable fire brewing within his chest. Yet, thankfully, though it was cruel, it was not hopeless. Now, he possessed extraordinary medical skills and martial prowess. Whether it was Xiao's cancer or his father's disability, he was confident he could heal them. While comforting Chun Lian, he inquired, by the way, has Fong Yin not helped our family at all during these tough times? 3 years ago, when he took the blame for Fong Yin, she had sworn to care for his family, assuring him he could rest easy. No, initially she did help us a bit, but ever since your brother and sister-in-law passed away 2 years ago, she hasn't visited at all. Chun Lian shook her head, then looked at Qin Shiming and continued. About a month ago, your father mentioned he saw Fong Yin at a mall, holding hands with a man. At this, Qin Shiming's eyes narrowed slightly. He had agreed to marry her, becoming a Livian son-in-law, and even ended up taking the fall for her. Beep, beep. Just then, a series of honking sounds echoed from outside. Soon after, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor approached. A stylishly dressed woman, exuding an alluring grace, sauntered into the room. It was none other than Qin Shiming's wife, Fang Yan. Upon entering, she furrowed her brows slightly and waved her hand near her nose, displaying a look of distaste. Quickly, Fang Yan's gaze fell upon Qin Shiming, and she visibly paused. Ah! Qin Shiming regarded her coldly. That look made Fang Yan feel somewhat uneasy. Qin Shiming observed Fang Yan in silence. The current Fang Yan felt like a stranger to him. As for the phrase, be a good person, did it suit her to utter such words? Wasn't it for whom he had been taken away by the Yu family? Did you come to my house for something? Qin Shiming inquired. He wondered if she had come to assist in light of his family's predicament. If so, he might consider whether to forgive her. Oh, I initially came to see aunt and uncle, but since you're here, I'll speak directly to you. Fang Yan smiled brightly, unbothered. Shiming, in 7 days, I am getting married. The venue is at the top floor of the Emperor Hotel. It will be a sensational wedding, the talk of the entire Jianghai. Hey, race the invitation, you must come if you can. After placing the invitation down, Fang Yan turned and walked away. Chapter 3. Lei Hu, come out. Shiming, do not be disheartened. In truth, 3 years ago, your father and I felt that you and Fang Yan were not well matched. We refrained from intervening in your decision to marry into their family. Fearing it would upset you as soon as Fang Yan departed, Chen Lian immediately sought to comfort Qin Shiming, concerned about the impact on him. Mom, I'm not upset. 3 years ago, I was blind to her true nature. Her current actions have only revealed her character to me. Qin Shiming offered a slight smile. A woman like her is unworthy of entering our home. Although he had married into the Fang family 3 years prior, Fang Yan had insisted that they would obtain a marriage certificate only after the wedding ceremony. Consequently, their relationship lacked both the substance and recognition of marriage. What he had not anticipated was that, for Fang Yan, he would be taken away by the Yu family, while his own household faced tremendous upheaval. How could she so brazenly marry another? Could she truly sleep soundly at night, hosting a grand wedding? Was this not a blatant disregard for my presence? Qin Shiming. If she wishes for a wedding of monumental proportions, then that I shall grant her wish, and let her nuptials reverberate throughout Jianghai City. Qin Shiming gazed in the direction Fang Yan had departed, his eyes devoid of emotion. As long as you can come to terms with it, then my mother can rest easy. Chen Lian, seeing that Qin Shiming was unfazed, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Mom, which kindergarten does Xiao Xiao attend? Qin Shiming chose not to dwell further on Fang Yan, as there were still 7 days remaining. His current focus was on swiftly curing Xiao Cao's cancer and addressing his father's leg injury. She is at Xingxing Kindergarten and will finish at 5 in the afternoon, which is still over 2 hours away. All right, I'll go then. Qin Shiming nodded. Mom, I will step out for a while. I will head to Xiao Cao's kindergarten directly at 5. As Qin Shiming moved toward the door, Chen Lian hastily pulled him back. Shiming, please wait a moment. She quickly ascended the stairs and shortly returned, pressing several banknotes into Qin Shiming's hand. Shiming, you have just come out. And I know finances must be tight. Unfortunately, your father and I have little savings, so I can only give you 500 yuan. Please be frugal. Mom, you need not give me money that I earned some while working in prison, which should suffice for a while. Qin Shiming was deeply touched and promptly returned the money to his mother. Really? Of course. Why would I deceive you? Very well. Chen Lian did not insist further. Shiming, although you have squandered 3 years, you are still a university graduate. Finding a job should not pose much of a challenge. Please secure a stable position soon. It would greatly ease your father's worries. Understood that I will look for suitable employment while I am out. Qin Shiming replied affirmatively. After leaving home, Qin Shiming purchased a mobile phone and acquired a SIM card, promptly calling his mother. Next, he resolved to address matters with Lei Hu, ensuring that his parents would no longer live in fear. With determination, Qin Shiming discerned the direction and proceeded leftward. Fang Yan had previously informed him that Lei Hu, one of the underground overlords of Jianghai City, typically resided at the Weilong High-End Entertainment Club. This establishment was less than 5 kilometers away. Qin Shiming planned to walk there, taking the opportunity to observe any changes in the surroundings over the past 3 years. The afternoon air was refreshing, with numerous pedestrians on the streets and a few individuals practicing martial arts in a nearby park. Suddenly, Qin Shiming's gaze fell upon an elderly man practicing martial arts approximately 300 to 400 meters away. The technique he employed was none other than the Dragon Fist, which Qin Shiming had personally created during his time in the Northern Border War Department, later disseminated throughout the military as he observed. He gradually approached. After watching for a while, he shook his head and sighed. What a pity. Hey, why are you sighing while my grandfather is practicing? Do you even understand it? A young woman beside the elder had already noticed Qin Shiming, and, upon witnessing his sigh, became irate and questioned him. I understand. That's a jest. This martial art was created by me. How could I not comprehend it? However, having cultivated the emperor's scripture, Qin Shiming possessed extraordinary medical and martial prowess, rendering him uninterested in lowering himself to the young woman's level. Noticing his silence, the young woman assumed he was ignorant and raised her chin haughtily, her face filled with disdain. If you cannot comprehend it, do not sigh indiscriminately. Such impolite behavior can irritate others and may even bring trouble upon yourself. You understand this principle. Tong, do not be rude. The elder, sensing her impudence, interjected. He appeared to be in his 70s, with a head full of white hair, yet radiating vigor and vitality. Youth, my granddaughter is simply ignorant. I hope you will not take offense, the elder said. These words sent Tong into a frenzy. What did you say? Nothing. Qin Shiming shook his head, unwilling to engage further with Tong, and turned to leave, planning to walk away. Not so easily. Tong swiftly followed, her delicate hand reaching for Qin Shiming's shoulder. The elder frowned slightly, but said nothing. That he was not particularly fond of Qin Shiming either. The young man did exhibit a degree of arrogance, and perhaps it would be beneficial for Tong to teach him a lesson to prevent future misfortunes. At that moment, Tong's hand landed on Qin Shiming's shoulder. But in the next instant, a forceful recoil surged through her, causing sharp pain in her wrist as she staggered back, letting out a cry. You dare to ambush me, Tong shouted angrily. Tong, step back. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward, clasping his fists in apology. Young sir, I apologize. It is my fault for not teaching my granddaughter properly, and I sincerely apologize for her offense. Tong was taken aback. The elder had discerned the situation. Qin Shiming had merely utilized his internal strength to counteract Tong's advance, easily thwarting her. Grandfather, Tong was astonished. The elder held a significant status. Even the city supervisor of Zhanghai would treat him with respect. Now, he was apologizing to someone else? Be silent, the elder commanded, and Tong fell silent, finally realizing that the young man she had looked down upon might not be an ordinary individual. Do not worry. As long as she refrains from acting rashly toward me again. Qin Shiming waved his hand dismissively, then inquired, Old sir, I noticed you were practicing the Dragon Fist earlier. Have you served in the military? Indeed, I once served many years ago, but it has been over 20 years since my retirement. The elder replied, This Dragon Fist was taught to me by my son a year ago, yet I have been unable to grasp its essence. By the way, young sir, have you practiced the Dragon Fist as well? More than practiced, Qin Shiming declared, demonstrating the Dragon Fist. Tong immediately pulled out her phone to record, skepticism evident on her face. However, she soon realized that Qin Shiming's execution of the Dragon Fist was far more exquisite than her grandfather's. This is the true Dragon Fist. The elder's eyes sparkled with admiration. While Tong merely sensed the finesse, he discerned specific distinctions, noting that the transition from the third to the fourth punch lacked 2 parts of strength. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. 2 minutes later, Qin Shiming concluded his demonstration and approached. Excellent. The elder exclaimed 3 times, his excitement palpable. Young sir, may I inquire your name? I would like to express my gratitude for your guidance in this martial art. No need. I offer my insights out of respect for your status as a veteran. Farewell. Qin Shiming waved his hand and strode away. The elder watched Qin Shiming depart, feeling reluctant to stop him. Once we ascertain his identity, inform me promptly. This young man, having cultivated internal strength at such a young age, is undoubtedly a martial arts prodigy, that we must forge a connection with him. The elder spoke earnestly. Tong was taken aback. Her grandfather was a significant figure in southeastern Su province, and the fact that he wished to pursue a relationship with someone else, especially a young man of similar age, was astonishing. Qin Shiming continued on his leisurely stroll, having now arrived at the Weilong High-End Entertainment Club. This establishment typically commenced business in the evening, with Lei Hu conducting affairs there during the day. Stop! Who are you looking for? As Qin Shiming approached the entrance, several security guards intercepted him. I am here to see Lei Hu. Haven't come out to meet me, he stated directly. Looking for Brother Hu? You want him to see you? Did I hear that correctly? The security guards exchanged glances, scrutinizing Qin Shiming. Noticing his ordinary demeanor and attire resembling that of street vendors, they erupted into laughter. Kid, this is not a place you can just waltz into. Scram, the head of security, still chuckling, extended his hand to shove Qin Shiming, but a jolt of force surged back, causing the head of security to stagger backward several steps. That I do not wish to resort to violence. Simply let Lei Hu come out, Qin Shiming reiterated. Huh? Are you looking for trouble? The head of security finally sensed something amiss, his expression turning icy. He then drew a steel pipe from his person, swinging it toward Qin Shiming's head. Qin Shiming furrowed his brow. He had already shown restraint, yet this man was escalating the situation. If that steel pipe struck an ordinary person's head, could they possibly survive? Bang! Qin Shiming did not hold back any longer and delivered a fierce kick. This strike arrived with astonishing speed, sending the security captain flying a good 4 to 5 meters before crashing against the wall. Sliding down helplessly, as he hit the ground, he lay there like a lifeless dog, utterly drained and unable to rise. The remaining security guards, who had initially intended to intervene, were so frightened by this scene that they retreated in alarm. Qin Shiming, however, pressed forward with determination and swiftly entered the grand entrance of the clubhouse. Casting a glance over the opulent hall, he called out boldly, Lei Hu, I know you are here. Come out. Chapter 4. Come down and apologize. I shall end you today. What is happening? Is someone causing a ruckus at the clubhouse? My goodness, who in Jing Haishi doesn't know that during the day, Brother Hu conducts business here? Who dares to disturb the tiger's lair? Courting death. Go find out who has the audacity. Figures began to swarm into the first floor hall. These individuals included clubhouse employees, security personnel, princesses, DJs, and more. Thud, thud, thud. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. Over 20 burly men clad in black surged into the hall, surrounding Qin Shiming. Each of these men wielded a machete, exuding a menacing aura, their murderous intent palpable. Brother Leopard, it was he who injured me and several of my brothers earlier. One of the men spoke up, revealing himself to be Scar, who had previously gone to Qin Shiming's home to collect debts. He stood beside a muscular man named Lei Bao, who was Lei Hu's younger brother. Understood. Lei Bao surveyed Qin Shiming with keen interest and declared, Kid, I don't care who you are, but today you must provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, you will not leave this door. Qin Shiming shook his head, responding, Whether I can leave this door is not for you to decide. I have no desire to waste words with you. Summon Lei Hu to meet me. You wish to see my brother. You are not worthy. Lei Bao scoffed, adding, Moreover, you likely won't live to see him. After uttering these words, he stepped back. 4 men in black, armed with machetes, charged forward without uttering a word. A chilling aura of death enveloped Qin Shiming. While an ordinary person would be terrified in the face of such murderous intent, Qin Shiming remained calm and composed. Bang! Crack! As the first assailant approached, Qin Shiming stepped forward, delivering a brutal kick to the man's knee. The sound of shattering bone echoed as the man's kneecap was obliterated. Bang! 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 Qin Shiming continued to strike, and the remaining 3 assailants quickly fell to the ground, unable to rise. The entire sequence took less than 10 seconds. Hiss! Such formidable strength! Could he be a martial artist like Master Huang? Lei Bao and the others around him were visibly shaken. The 4 men who had just been defeated were among their most elite fighters, yet they had been dispatched in mere seconds. Qin Shiming was undoubtedly a master. Why don't you let them all come at me? It would save time, Qin Shiming remarked casually as he looked at Lei Bao. Arrogance. Not just any ordinary arrogance. Had this been earlier, Lei Bao would have mocked Qin Shiming for being oblivious to his own limitations. But now, he understood that even if his remaining 10 or so subordinates attacked together, they likely wouldn't stand a chance against Qin Shiming. Clap, clap. Just then, footsteps and the sound of applause echoed from the staircase not far away. Indeed, little brother, your strength is quite impressive. Brother Hu admires you. A tall, muscular man said, a cigar clutched in his hand as he looked down on Qin Shiming. I have heard about your situation from Scar. Let us do this. We shall let bygones be bygones. From today onward, join me, and I guarantee you a life of luxury, with an annual sum of 10 million. What do you say? 10 million. Such a substantial amount. Why is this guy so valuable? Damn, what does Brother Who see in him? Just because he can fight, this guy must be incredibly lucky. Upon hearing Lei Hu's offer, everyone around was left in shock. Even Lei Bao frowned. Only a middle-aged man in a gray outfit, standing beside Lei Hu, looked at Qin Shiming with a measure of appreciation. At such a young age, you have cultivated your inner energy. If I were to mentor you properly, you could achieve even greater progress. Join you? Yet under the envious gazes of the crowd, Qin Shiming scoffed. You, Lei Hu, are not worthy of me joining you. The hall fell into silence, followed by an uproar. How audacious! He dares to claim that Brother Who is unworthy? Does he even understand Brother Who's status? Even Lei Hu himself chuckled at this. What a bold statement about my worthiness. However, you should consider this carefully, that if you refuse to be my subordinate, you will only become my enemy. And the consequences are something you cannot bear. I cannot say whether I can bear the consequences of being your enemy, but I can assure you that your men laid hands on my father, and you, Lei Hu, will undoubtedly face the repercussions of that. Qin Shiming's voice turned icy as he pointed directly at Lei Hu. Lei Hu, come down and apologize, or today, I shall end you. Impudent, you seek death. Brother Hu, just give the word, and I will have him shredded into pieces. Qin Shiming's words ignited a chorus of furious roars, a palpable atmosphere of hostility filling the hall. What a claim that I, Lei Hu, cannot bear the consequences. Lei Hu laughed heartily. Though fury simmered in his eyes, he turned to the middle-aged man in the gray outfit, saying, Master Huang, I implore you to intervene and help me dismember him. Then, we can dispose of him in the backyard to feed the dogs. Upon hearing Lei Hu's command, the crowd fell silent, their gazes now fixed on Qin Shiming as if he were a dead man walking. Although Qin Shiming had demonstrated remarkable strength, they knew that should Master Huang strike, his demise would be inevitable. Master Huang was a true master of martial arts, a top-tier expert. Yes, Huang Jie slowly approached Qin Shiming, a regretful smile on his face. Young man, do you realize you have missed a tremendous opportunity? Should you choose to surrender to Brother Hu, I would personally guide you, helping you reach the realm of dark energy and become a master of martial arts. Qin Shiming opened his mouth, then said, In light of your good intentions, I shall spare your life. Arrogant youth, do you truly believe that becoming a martial artist by mere luck makes you formidable? Allow me to show you what a true master of martial arts is. Huang Jie's smile vanished, replaced by a furious countenance. In an instant, he vanished from his position like a specter and reappeared before Qin Shiming. A powerful fist charged with immense energy aimed at him. Dark energy? Quite impressive. Qin Shiming shook his head and countered with a palm strike. His blood surged, dark energy ignited, and he met Huang Jie's punch head-on. Bang! The two forces collided mid-air, producing a resounding crack. Huang Jie cried out in agony as he was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. And this is what you call guidance? Qin Shiming stood calmly with his hands behind his back, his tone tranquil. Chapter 5. The first person in Jing Haishi, and this is what you call guidance. Qin Shiming's gaze swept over Huang Jie. His voice indifferent. In an instant, the hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the seemingly ordinary young man, especially Lei Hu, who was gulping nervously, his spine tingling with fear in his eyes. Huang Jie was a true ancient martial arts master, someone he held in high regard. Yet now, Huang Jie had been defeated. Moreover, he had been vanquished in a single move. That moment, an icy voice echoed in Lei Hu's ear. Lei Hu, I believe it's time you provide me with an explanation. Huff. Lei Hu let out a long breath, then waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates. He clasped his fist toward Qin Shiming and said, Esteemed senior, I am unaware of how I have offended you. I kindly ask you to clarify the matter. If I have truly erred, I will ensure to provide you with a satisfactory resolution. You lent my father money at exorbitant interest, a mere 10,000. yet demanded he repay 100,000. Moreover, when my father was unable to repay, you repeatedly assaulted him. Tell me, should I not seek you out? Qin Shiming fixed his icy gaze on Lei Hu, inquiring coldly. Exorbitant interest? Lei Hu furrowed his brow. Brother, I just wanted to make some extra money, Lei Bao explained, his face pale. Slap. Brother, I was wrong. Lei Bao hurriedly apologized. What good is your apology to me? Lei Hu retorted angrily. The one you have wronged today is this esteemed senior. You must apologize to him and seek his forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Lei Bao immediately approached Qin Shiming and bowed deeply, saying, Esteemed senior, I am sorry. I was wronged. I should not have allowed my subordinates to lend money to your father at such exorbitant rates. Rest assured, I will ensure that you and your father receive proper compensation for the harm caused. Ah. Qin Shiming shook his head with a faint smile, not sparing a glance at Lei Bao, his gaze remaining fixed on Lei Hu, regardless of who was responsible for this matter, as the leader. The burden of responsibility rests upon your shoulders. However, considering your sincere attitude and admitting your mistake, I shall spare your life this time. Yet, while a death sentence may be averted, the punishment for your transgressions cannot be escaped. Today, I shall sever one of your arms. I hope you heed this warning. That as his words fell, Qin Shiming raised his hand with a flourish, though his hand did not physically touch Lei Hu. An overwhelming force descended upon Lei Hu's arm. Crack! The sharp sound of a bone snapping echoed through the air. Lei Hu was sent flying, his left arm drooping helplessly. Lei Hu let out a pain scream. How dare he harm Brother Hu? This is an intolerable affront. Everyone, unite and kill him. The fury among Lei Hu's subordinates surged at the sight. Even Lei Hu felt a surge of anger, an impulse to draw his gun. Ever since his rise in Zhanghai City, when had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? At that moment, Huang Jie, gravely injured, cried out loudly, prostrating on the ground. Unaware of the master's presence, he implored, Master, please forgive me. Huang Jie trembled, his demeanor filled with terror. In the realm of ancient martial arts, there exists an unwritten rule. A master must not be insulted. Anyone who offends a master's dignity is subject to death. And no one is permitted to pursue the matter. In today's society, masters wield power that transcends the law. This means that had Qin Shiming chosen to kill Huang Jie just now, no one would dare question his actions. Huang Jie had narrowly escaped a calamity that a master. He is a master. Upon hearing this title, Lei Hu's scalp tingled. Over the years, he had trained with Huang Jie, not only developing his strength, but also gaining considerable insight into the world of ancient martial arts. In the entire Wuyu province, there were but a few masters in Zhanghai City. There was only one master, the president of the Zhanghai Martial Arts Association. This individual's status eclipsed that of the three major clans of Zhanghai City, overshadowed even the so-called overlords of the underground world, and surpassed the city's own authorities. He was lauded as the foremost figure in Zhanghai. And now, the person Lei who had offended turned out to be a master. I have no interest in disputing with you. Rise. Qin Shiming waved his hand dismissively, disregarding Huang Jie, and turned to Lei Hu, saying, Your men have injured my father multiple times, causing great distress to my family. Today, I shall take one of your arms. Do you have anything to say? None. I have nothing to say. Upon realizing that Qin Shiming was a master, Lei Hu dared not utter a word, with a mere wave of his hand. Without even making contact, he had severed his arm. If the opponent had aimed to take his life, he feared he would not even know how he had perished. In that case, you may act as you wish. If you seek revenge, you may find me at any time. Should you dare to trouble my family again, I will ensure your demise. With those words, Qin Shiming turned to leave. Hold on, senior. Seeing this, Lei Hu hastily called out. Do you wish to prevent my departure? Qin Shiming paused, smiling. It will take more than your subordinates to detain me. I can grant you some time to gather reinforcements. Senior, you misunderstand. Lei Hu quickly explained, pulling out a bank card from his pocket and extending it to Qin Shiming. Senior, my men injured your father. This card contains 10 million, and the password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Consider this as medical expenses for your father. I hope you will accept it. He refrained from stating that the money was a gift for Qin Shiming. Instead, he framed it as compensation for his father. making it difficult for Qin Shiming to refuse. Brother, this person is utterly outrageous, daring to break your arm. I will find someone now. Even if we cannot deal with him, we can at least capture his family. At that moment, Lei Bao approached, speaking with indignation. Slap. Before he could finish, Lei Hu delivered a resounding slap to his face. You fool, if you wish to die, do not drag me with you. Brother, did I tell you? You must find every possible way to befriend this senior. If you dare harbor even a hint of ill will towards him, I will break both your legs immediately. Lei Hu glared at Lei Bao. I understand. Lei Bao nodded vigorously. At this moment, Qin Shiming had exited the clubhouse. Glancing at the bank card in his hand, he thought of his family situation and decided to visit the bank. Withdrawing 100,000 in cash. With this sum, his parents should not have to struggle so much anymore, right? At 4:50 p.m., Qin Shiming arrived at the entrance of Xingxing Kindergarten in 10 minutes. Xiao Xiao would be finishing school. Did that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a call from his mother, Chun Lian. Hello, Mom. Qin Shiming answered the call. Shiming, have you arrived at Xiao Xiao's kindergarten? His mother's voice sounded quite anxious and tense. Mom, I'm already at the kindergarten. What happened? Qin Shiming inquired. I just received a call from the teacher. The teacher said Xiao Xiao fought with a classmate, and the situation is quite serious. Xiao Xiao might even be expelled. Chun Lian said. Xiao Xiao fought with a classmate? Upon hearing this, Qin Shiming's expression changed, and he quickly asked, Is Xiao Xiao all right? Is she hurt? As for the possibility of expulsion, Qin Shiming was not overly concerned. Even if she were expelled, they could simply find another kindergarten course. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to change schools for Xiao Xiao, as she had been attending for 2 years and had become accustomed to it. Making many friends I asked, and Xiao Xiao is fine. However, the boy she fought with, named Lu Xiaoyang, fell and scraped his skin. Now his parents want to pursue the matter. Chun Lian said, Shiming, please wait a moment. I will be at the school shortly. After saying this, she hung up. 5 minutes later, Qin Shiming saw Chun Lian rushing over on a bicycle. Let us go, Shiming. We need to meet with the teacher. Xiao Xiao's homeroom teacher is waiting for me at the school gate. Chun Lian parked her bicycle and walked towards the kindergarten entrance, with Qin Shiming following closely behind. Soon, Chun Lian found Xiao Xiao as homeroom teacher. Wang Yu appeared to be around 30 years old, with delicate features and smooth, fair skin, looking almost ethereal. Her figure was tall and graceful, adorned in a blue and white dress, exuding charm. Chun Lian nervously said, Director Wang, I sincerely apologize. Xiao Xiao has caused trouble again. Would it be possible for me to apologize to the other parents and compensate for some medical fees? Wang Yu, who was somewhat familiar with Chun Lian, sighed. Auntie Chun, if it were any other parent, an apology and compensation would suffice. However, this time, the child Xiao Xiao fought with has quite a background, and the other parents are currently in the director's office. The discussion you need to have is not with me, but with the director. I overheard the director mention wanting to expel Xiao Xiao, though this may have been said to pressure the other parents. For now, let us head to the director's office together. Upon hearing this, Chun Lian grew increasingly anxious. Mom, please don't panic. Let us first speak with the director and see what they have to say. Qin Shiming reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. Who are you? Wang Yu was puzzled upon hearing Qin Shiming refer to Chun Lian as Mom. Chun Lian replied, Director Wang, let me introduce you. This is my younger son, Xiao Xiao's uncle. So he is Xiao Xiao's uncle. Wang Yu finally understood and said, Then let us proceed to the director's office together. Under Wang Yu's guidance, Qin Shiming and Chun Lian entered the kindergarten. Xingxing Kindergarten was a private institution that Qin Shiming's elder brother had found for Xiao Xiao 2 years ago, renowned as the best kindergarten in the area. With an annual tuition of 30,000 IT that time, their family was in decent financial standing, and since Xiao Xiao was their only daughter, they were willing to invest in her education, paying 3 years' tuition in one go. Totaling over 100,000, the kindergarten was spacious, and it took them some time to navigate through 2 buildings before reaching the administrative area. Along the way, Qin Shiming inquired Wang Yu about the details of the incident. It was not particularly severe. Xiao Xiao had a playful altercation with a classmate named Lu Xiaoyang, resulting in Xiao Xiao pushing him, causing him to fall and scrape his skin. The director's office is just ahead. Wang Yu said as they approached the third floor of the office building to tea that moment. An irate voice echoed from the office. Director Zhou, how much longer will this wild girl's parents take to arrive? My precious son is so delicate. He got pushed and scraped his skin. You must expel this wild girl. Furthermore, her parents need to apologize. The tone was exceedingly domineering. Qin Shiming's footsteps involuntarily paused. His pupils narrowing, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Wild girl. Even Wang Yu appeared somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. She hurriedly stepped forward and lightly knocked on the office door. Come in, a voice called from inside. Wang Yu pushed the door open, followed closely by Qin Shiming and Chun Lian. The office was quite spacious, and at that moment, 5 individuals were present within .4 were seated, while a small girl stood among them. Qin Shiming immediately recognized her. The girl standing was none other than his niece, Xiao Chao. Grandma. Sure enough, upon seeing Chun Lian enter the office, the little girl rushed over. Xiao Chao, are you all right? Chun Lian inquired with concern. I'm fine, Grandma. Xiao Chao replied sweetly, da-da. I see now why this wild girl is so unruly. She must be a child raised by farmers, remarked a bejeweled matron seated in a chair, casting a disdainful glance at Chun Lian before turning to the principal. Zhou Ying, who sat across from her. Principal Zhou, how did such lowly people gain entry to your school? When did the standard drop so low that anyone can waltz in to receive an education? Madam Lu, if you continue to spew such vile words, I might just reward you with a few slaps. Do you believe me? Qin Shiming, having been away from home for 3 years and feeling a deep sense of guilt for the changes at home, could hardly tolerate the insults directed at his niece. If it weren't for the fear of frightening Xiao Chao, he would have likely acted out already. How dare you strike me? Husband, did you hear that? This farmer threatens to slap me, and you remain silent? Upon hearing Qin Shiming's words, Madame Lu was momentarily taken aback before erupting into a fit of rage, tugging at her husband. Lu Kai. A rotund man, cast a cold glance at Qin Shiming and said, he's merely a country bumpkin. Engaging with him would only diminish our own standing. The primary reason for his demeanor was the presence of Wang Yu, as he sought to maintain a semblance of decorum. Though Madame Lu was dissatisfied with Lu Kai's response, she held her tongue. Meanwhile, Xiao Chao curiously scrutinized Qin Shiming at tea that moment. Chun Lian whispered something in her ear. Xiao Cao's bright, dark eyes lit up, and she called out to Qin Shiming, Uncle, Xiao Chao is very good. Qin Shiming nodded, then turned to Principal Zhou Ying and asked, Hello, Principal. I am Xiao Cao's uncle. How does the school intend to address this matter? Zhou Ying sized up Qin Shiming, noting his ordinary attire and demeanor, and a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she coldly replied, Qin Xiao Chao deliberately injured a classmate and has received a warning for her misconduct. She must compensate the injured student, Lu Chuyang, for medical expenses and apologize to him. Furthermore, if she reoffends, expulsion will be the consequence. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Chao protested, I did nothing wrong. I'm not apologizing. Not apologizing. How do you think a mere apology and a little compensation can resolve this? Madame Lu sneered, then turned to Zhou Ying. Principal Zhou, I am quite dissatisfied with your proposed resolution. Madame Lu, what are your grievances? Zhou Ying quickly responded with a forced smile. Madame Lu huffed, I have only one precious son, whom I would never strike, yet he has been harmed by her. You think a simple reprimand suffices? That is far too lenient, and I refuse to accept it. She spoke with an air of superiority, as if her discontent alone could compel Principal Zhou to alter her decision at that moment. Xiao Chao leaned closer to Qin Shiming and whispered, feeling wronged. Uncle, Xiao Chao did nothing wrong. She doesn't want to apologize. Xiao Chao, please tell me why you pushed your classmate and caused him a fall. Qin Shiming gently crouched down to inquire. Xiao Chao explained, Lu Chuyang asked me who bought my backpack, and I said it was my mother. Then he accused me of lying, claiming I had no mother, and called me a wild child. I told him he lacked manners and proper upbringing. He became angry and hit me, so I pushed him, causing him to fall. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Qin Shiming's eyes. Since Xiao Chao was not in the wrong, there was no need for an apology. He ruffled Xiao Cao's hair and smiled, saying, You did well. He then rose, the smile fading from his face as he turned to Zhou Ying. Before you reached this decision, did you truly take the time to understand the full circumstances of this incident? Zhou Ying, who had been about to ask Madame Lu how she wished to proceed, furrowed her brow at Qin Shiming's inquiry, her displeasure evident. Are you questioning my judgment? I am not questioning you. Qin Shiming replied, that I simply heard Xiao Qiao say that Lu Qiaoyang was the one who first insulted her and initiated physical contact, which led to her pushing him and him falling to the, oh, you really believe the words of child? Zhou Ying retorted impatiently. The fact remains that Lu Qiaoyang was injured, and the one responsible for his injury is Qin Xiaoqiao, that as for the rest. I am not an investigator. I have no obligation or responsibility to delve deeper. What we need to discuss now is how to handle this matter. Qin Shiming frowned, realizing Zhou Ying's stance was firmly aligned with Lu Kai's, showing no interest in the actual truth of the situation. At that moment, Wang Yu could no longer hold her tongue. Principal, this situation shouldn't be so severe. Additionally, I believe that children sometimes lack understanding and conflicts can arise. Perhaps, Director Wang, when did it become your place to dictate how I conduct my affairs? Zhou Ying interrupted, glaring at her. Madame Lu further added, how dare you imply my precious son is lacking in understanding? Are you suggesting I've failed to raise him properly? Furthermore, what do you mean by claiming conflicts among children are inevitable? I do not concern myself with other children, but my son holds a certain status. Some children in this world cannot be provoked or harmed. Do you understand? Wang Yu's face turned pale, and she fell silent. Qin Shiming remained silent as well, observing. Chun Lian and Xiao Qiao stood to the side, their faces filled with anger, yet unable to voice their thoughts. Madame Lu, how about this? In addition to the reprimand, Qin Xiaoqiao will compensate for the medical expenses, and I will have her publicly apologize to Lu Qiaoyang in front of the entire class, Zhou Ying suggested, looking at Madame Lu. That proposal is agreeable. Having her apologize in front of the class will ensure everyone understands that no one should dare lay a finger on my son, or the consequences will be severe. Madame Lu nodded, clearly satisfied with Zhou Ying's suggestion. However, she then pointed at Qin Shiming and Chun Lian, saying, but merely having a child apologize is insufficient. I want these two farmers to apologize alongside her tomorrow morning. Zhou Ying saw nothing wrong with this, and turned to Qin Shiming, stating blandly, if you wish for Qin Xiaoqiao to remain in the school, then tomorrow morning you must publicly express your remorse alongside her in class. Chun Lian's expression darkened as she pressed her lips together. Remaining silent, Xiao Cao's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, and Wang Yu's face reflected her anger. At that moment, she had resolved in her heart that after Xiao Cao's public apology tomorrow, she would immediately resign. Such a school, such a principal, it was best to leave. This is your final decision, is it not? Qin Shiming asked, his expression calm, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Indeed, Zhou Ying replied coldly. If you are dissatisfied or unable to comply, you may choose to withdraw Qin Xiaoqiao from the school. Shiming, perhaps we should let this go, Chun Lian said helplessly, feeling there was no choice if they wished for Xiaoqiao to continue her education. With a sigh, she relented. Very well, as the two prepared to leave, the smile faded from Qin Shiming's face. Principal Zhou, we need to revisit this matter. He turned his gaze back to Zhou Ying and asserted, I believe Xiao Cao's words. She did nothing wrong. Rather, it is Lu Qiaoyang who should apologize for not only insulting her, but also for physically confronting her. And what do you think? Who do you think you are? Your opinions mean nothing here. Zhou Ying scoffed. Besides, what exactly did Lu Qiaoyang do wrong? Yes, he struck Qin Xiaoqiao, but don't you understand the crux of the issue? Qin Xiaoqiao is at fault for retaliating. Qin Shiming was momentarily stunned by her words. Wang Yu stared at Zhou Ying in disbelief. After a moment, Qin Shiming responded, so, your stance is that the aggressor is blameless, yet the one who defends themselves is at fault. Correct? Zhou Ying coldly retorted, is there any other way to see it? Very well, Qin Shiming nodded. The next moment he raised his hand, and the air resonated with a sharp crack. Slap. The crisp sound echoed throughout the office as Zhou Ying was sent sprawling to the ground. A bright red handprint appearing on her cheek. Silence. The office was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Lu Kai's family, including Wang Yu, stared in disbelief at Qin Shiming. He had actually struck the principal. Zhou Ying, still seated on the floor, was momentarily stunned by the slap, taking a long moment to comprehend what had just happened. Why you dare strike me? Zhou Ying rose to her feet, her eyes ablaze with fury. And with a countenance twisted in rage, she lunged at Qin Shiming, exclaiming, "I will kill you." A sharp crack echoed through the air as another slap resounded. Qin Shiming raised his hand, effortlessly sending Zhou Ying sprawling to the ground. Did you not just assert that Lu Zhaoyang was in the right for striking Xiao Chao? That Xiao Chao retaliating was her fault? Qin Shiming questioned coldly. Then, if I strike you now, what fault lies with me? Why do you retaliate? Do you not comprehend that striking back makes you culpable? Chapter 8. Do you dare to make a move? Within the confines of the office, a brief silence ensued. Lu Kai, Madame Lu Zhaoyang, and Wang Yu exchanged bewildered glances at Qin Shiming. Even if Zhou Ying had uttered something erroneous or acted inappropriately, it hardly warranted a physical assault. Did it? You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? Zhou Ying glared at Qin Shiming with venomous intensity. What of it? Am I wrong to strike you? I'm not at fault. On the contrary, should you dare to retaliate or seek vengeance, then you would indeed be in the wrong. Qin Shiming retorted icily. Isn't this the very principle you just articulated? Zhou Ying was left speechless, feeling both aggrieved and incensed. Unable to restrain herself, she turned to Lu Kai, pleading, "Mr. Lu, you must stand up for me." Were it not to assist Lu Kai, she would not have so overtly shown bias, thus provoking Qin Shiming's slap. Lu Kai stepped forward, regarding Qin Shiming with a mocking gaze. Yet you will never grasp this fundamental truth. Fists are wielded only by those of affluence. Those like you, devoid of power or wealth, will pay a far greater price should you dare to resort to violence. Indeed, I concur with your latter assertions, but you should not have labeled Xiao Chao as a wild girl. As his words lingered in the air, Qin Shiming swiftly moved from his position to stand before Lu Kai. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap reverberated. Lu Kai was sent reeling, one side of his face swelling grotesquely. This, Zhou Ying and Madame Lu were utterly dumbfounded. Wang Yu was equally astonished. Lu Kai was a prominent figure in Zhanghai City, a millionaire with connections to numerous influential individuals. Many of the board members from their kindergarten shared close ties with Lu Kai. Otherwise, Zhou Ying would not have been so overtly partial to him. Yet, here was Lu Kai, struck down by a mere farmer. You dare strike me. Do you even know how to write the word death? Lu Kai bellowed, rising in a fit of rage. Qin Shiming smirked, his lips curling into a sinister arc as he fixed his gaze on Lu Kai. You need not threaten me, but let me offer you a warning. Should you dare to insult my niece again, I will ensure your demise. Oh, you believe me. After 3 years away, returning home to find everything changed. Those who had died, those who were injured, and those who were ill. Qin Shiming appeared calm on the surface. Yet within, a tempest of fury brewed, suppressed beneath his facade. His family had become his Achilles heel, and Lu Kai's actions were undeniably a provocation of his limits. Gulp! Under Qin Shiming's piercing gaze, Lu Kai felt a chill coursing through him. Swallowing hard, too intimidated to speak. After a moment, he finally inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "Let us sit and discuss." Qin Shiming casually pulled a chair over and sat down. "Your son was indeed pushed down and injured by Xiao Chao. Here, I extend an apology on her behalf. Furthermore, I am willing to cover the medical expenses that So you have backed down?" Lu Kai scoffed, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Qin Shiming's earlier bravado had indeed startled him. He even questioned whether Qin Shiming held a significant background, far more complex than he initially appeared. However, it seemed that the impulse had faded, giving way to a sense of calm, leading him to believe in his own superior status, prompting him to soften his stance. Yet, after having slapped him, did he think that mere humility would suffice? "All right, if you wish to make reparations, I seek a mere 100,000 yuan, and this matter can be laid to rest." Lu Kai squinted as he spoke. The room fell silent, everyone staring in disbelief at Qin Shiming. "You expect us to apologize and pay you 100,000? Are you dreaming?" Madame Lu laughed in indignation, pointing a finger at Qin Shiming. "You filthy farmer. Let me make this clear. My precious son will never apologize to a wild girl, as for compensation. That is impossible. Is this your stance as well?" Qin Shiming disregarded Madame Lu and focused solely on Lu Kai. "If I were to agree, do you believe you could take action against me?" Lu Kai sneered. He hesitated no longer and pulled out his phone. Dialing a number. Get to the principal's office. All of you in under half a minute. A flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the office point. 4 burly men clad in blacks surged into the room. Listen closely, boy. Just as my wife stated, my precious son will never apologize to a wild girl. I do not care about money, but I will not compensate you. Lu Kai stood before Qin Shiming. Bolstered by the presence of his men, his confidence restored, he raised his chin defiantly, taunting, when I say wild girl, does it infuriate you? Do you wish to strike out? But do you dare? Chapter 9. How do you wish to die now? Do you wish to make a move? But do you dare? Lu Kai regarded Qin Shiming with a gaze brimming with mockery, as if he were observing a mere jester. As he spoke, he summoned a few burly men who promptly encircled Qin Shiming, exuding an aura of menace that instilled fear in onlookers. That Mrs. Lu, standing nearby, scoffed. A mere peasant, truly unaware of the audacity required to challenge us. Since you are but an ordinary man, you ought to possess the awareness that accompanies such a status, refraining from confronting those who wield wealth and power. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Zhou Ying, equally amused, watched Qin Shiming, eager to witness his humiliation. In contrast, Wang Yu felt considerable concern, fearing that Qin Shiming might act impulsively. With Lu Kai having summoned such a considerable number of people, should Qin Shiming dare to retaliate, the outcome could be dire. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The once arrogant Lu Kai was sent sprawling to the ground by a resounding slap. The previously unblemished visage of one of his associates swiftly transformed into a swollen mess. Rarely did anyone present their face from each strike. If they did, I would certainly oblige. Rising to his feet, Qin Shiming looked down at the prostrate Lu Kai and calmly remarked, I may indeed be an ordinary man, but in my eyes, you do not even rise to such a standard. After all, an ordinary person would not be as deserving of a beating as you are. How dare you strike me? You are courting death. Lu Kai seethed, pointing furiously at Qin Shiming. What are you still standing around for? Dispose of him, the hand that struck me. Break it. I will cover any medical expenses. Understood. The 4 burly men charged at Qin Shiming, fists raised. Lu Kai's face was a mask of cold malice, while Zhou Ying relished the unfolding drama. Only Wang Yu appeared genuinely worried, exclaiming, Mr. Qin, you must run. Instead of fleeing, Qin Shiming boldly advanced toward the 4 men, delivering a powerful kick to the foremost attacker. A dull thud resounded as that man was sent hurtling backward, howling in anguish. The remaining 3 burly men momentarily froze, their expressions betraying shock. However, their combat experience quickly kicked in, and they attempted to flank Qin Shiming from various angles. Regrettably, the outcome was no different. Thud, thud, thud. With 3 more resounding impacts, those 3 imposing figures fell to the ground almost simultaneously. How is this possible? Lu Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. These men were elite bodyguards he had hired at a premium from the largest security firm in Jianghai City, each capable of taking on 5 or 6 adults without breaking a sweat. Yet now, 4 of them had been effortlessly subdued. Do you still wish to break my hand? Qin Shiming inquired, stepping closer to Lu Kai. I doubt upon meeting Qin Shiming's gaze, Lu Kai felt his heart race and his breath quicken. Yet he soon regained his composure, retorting, You got lucky this time, but so what? You are still just an ordinary person. While I, Lu Kai, am a figure of influence in Jianghai City. With a single phone call, I can summon a powerful figure from the underworld capable of crushing you like an ant. Is that so? Qin Shiming nodded. Then I will grant you an opportunity. Call your underworld allies here. He had no intention of transferring Xiao Chao to another school, so he needed to resolve matters at this institution decisively. Incidents like today could never be allowed to recur. Very well, you said it. Just don't regret it later. Lu Kai stepped outside to make the call. Zhou Ying and Mrs. Lu exchanged knowing smirks. They understood that Lu Kai's status would undoubtedly attract formidable figures from the underworld, and it would be Qin Shiming who would suffer the consequences. Mr. Qin, perhaps you should reconsider your bravado and leave? Wang Yu approached, sighing. You are merely an ordinary person and cannot contend with him. Leave? He has assaulted me. How could I allow him to depart unscathed? Wang Yu's face turned pale, and even Zhou Ying appeared somewhat apprehensive. Yet soon, Her fear morphed into indifference. That's so. Qin Shiming's expression remained calm, devoid of any fear. Still want to eat? Lu Kai scoffed. Don't dream. Today you shall starve. Qin Shiming shook his head, uninterested in Lu Kai, and began to play with his phone. 15 minutes later, the sound of roaring engines reverberated from below, followed by a cacophony of footsteps. Dark figures surged into the office, surrounding a middle-aged man. Upon recognizing him, Lu Kai hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Brother Leopard, I appreciate you taking the time to assist me amidst your busy schedule. Once this matter concludes, I will treat you and your brothers to a grand time at Langting Royal City." "Brothers, no need for such formality." Lei Bao waved his hand dismissively. "Who struck you? Let me take them to Qingyang Lake for some that handling." "Excellent. I shall leave it to you, Brother Leopard." Lu Kai stepped aside, revealing Qin Shiming. "This is the individual. Brother Leopard? Surely he must be associated with Brother Tiger. My goodness, I've heard tales of Brother Leopard's involvement in numerous fatalities." Zhou Ying stared at Lei Bao in shock, her face pale with fear. The reputation of Brother Leopard was well known in Jianghai City. Yet, she quickly realized that his presence was not to settle scores with her, but to deal with Qin Shiming. Instantly, her gaze toward Qin Shiming transformed, filled with schadenfreude and indifference. Qin Shiming was doomed. Lu Kai, more direct, inquired, "Kid, tell me, how do you wish to die?" Mrs. Lu approached, looking down at Qin Shiming with disdain. "You, a mere laborer, must be regretting your choices now, wishing to kneel and beg for mercy. But let me inform you, since you have offended those you cannot afford to cross, you must pay the price. Unfortunately, that price is rather steep. Not far away." Wang Yu gazed at Lei Bao, her expression ghostly pale, unsure of what to do. Under the watchful eyes of several, Qin Shiming slowly rose. He glanced at Lu Kai and Mrs. Lu, dismissing them, and instead focused on Lei Bao. "I overheard you say you intended to take me to Qingyang Lake for handling." Chapter 10. You think having 100 million in your account will sway me? This voice, upon entering the office. Lei Bao did not initially see Qin Shiming. However, hearing that familiar voice sent chills down his spine. He looked up to find Qin Shiming's face, stumbling back in shock, nearly falling to the ground. Mr. Qin." Lei Bao rushed toward Qin Shiming, speaking in a flurry. "It's a misunderstanding. Mr. Qin, I had no intention of targeting you." Lei Bao understood Qin Shiming's prowess. He was a martial arts master, comparable to the foremost individual in Jianghai City. Such strength was someone even his elder brother, Lei Hu, sought to befriend. How could Lei Bao dare to offend him? Panic coursed through him. Meanwhile, Lu Kai, Zhou Ying, and Wang Yu were all bewildered by Lei Bao's demeanor toward Qin Shiming, questioning their own perceptions. "If you truly had no intention of targeting me, then perhaps you ought to provide me with an explanation for this affair," Qin Shiming stated coolly. "Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory explanation." Lei Bao nodded vigorously before gesturing toward Lu Kai. "Beat him, and beat him thoroughly. No one is to stop until I say so." "Brother Bao, you must be mistaken." Lu Kai's face turned ashen. "Misunderstanding. You dare lay hands on Mr. Qin? You want to die? Don't drag me into it." Lei Bao bellowed at his subordinates. "What are you waiting for? Move." Yes. A dozen burly men surged toward Lu Kai, launching a brutal assault. Lu Kai's cries echoed like that of slaughtered pig. Mrs. Lu screamed in terror, clutching her son while trembling violently. Zhou Ying's face mirrored her shock, fear coursing through her teeth that moment. They realized that the laborer they had dismissed was no ordinary worker. Even the formidable brother Bao dared not provoke him, not Mr. Qin. After a full 2 minutes, Wang Yu approached Qin Shiming, saying, "Perhaps you should tell them to stop. They might just kill him." Her gaze was complex, tinged with anxiety. "Stop," Qin Shiming commanded. "Did you not hear, Mr. Qin? Cease at once," Lei Bao shouted. His men halted, but Lu Kai lay battered and bruised, unable to rise. "Make him stand and speak," Qin Shiming ordered softly. "Yes." Lei Bao stepped before Lu Kai, asking, "Are you deaf? Did you not hear Mr. Qin instruct you to stand and speak? If you're not dead, then hurry up and get on your feet. If you can't, then you may never stand again." I can stand." Lu Kai gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling to rise, gazing at Qin Shiming, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for my ignorance. and for having offended you. I stand here to express my contrition. Fear was evident in his eyes. He was unaware of Qin Shiming's true identity, yet he recognized that the mere fact that Lei Bao regarded him with such trepidation indicated that his status was anything but ordinary. In the presence of others, Lu Kai felt as insignificant as an ant. Given that there are children in the office today, I shall not pursue this matter further. However, the compensation owed must still be rendered. Qin Shiming stated that of course, that goes without saying. Lu Kai hastily nodded, producing a bank card and handing it to Qin Shiming. Mr. Qin, this card contains 2 million. The password is 1 to 6. Please accept it. Excellent. Then let us consider this matter concluded. Qin Shiming accepted the bank card. He then glanced at Zhou Ying before turning to Lei Bao and inquired, "Do you have the means to arrange for a change in the kindergarten's principal?" Lei Bao immediately replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I happen to know the chairman of this kindergarten. Changing the principal is merely a phone call away." Thud! Zhou Ying, who had been seated, fell to the ground in shock. Her face drained of color. She realized that her promising future had just been irrevocably altered. All of this stemmed from her arrogance in underestimating Qin Shiming, mistakenly believing him to be a mere laborer. "Thank you." Qin Shiming nodded at Lei Bao, then turned to leave. "Mr. Qin." Lei Bao called out, "Is there something else?" Qin Shiming turned back. "I must admit my own shortcomings in this matter, and as a gesture of apology, I hope you will accept this card." With that, Lei Bao produced another bank card and extended it to Qin Shiming. Qin Shiming glanced at the card, shaking his head. "This has little to do with you. I harbor no resentment, so there is no need for you to offer me money." Lei Bao lowered his voice. "Mr. Qin, regardless of the circumstances, I did indeed offend you today. The 100 million in this card should serve as my humble apology. I implore you to accept it." Though his voice was soft, the office was quiet enough that everyone else clearly heard. 100 million. The others in the office were left astounded. Even Lu Kai gasped. How many individuals in Jianghai City possessed a fortune exceeding 100 million? It would take an ordinary person 10 lifetimes to amass such wealth. In an instant, their gazes toward Qin Shiming were filled with envy. However, Qin Shiming shook his head. "Do you think I would accept simply because there is 100 million in the card? Keep it." Lu Kai, Zhou Ying, and the others nearly fainted upon hearing Qin Shiming's words. He was rejecting 100 million. Lei Bao was equally stunned. After Qin Shiming had departed from the Wei Long Club, his elder brother had advised him to do everything possible to befriend Qin Shiming. It was precisely for this reason that he had seized the opportunity to present a bank card containing 100 million to Qin Shiming. Little did he know, Qin Shiming would refuse so decisively. "Director Wang, thank you for today. When I have the chance, I will treat you to a meal," Qin Shiming said as he approached Wang Yu at the entrance of the kindergarten. Chunlian and Xiao Chao were waiting for him. "Shiming, you finally emerged," Chunlian said anxiously. "I just saw a group of people rush in. They weren't looking for you, were they?" "No, they were seeking Lu Kai." Qin Shiming had already prepared his response, explaining that Lu Kai had offended someone, and they had come to confront him. "That's a relief." Chunlian sighed, then asked, "What about Xiao Chao? How did things go with her?" Xiao Chao rushed over, clinging to Qin Shiming's leg, saying, "Uncle, I didn't do anything wrong, and I don't want to apologize." "Mom, Xiao Chao, you needn't worry. The principal has agreed that Xiao Chao does not have to apologize, and she can continue attending school as usual." Qin Shiming squatted down and lifted Xiao Chao onto his back, affirming her stance that if one had done nothing wrong, there was no need to apologize. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Chao was filled with joy, exclaiming, "Yay! Uncle is amazing." Meanwhile, Chunlian watched Qin Shiming's figure, a smile gracing her face. Although Qin Shiming's words seemed simple, she knew that resolving such matters was not easy. The fact that he had managed to do so indicated her son's capabilities. Throughout their journey, Xiao Chao peppered Qin Shiming with questions, displaying great enthusiasm and curiosity towards this suddenly appearing uncle. "Uncle, can you put Xiao Chao down now?" After a few minutes, Xiao Chao suddenly suggested. Qin Shiming paused and asked, "What is the matter? Are you uncomfortable being on my back?" Xiao Chao replied, "No, I just feel that if you carry me, it must be tiring and hard for you. Like with Grandma, so I want to walk by myself." "Not at all. I'm a young man, quite strong. I won't tire easily. Just relax and enjoy the ride." Qin Shiming chuckled, finding this little one quite thoughtful. "Hee hee, okay then, Xiao Chao will stay on." Xiao Chao said, gripping Qin Shiming's shoulder and shifting her body up a bit, adding, "But uncle, please give me the backpack. I can carry it myself." Qin Shiming smiled even more. Responding, "Xiao Chao, I can't carry it. It's not heavy at all. Uncle, just give it to me. Grandpa always tells me that one shouldn't be selfish. I can't have you carry me and also make you carry my backpack." Xiao Chao said seriously. All right, I'll hand the backpack over to you." Qin Shiming relented, considering that Xiao Chao's backpack was not particularly heavy, and passed it to her. However, as he glanced at the backpack, he noticed it was quite worn, with visible patches causing a pang of pain in his heart. "Xiao Chao, how about I take you to buy a new backpack?" Qin Shiming proposed. Why? Xiao Chao hesitated, then answered, "Uncle, there's no need for a new backpack. Our family is quite poor. Grandpa sells goods all day, but earns very little, and Grandma doesn't work. As for me, I can't earn money, and I also cost Grandpa and Grandma a lot." Hearing this, Qin Shiming felt as though his heart was being pricked by needles. Besides, it's just a backpack. It doesn't cost much. "Xiao Chao, should we go buy one now?" "Thank you, Uncle, but I really don't need a new backpack." "Why not?" Qin Shiming asked, perplexed. It's just a backpack. Why is this girl so adamant against it? Xiao Chao knew she was ill, gravely so, and she wouldn't live much longer. Even if a new backpack were bought, it would hardly be used, merely a waste of money. As she spoke, her voice began to tremble, but she seemed fearful of being overheard by her grandma. Keeping her tone low, Xiao Chao understood that her time was limited. She wasn't afraid of death, as it meant she could reunite with her parents. However, she also didn't want to die because she couldn't bear to part with her grandparents. As she spoke, she leaned entirely against Qin Shiming's back, burying her head down, clearly wishing to hide her tears from her grandma. "Xiao Chao, don't be afraid. With Uncle around, you certainly won't die. I will help you cure your illness," Qin Shiming assured her earnestly. Before long, Xiao Chao's breathing gradually steadied, and she ceased her crying, eventually dozing off on Qin Shiming's back. "Liver cancer," Qin Shiming whispered softly, then began to circulate the human emperor scripture. Soon, a stream of gentle energy entered Xiao Chao's body. Qin Shiming had originally planned to investigate Xiao Chao's condition later that evening, but after hearing her earlier comments, he could no longer contain himself. What is this? Suddenly, Qin Shiming seemed to sense something, his pupils contracting sharply. Toxins! These are toxins! Xiao Chao was not suffering from cancer. She was not poisoned. Chapter 11. Was it because she performed exceptionally well in there? Boom! When Qin Shiming realized that the cancer cells within Xiao Chao's body had originated from toxins, his brain erupted in a cacophony. He had initially thought Xiao Chao was merely suffering from liver cancer, only to discover that she had been poisoned. Moreover, it was a rare toxin known as Wuwan poison. Who could be so heartless as to inflict such a potent poison upon a child? In that moment, Qin Shiming's gaze turned frigid, imbued with palpable murderous intent. The temperature around him noticeably dropped. He began to ponder another question. If Xiao Chao's liver cancer was a result of poisoning, could it be that the incidents involving his elder brother and sister-in-law being attacked by robbers and his father suffering a car accident were also deliberate? Might this be connected to Fang Yin? Qin Shiming's mind instinctively turned to Fang Yin. 3 years ago, when he was taken away by the Yu family, Fang Yin had assured him that she would take good care of his family. Yet the outcome was a calamity befalling his family, while Fang Yin had shown no concern whatsoever. "Fang Yin, I hope the troubles my family has encountered are not related to you. Otherwise, do not blame me for forgetting our past friendship." Qin Shiming's eyes narrowed. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shiming suppressed the turmoil within him, contemplating how he could alleviate the poison afflicting Xiao Chao. Regrettably, he had yet to harness the celestial energy of the universe into his being, to condense a spiritual core and attain the realm of the divine. If he could break through to this divine state and become a legendary figure in the ancient martial arts world, he would effortlessly wield spiritual energy to expel the insidious Wujuan poison from Xiao Cao's body. "I am merely one step away from the divine realm. This step may be traversed in a matter of days, or it could take years to achieve. Therefore, I must devise an alternative plan to seek out some spiritual herbs and concoct the Tianling sand to detoxify Xiao Chao." Qin Shiming murmured to himself, formulating a rough plan. Just as he pushed open the door, a middle-aged man leaning on a cane approached him. It was none other than his father. Qin Jun clad in a gray vest. With skin darkened and roughened by time, he hunched over, appearing quite aged. His right leg, from the knee down, was conspicuously absent. "Dad." Qin Shiming glanced down at his father's amputated leg, feeling as if his heart were being tightly gripped. An unbearable ache. Qin Jun scrutinized Qin Shiming from head to toe, then patted his shoulder with a sense of pride, saying, "I thought you would have lost a lot of weight, but to my surprise, you not only maintained your physique, but have also grown considerably stronger and more mature. You two should not just stand there chatting away. Go sit down and take your time," Chun Lian interjected with a smile. "Shiming, why not take Xiao Xiao to her room for a rest, and call her when it's time for dinner?" "All right," Qin Shiming nodded. "Dad, shall I help you to a seat?" "Help? I'm merely missing one leg." "Not both. Quickly take Xiao Xiao to her room, then come back and tell me how you have fared these past 3 years," Qin Jun replied, calling out to Chun Lian in the kitchen. "All yen. Make sure to prepare a couple more dishes. Shiming and I will enjoy a few drinks together." "Actually, Dad, I have not been in prison for the past 3 years. I was taken by an old leader from the military to serve and fight," Qin Shiming stated as he took a seat, eager to share his prepared explanation. "Really? You weren't incarcerated but rather serve in the military?" Qin Jun paused, momentarily taken aback, before expressing disbelief. "Yes, Dad. I would never lie to you." "Haha, splendid. Rest assured I will not blame you. Instead, I will take great pride in you." Qin Jun let out a hearty laugh, then called out to Chun Lian, "Ah Lian, come out and see. You have given birth to a capable son." The family dinner lasted for nearly 2 hours, during which Qin Shiming and his father indulged in 2 jin of baijiu. He felt perfectly fine, while Qin Jun succumbed to the effects of the drink. After helping his father to bed, Qin Shiming gazed at his father's amputated leg, his brow furrowing slightly. Whether it was to eradicate the Wujuan poison or to restore his father's lost limb, both tasks would not be simple. Nevertheless, "I must succeed." That night, within a luxurious villa, Zhou Tong hastily ascended to the study on the 2nd floor. "Grandfather, I found it." Zhou Jinan set down his book, lifted a nearby purple clay cup, and took a sip of tea. "What did you find?" "His name is Qin Shiming." Zhou Tong approached Zhou Jinan and sat beside him, pouring herself a cup of tea. "He is the same person we encountered in the park today." "Oh, go on." Zhou Jinan placed his teacup down, intrigued. Zhou Tong recounted her findings in detail, then questioned, "Grandfather, logically speaking, Qin Shiming was just an ordinary person. How has he suddenly transformed into a master of hidden strength?" "An ordinary person? Ha! Perhaps 3 years ago he was indeed unremarkable, but in these 3 years he has undergone a remarkable transformation into a master of hidden strength. Are you suggesting that he achieved this mastery in just 3 years?" "That seems incredibly swift. For martial arts genius, 3 years is not considered fast." Zhou Jinan shook his head. In any case, keep a close watch on this person moving forward if the opportunity arises. Make sure to befriend him, but remember, do not offend him. Understood? I will be vigilant." The following morning, Qin Shiming rose before 6 o'clock. After practicing Dragon Fist in the yard several times, he personally prepared a simple yet nutritious breakfast for his family. After breakfast, Qin Shiming firmly dissuaded Qin Jun from setting up a street stall, asserting that he would seek employment instead. This pleased Qin Jun, who readily agreed. Upon leaving home, however, Qin Shiming did not pursue a job. Instead, he ventured to a pharmacy in search of medicinal herbs. Regardless of whether it was to detoxify Xiao Xiao or to treat his father's leg, he required an abundance of precious herbs. Unfortunately, after an entire morning of searching, he found none of the 6 essential herbs he desperately needed. As noon approached, Qin Shiming exited a pharmacy, contemplating a place to grab lunch before continuing his search in the afternoon. "Are you Qin Shiming?" Just then, a striking figure approached, her voice melodious and tinged with surprise. Qin Shiming looked up to see a young woman of exceptional beauty standing before him, clad in a silver professional suit. She appeared astute and capable, accentuating her alluring curves. The white blouse she wore added an air of purity and radiance to her presence. Kong Tingxiu, a smile broke across Qin Shiming's face as he recognized her. He and Kong Tingxiu had been classmates from high school through university. In high school, he was the top student, consistently ranking first in exams, while Kong Tingxiu followed closely as the second. They both later attended Shanghai University, where he maintained his position at the top, and she remained second. It had often been joked that if they could not remain together, it would be a tragic circumstance that it truly fate. You are indeed Qin Shiming. Weren't you supposed to serve 5 years in prison? How is it that you are out after only 3 years? Did you behave exceptionally well in there? Just then, a voice filled with amusement and mockery interrupted. The speaker was a young man dressed impeccably, sporting a gleaming gold watch. Kong Lai, a classmate from university, could see Kong Lai's words. Kong Tingqiu's expression darkened slightly. The news of Qin Shiming's troubles had spread throughout their class 3 years ago, but out of respect for their former camaraderie, no one openly discussed it. However, Kong Lai saw fit to bring it up now, clearly intending to embarrass Qin Shiming. In fact, Qin Shiming had become a target of envy for many male classmates due to his relationship with the most esteemed female classmate, Fang Yan, with Fang Yan now set to marry someone else. Many were aware of the situation, and Kong Lai seized the opportunity to belittle Qin Shiming. What does my prison sentence have to do with you? Over the past 3 years, he had faced battles and trials that had sharpened his mindset beyond that of an ordinary person. Unperturbed by former friendships, Kong Lai directly sought to provoke him, but Qin Shiming had no desire to engage, focusing instead on Kong Tingqiu. Classmate Kong, what brings you here? Their rapport had been amicable in high school, often discussing academic matters together. When they attended the same university, classmates joked that they would likely end up together. Well, several of our university classmates are gathering today, and Kong Lai invited me, so I came along. Kong Tingqiu explained with a smile. Her words clarified that her relationship with Kong Lai was merely that of classmates. A class reunion? Qin Shiming nodded. All right, since you are all heading to a gathering, you should hurry along to avoid being late. With that, he turned to leave. Qin Shiming. Kong Tingqiu called out to him, are you still using your old phone number? If you've changed it, could you share your new number with me? We should catch up when you have the time. Qin Shiming glanced at her. Sure. He took out his phone, exchanged numbers with Kong Tingqiu, and added her on WeChat, disregarding Kong Lai entirely. Kong Lai could hardly contain his irritation, especially as he was pursuing Kong Tingqiu, who had previously shown him little interest. Today, however, she was being warmed towards the recently released Qin Shiming, which filled Kong Lai's gaze with cold disdain. Qin Shiming, everyone at the gathering today is our university classmates that we simply didn't know you were out, which is why you weren't invited earlier. Now that you are here, you must join us, Kong Lai urged, pulling Qin Shiming back as he attempted to leave. For someone just released from prison, attending a class reunion would certainly be a spectacle. Kong Lai was not about to let this opportunity slip by. Qin Shiming, you really shouldn't go. Kong Tingqiu interjected, her brow slightly furrowed. Tingqiu, what do you mean? All our university classmates are attending the gathering. Why shouldn't Qin Shiming come along? Kong Lai feigned anger and said, do you look down on Shiming just because he has been imprisoned? Let me tell you, that is quite unjust. Although he has served time, his release signifies that he has rectified his mistakes and intends to lead a better life. We ought to forgive him and treat him as we did before, as a fellow classmate. Kong Tingqiu cast a cold glance at Kong Lai, perceiving his hypocrisy for the first time today. However, she turned to Qin Shiming and said, Qin Shiming, the attendees of today's gathering include Fang Yan and Lu Ku, who is about to marry her. Therefore, perhaps you should refrain from attending. Fang Yan will be there too? Qin Shiming, who originally had no intention of going and was prepared to shake off Kong Lai's hand, changed his mind upon hearing Kong Tingqiu's words that I will join you. Oh. Kong Tingqiu frowned, casting a deep look at Qin Shiming, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. It seemed that Qin Shiming still harbored feelings for Fang Yan. Yet, even if he did, it was a case of unrequited love. Let us hurry then. We cannot waste any more time. They have already arrived. Seeing Qin Shiming's agreement, which appeared to stem from Fang Yan's presence, Kong Lai felt a surge of excitement. He eagerly anticipated the spectacle that would unfold shortly. The three of them made their way to a nearby hotel. 100 meters ahead, Qin Shiming, I presume you have never dined at this hotel before? I must inform you that it ranks among the top 10 in Shanghai City, with a minimum spend of thousands for a table. Upon entering the hotel, Kong Lai remarked to Qin Shiming, but worry not, today's gathering is hosted by Lu Ku, so we won't have to foot the bill. Qin Shiming nodded indifferently, choosing not to engage further. He was aware that Lu Ku was not one of their classmates, but merely a peer from the same year. A student from the Business Administration College, IT, was said that Lu Ku hailed from a prominent family in Jianghai City. However, Qin Shiming felt no interest in such matters. His sole desire was to see Fang Yin and inquire whether her family's troubles were in any way connected to her. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a private room marked Knock Knock. Kong Lai approached and tapped on the door. IT was swiftly opened by a server, and Kong Lai stepped in first, exclaiming, "Classmates, look who I brought." Inside the room stood a large table surrounded by sofas for relaxation. At that moment, several of Qin Shiming's classmates were seated at the table, and upon hearing Kong Lai's announcement, they turned their curious gazes toward him. I asked that. Qin Shiming? Wasn't he sentenced to 5 years? How is he out after just 3 years? I see now. It must be Fang Yan's doing. She has been helping him since 3 years ago, which is why he was released early. Alas, Qin Shiming looks quite haggard. It seems he has endured considerable hardship in prison. Endured hardship? He deserves it, several classmates whispered amongst themselves. Their discussions then shifted to Fang Yan, who, under their scrutiny, stood up and addressed Qin Shiming. Qin Shiming, since you've come, why not sit down and join us for a meal? Despite your past, we are all classmates here, and no one will hold it against you, of course. This is contingent upon your commitment to lead a better life and amend your ways. Chapter 13. Pack extra to take home, lead a better life, and amend my ways. Qin Shiming narrowed his eyes at Fang Yan. Had she conveniently forgotten her role in the events of 3 years ago? Did she not fear that he might reveal the truth before their classmates? Moreover, he had not actually served time. He had merely been taken away by the Yu family, yet she publicly stated that he had been imprisoned. This was a deliberate attempt to humiliate him. Fang Yan, I wish to speak with you privately. Qin Shiming stated matter faculty once. The atmosphere in the private room turned silent, and the gazes directed at Qin Shiming grew increasingly disdainful. All right, let us converse in the corridor outside. Fang Yan nodded, leading the way out of the room, with Qin Shiming quickly following. What was Qin Shiming's intention? Did he still harbor fantasies of rekindling their romance? Rekindle their romance? He must be dreaming. 3 years ago, he had been able to be with Fang Yan only because she was too naive and had fallen for his deception. Indeed, the current Qin Shiming, with his past, could hardly compare to Lu Ku, who was a well-known heir in Jianghai City's real estate sector. As they watched Qin Shiming and Fang Yan leave, the remaining classmates whispered among themselves. With Kong Lai laughing heartily, compared to young Master Lu, Qin Shiming is but an ant. How could Fang Yan possibly choose him? Beside her, Kong Tingxiu observed her classmates and suddenly felt that 3 years had rendered them all strangers. A wave of regret washed over her for attending the gathering. Not far away in the corridor, Fang Yan casually remarked, Qin Shiming, what is it that you wish to discuss? You are not hoping to rekindle our relationship, are you? Let me make it clear. You and I are now from entirely different worlds, and reconciliation is utterly impossible. Even 3 years ago, my feelings for you were born from my naivety. 3 years ago, she had been drawn to Qin Shiming because he was a well-known academic achiever. Being with him had granted her a sense of prestige. But now she realized that such status held no value in the eyes of someone like Lu Ku. Furthermore, her family's business needed Lu Ku's support to flourish. Indeed, I understand your point. We are indeed from different worlds now, and I have no desire to rekindle anything with you, so you need not worry. Qin Shiming replied, nodding. What I wish to ask you is whether you have forgotten the specific reasons surrounding my being taken away by the Yu family 3 years ago. You just advised me to amend my ways and lead a better life. Come now, I was merely joking. Why take it so seriously? Fang Yan giggled, covering her mouth at a joke. Qin Shiming's expression grew increasingly cold. Fang Yan noticed and, feeling displeased, retorted, What do you mean by that? Is it not permissible to jest? It is not as if I've taken anything from you. Others may joke with me, but you cannot. Qin Shiming's side point 3 years ago, I took the blame for you, which is why I was taken by the Yu family. If you had any sense of decency, you would not speak of me in such a manner in front of our classmates. Now, Qin Shiming had a good relationship with the Yu family. If Fang Yan's family had helped him 3 years ago, he would have known. However, he recalled that after being taken by the Yu family, Fang Yan's family had shown no concern whatsoever for him. You're talking nonsense. Without my family's assistance, how could the Yu family have released you so quickly? Fang Yin retorted coldly. Qin Shiming, if I'm not mistaken, you sought me out to demand compensation. Am I right? Well, if that is the case, I shall compensate you. With that, she pulled a bank card from her bag and tossed it to Qin Shiming. It contained 200,000 yuan, with a 6-digit password, sufficient compensation for the past 3 years. Wouldn't you agree? Ha! Qin Shiming looked at the bank card in his hand and laughed. He pinched the card, and with a simple motion, it snapped in two that I did not come to discuss compensation. I merely wish to see if you still possessed a conscience. Qin Shiming's gaze toward Fang Yin was filled with indifference. Conscience? Why would I lack a conscience? 3 years ago, you helped me after I was involved in that accident. I was merely a victim in that situation. Fang Yin flicked her bangs and glanced at the severed bank card on the ground, sneering. And if I lacked a conscience, why would I offer you 20,000 yuan? But since you refuse it, that is hardly my fault. With that, she turned to leave. Wait, Qin Shiming called out. Fang Yin turned back, her expression a mix of amusement and incredulity. What is it? Are you dissatisfied with the sum of 200,000? If so, propose an amount, and I will see if I can accommodate it. I have stated that I do not require compensation. Qin Shiming shook his head. I have other matters I wish to discuss with you. What matters? Fang Yin asked. My father was in a car accident. My elder brother and sister-in-law encountered robbers, and Xiao Qiao is ill. You must have heard about these incidents? Qin Shiming inquired. That I am aware. However, what does it have to do with me? I can only say that they are unfortunate, Fang Yin replied abruptly. Qin Shiming, you are not attempting to gain sympathy from me by mentioning these events in hopes of securing additional compensation. Are you? Qin Shiming stared at Fang Yin for a moment before responding. I have said I do not need compensation. He could sense that the troubles his family faced might genuinely be unrelated to Fang Yin. Nonetheless, her attitude and words were undeniably infuriating. Qin Shiming and Kong Tingxiu had come to this hotel to uncover the truth behind these events. With his suspicions now largely confirmed, he planned to take his leave. At that moment, Lu Ku arrived. Dressed in a sharp blue suit, he exuded both charm and vitality. The Patek Philippe watch on his wrist further accentuated his air of affluence. I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. Qin Shiming replied with a faint nod, unwilling to waste any more time in this place. Don't be in such a hurry. The gathering has only just begun. How could you simply walk away? Lu Ku hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Qin Shiming's arm, and ushered him back into the private room. Chapter 14. After all, you're just here to feast. Haha. Lu Xiao speaks the truth. Qin Shiming, today's dinner is on Lu Xiao, and the bill for this table will be at least 20 to 30,000. Surely, you have never dined on such lavish cuisine in your life. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to Lu Xiao? Kong Lai boisterously laughed. The other classmates echoed his sentiments. Fang Yin smirked coldly. Do you remember, Qin Shiming, when you once treated me to a meal? The most expensive dish never exceeded 100 yuan. Today, you should savor this. This is the life that I, Fang Yin, deserve. And you, Qin Shiming, no matter how hard you strive, can never provide me with such a lifestyle that I will attend your wedding, Qin Shiming remarked, casting a glance at the group before fixing his gaze on Lu Ku, scoffing. But even if you're getting married, there's no need to put on a facade in front of me. Have you forgotten that the person you are to wed is merely a worn-out old shoe I have discarded? Initially, Qin Shiming had no intention of confronting Lu Ku, but Lu Ku and Fang Yan's words clearly showed their disdain for him. Aiming to humiliate him before their classmates, if that were the case, why should he care about their dignity? What do you mean by that? Lu Ku's expression shifted slightly. Qin Shiming, don't speak nonsense. I have been in a relationship with you for a year, and I have never even let you kiss me. Fang Yin quickly defended herself, maintaining a facade of purity in front of Lu Ku. You think after that you would willingly marry me? Qin Shiming retorted with a cold laugh. You all seem to be quite lively. At that moment, a man and a woman entered the room, both impeccably dressed and exuding an air of nobility. The man was the one speaking. Upon seeing them, many classmates in the room were taken aback. They did not recognize the pair, but their attire and demeanor indicated that they were individuals of considerable stature. Zhou Xiao, Miss Zhou, you truly have come, Lu Ku exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward with immense enthusiasm. Zhou Xingwen replied nonchalantly, I just took my sister out for a stroll, and since we had nothing to do, we thought we would drop by your private room. Thank you, Zhou Xiao and Miss Zhou, for gracing us with your presence. Lucas said, turning to his classmates, everyone, allow me to introduce Zhou Xiao and Miss Zhou, who are executives at Kain Group that I just visited their Tianhao private room, shared a drink with Zhou Xiao, and invited him to join us. Kain Group? Isn't it the Star Enterprise of Shanghai City? It is said that within just 2 years, it evolved from a fledgling company to a publicly traded entity. With a market value exceeding 10 billion, they're truly significant figures. Lu Xiao's social circle is indeed extraordinary. The classmates appeared both excited and nervous, akin to encountering national leaders. Meanwhile, Qin Shiming remained seated at the table, not even lifting his head as he contemplated where to dine after leaving. Zhou Xiao, Miss Zhou, please take a seat. I will have the waiter bring you a full set of utensils, as we must indulge in some fine drinks. Luke, who surveyed the private room, his brow suddenly furrowing. Their table was not large enough to accommodate more than 10 people, and it was already occupied by 9. He quickly turned to Qin Shiming, stating directly, Qin Shiming, you are a person with a criminal record, and it would be inappropriate for you to share a table with Zhou Xiao and Miss Zhou, lest they incur your bad luck. How about this? Since you are merely here to feast, you could take a couple of dishes and sit on the sofa over there to eat. Qin Shiming, why are you being so insensitive? Hurry and get up. Don't you see there's an empty seat? The others, including Kong Lai, chimed in. Qin Shiming rose to his feet, coldly retorting to Lu Ku, even as someone here, just to feast, I'm still better off than you, who dines on the leftovers of others. Oh, by the way, I must ask, how does it taste to consume the remains? You seem to be enjoying it quite a lot. Ha! With that, he prepared to leave. Lu Ku's face contorted with displeasure, and Feng Yan's expression darkened immensely. However, with Zhou Xiao and Miss Zhou present, they could only endure their frustrations silently. I'll accompany you out. At that moment, Kong Tingxiu unexpectedly stood up and addressed the classmates. Everyone, please don't invite me to gatherings in the future. I'm not much different from Qin Shiming and lack any background. I do not deserve to dine with you. With that, she walked directly towards Qin Shiming, and the two exited the private room together. Ms. Zhou raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, Oh, it's you? You are here too? The Miss Zhou was Zhou Tong. Upon entering the private room, Qin Shiming had remained silent, so she had not noticed him. Now, as she spoke, everyone in the room was taken aback. Miss Zhou knows Qin Shiming. Zhou Xingwen asked in astonishment. Zhou Tong leaned closer, whispering in his ear, Brother, he is the one I mentioned earlier, the person our grandfather wishes to befriend. Is it really him? Zhou Xingwen's eyes brightened. He quickly approached Qin Shiming, extending his hand. Mr. Qin, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Zhou Xingwen, Tong Tong's elder brother. Qin Shiming, implying that if there is nothing further, please do not waste my time. This scene left Lu Ku and the others in the private room, both stunned and pained. They were shocked that Qin Shiming knew Miss Zhou, and pained by the fact that Zhou Xiao was taking the initiative to befriend him, while Qin Shiming showed no enthusiasm whatsoever. Had this guy lost his senses? Despite Qin Shiming's cold demeanor, Zhou Xingwen remained unfazed. He likely understood the reason behind Qin Shiming's desire to leave. Qin Shiming was present for Luke's class reunion, and with the arrival of Zhou Tong and her brother, the seating became insufficient. Luke had deemed that, due to Qin Shiming's past, he was unqualified to sit at the table, prompting Qin Shiming's intent to leave. Mr. Qin, if you do not mind, how about joining me for a drink in our private room? Zhou Xingwen extended an invitation. Lu Ku and the others' expressions shifted. Qin Shiming offered a faint smile. No, thank you. I am not one to partake in the leftovers of others. Mr. Qin is jesting. Zhou Xingwen laughed heartily. If you join us in our private room, I will have the waiter bring out all the dishes and drinks anew. What does that sound? Oh. Qin Shiming sensed Zhou Xingwen's sincerity, but did not immediately agree. Although Zhou Xingwen's attitude was warm, he preferred not to dine with unfamiliar company. Like a tea that moment, Zhou Tong interjected. Mr. Qin, everyone dining in our private room are titans of our industry. Oh, by the way, I am the vice president of Kain Group, and my brother is the president. We are both in the pharmaceutical sector. The pharmaceutical sector? Qin Shiming's eyes gleamed with interest. He was currently troubled by the inability to procure 6 medicinal herbs, and this was a prime opportunity to inquire about the pharmaceutical magnates Zhou Tong had mentioned. Very well, I shall join you in your private room. Without hesitation, Qin Shiming nodded and then turned to Kong Tingqiu. Kong, do you wish to accompany me? Kong Tingqiu hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. You should go by yourself, that I have some personal matters to attend to, so I won't join you. She genuinely wanted to spend more time with Qin Shiming, but being perceptive, she realized that his acceptance of Zhou Xingwen and Zhou Tong's invitation was likely for a specific purpose. It would be best not to interfere with his endeavors. Qin Shiming said nothing further, promptly rising and heading towards the exit. Kong Tingqiu, losing interest in remaining, followed suit. Zhou Tong was elated and hurried ahead to lead the way, even neglecting to greet Lu Ku. Zhou Xingwen turned to Lu Ku, saying, Lu Ku, I must attend to Mr. Qin now, so I will not stay here with you. Enjoy your meal. Unable to contain himself, Lu Ku stepped forward to inquire. Zhou Xiao, could you tell me why you and Miss Zhou are so eager to befriend Qin Shiming? Chapter 15. I can give it a try, though. There's nothing wrong with sharing this. Since you have asked, I'll tell you. You all know that Qin Shiming is skilled in martial arts, right? Zhou Xingwen did not conceal this fact. It so happens that yesterday, my grandfather met Qin Shiming while practicing Tai Chi in the park and took a liking to him. As his juniors, we naturally must treat Mr. Qin with respect. With that, he did not linger and quickly exited the private room. Qin Shiming knows martial arts? Kong Lai remarked in confusion, glancing towards Fang Yin. He couldn't possibly have learned it in the last 3 years, could he? Fang Yin was equally perplexed, yet she quickly remarked, however, if Zhou Xingwen's grandfather has developed a fondness for him due to this matter, it is of little consequence. It is likely just a fleeting enthusiasm. Once this fervor subsides, both young Master Zhou and Miss Zhou will undoubtedly cease to pay any attention to Qin Shiming. Upon hearing this, Lu Ku nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, to my knowledge, young Master Zhou hails from an exceptionally influential background in Jinling City, and his grandfather is a remarkable figure. Such a person would not invest substantial thought in someone as ordinary as Qin Shiming. The students, upon listening to Fang Yin and Lu Ku's analysis, felt a wave of relief wash over them. They had harbored some concerns that Qin Shiming might suddenly transform into a formidable individual. Meanwhile, at that moment, Qin Shiming had already arrived at the Tianhao private room with Zhou Tong and others. Compared to the Dihao room, the Tianhao room appeared more spacious. Inside, in addition to the customers, there were 2 waitstaff attending to their needs. 4 middle-aged men occupied the room. Upon seeing Zhou Xingwen and Zhou Tong accompanied by 2 unfamiliar faces, the 4 men expressed their curiosity. Xingwen, who are these 2? Asked one man, who bore a slight resemblance to Zhou Xingwen. Uncle, an esteemed gentleman, allow me to introduce my friend, Qin Shiming, whom I just met at the hotel, and I invited him to join us for dinner. This individual beside him is his classmate, Zhou Xingwen explained as he guided Qin Shiming to take a seat, providing introductions to the 4 individuals present. Zhou Xingwen's uncle, Zhou Yin, was the public chairman of Cain Group. The other 3 were Li Jinshui from Baiyun Pharmaceuticals, Chen Wenbin from Wantai Pharmaceuticals, and Zhong Yuan from Kong Pharmaceuticals. Collectively, these 4 could be regarded as titans of the pharmaceutical industry in Jianghai City. Mr. Qin, may I inquire where you are currently employed? Li Jinshui, who had a notably receding hairline, asked. The others turned their gazes toward Qin Shiming. Looking for a job? Li Jinshui paused, scrutinizing Qin Shiming with a penetrating gaze. Before losing interest almost immediately, Chen Wenbin and Zhong Yuan's expressions similarly dulled as they regarded Qin Shiming, though their reactions were less overt. It was Zhong Yuan who urged Zhou Xingwen to take good care of Qin Shiming. Mr. Qin, please do not take offense. They are all business people and lack knowledge of martial arts, which is why my brother and I refrain from discussing your accomplishments with them. Zhou Tong leaned closer to Qin Shiming, whispering an explanation. After this meal, I will arrange a separate occasion to treat you to... No worries, I understand. Qin Shiming nodded, unfazed by the situation. He simply turned his attention to the man named Chen Wenbin, as he noticed an unusual expression on the latter's face. Old Chen, why have you put down your glass? Did you not say that this is a rare gathering worth drinking to? Zhong Yuan inquired. Looking at Chen Wenbin, it's just that I haven't had alcohol in months. And after having one drink earlier, I need some time to digest, Chen Wenbin replied. Old Chun, we are all old friends. Just be honest. Are you having a recurrence? Li Jinshui scrutinized him. If it's an old ailment, then you should abstain from drinking. I believe Chairman Zhou would not hold it against you, he added. Old ailment? What old ailment? Zhou Yin asked, intrigued. Cholecystitis. Li Jinshui replied with a wry smile, explaining that old Chun had discovered his condition during a health check last year. Since then, he had refrained from alcohol, as consuming it would trigger severe pain. Had it not been for Chairman Zhou hosting today, he would never have touched a drop. Then it would be best to abstain and switch to beverages, Zhou Yin advised. Chairman Zhou, my apologies. Chen Wenbin expressed contrition. There is no need for apologies. However, I am aware that cholecystitis can be quite painful, especially after drinking. You may experience significant discomfort later on, Zhou Yin said with concern. Indeed, it can be quite painful. But for now, it's manageable. This condition typically flares up at night, Chen Wenbin said with a bitter smile. Haha, old Chen is probably already feeling anxious that I witnessed him in agony once after drinking. He was crying out for help, and it was after that incident he decided to quit drinking. Li Jinshui laughed heartily, relishing the misfortune. Old Chen's cholecystitis is likely due to gallstones, right? Zhou Tong asked Chen Wenbin. Yes, indeed. Then why not have the gallstones removed? Zhou Tong pressed on. Miss Zhou, you may not be aware, but hospitals generally do not perform surgeries to remove stones while preserving the gallbladder, and the chance of recurrence is over 50 to 60%. Chen Wenbin explained with a rueful smile. Huffed. You're just afraid of surgery. Li Jinshui derisively remarked. If you're not scared. Chen Wenbin retorted. If you're so brave, why don't you undergo a hair transplant at your wife's beauty clinic? Li Jinshui's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied. That's because I know the results only last 2 to 3 years, and then I'd be bald again. There's no point in that. Zhou Tong continued, Mr. Chen, is there no way in traditional Chinese medicine to eliminate the stones? Chen Wenbin sighed. For other types of stones, it is indeed possible to dissolve them with medication. However, gallstones are quite stubborn. To be honest, over the past year, I have tried numerous herbal remedies prescribed by various esteemed traditional Chinese doctors, but none have yielded results. As he spoke, he waved to the waiter. Excuse me, could you please bring me a glass of plain water? Thank you. Li Jinshui glanced at him, concern etched on his face. Old Chun, you aren't starting to feel pain now, are you? A bit, but it's not too bad. As I mentioned, cholecystitis typically strikes at night, waking me from sleep with discomfort. Chen Wenbin said, sipping the water the waiter had poured. If it gets unbearable, I'll just have the gallbladder removed. My health is decent enough, and I doubt it will significantly impact my digestive function. Who says your health is fine? If you have your gallbladder removed, your gastrointestinal system will definitely suffer. Just then, Qin Shiming casually interjected, if you're willing, I could assist in removing the stones from your gallbladder. Chapter 16. Minor ailments. What did you say? Chen Wenbin turned to Qin Shiming, scoffing, young man, while it's fine to consume whatever you wish, do not boast recklessly. You think you can help me remove my gallstones? I'll have you know, I've consulted numerous renowned physicians for this issue, including the most reputable traditional Chinese doctors in Shanghai City, all of whom have failed. What gives you the audacity to claim otherwise? Qin Shiming replied, Mr. Qin, perhaps you should refrain from getting involved. Zhou Tong whispered, concerned. She was quite displeased with Qin Shiming's audacity. She had investigated him and knew he had no medical training. How could he possibly treat gallstones? No matter how skilled one is in martial arts, one cannot heal through force. Moreover, gallstones are complex issues that even esteemed traditional doctors struggle to resolve. Their failures indicate a lack of mastery in their craft. If their skills were truly sufficient, they would undoubtedly be able to cure your ailment. Qin Shiming countered, aha. Chen Wenbin chuckled, too disinterested to engage with Qin Shiming further. Had it not been for Zhou Xingwen introducing him, he would have likely dismissed him outright. The attitude and words were far too arrogant. Jinshui, Zhong Yuan, and the others regarded Qin Shiming with increasingly cold expressions, while even Zhou Yin furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Zhou Xingwen and Zhou Tong, as if questioning the peculiar presence of this character. Zhou Xingwen forced a smile, feeling somewhat at a loss as to how to handle the situation. But he still inquired, Mr. Qin, do you possess medical knowledge? If I lack medical knowledge, Why would I claim to assist in removing the stones from his gallbladder? Qin Shiming replied, casting a glance at Zhou Xingwen. If I am not mistaken, you likely overexerted yourself last night, correct? Zhou Xingwen's expression faltered. What do you mean? To be more specific, you indulged excessively. Zhou Xingwen suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, especially with his uncle and sister present. Yet, Qin Shiming's words rang too true. Just the previous evening, 2 friends from Jinling had come to visit, bringing along a few young models. After holding back for too long, he had succumbed to temptation, and they had partied until the early hours. Qin Shiming's remark about excessive indulgence was indeed spot on. Brother, could it be that Mr. Qin is speaking the truth? You mentioned you were playing mahjong with Zhang Chun and the others last night. Zhou Tong, noticing her brother's expression, immediately expressed disdain. I can't believe I thought you were different from those lecherous men. Turns out you're no better. A distinction exists. They are reckless, while I merely sought some relaxation. Zhou Xingwen coughed lightly, maintaining his composure, and he then turned to Qin Shiming. But Mr. Qin, how did you come to know this? Upon hearing this, the gazes of those present fell upon Qin Shiming, indicating that Zhou Xingwen's reaction confirmed the accuracy of his earlier statement. How did Qin Shiming come to know this? Surely, Zhou Xingwen would not voluntarily disclose such matters to him. Qin Shiming chuckled. Have you forgotten? When we first met, you shook my hand. Zhou Xingwen, taken aback, exclaimed, just from a handshake. You discern my physical condition. In truth, I had an inkling even before the handshake. It was confirmed thereafter, Qin Shiming replied with a smile. Hiss. Zhou Xingwen inhaled sharply. He then hurriedly addressed Chen Wenbin, Chairman Chun. To be frank, my association with Mr. Qin stems from his prowess in martial arts. However, I had not anticipated his expertise in medicine as well. I suggest you let him try. Perhaps Mr. Qin can surprise you. At that moment, the gazes of several individuals in the private room began to shift towards Qin Shiming. Even Kong Tingqiu looked at him with eyes that sparkled with intrigue. This man was utterly transformed from 3 years ago. A master of martial arts, an adept in medicine. What has he experienced in these 3 years? Chun Wenbin regarded Qin Shiming, hesitating slightly before inquiring, what are the odds that you can remove my gallstone? Such a minor affliction. Do not bother asking me that, Qin Shiming replied. Chun Wenbin winced in pain, thinking how audacious. If Qin Shiming had said he had a 70 or 80% chance, he might have been more inclined to believe him. After all, a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner was at a loss for a remedy, yet here was Qin Shiming deeming it a trivial matter. Chairman, why not give it a try? Treat it as a desperate measure. You've already decided to undergo surgery. Even if Mr. Qin cannot cure you, it won't greatly affect you, Zhou Yin suggested. Very well. Chun Wenbin nodded and turned to Qin Shiming, asking, how do you intend to treat me? Acupuncture. Qin Shiming retrieved a thick strip of cloth from his pocket, unfolding it to reveal 9 silver needles. Please lie down on that sofa. I will perform acupuncture to alleviate your pain. Are you certain it will help? And that there won't be any side effects? Chun Wenbin asked with concern. When gallbladder inflammation strikes, the pain can be akin to that of childbirth. Such agony is difficult to resolve swiftly. And hospitals seldom prescribe painkillers, opting instead to reduce inflammation and wait for the pain to subside gradually. This was precisely why Chun Wenbin, who used to indulge in frequent drinking and socializing, chose to abstain after experiencing gallbladder inflammation. The pain was unbearable. During his last episode, he had rolled on the ground in distress. Oh, come now. Qin Shiming countered with a smile. It's merely acupuncture, not medication. Where would the side effects come from? True. Chen Wenbin finally understood, but then added, yet, can acupuncture truly relieve the pain of gallbladder inflammation? Other traditional Chinese doctors I consulted said it cannot. Qin Shiming offered no further explanation, simply stating, you'll find out if you try. All right. Chun Wenbin wasted no more words, promptly standing up and moving to the sofa, shedding his shirt and lying bare-chested. Qin Shiming sat beside him, first disinfecting the silver needles with alcohol. The 9 needles glimmered with a cold light, exuding an aura of danger. However, as Qin Shiming held the needles, he appeared almost artistic. With a calm demeanor, he swiftly inserted the needles into several acupoints on Chun Wenbin's upper abdomen. The entire process took less than a minute. The technique of needle insertion left the onlookers in the private room awestruck. dispelling any doubts about Qin Shiming's medical expertise after approximately 10 minutes. Qin Shiming deftly extracted the 9 needles. "How do you feel now?" he inquired while re-disinfecting the needles. "Remarkably, the pain in my abdomen has vanished. I feel completely well." Chen Wenbin stood up, astonished and elated, giving Qin Shiming a thumbs up. "Amazing! Your medical skills are truly extraordinary." Chapter 17. "It may cost you your life, old Chen. Are you truly fine now?" Li Jinshui asked with concern. "That I'm perfectly well." "Haha, I feel exceptionally comfortable, not a twinge of discomfort," Chen Wenbin replied. He then approached Qin Shiming and clasped his fists in gratitude. "Mr. Qin, thank you. I apologize for my earlier neglect and skepticism. Please accept my sincere apologies." His tone towards Qin Shiming had shifted to one of utmost respect. "Do not be in haste to thank me. My acupuncture merely alleviated your pain. The gallstones within you will require a few days of medication alongside my acupuncture treatment, and it will take at least a week to completely eliminate them," Qin Shiming explained. "Then that I shall rely on you for the next week, Mr. Qin," Chen Wenbin solemnly stated. "Once my gallstones are resolved, I will reward you handsomely." Qin Shiming waved his hand and asked a waiter for paper and pen, writing out the prescription and instructions. "Mr. Qin, I am truly impressed," Zhou Yin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to Qin Shiming. "I had no idea you excelled not only in martial arts, but also possessed such profound medical prowess. Truly remarkable." "Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for my earlier doubts," Li Jinshui said, somewhat sheepishly. "However, I still wish to inquire, do you have a remedy for hair loss?" At just over 40, he was already experiencing a receding hairline, which greatly troubled him. He had even contemplated undergoing a hair transplant, but had yet to muster the courage. "Your hair loss is neither hereditary nor due to any significant health issues. It merely results from poor blood circulation in the brain that a few sessions of acupuncture will soon restore your hair growth," Qin Shiming replied with a knowing smile. "We shall see if you have the courage to let me insert these needles into your forehead." Li Jinshui felt a shiver run down his spine but gritted his teeth, thinking, "It's just acupuncture. What is there to fear? Let us proceed." "Very well." Qin Shiming promptly took the freshly disinfected needles and inserted them into Li Jinshui's head. Minutes later, the acupuncture session concluded. Li Jinshui took a deep breath, looking utterly blissful. "Mr. Qin, can this acupuncture technique be passed down? If so, I would like to have my company's traditional Chinese medicine practitioners learn it, so they can provide me with acupuncture in the future. Even if it doesn't cure my hair loss, it would still be a delightful experience that can be passed down, but they want be able to master my technique." Qin Shiming replied bluntly to Li Jinshui's expression fell. However, Qin Shiming added, "I can assure you that within half a month, your dormant hair follicles will regain vitality, and new hair will sprout. In 2 months, you'll have a lush head of black hair." "All right, I believe you." "Thank you, my friend. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask," Li Jinshui said, handing Qin Shiming a business card. Qin Shiming accepted the card and then turned to Zhong Yuan, saying, "Mr. Zhong, may I offer my services to address your ailments?" "Old Zhong has ailments too?" "Surely not," Li Jinshui exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, I thought old Zhong was in perfect health. What ailments could he possibly have?" Chen Wenbin echoed, puzzled. Zhong Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "Mr. Qin, I don't believe I have any issues." Qin Shiming shrugged. "It's entirely up to you. If you feel no need for treatment, then so be it." Cough, "Mr. Qin, do you mean you've already discerned my ailments?" Zhong Yuan asked, clearing his throat. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking. From your appearance and voice, I have formed a preliminary assessment of your condition. While it may not be entirely accurate, I would venture to say it's close. Qin Shiming explained that if you feel embarrassed to disclose your condition, I can simply take your pulse and treat you. Come now, old Zhong, we have been friends for decades. What is there to hide? Indeed, let us not dawdle. Speak up. Li Jinshui and Chen Wenbin chimed in, eager for Zhong Yuan to reveal his condition. All right, I will speak, but you must promise not to laugh, or I will cut ties with you, Zhong Yuan said, his face flushing. Over the past year, since opening a clothing store and working tirelessly, though I haven't developed any major issues, my health has deteriorated. I find I cannot endure as long during intimate moments at a clothing store. Oh right, Your store is quite impressive. It has gained significant notoriety in Jianghai City. Li Jinshui remarked, struggling to suppress a smile. But when you say you cannot endure as long, what exactly do you mean? Li Jinshui, do you want to fight me right now? Zhong Yuan retorted, grabbing a wine bottle from the table in anger. Cough, I was wrong. I apologize. Li Jinshui quickly backtracked, then turned to Qin Shiming. Mr. Qin, can you treat old Zhong's condition? I can. Qin Shiming directly stated. Lie down. I will administer acupuncture to you now and prescribe a course of medicine that if you persist for a month, it can restore you to the vigor of your 30s. In fact, you should start to feel some effects in the next couple of days. Is it truly that miraculous? Very well, I shall trouble you, Mr. Qin. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan promptly shed his clothes and lay down on the sofa. Qin Shiming stepped forward to perform the acupuncture. After completing the procedure, he wrote out a prescription. Meanwhile, Li Jinshui and Chen Wenbin exchanged glances. Chen Wenbin gestured subtly, prompting Li Jinshui to inquire, Mr. Qin, can both old Zhong and I take the medicine you prescribe for him? Qin Shiming chuckled. Understanding their implication, he replied, You may take it, but the dosage must be halved. Furthermore, during this period, you must receive acupuncture from me once a week to fully absorb the medicine's effects. Otherwise, taking it could be detrimental to you. Very well. We shall trouble you, Mr. Qin. The two men were instantly elated. Jinshu even turned to Zhou Yun and said, Director Zhou, why are you still so calm? If you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to inform Mr. Qin. Even if you feel fine, you could still benefit from the medicine prescribed for old Zhong. Zhou Yun smiled wryly, responding, Thank you for your concern. But I am in excellent health and do not wish to trouble Qins for the traditional medicine old Zhong is taking. I have no need for it. You may partake. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shiming addressed him, saying, Director Zhou, while their ailments are indeed minor and not life-threatening, the issues with your health are quite serious. At this proclamation, the entire private room fell silent. Mr. Qin, are you jesting? Zhou Tong was the first to break the silence. Had they not witnessed Qin Shiming's medical prowess firsthand, they might have been inclined to protest vehemently, as his words seemed to border on a curse. I am not joking, nor do I take pleasure in jesting. Qin Shiming replied, shaking his head. Zhou Yun furrowed his brow and said, Mr. Qin, please be forthright. What exactly is wrong with my health? Additionally, I have not felt any discomfort, and I underwent a comprehensive physical examination just 2 months ago, which indicated I am in excellent health. Qin Shiming responded, The issues with your health have only recently manifested. If they had been present 2 months ago, forgive my bluntness, but you would likely have already found yourself in a grave. Chapter 18. Could it be yet another request for money? The entire room erupted in commotion. Mr. Qin, please be direct. What ailment does old Zhou suffer from? Indeed, if it is inconvenient to discuss this publicly, we can step outside, Li Jinshui and the others said urgently, genuinely concerned for Zhou Yun's well-being. Zhou Yun himself, however, looked at Qin Shiming with skepticism. Despite having just witnessed his medical expertise, he found it hard to believe that he harbored a life-threatening issue. After all, he operated in the medicinal herb business and was surrounded by several skilled traditional Chinese doctors. If there were any serious problems with his health, they should have been detected by now. Right? Mr. Zhou, may I see the jade pendant around your neck? Zhou Yun promptly removed the pendant and handed it to Qin Shiming. After examining the pendant for a moment, Qin Shiming asked, You must have only recently begun wearing this pendant? Yes, I started wearing it about a week ago, Zhou Yun confirmed with a nod. Qin Shiming continued his inquiry. How did you come by this pendant? Zhou Yun replied, To be candid, it was a gift from a close friend who knows of my fondness for antiques. He specifically sought it out from an antique market. According to him, this pendant was unearthed from the tomb of Liang Zhuangwang during the Tianming dynasty, and he paid quite a sum to acquire it. After a brief silence, Qin Shiming said, I do not wish to pry into other matters, but I must inform you that this pendant is problematic. Problematic? Indeed. Observe closely. Qin Shiming nodded. In the next moment, he began to channel the Run Huangjing. All present instinctively focused on the jade pendant. Soon, the seemingly smooth and skillfully crafted pendant began to emanate tendrils of black mist. The mist lingered in the air for a moment before coalescing into a grotesque human face. The face twisted and writhed, emitting a shrill, terrifying scream that sent chills down their spines. Zhou Tong's complexion paled slightly upon witnessing this. Before long, with a wave of Qin Shiming's hand, the face formed of black mist disintegrated and vanished. Unfortunately, it was merely an ordinary vengeful spirit. It does not significantly enhance my cultivation, Qin Shiming remarked as he effortlessly refined the spirit. Though the improvement to his prowess was minimal, Mr. Qin, what was that just now? Zhou Yun asked, his heart racing. His face had turned ashen, filled with panic. He could hardly believe that the jade pendant he had worn for a week concealed such a terrifying entity, a vengeful spirit. Qin Shiming replied, candidly, this spirit resides within the pendant. For an ordinary person, wearing it would allow the spirit to gradually absorb their soul energy. Within 3 to 5 days, it poses little threat. After 7 days, nightmares will begin. After 10 days, one may experience fainting spells. If it persists for half a month, the spirit will successfully drain the essence of the soul, specifically the heavenly soul among the 3 souls, resulting in death. Hiss. Zhou Yun slumped into his chair, his face drained of color. Jin Shui and the others were equally horrified. Zhou Xingwen stood up, looking at Zhou Yun. Second uncle, who gifted you this pendant? I will fetch them to confront them. Forget it, there is no need that I will handle this matter myself. After a moment, Zhou Yun shook his head. Rising to his feet, he clasped his hands in gratitude to Qin Shiming, saying, Mr. Qin, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Please let me know what sort of compensation you require. Whatever Zhou Yun, can provide, I will do my utmost, Mr. Qin. I too will express my thanks that if you heal my body, I will surely repay you handsomely. Zhong Yuan chimed in. Everyone, Qin Shiming, do not require any compensation. I merely ask for your assistance with a small favor, Qin Shiming said, writing down the names of several medicinal herbs on a piece of paper. These 6 herbs are of great importance to me, that if you truly wish to express your gratitude, I would be grateful if you could help me acquire them. So Mr. Qin is seeking medicinal herbs? What a trivial matter. We are in the business of selling herbs. After we finish our meal, I will consult our company staff to ensure we procure these 6 herbs for you, Li Jinshui assured. Mr. Qin, after you have healed us, you only request a few herbs? Zhou Yun added. Indeed, Mr. Qin, do not hesitate to ask. Especially you, Director Zhou, you are a veritable god of wealth. Please do not hold back. Li Jinshui and the others enthusiastically expressed their support. Zhou Yun, being particularly straightforward, pulled out a bank card and handed it to Qin Shiming, saying, Mr. Qin, this card contains 20 million. Please be sure to accept it. Upon seeing this, Li Jinshui and the others gasped in awe, marveling at the wealth displayed. However, Qin Shiming raised his hand, gently pressing down on Zhou Yun's hand that held the card. Director Zhou and the 3 other gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, please help me locate these 6 herbs. They are genuinely vital to me. Very well. With Qin Shiming's words, Zhou Yun had no choice but to retract the bank card, promising, Mr. Qin, you can rest assured I will take care of acquiring these 6 herbs. In that case, I shall await news from you all. Qin Shiming smiled and clasped his hands. During the meal, Zhou Yun and the others repeatedly toasted to Qin Shiming, treating him with the utmost respect, as if he were their superior. After all, Qin Shiming's medical skills were astounding, and cultivating a relationship with someone of such caliber was invaluable. Far beyond what money could measure, in critical moments, he could save lives. After the meal, Qin Shiming politely declined Zhou Yun's insistence to stay and departed directly. Li Jinshui and the others hurriedly left as well, heading back to their respective companies, clearly eager to inquire about the medicinal herbs. Second uncle, about that jade pendant. Zhou Xingwen approached, filled with concern. Now that they were alone, he felt emboldened to ask. Zhou Xingwen raised his hand to interrupt, saying, You need not worry about this matter. I will handle it myself. You simply need to assist me with one task. Further investigate Mr. Qin. He declined money, so let's see if he has any other needs. Understood. Zhou Xingwen nodded eagerly. Qin Shiming did not continue his search for the herbs. If even Zhou Yun and the others could not procure them, then he would likely fare no better outside. Shiming, you have been out all morning. Did you find a satisfactory job? as soon as he arrived home. Chin Jun eagerly inquired. Father, I visited several companies this morning, but it is not currently the peak hiring season, so they are not recruiting at the moment. Chin Shiming was momentarily taken aback. He had nearly forgotten that he had told his father he was going out today to seek employment. I suppose I should ponder this matter further over the next few days and see if there are any other jobs that might suit me. Did I ask that so? Very well then, take your time to think it over, and strive to find a stable job soon. Without a steady position, it would be difficult to even find a girlfriend, Chin Jun said with evident concern. Chin Shiming was rendered speechless. It seemed that his father's insistence on him finding a job was primarily motivated by a desire for him to find a girlfriend. After finishing their meal, Chin Jun took Chin Shiming out the door, carrying 2 bags in hand. Dad, where are we headed? Chin Shiming inquired. Puzzled, we're going to your uncle's house, Chin Jun replied, leaning on his cane. Although his pace was somewhat slower, he moved with a certain agility. I have been thinking about this all afternoon, and I truly believe we cannot delay your job search any longer. Since you are struggling to find work on your own, let us be humble and seek assistance from your uncle and your cousin. The last time I visited your uncle, I heard that your cousin had just joined a company. Perhaps she can help you get a foot in the door. Work. Chin Shiming could not help but smile wryly. He genuinely wished to reveal his identity in the Northern Border War Department to his father, which would alleviate his father's worries about finding him a job. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. The discipline within his unit was stringent and perilous. There were numerous adversaries lurking outside, and if word got out, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat, as for visiting his uncle's house. He had heard from his father that his uncle had taken good care of their family over the past 2 or 3 years. Approximately an hour later, Chin Shiming and his father, Chin Jun, arrived at a residential complex called Jun Shanghai via BUS. In stark contrast to their own neighborhood. Jun Shanghai could almost be described as an affluent community. The greenery was meticulously maintained, and most of the vehicles entering and exiting the area were luxury cars. After registering at the security booth, the father and son made their way into the complex and approached the entrance of their second uncle's home. It was an elevator apartment located on the 16th floor. After knocking, the door was swiftly opened by a woman in her 50s. Elder brother, you're here again. Upon seeing Chin Jun, a flicker of wariness and disdain crossed her face. That you're not here to borrow money again. Are you? Shally, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to ask for money. It really is Shimming. I thought you were sentenced to 5 years. If I recall correctly, only 3 years have passed. How are you out already? Lu Xiaoli glanced at Chin Shiming with an air of sarcasm. In the past, she had felt a twinge of jealousy towards Chin Shiming for his outstanding academic achievements, always ranking first in his class. Her discomfort only deepened upon hearing that he had become associated with the Fong family, as it meant that their family status would surpass theirs, given that Chin Shiming's family had once been of lesser means. Who's here? A voice belonging to a middle-aged man emanated from within the house. It's elder brother and Chin Shiming. Lu Xiaoli reluctantly stepped aside, saying, Come in. Shiming, is it really you? You're out already? As soon as they entered, a figure hurried towards them. It was Chin Shiming's second uncle, Chin Donghai. Chin Donghai was slender and wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of cultured elegance. Uncle, aunt, thank you for looking after my family over the past 3 years, Chin Shiming said with a smile. Though his second aunt had a somewhat sharp tongue, she wasn't entirely unkind, and Chin Shiming chose not to hold grudges against her. We're family. Why bother with such formalities? Come to the living room and sit down. Just so happens we have guests over, and I've just brewed some fine tea for you to enjoy, Chin Donghai said as he took the bag from Chin Shiming's hands and led him into the living room. Chin Donghai's residence spanned a generous 150 square meters. The decor appeared simple, yet the materials and furnishings were meticulously chosen, creating an aura of understated elegance. Chin Shiming was particularly well acquainted with his uncle's situation, but he knew that Chin Donghai worked in some government agency and that his aunt was employed at a bank. In any case, their family's financial standing far surpassed his own. After all, his father, Chin Jun, had not attended a prestigious university. He had moved to the provincial capital, Jinling, at a young age to work as a servant for a wealthy family. At tea that moment, 2 individuals were seated on the living room sofa. One was Chin Donghai's daughter, Chin Manxue, She wore a pink fluffy bear t-shirt atop blue jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs, enhancing her allure. Her features were delicate and beautiful, radiating a pure and innocent aura reminiscent of a neighborly girl. The other was a young man dressed in a refined blue-collar shirt, adorned with an expensive watch, exuding an air of sophistication typical of a social elite. "Monsieur, your uncle and cousin have arrived. Pour them some tea," Qin Donghai instructed. "Hello, uncle." Qin Manchue stood up, casting a complex glance at Qin Shiming, her tone noticeably cold. "How did you get out so soon? Guarantee you supposed to be incarcerated for another 2 years." Due to Qin Shiming's remarkable academic records, Qin Manchue had idolized him since childhood. However, the revelation that he had become a son-in-law and had served time in prison shattered the image she held of him, leading to a sense of disdain. Upon hearing Qin Manchue's question, curiosity sparked among Qin Donghai and the others. Joining the army? They were all momentarily taken aback. "Elder brother, are you joking?" Lu Xiaoli was the first to express disbelief. 3 years ago, he was involved in a fatal car accident. How could he not serve time and just enlist instead? "Well, if you come again, don't bring anything. Can't I just trust you?" "You." Cough. "Elder brother, please don't be upset. Xiaoli is just like this." Qin Jun interjected, anxious to avert any potential conflict. "Elder brother, Shiming, allow me to introduce you." He gestured toward the young man beside Qin Manchu. "This is Manchue's boyfriend, Zhang Mingjie. They work at the same company, and he's already a mid-level manager there. No, I've merely been promoted twice," Zhang Mingjie said, feigning modesty. "Promoted twice? That is quite impressive. You're truly a promising young man." Qin Jun praised. Meanwhile, a hint of pride flickered across Qin Manchue's face. Zhang Mingjie, wearing a smile, inquired about Qin Shiming, yet his eyes betrayed a mocking undertone. He had heard Qin Manchu mention Qin Shiming before. Although she had expressed some aversion towards him recently, she had once regarded him as an idol. Thus, Zhang Mingjie harbored a dislike for Qin Shiming. "Once a top student, how could it be difficult for you to find a satisfactory job?" Zhang Mingjie feigned surprise. "You mentioned it. Although he was once a top student, that was in the past. 3 years have passed, and he has no work experience during that time. How could he possibly secure a good job? Just finding a position as a security guard would be considered fortunate," Lu Xiaoli interjected sarcastically. Cough. Mingjie was also a top student. He graduated from Jianghai University, so being a security guard is not his fate. Qin Donghai coughed lightly, and then turned to Qin Manchue. "Manchue, I recall you mentioning today that your company is expanding and urgently needs to hire new staff. Why don't you introduce Shiming to them?" "That's absolutely out of the question. Our company is a big one, and ordinary people cannot just join." Qin Manchue replied with evident reluctance. "I understand your company is prestigious, but isn't Shiming also a graduate of a reputable university?" "There's a chance it could be noticed," Qin Donghai suggested, then turned to Zhang Mingjie. "Besides, isn't Mingjie a mid-level manager of your company? If he could lend a word to the HR department, it shouldn't be too difficult for Shiming to get hired. Would you really have Mingjie intervene?" That, of course, it's a trivial matter," Zhang Mingjie replied generously. "Since Shiming is Manchue's cousin, he is also my cousin. I will certainly help by speaking with the HR department." "Ha! That is splendid. Mingjie, you're quite reasonable," Qin Donghai said with satisfaction. "Elder brother, your future son-in-law is quite impressive," Qin Jun remarked joyfully, turning to Qin Shiming. "Shiming, you should thank Manchue's boyfriend." Qin Shiming forced a smile. "Dad, I could take my time looking for a job." Qin Jun shot him a stern look. "What do you mean, take your time? Don't you know that your mother is most anxious for you to find a job as soon as possible?" Qin Shiming felt utterly helpless. Presently, they were eager for him to secure employment, but once he did, they would likely begin to pressure him to find a girlfriend and subsequently settle down and start a family. Nonetheless, he could discern that Zhang Mingjie did not genuinely wish to assist him. There was no guarantee that he would even be able to secure a position at the company where his cousin worked. "All right, thank you very much." Qin Shiming expressed his gratitude to Zhang Mingjie. "Don't mention it," Zhang Mingjie replied. "Haha, let us expedite this matter. Ming, prepare your resume for tomorrow. Let Manchue drive you to the company for the interview. And strive to start working early to establish stability." Qin Donghai laughed heartily. "All right," Qin Ming replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Qin Manchue remained silent, yet a layer of frost appeared on her delicate face. On the other side, Qin Manchue was also seeing off Zhang Mingjie. With a light huff, she said, "In any case, I won't allow him to enter our company. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable." Chapter 20. Are you yearning for your senior sister's body? Zhang Mingjie laughed. "Manchue, I know you well. But given the situation just now, do you think you could refuse your father?" Qin Manchue furrowed her brows. "Indeed, my father has been exceedingly generous to my uncle's family, especially in the past couple of years, frequently lending them money that I doubt they'll ever repay." Repay? Given their current state, it would be a stroke of luck if they don't continue to ask your family for money. Zhang Mingjie held Qin Shiming in disdain. Yet he added, "However, letting Qin Shiming work at our company aligns with your father's wishes, and your mother hasn't objected in that case. It seems inappropriate for me to deny him." Qin Manchue frowned and said, "What should we do then? Unless it's a matter of principle, my mother seldom contradicts my father. Don't let her fierce demeanor fool you. She seems rather harsh towards my uncle's family. But their relationship is genuinely strong, or else my father wouldn't have married into her family. Indeed, uncle and aunt's relationship is quite commendable." Zhang Mingjie smiled slightly, though he felt a pang of envy. Qin Manchue's mother holds considerable influence in Jianghai City. With their family business valued over $1 billion, Manchue, I have a compromise in mind. Let me know if it suits you. Zhang Mingjie continued, since Qin Shiming wishes to join our company. Let him. The HR manager is a good friend of mine. I'll give him a heads up to ensure he personally interviews him tomorrow. Ultimately, we can make things a bit difficult for Qin Shiming. And then, under the pretext of him not meeting the standards, we can keep him but assign him to the security department as a mere doorman. How does that sound? A security guard. Hearing this, Qin Manchue's beautiful eyes brightened, and she nodded repeatedly. Yes, let us proceed with that. It's not too bad. He has served 3 years in prison, and most companies wouldn't hire him even as a security guard. My father won't have anything to say about it either. Mingjie, thank you. Why thank me? As long as you're happy. Zhang Mingjie chuckled, filled with a sense of superiority. Qin Manchue's former idol is destined to become a mere watchman at the company, while he, Zhang Mingjie, is a middle-level manager poised to ascend to senior management soon. Between them, one is like an emperor, while the other resembles a beggar. Shiming, finish your resume tonight. Wake up early tomorrow to print it. And then go to the company with Manchue for the interview. Strive to start working tomorrow, Qin Jun said with a smile as he watched Qin Shiming unlock the door. All right, Dad. I'll do my best to start working tomorrow. Qin Shiming replied with a grin. Xiao Chao. Qin Shiming's expression changed slightly, and he quickly walked into Xiao Chao's room. Uncle, I feel so unwell. Xiao Chao lay on the bed, seemingly sensing Qin Shiming's presence. She struggled to open her eyes and said weakly, Don't worry, Xiao Chao. Your uncle is here, and you will be all right soon. Qin Shiming reassured her before examining her condition. Indeed, Xiao Chao's fever was not ordinary. The toxins had spread further than this rate. She might not last a month. Shiming, Xiao Chao's fever has reached 39 degrees, and it might not be a regular fever. We should take her to the hospital, Chen Lian said anxiously, her face filled with concern. Mom and Dad, don't worry just yet. I can manage Xiao Chao's current condition, Qin Shiming stated as he retrieved a silver needle. This is a silver needle? Shiming, you know medicine? Qin Jun asked in surprise. Yes, I actually have another identity in the War Department. That of a military doctor, Qin Shiming nodded, focusing on administering the needle to Xiao Chao. 1 month, Qin Shiming put away the silver needle. Gazing at the sleeping Xiao Chao, he murmured, within a month, I must neutralize the toxins in Xiao Chao's body. Otherwise, Shiming. Mom and Dad, let us discuss this outside. Qin Shiming stood and led his parents to the living room, continuing, Mom and Dad, I have managed to control Xiao Chao's illness. By the way, I need to tell you something else. Xiao Chao does not have cancer. Xiao Chao doesn't have cancer. Qin Jun and Chen Lian exclaimed in shock. Shiming, what is going on? We took Xiao Chao to the hospital for examinations for 2 to 3 months, and all the results indicated that she has liver cancer, and it's at an advanced stage. How can you say she doesn't have cancer? Father, the pathology result from medical equipment can be 99.9 accurate, but errors can occur. I can assure you 100% that Xiao Chao does not have cancer. Qin Shiming affirmed. Really? Of course, would I lie to you? After some thought, Qin Shiming decided not to inform his parents about Xiao Chao's poisoning to avoid causing them worry. Shiming, then what exactly is wrong with Xiao Chao? Do you have a way to cure her? Chun Lian pressed. Mom, Xiao Chao's illness is somewhat unique, and it's hard for me to explain. But rest assured, I can definitely cure her. It just requires some time. I promise, within a month, I will fully heal Xiao Chao. This promise was not only made to his parents, but also to himself that a month is the longest deadline, that he must strive to detoxify Xiao Chao in the shortest time possible. Hello, Mr. Qin. Zhou Yun's voice quickly came through. Hello, Director Zhou. I would like to inquire about the 6 medicinal herbs I asked you to help me find today. How is the search going? Qin Shiming directly asked. Zhou Yun hesitated. Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize, but the 6 medicinal herbs you mentioned are exceedingly rare. We consulted many experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctors, and 3 of the herbs were ones they had never even heard of. In the end, only one of the herbs was available from Old Zhong's company. Only one herb. Although he had been mentally prepared, Qin Shiming still felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Mr. Qin, I have ensured that Old Zhong will reserve this herb for you today as for the other 5. We will continue to make every effort to locate them and will inform you immediately if we have any news. Zhou Yun assured him. All right, thank you. After hanging up, Qin Shiming quickly dialed another number. The alluring voice of his senior sister, Yu Shuang, came through the line. So, are you missing your senior sister, or are you yearning for her body? Chapter 21. I am not that kind of person. Upon hearing Yu Shuang's words, Qin Shiming felt a wave of embarrassment that I do wish for your body, but I wouldn't dare touch it. The old man would certainly break my legs. 3 years ago, when he first entered the field, the old man had warned him that regardless of how close he and Yu Shuang became, even if feelings developed, they were not to cross the final line. Otherwise, he would face severe consequences. Sister, I have something serious to discuss. Qin Shiming said earnestly. Oh, what is it? Yu Shuang inquired. That I need to find a few medicinal herbs. But they're hard to come by in Jianghai City, so I wanted to ask if you could help me look for them in the War Department. Qin Shiming explained. Why do you need medicinal herbs? Yu Shuang asked. Qin Shiming recounted the details of Xiao Chao's poisoning, his father's injury, and the tragedy that befell his elder brother and sister-in-law. Those despicable scoundrels are unbelievably cruel, even targeting a 5-year-old girl. Yu Shuang was infuriated. Junior brother, should I lead the Wolfhead team to investigate everything right now? Sister, please don't rush. I will find a way to uncover the truth myself. However, my immediate priority is to neutralize the toxins in Xiao Chao's body. Therefore, 2 of the medicinal herbs must be found as soon as possible, Qin Shiming said with a wry smile. Yu Shuang, being straightforward, might have mobilized the Wolfhead team to Jianghai City if he hadn't intervened. If that happened, it would not only shake Jianghai City, but the entire Yanhuang Kingdom. The Wolfhead team is an elite squad that traverses the northern borders, consisting of only a few dozen members, each possessing the strength of a master AKT present. Jianghai City has only one master. All right, send me the names of the herbs, and I will search for them in the War Department in the northern region. Additionally, I will try to contact our master, see if he can assist in locating them. If that fails, I might have to ask the Yuja family for help, Yu Shuang said. Thank you, sister. Qin Shiming expressed his gratitude. The Yu family is one of the prominent powers in Jinling City. Yu Shuang is the princess of the Yu clan. However, her relationship with the family is rather strained. After engaging in a phone call with her senior sister for over an hour, her sister reluctantly ended the conversation. Setting down her phone, Qin Shiming sat cross-legged and began to cultivate, channeling the human emperor scripture. Although he had already attained a late stage of transformation, he felt that he was still too weak. If he could reach the divine realm and cultivate spiritual energy, he would not need to go to great lengths to search for medicinal herbs, but a wisp of heaven and earth spiritual energy could rival all manner of herbs. This was also the reason why Yu Shuang mentioned contacting the old man, as their master was indeed a divine being. However, their master was notoriously elusive, especially over the past year, during which Qin Shiming and the others had only seen him once. At the same time, in the Kongyan Villa area, Zhou Yin resided there. Zhou Xingwen drove to Zhou Yin's villa, navigating his way to Zhou Yin's study with ease. Uncle, did you need something? He inquired. Please, have a seat. Zhou Yin poured a cup of tea for Zhou Xingwen and said, Xingwen, Mr. Qin tasked us with finding several rare medicinal herbs, but today we've only managed to locate one. Only one. Zhou Xingwen exclaimed. Are the herbs Mr. Qin mentioned truly that rare? Zhou Yin nodded. Indeed, while they aren't exceedingly expensive, they are quite difficult to procure. Among them, there are 3 herbs that our company's seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have never even heard of. However, what's truly significant is that Mr. Qin not only assisted your grandfather immensely, but is also my savior. I feel a deep sense of guilt for failing to fulfill his first request. What can we do? Zhou Xingwen pondered for a moment before suggesting. Uncle, perhaps we could compensate Mr. Qin from another source? Yes, that was my thought as well, which is why I summoned you here. Zhou Yin then picked up a prepared document from the table and handed it to Zhou Xingwen, saying, Our Kain Group is the largest shareholder of Galaxy Entertainment Limited, owning 60% of its shares. This is the share transfer agreement. Please take it to Mr. Qin for his signature. From now on, this company will belong to him. Galaxy Entertainment? Zhou Xingwen remarked, Uncle, our family shares in Galaxy Entertainment are worth less than 100 million, right? And that's just the shares, not cash. Why not simply gift Mr. Qin 100 million directly? Zhou Yin retorted, Are you foolish? Do you think Mr. Qin is an ordinary person? He is a martial arts master. Giving him cash is simply crass. Furthermore, while our shares may not yet amount to 100 million, the company's development prospects are excellent. In a year or two, it could easily double in value to that point. Mr. Qin could choose to retain his shares or liquidate them, or even arrange for his friends and family to work there. This is far superior to simply handing him 100 million. Zhou Xingwen gave a thumbs up. I understand now, Uncle, your plan is brilliant. Truly, experience is invaluable. Ahem, how can you say I'm idling away my time? Zhou Yin replied. Besides, didn't you mention this morning that you wanted me to take you to that place for a look? Get lost, you little rascal. The following morning, Qin Shiming rose early, just as he finished preparing breakfast. His phone vibrated. It was a call from Zhou Xingwen. Hello? Mr. Qin, do you have a moment? Is something the matter? Well, I'm currently outside your house and need to discuss something with you. Outside my house? All right, I'm coming out. After putting away his phone, Qin Shiming stepped outside to find Zhou Xingwen standing next to a fully equipped Porsche Cayenne. Although he was not surprised that Zhou Xingwen knew where he lived, he felt no anger towards him for having investigated. What brings you here so early? Qin Shiming inquired. Mr. Qin, my uncle mentioned that he was unable to fulfill your request, and he feels quite guilty about it. So he asked me to bring this document for you to sign. Zhou Xingwen presented the share transfer agreement and a pen. Wait, Mr. Qin, you must sign this. If I fail to deliver, my future happiness will be at stake. What do you mean? It means if you don't sign, my uncle won't allow me to go to the nightclubs anymore. I'll sign. But as for the nightlife, I'm not that type of person. With that, Qin Shiming took the share agreement and signed it. Zhou Xingwen burst into laughter. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for preserving my happiness. If you have time, do visit Galaxy Entertainment. The company is quite impressive, and there are plenty of beautiful ladies there. Additionally, I will send your phone number and photo to the company president, and I'll share their number with you shortly. All right, Qin Shiming nodded. Have you eaten breakfast? If not, come in and have some. No. Please enjoy your meal. I wouldn't want to intrude. Although Zhou Xingwen wanted to seize every opportunity to befriend Qin Shiming, he refrained from interrupting the family's breakfast. He quickly got in his car and drove away. After finishing breakfast, Qin Shiming went to a nearby print shop to prepare a resume. Around 9 o'clock, Qin Manxue arrived in a red Audi A4 at the entrance of the neighborhood. Get in, she said to Qin Shiming as he approached the passenger door and reached for the handle. She quickly added, You should sit in the back. Qin Shiming was taken aback, but chose not to argue and sat in the back seat. Is this what you're wearing for the interview? Qin Manxue asked, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. He was dressed in a white t-shirt, black casual pants, and a pair of Zhongning sneakers. It's too casual, she remarked. Though he was too lazy to shop and didn't want to waste money, he viewed the interview as merely a formality to avoid upsetting his father and to honor his uncle's goodwill. To him, working was just a waste of time. If he truly wanted a job, he could take up the offer from Zhou Yin's company. Wouldn't being a boss be far more comfortable than being an employee? Noticing his attire, Qin Manxue frowned slightly, displeased. However, She quickly recalled that Zhang Mingjie had already instructed her to ensure that regardless of Qin Shiming's interview performance, he would end up in the security department as a junior guard. Thus, she felt no need to comment further. Once you join the company, you are not to mention our relationship to your colleagues. Understood? She warned him coolly. Qin Shiming sensed that Qin Manxue still did not fully grasp the situation. As for her attitude towards him, he found his feelings somewhat conflicted. During their high school and university days, she had shown him great respect and admiration, often seeking his advice on academic matters. She would affectionately address him as cousin, akin to a close brother. Now that she merely called him by his name. Throughout the drive, Qin Manxue played music loudly, clearly not wishing to converse with Qin Shiming. He took the opportunity to close his eyes and rest. About half an hour later, they arrived in front of a large building. Levels 15 to 17 belong to our company. The 15th floor houses the security, logistics, and human resources departments, while the 16th and 17th floors contain other departments. You need not concern yourself with those. Simply proceed to the 15th floor for your interview. After parking, Qin Manxue glanced at Qin Shiming and coldly stated a brief farewell before swiftly walking towards the building. Clearly unwilling to accompany him inside, Qin Shiming did not mind. He waited until she had entered before approaching with his resume. After registering at the reception on the first floor, he made his way to the elevator. There was a directional map near the elevator, displaying the names and brief descriptions of the companies on each floor. While he waited for the elevator, he casually glanced at the map. However, upon seeing the names of the companies on the 15th to 17th floors, he was taken aback, for the name was unmistakably Galaxy Entertainment Limited Chapter 22. It is you who should be leaving, isn't it? What a coincidence. Qin Shiming smiled faintly at the name. Soon, the elevator arrived at the first floor, and he boarded it, heading straight to the 15th floor. Hello, I'm here for an interview, Qin Shiming announced at the front desk. Hello, please fill out this registration form first. The receptionist handed him a form. Qin Shiming quickly filled it out, then followed her directions to the interview room in the Human Resources Department. Outside the interview room, 2 others were waiting in line. However, their wait was not long. Within 10 minutes, the 2 candidates ahead of him finished their interviews. After a young woman exited the room, a voice called out from inside. Next, Qin Shiming approached and knocked on the door before pushing it open. The individual responsible for the interview was a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, with sparse hair and a somewhat overweight physique. Beside him stood an assistant. Qin Shiming stepped forward and handed over his resume, then took a seat opposite, waiting for the other party to peruse his document. In just 3 seconds, the head of the HR department, Li Bin, set the resume down, his expression darkening as he regarded Qin Shiming. Is this your resume? Yes. Qin Shiming nodded in affirmation. This is your resume? What is this if not a resume? Have you ever seen a resume as simplistic as yours, aside from your name and phone number? It lacks any additional information. You don't even include your ethnicity or gender. Ethnicity and gender. Once you see me, won't that be abundantly clear? A resume. The notion of such a trivial document seemed utterly wasteful to Qin Shiming. He mused that he could have spent the time better practicing a celestial scripture or entertaining a little grass with a storied Li Bin's assistant, a woman named Yang Shuifeng, leaned in to take a glance. In the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment, as if she were gazing at an extraterrestrial. Over the past 2 years, she had accompanied the minister in interviewing at least hundreds of candidates. Yet this was her first encounter with such a peculiar resume. Li Bin inhaled deeply, grappling with the urge to slam the table and dismiss him. However, recalling his promise to Zhang Mingjie to retain Qin Shiming, he ultimately restrained himself. Setting the resume aside, he appraised Qin Shiming anew and declared, "Very well, let us commence the interview." Commence the interview? Qin Shiming was somewhat taken aback. Shouldn't they have simply sent him away? Given the simplicity of his resume, he had intended to spare them both the trouble. Yet, since they still wished to proceed with the formalities, he was willing to indulge them for a few more minutes. All right, he replied affirmatively. I shall pose the first question. Do you have any work experience? If so, please recount it now. That I have no work experience. I merely served as a soldier for 3 years. Soldier, Li Bin silently scoffed. He continued with his inquiries. The second question. Just before you entered, a young lady exited. Did you notice what animal was embroidered on the collar of her coat? Qin Shiming opened his mouth. Bewildered by the absurdity of this interview question, he had heard of interviewers posing quirky questions, but he never anticipated encountering one himself. Security department? Qin Shiming hesitated. Was this merely because he had served for 3 years? No, that could not be right. His resume was devoid of any details, and he had mentioned his military service without any supporting evidence. Clearly, this was a prearranged favor from Zhang Mingji, minister at this juncture. Yang Shuifeng, seated beside Li Bin, interjected, his resume is completely blank. Although he claims to have served for 3 years, he has provided no proof. Furthermore, the security department is not short of personnel. Is it proper to assign him directly to that department? Yang Shuifeng. Li Bin, do not require your guidance in my affairs, Li Bin retorted, his expression darkening with displeasure. You. Yang Shuifeng pressed her lips together, choosing silence. Meanwhile, Qin Shiming furrowed his brow. Was this HR minister truly so unreasonable? Had it been prior to today, he might have disregarded it and walked out. However, now he held a 60% stake in Galaxy Shuyu Company and was its major shareholder. Such a high-ranking individual beneath him was utterly unacceptable. Very well, Qin Shiming nodded and remarked. The young lady from earlier had a small butterfly embroidered on her collar. More specifically, it was a movable butterfly. A butterfly, Li Bin scoffed internally, uncertain if the girl he had seen earlier truly bore such an emblem. He was merely throwing out a question to provoke Qin Shiming. Both he and Yang Shuifeng were taken aback, sent a message to the technical department, and have them pull up the surveillance footage. Li Bin instructed Yang Shuifeng. Without hesitation, she retrieved her phone and messaged her colleagues in the technical department. Shortly thereafter, she received a video clip. Upon viewing it, Li Bin leaned in to observe as well. After watching, both were left in shock that it indeed was a butterfly. As for whether it was a movable butterfly, they had no way of knowing, as they were not well-versed in butterflies. It seems you were quite fortunate. You must have caught a glimpse of that butterfly on her garment at just the right moment, Li Bin remarked with a cold smirk. That I was indeed fortunate, for not only did I see the butterfly on her clothing, but I also noticed she was wearing a striped shirt dress, which is a youthful effect, complemented by vintage tassels that impart a charming aura. Moreover, she wore a pair of white square-toed high heels, which provided a retro yet stylish impression, perfectly harmonizing with her attire. As Qin Shiming spoke, a thoughtful expression crossed his face, and after 3 seconds, he continued, additionally, if I recall correctly, her height was approximately 1.71 meters, with her bust, waist, and hip measurements roughly estimated at 84 centimeters, 61 centimeters, and 90 centimeters, respectively. Li Bin and Yang Shuifeng stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless, gazing at Qin Shiming as if he were a creature from another realm. Is he boasting? After a long silence, Li Bin murmured. Minister, he is not exaggerating. The details he provided, along with the figures, are nearly spot on. Yang Shuifeng handed over a resume, stating the individual in question detailed everything meticulously. And the numbers he quoted deviate by no more than a centimeter. Li Bin was utterly at a loss for words. Yang Shuifeng's gaze toward Qin Shiming was now filled with shock and curiosity. What remarkable observational skills and memory he possessed. Could it be that his eyes functioned like a scanner, retaining everything he had seen? Was he truly just a mere soldier? Minister Li, I trust one have not misspoken. Given this, may I transition to another department? Qin Shiming inquired with a semblance of smile, eager to see what further antics Li Bin might conjure. Li Bin fell silent for a moment, then let out a cold snort. Humph, you must have been captivated by her beauty, fixating on her figure. How can I trust someone with such character to be assigned to another department? Thus, you are relegated to the security department. Minister, I have spoken. You are only to join the security department. Li Bin waved his hand, interrupting Qin Shiming. Now, you may proceed to report to the security department. Yang Shuifeng regarded Li Bin with increasing discontent. Though Qin Shiming's resume was absurdly simplistic, he could have simply dismissed him outright. That To agree to the conditions proposed, and then renege was an embarrassment to the company. Humph. Qin Shiming chuckled softly. If I am not mistaken, Zhang Mingjie informed you of my situation, and if I wish to join Galaxy Shuyu, it must be in the security department, correct? I do not know what you are talking about. In any case, I am giving you 2 options. First, Immediately report to the security department. Second, leave our company at once. Li Bin stated impatiently, preparing to stand and exit. Qin Shiming retorted coldly, "You suggest I leave the company? I believe you are the one who ought to depart." Chapter 23. Daring to act audaciously before me, I believe you are the one who ought to depart. Qin Shiming's voice was icy, devoid of any courtesy. What did you say? Li Bin stared at Qin Shiming in disbelief, wondering if he had misheard. Kid, have you lost your mind? I'm a minister of human resources at Galaxy Shiyu. You dare suggest I leave? Do you realize that even our company's president cannot dismiss me at will? Yang Shuifeng regarded Qin Shiming with a hint of sympathy. Such keen observational skills indicated he was no ordinary individual. If only he could remain with the company, he would undoubtedly thrive, regardless of the department he joined. Alas, it seemed he had not even entered the company before being subjected to unfair treatment. Is that so? Your president cannot dismiss you at will? Very well, I shall call your president right now and ask him to come over and clarify this matter in person. With that, Qin Shiming took out his phone and dialed. Earlier that morning, Zhou Xingwen had provided him with the president's contact number while requesting his signature. Hello, Mr. Qin, good day. In no time, the call was answered, and a voice filled with utmost respect resonated. Clearly, the caller had saved Qin Shiming's number. Hello, President Song. I am currently in the interview room of the HR department. You have time to come by. Qin Shiming spoke calmly. You're in the interview room? I will be there immediately. The caller replied before hanging up. TSK. You truly are something else. Your acting skills are commendable. However, I am keen to see how you intend to wrap up this performance. You expect President Song to come looking for you? Do you think you're the owner of our company? Li Bin regarded Qin Shiming as a mere clown. Even Yang Shuifeng looked at him with a hint of disappointment, ignoring Li Bin. Qin Shiming scrolled through his social media feed. Knock knock, in less than a minute, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the interview room. The sound indicated that the person was clearly sprinting towards them. Shortly after, a gentle knock resonated at the door. Come in, Li Bin casually remarked. However, the door remained unopened soon. A voice inquired, Mr. Qin, may I come in? Come in, responded Qin Shiming. With a start, both Li Bin and Yang Shuifeng sprang to their feet, their faces etched with shock. Good day, General Song. What brings you here? Both were incredulous, instinctively glancing at Qin Shiming, their hearts racing wildly. Could it be that General Song was summoned here by this individual named Qin Shiming? And it appeared he had rushed over. The most astonishing part was that, Mr. Qin, what brings you to this interview room? Did you call me for a specific reason? Song Hua, a middle-aged man in his 40s clad in a well-tailored suit, exuded an aura of meticulousness and composure. Yet at that moment, he appeared somewhat anxious. Beside him, Li Bin and Yang Shuifeng felt their hearts tremble once more. General Song had addressed the other party with the honorific you. Who exactly was he? I understand now. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Song Hua's forehead as he turned to Li Bin, saying, Director Li, you should head to the finance department to settle your salary shortly. Rest assured, the company will provide you with a certain level of compensation upon your dismissal. Boom. Even with the assurance of compensation from Song Hua, Li Bin felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body swaying unsteadily. Compensation? Such a meager amount could hardly compare to the generous remuneration offered by the company. Moreover, over the past 2 years, he had amassed a considerable fortune through his position. If he were truly dismissed, it would be disastrous. Why, General Song, by what right does he get to have me dismissed? Even if he is your friend, you cannot do this, Li Bin protested, unwilling to accept his fate. By what right? Simply by the fact that, starting today, Mr. Qin is the largest shareholder of our Galaxy Digital Entertainment, and thus the chairman. Not only can he dismiss you, but if he wishes, it is but a word away. Song Hua replied coldly. The largest shareholder? The chairman? Li Bin gaped in disbelief at Qin Shiming, incredulous. How could it be? A youth dressed so casually, with an ordinary demeanor, seemingly around 25, was the chairman of their company? Although Galaxy Digital Entertainment was not a large corporation, its market value was still over 100 million. Just this morning, Chairman Zhou personally called to inform me that he was transferring all shares of Galaxy to Mr. Qin, Song Hua stated. Therefore, Director Li, I kindly ask you to proceed to the finance department to settle your salary immediately. Li Bin's mind buzzed, his face turning ashen, that if he were truly dismissed, his wife would not let him off easily. Mr. Chairman Qin, I was wrong. I apologized. I had failed to recognize your status and offended you. Please, have mercy and forgive me this once. I've been hurriedly bowed and apologized profusely to Qin Shiming, nearly prostrating himself. Without sparing a glance at Li Bin, Qin Shiming's attention shifted to Yang Shuifeng. Yang Shuifeng's expression changed slightly. Then she forced a wry smile, realizing she too was caught in this misfortune. What is your name? And what position do you hold in the company? Qin Shiming inquired. My name is Yang Shuifeng, and I serve as Director Li's assistant while also holding a supervisory role, she replied. From now on, you need not concern yourself with any supervisory duties, Qin Shiming declared. Yang Shuifeng smiled bitterly once more, realizing she too was being let go. Starting today, you are the new head of the Human Resources Department, Qin Shiming announced. Yang Shuifeng was taken aback and looked up at Qin Shiming, thinking she must have misheard. However, Qin Shiming paid her no further mind. After the days Li Bin exited the interview room, he turned back to Song Hua, saying, although I am now the largest shareholder of Galaxy Digital Entertainment, I am quite busy and have no interest in managing the company's affairs, so I will rely on you for the company's various operations and developments. He could see that Song Hua was a steady individual. Since Zhou Yin trusted him with Galaxy Digital Entertainment, there was no reason for him to worry. Besides, he had no desire to manage company matters. Thank you for your trust, Chairman Qin. I will do my utmost to manage all company affairs diligently, Song Hua assured. Finally feeling a weight lifted from his chest, it is said that new officials often show their authority, and he had been somewhat concerned that Qin Shiming might disrupt the president's position. Thankfully, this new chairman seemed uninterested in the company's affairs. Additionally, may I inquire which department in our company has a more relaxed position? Qin Shiming asked. Noticing the puzzled expression on Song Hua's face, as if he did not comprehend the question, Qin Shiming added, what I mean is, could you arrange a position for me in the company? Although I won't have the time to clock in regularly. In that case, how about the marketing department? There's a sales team there with a base salary of only 6,000 per month, plus commissions, Song Hua suggested. Chairman Qin, should I call on Director Liu from the marketing department now, so you can meet her? After all, most of our business is handled by Director Liu. She has contributed significantly to our success. All right, I would like to meet this esteemed contributor of ours. Qin Shiming nodded, then added, however, aside from the two of you, I would prefer that no one else is informed of my position in the company. I wish to keep a low profile. That will be no trouble, Qin Shiming said. Song Hua took out his phone and dialed Director Liu's number. Approximately 3 minutes later, a woman in her early 30s entered the interview room. Mr. Song, you called for me? I asked, there's something you need? Lu Shuxin inquired as she walked in, directing her gaze at Song Hua. Director Liu, allow me to introduce you. This is Qin Shiming, a friend of mine. I am preparing to arrange a position for him in the marketing department. However, he is quite busy and may not come to the office regularly. Lu Shuxin glanced at Qin Shiming, frowning slightly. While it was not an issue for Song Hua to directly place him in the marketing department, the fact that he would not be clocking in regularly raised concerns. Director Liu, I kindly ask you to accommodate this request and assist me, Song Hua urged. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuxin's expression shifted. Song Hua was known for his strict adherence to responsibilities, both towards others and himself. He was particularly averse to granting favors or engaging in nepotism. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation in her 2 years at Galaxy Digital Entertainment. It seemed that this Qin Shiming had an extraordinary relationship with the president. Very well, that is not a problem. Since the HR department's supervisor Yang is also present, let her assist him with the onboarding process, Lu Shuxin readily agreed. If Mr. Song has no further matters, I shall return to my duties. Thank you, Director Liu. I appreciate your assistance. I will treat you to a meal sometime, Song Hua replied. You are too kind, Mr. Song, Lu Shuxin said before turning to leave. Just then, Qin Shiming suddenly raised his hand and called out, Director Liu, could you please wait a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Lu Shuxin paused and looked at Qin Shiming, asking, you wish to speak with me? What is it, Mr. Song? Supervisor Yang, could you please step outside for a moment? Qin Shiming requested. Understood. We will leave you to your discussion, Song Hua and Yang Shuifeng quickly exited the interview room. After stepping out, Song Hua took the opportunity to pull Yang Shuifeng aside, whispering, "Supervisor Yang, do not head to the front desk yet. Stay here and keep an eye on things. Do not let anyone near this interview room." "Huh. Mr. Song, do you mean that do not concern yourself with whether it is necessary? Just follow my instructions, understood?" "All right, I understand." Inside the interview room, Lu Shuxin looked at Qin Shiming, saying coolly, "Please be quick. I have many matters to attend to." "Certainly." Qin Shiming nodded, then fixed his gaze on Lu Shuxin's ample figure. Remarking, "Director Lu, would you be so kind as to unbutton your blouse? I would like to take a look at your chest." Lu Shuxin stared at Qin Shiming for 2 seconds, narrowing her beautiful eyes. "What did you say?" "I did not hear you clearly that I said, would you please unbutton your—" Before he could finish a sentence, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Lu Shuxin's long leg shot out, aiming directly for his groin. "How dare you behave lewdly in front of me? You must be tired of living." Qin Shiming's expression subtly shifted. He had not anticipated that this woman could change her demeanor so swiftly, and her strikes were even more ruthless. Indeed, the most fearsome creatures in the world are women. There is no exception. Fortunately, Qin Shiming had cultivated his internal energy to perfection, and his physique was remarkably robust. While he may not be impervious to blades and bullets, he certainly would not suffer injury from such a kick. However, that was undeniably the most precious part of his body, even if he wouldn't be hurt. He certainly couldn't afford to be kicked. Moreover, she was wearing high heels. Even if he wouldn't be injured, the pain would still be quite acute. With a swift movement, Qin Shiming executed a simple step back. His form as agile as a nimble cat, effortlessly evading Lu Shuxin's kick aimed at his groin. He then reached out, his hand like an iron claw, firmly grasping Lu Shuxin's ankle. "You scoundrel, let go of me," she exclaimed, balancing on one foot, her gaze towards Qin Shiming filled with embarrassment and anger. "I will release you, but only if you promise not to lay a hand on me again," Qin Shiming replied. "Oh, so you can act like a rogue before me, yet I am not allowed to retaliate?" Lu Shuxin scoffed. "What do you mean by acting like a rogue? I merely wish to take a glance at your chest." "Is that considered lewd?" Qin Shiming countered. You're utterly shameless." This was Lu Shuxin's first encounter with someone so brazen. "A man, you wish to gaze upon a woman's chest. What else could that be but lewdness? And how thick-skinned you must be to utter such words." If not for the fact that her foot was currently in his grasp, Lu Shuxin might have been compelled to strike him again. Oh no. She would have used her foot. "Director Lu, shouldn't you first understand why I want to see your chest before labeling me a rogue?" Qin Shiming said with a wry smile. TSK, your actions are precisely that of a rogue. There is nothing to clarify." Lu Shuxin replied disdainfully, "that I advise you to release me at once. Otherwise, even though you are a friend of Mr. Song, I will ensure you regret it. I could easily find another company eager to recruit me." She added, "I'm genuinely curious about how thick your skin is. In your words, looking at someone else's chest is considered assistance?" "I can't believe you would say that," Lu Shuxin remarked with a mocking smile. Qin Shiming chuckled awkwardly. "Director Lu, you are truly misunderstanding me. While I may have mentioned wanting to see your chest, there is no need for you to remove your undergarments. Merely taking off your outer jacket will suffice for me to ascertain my suspicions." Lu Shuxin retorted, "Your suspicions? What suspicions? Please enlighten me. I am eager to hear what you have to say." "Very well, I shall succinctly share my hypothesis. From the moment you entered the interview room, I harbored suspicions that you might be suffering from a breast ailment, which could have triggered cervical issues, subsequently leading to other symptoms. It is even possible that the condition has worsened, affecting your lower limbs, correct? How do you know all this?" Lu Shuxin gazed at Qin Shiming in disbelief. "Do you possess medical knowledge?" she inquired skeptically. "Then please explain how a breast ailment could lead to cervical issues. The scope of knowledge involved is rather extensive. I will release you and explain at length. But you must first assure me that you will not resort to any physical aggression," Qin Shiming stated. "All right." Lu Shuxin hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Qin Shiming then released her ankle, causing Lu Shuxin to stumble slightly. Nearly losing her balance, "I wasn't mistaken, was I? Your condition has indeed begun to affect your lower limbs." He quickly stepped forward to steady her. "Thank you." Lu Shuxin expressed her gratitude, then added, "Please elaborate on my health condition." Qin Shiming cleared his throat and said, "Let us proceed this way. Since there is no one around at the moment, you should quickly remove your outer jacket so I may take a look, which will enable me to provide a more accurate assessment." All right. This time, Lu Shuxin readily acquiesced. Without hesitation, she swiftly unfastened her blazer. Beneath the blazer, she wore a thin white shirt, which upon its removal, revealed a glimpse of purple undergarments through the sheer fabric. Lu Shuxin continued to unbutton her shirt, her movements measured yet deliberate. Soon, the purple lingerie was visible to Qin Shiming. Along with the alluring contours it accentuated, he glanced and promptly declared, "All right, you may put your clothing back on now." With a sigh of relief, Lu Shuxin blushed profusely and hurriedly dressed. Although she had been married, she had divorced 3 years prior, and this was her first encounter in 3 years where she found herself clad so minimally before a man. "Now can we speak?" After dressing, Lu Shuxin inquired. "Indeed, I observe that the issues you are experiencing stem from excessive development in that area," Qin Shiming began to explain. "Due to rapid growth, the glandular and adipose connective tissues have expanded disproportionately. During the hotter months, you likely experience rashes or eczema in that region due to prolonged dampness. You might not have taken this matter seriously, thus continuing to wear the same type of undergarments. Although your current undergarments may appear suitable, they are actually a size too small, which inhibits proper blood circulation around your chest. Consequently, this has placed additional stress on your cervical region, particularly affecting the nerve roots." "Nerve roots?" Lu Shuxin echoed. "Yes, the early symptoms of this condition manifest merely as common neck pain, discomfort, and stiffness that if left unaddressed, over time, the pain may radiate to the upper limbs, resulting in numbness and discomfort. And in severe cases, it may even begin to affect the lower limbs. Am I in serious condition now?" Lu Shuxin, having absorbed Qin Shiming's detailed analysis, was left with no doubts, only growing concern for her health. "It is somewhat serious, but not overly alarming. I can assist you in overcoming this, though it will require some time," Qin Shiming reassured her, adding, "Additionally, I must inform you that during treatment, it will be similar to just now. You will need to remove all but the last layer, or preferably, even that layer, as it would enhance the efficacy of the treatment." Chapter 25. I hope you won't be a simp. Preferably, even that layer should be removed for optimal results. Upon uttering this, Qin Shiming felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, she was a woman. He quickly added, "If Director Lu finds this inappropriate, you may keep it on. But it will necessitate additional treatment sessions. Oh, by the way, if you have any doubts about what I've said, you can always visit a hospital for a check-up, and no need for a checkup. I trust you. Moreover, since you mentioned that not wearing anything would yield better results, I shall comply." Lu Shuxin responded with remarkable nonchalance. Qin Shiming was momentarily taken aback. "This is rather straightforward, isn't it? What is the matter? Am I supposed to be scared of you? Are you afraid I might eat you?" Lu Shuxin assessed Qin Shiming anew, adding, "But on a serious note, I am genuinely curious about you now. Director Lu, I'm just an ordinary person. Nothing that would pique your curiosity," Qin Shiming replied. "Is that so?" Lu Shuxin said with a half-dashed smile. "An ordinary person who can persuade Mr. Song, who has adhered to company rules for 2 years, to help you bypass the system. An ordinary person with such remarkable medical skills, capable of diagnosing my health issues at a glance. All right, I have no interest in other secrets, but when will you have time for my treatment? And how do you intend to proceed? You won't be massaging me there, will you? If that is the case, I might just eat you." Cough. "That won't be necessary," Qin Shiming hastily clarified. "I will only need to perform acupuncture on specific points around your spine and cervical area. As for your chest, simply wearing a larger size in the future will suffice. Is it truly that simple?" "Yes, the treatment method is indeed straightforward, but it will require at least 3 acupuncture sessions. Once a week. All right, do you have time today? If so, after work this afternoon, you could come to my house for the acupuncture. That works? Excellent." After they exchanged WeChat information, Qin Shiming exited the interview room and approached the front desk to complete his onboarding registration. However, as soon as he reached the lobby, his phone rang. It was a call from Chun Wenbin, the chairman of One Eye Pharmaceuticals. "Hello? Chairman Chun." Qin Shiming answered the call. "Mr. Qin, please drop the formalities. Just call me Lao Chun or Chun Ge." Chun Wenbin chuckled. "All right, from now on, I shall refer to you as Chun Ge." Qin Shiming smiled and inquired, "What brings you to call me today?" "Indeed, it's good news," Chun Wenbin remarked. "To be honest, I must confess that out of the 6 medicinal herbs you asked us to find, we were only able to locate one yesterday, which fills me with a sense of guilt. Therefore, I spent this morning inquiring with friends once more. Interestingly enough, having a multitude of friends proved beneficial, as I managed to uncover the whereabouts of another herb. Shall we discuss this in person?" Qin Shiming replied, "Sure, where are you right now?" "How can I find you?" "No need," Chen Wenbin responded. "Just send me your location, and I'll have my driver pick you up." "All right then." After hanging up, Qin Shiming glanced at the nearby CAF and sent the location over. He then proceeded to order a cup of coffee and settled down inside, awaiting Chun Wenbin's driver. Just as he placed his order, his phone buzzed again. This time, it was a call from Qin Manchu. "Hello. Qin Shiming, your interview should be over by now, right?" "How did it go?" "Yes, it's finished. And I've already completed the onboarding registration." "Good. Congratulations. You'll be starting work soon, and I hope you can focus entirely on your job and earn more to support Uncle and Auntie, rather than acting like a sycophant as you did before." With that, Qin Manchu abruptly ended the call. Qin Shiming set down his phone, savoring his coffee with an unruffled demeanor, disinterested in explaining himself to Qin Manchu. His mind was solely occupied with the desire to find an antidote for Xiao Qiao, heal his father's broken leg, and uncover the identity of those who sought to harm his family. Meanwhile, Qin Manchu sat in Zhang Mingjie's office. After hanging up, she turned to him and said, "Qin Shiming has passed the interview." "Mingjie, thank you." Internally, she felt a twinge of conflict, wishing for Qin Shiming to secure a job, while simultaneously not wanting to work alongside him. Fortunately, Zhang Mingjie had perfectly resolved this dilemma by placing Qin Shiming in the security department, allowing him to have a job, but keeping him out of her department. "Manchu, why are we still being formal with each other?" Zhang Mingjie smiled slightly. "However, I must first express my gratitude to Minister Li and invite him to dinner this evening." Qin Manchu nodded in agreement. Yes, you should call Minister Li to thank him. I'll accompany you tonight. I owe him a drink." "Absolutely." Zhang Mingjie promptly took out his phone and dialed Li Bin as soon as the call connected. Zhang Mingjie expressed his gratitude. "Minister Li, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. Thank you for helping me out." "Zhang Mingjie, you scoundrel. I was blind to trust you. If you have an issue with me, just say it instead of setting traps. Remember, this matter is far from over." Li Bin's voice was filled with venom and resentment as he unleashed a tirade before hanging up abruptly. Zhang Mingjie was left stunned, his expression darkening, that he knew something had gone awry. "Mingjie, what happened?" Qin Manchu inquired, puzzled. "I'm not sure, but something is definitely wrong." Zhang Mingjie replied, his brow furrowed. "I'll call a friend in the HR department to inquire." He dialed another number, and after half a minute, he looked at Qin Manchu, astonished. "Manchu, Minister Li has been dismissed by President Song, and Qin Shiming has moved to our marketing department." "What?" Zhang Mingjie shook his head. "I am also unclear, but my friend mentioned that Minister Li was caught undermining someone during their interview, right when President Song happened to see it. Given that President Song had long held a grudge against him, he seized the opportunity to have him dismissed. Then, won't Minister Li hold a grudge against you? I recall you mentioning that he knows some unsavory characters. Could he come after you?" Qin Manchu's concern was palpable. Zhang Mingjie reassured her, "It shouldn't come to that. This is merely his bad luck, and besides, President Song had already been dissatisfied with him. His dismissal was inevitable." "That's a relief." Qin Manchu sighed, but then added, "I had hoped not to work in the same department as Qin Shiming. Who would have thought? His luck is truly remarkable. Manchu, since you don't want to be in the same department, rest assured, I won't allow him to stay in our department for long. When the time comes, I'll find a way to transfer him to the security department." Zhang Mingjie said confidently, "That you're so good to me." "Mingjie," Qin Manchu replied softly, "you are my girlfriend, and we are soon to be engaged. When that happens, you will be my fiancé. Why wouldn't I treat you well?" Zhang Mingjie smiled. By the way, 2 colleagues from the company invited me to go sing at the Weilong Entertainment Club tonight. You should come with me. "The club?" "Of course, I'll definitely go with you. Otherwise, you might get led astray." Qin Manchu readily agreed, feeling warmth in her heart. It was rare for a man to bring his girlfriend along when visiting such places, and Zhang Mingjie's invitation proved that he only had eyes for her. Unbeknownst to her, This was not Zhang Mingji's first visit to the Weilong Entertainment Club. He was simply going along with the invitation, as the others were bringing their girlfriends as well. Half an hour later, outside the Wantai Pharmaceutical Group, after waiting for a while, Chun Wenbin climbed into Mercedes-Benz S400, sharing the back seat with Qin Shiming. Brother Chun, which medicinal herb did you manage to find? Qin Shiming eagerly inquired once the car started moving. Zenling coral, Chun Wenbin answered. Where is it? Qin Shiming's eyes lit up. Among the 6 medicinal herbs he had tasked Zhou Yun and others to find, 3 were intended for Xiao Chao's antidote, and 1 had already been located. The Zenling coral was also among them. It's in the possession of a man named Yi Jumin, Chun Wenbin explained. Mr. Qin, have you heard of Yi Jumin? Yi Jumin? Qin Shiming shook his head. I haven't heard of this person, but since the Zenling coral is in his hands, I must acquire it by any means necessary. Chun Wenbin smiled wryly. It may not be so simple. Can you tell me more about this Yi Jumin? Qin Shiming asked. Mr. Qin, if you haven't heard of Yi Jumin, you must have heard of Yi Si, right? Yi Jumin is the younger brother of Yi Si. Yi Si. Qin Shiming nodded. In the underworld of Jianghai City, there are 4 major factions, and Yi Si is the leader of one of them. Reputed to be a woman. Please tell me more about Yi Junmin. Yi Junmin is currently 21, a junior majoring in archaeology at Jianghai University. Due to his family's wealth, he has accumulated many rare treasures. The Zenling coral was purchased by him 3 days ago at an underground auction in Jianghai City for the sum of 1 million. Would he sell it if I offered him double the price? Qin Shiming asked directly. Chun Wenbin chuckled wryly. Yi Jumin likely doesn't prioritize money. What about 10 million? Qin Shiming pressed it. Chun Wenbin hesitated for a moment. Brother Chun, this Zenling coral is of utmost importance to me. I must have it. If 10 million doesn't persuade him, I can offer an even higher price that if he still refuses to sell, then I will have no choice but to resort to more forceful measures. Chapter 26. Driving away darkness with blood and life cough. Cough, cough. Chun Wenbin, choked and flushed, quickly said, Mr. Qin, I just informed you that Yi Jumin's sister is Yi Si, so please don't act rashly. Moreover, I've heard that Yi Jumin is quite capable himself. He is the president of the martial arts club at Jianghai University and even runs a boxing gym. In essence, it meant that if Qin Shiming dared to entertain such thoughts, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Qin Shiming did not elaborate further, saying, Brother Chun, I understand your point. Where is Yi Jumin now? Let us go find him and see if he is willing to sell. Chun Wenbin replied, Yes, I've already had someone look into it. He will be attending classes at Jianghai University this morning, so we are heading there now. After more than half an hour, the Mercedes-Benz pulled into Jianghai University and parked outside a CAF on campus. Having spent 4 years at this university, Qin Shiming was intimately familiar with every corner. However, he had no time to reminisce. Upon exiting the car, he said, Brother Chun, I should accompany you. No, Mr. Qin, you wait here in the CF. I'll go talk to Yi Jumin first, and hopefully I can persuade him to come here, after which you two can discuss matters face to face. Initially, Chun Wenbin would have brought Qin Shiming along to meet Yi Jumin. However, upon hearing Qin Shiming's willingness to resort to force if Yi Jumin refused to sell, he dared not take him directly. If a scuffle broke out before they could even converse, it would escalate into a significant issue. All right then, I'll wait for you in the CF. Qin Shiming nodded. After Chun Wenbin departed, he entered the CF. Due to having just consumed a cup of coffee, he ordered nothing and sat alone in the corner, waiting that he was familiar with this F. During the day, one could sit without charge, but in the evening, consumption was mandatory for a seat. After approximately 10 minutes, a female server approached and said, Good evening, sir. Here, one must make a purchase to be seated. May I offer you something to drink? Qin Shiming, perplexed, replied, I recall that during the day, one could sit here without any obligation to buy, correct? The server's eyes revealed a hint of disdain, though she maintained a polite demeanor, stating, This rule is a consideration for students of our institution. Outsiders must make a purchase to be seated. Although their conversation was quiet, the CAF's inherent tranquility allowed their words to reach several students nearby who were engrossed in their studies. In an instant, multiple pairs of eyes turned toward them, tinged with mild disgust and contempt. How pitiful! He has entered society, yet can't even afford a single cup of coffee in University CF. His situation must be dire, they whispered. Indeed, I wonder if he graduated from our school. If so, he is a disgrace to us. Wait, he does look somewhat familiar. Iasin He Chin Shimming, the star scholar from 3 years ago. It truly is him. I heard he was involved in a fatal car accident and sentenced to 5 years. How has he emerged so quickly? What a disgrace. Such a person should not be allowed back in our school. He ought to leave Shanghai University immediately. At that moment, some students stood up, their gazes towards Chin Shimming brimming with disdain, anger, and a hint of jealousy. Perhaps hearing their murmurs, Chin Shimming lifted his eyes to the few boys who had risen. His gaze was calm, yet piercing. The boys, who initially intended to assert themselves before the girls by driving Chin Shimming away, now hesitated to utter a word. Oh, Iasin that Chin Shimming. Who granted you permission to enter Shanghai University? Just then, at the entrance of the CF, two figures strolled in side by side, hand in hand, embodying a perfect match of talent and beauty, Lu Ku and Fang Yin. Chin Shimming, regardless of your illustrious past, at Shanghai University. You are merely a reformed convict who has spent 3 years in prison. You no longer have the right to step foot in this institution. Kindly vacate Shanghai University, Lu Ku proclaimed with indignation. His gaze towards Chin Shimming bore a mixture of amusement and scorn. Others may perceive Chin Shimming as having served time, but Lu Ku knew he had merely been taken away by the Yu family. Not truly imprisoned. To him, however, this distinction was negligible. Leave Shanghai University. Indeed, our school does not welcome reformed convicts like you. Depart immediately. Lu Ku led the charge, and the previously intimidated boys echoed his sentiments. Meanwhile, several girls' gazes flitted between Chin Shimming and Lu Ku. Ah, those upperclassmen from 3 years ago were truly blind to have considered Chin Shimming an idol. Compared to Lu Ku, he is utterly lacking. Comparing Lu Ku to Chin Shimming is akin to comparing a beggar to an emperor. You may not know, but Lu Ku graduated first. It was only after his departure that Chin Shimming gained notoriety. I see now that if Lu Ku were still at school, Chin Shimming would have had no chance. They continued. Upon hearing these discussions, Fang Yin regarded Chin Shimming with a look of disdain, recognizing how naively she had once admired him. Apart from his academic prowess, what else did he possess? Fortunately, she had not fallen victim to the charms of a toad while remaining swan. Silence. Suddenly, a voice of authority rang out, plunging the CF into silence. The speaker was none other than Chin Shimming. After a brief pause, a low murmur of chatter resumed, though it was significantly quieter than before. Yet, the glances directed at Chin Shimming were increasingly filled with contempt. He continued, regardless of whether I, Chin Shimming, committed a crime 3 years ago or served time, what relevance does it hold for you? Did you come to university to acquire knowledge and skills, to serve society and your country, or to gossip and join in the ridicule of others? Is this behavior worthy of the sacrifices made by your parents who worked tirelessly to fund your education? Or of the soldiers on the front lines who shed blood and risked their lives to illuminate your path? His words momentarily stunned the crowd, but soon raucous laughter erupted. Has Chin Shimming lost his mind from his time in prison? Our nation is now remarkably strong. Where are the wars? Exactly. Think before you speak. If there are conflicts on our borders, I'd livestream eating excrement. Chin Shimming sighed softly. Why bother engaging with them? Even if he argued that skirmishes occurred frequently, they would dismiss him as insane. Ignoring the students, he approached Lu Ku, speaking coolly. You claim I should leave Shanghai University? Lu Ku tilted his head slightly, his gaze looking down at Chin Shimming. Indeed, you have no right to be here. If you are wise, leave promptly. Smack. Just then, a sharp slap echoed through the CF as Lu Ku was sent spinning, his left cheek swelling instantly. Who do you think you are to tell me to leave? Chapter 27. The challenge from Yi Jumin once again. Silence enveloped the CF. Everyone stared at Chin Shimming in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had dared to strike Lu Ku. Lu Ku was no ordinary individual. He was the scion of the Lu family, a prominent family in Shanghai City. Did Chin Shimming crave another stint in prison? How dare you hit me? 5 full seconds passed before Lu Ku regained his composure. Feeling the throbbing pain in his cheek, his expression twisted into one of fury that if I don't ruin you today, I want to be called Lu Ku. As he spoke, he disregarded his pain and lunged at Qin Shiming like a ferocious beast. As the heir of the Liu family, he had trained in combat and could easily handle 3 to 5 adults that he believed his earlier defeat was merely due to being caught off guard. Smack! However, as soon as he approached Qin Shiming, he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his other cheek now swollen. With Fang Yan's assistance, Liu Ke rose, seething with rage. Qin Shiming, I will not let this go. Just wait. I'll call for help, and you'll be bedridden for the rest of your life. Pathetic. You can't even defeat someone who has been in prison for 3 years, yet you still have the audacity to call for assistance. As Liu Ke fumbled for his phone, a mocking voice echoed from outside the SAF. Moments later, 2 figures entered. One was Chun Wenbin, and the other, a young man in his 20s, donned a black tracksuit and white sneakers. His muscular arms radiated strength, exuding both masculinity and a cool demeanor. The IT was Yi Junmin. Yi Junmin despised fighting within the school. He would undoubtedly not let Qin Shiming off lightly. Indeed, especially since Qin Shiming is a disgrace to our institution. And Yi Junmin values the honor of our school above all. While Qin Shiming was undeniably skilled, if Yi Junmin intervened, he could defeat him with a single move. Upon seeing Yi Junmin enter, many students buzzed with excitement, particularly the girls, who gazed at him with admiration, wishing to rush into his arms. Wai Xiao, I simply haven't dedicated much time to martial arts, so I was unable to defeat him. Liu Ke explained, showing deference to Yi Junmin. Despite being the son of the Liu family, his father was not the head of the Yi family, while Yi Junmin was the younger brother of Yi Ci. In their social circle, Liu Ke's status paled in comparison. Are you implying that my daily martial training is a waste of time? Yi Junmin replied coolly. That's not what I meant. Liu Ke's expression shifted uneasily. Yi Junmin, however, paid him no further heed and instead turned his attention to Qin Shiming. You are Qin Shiming? Qin Shiming understood the identity of the newcomer and nodded. Yes. Are you aware that you're now a disgrace to our school? Yi Junmin asked coldly. I was unaware before, but I am now you have anything to say for yourself? Let the innocent be exonerated. What a bold stance. Yi Junmin scoffed. Regardless, you have disrupted the rules I established by fighting in the school. You must provide me with an explanation for this matter. Qin Shiming inquired. What kind of explanation do you desire? Yi Junmin replied. Engage me in a duel. Should you emerge victorious, I shall overlook today's incident. However, if you lose, you must promptly vacate Zhanghai University and vow never to set foot within its gates again. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students gazed at Qin Shiming with expressions of pity. Indeed, if Qin Shiming dared to engage in a brawl at school, Yi Junmin would undoubtedly not let her off lightly. Once fists began to fly, it was likely that Yi Junmin would deliver a severe lesson, leaving her confined to a hospital bed for at least 2 months. I cannot agree. Qin Shiming gently shook her head under the scrutiny of her peers. Afraid? Are we? Truly a coward who only bullies the weak. They scoff. It's clever of her to refuse, knowing she's no match. Disdain filled the onlookers' eyes. Liu Ke and Fang Yan exchanged knowing smirks, while Chun Wenbin was consumed by worry and regret. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would never have brought Qin Shiming to Zhanghai University. Instead, he could have devised a plan to lure Yi Junmin off campus for a discussion. Qin Shiming, you have disrupted my rules, and thus, you have no choice but to comply. Today, you must either fight me or suffer my wrath. The choice is yours. Yi Junmin's stance was unwavering, leaving no room for refusal. I did not state that I would not fight you. My point is, if I win, I gain nothing, but if I lose, I must swear never to return to Zhanghai University. That is an unfair bargain, hence my refusal. Qin Shiming articulated it. Pray tell, what do you propose? Yi Junmin chuckled. It is quite simple. If I lose, I shall do as you say and exit Zhanghai University, swearing never to return. However, if I win, you must sell me the Zen spirit coral you acquired at the auction a few days prior. Yi Junmin readily accepted, saying, this location is unsuitable for confrontation. I fear your body may damage the surroundings. Let us proceed to my martial arts club. Very well. Lead the way. Without hesitation, Qin Shiming followed Yi Junmin out of the CAF towards the martial arts club. The students in the CAF, including Liu Ke and Fang Yan, quickly trailed behind. One was a once-celebrated academic prodigy from 3 years ago, while the other was the current president of the martial arts club. A mysterious wealthy heir. Their impending clash became a topic of fervent discussion, rapidly spreading through various channels. Almost every student without a class rushed to the martial arts club, eager to witness the spectacle. 10 minutes later, outside the martial arts club, a crowd of at least several hundred students had gathered. Alas, the doors of the martial arts club are closed. I wish to witness the thrilling duel between the former academic genius and our club president. I know, that's why I wanted to see it. Will the one who spent 3 years in prison be brought to his knees by our president? Laughter rippled through the crowd, echoing sentiments of disdain toward Qin Shiming. Inside the martial arts club, many students gathered around a large ring. Lu Gu, soon you shall witness how Qin Shiming is reduced to begging for mercy from Yi Junmin. Fang Yin said, applying an ice pack to Lu Ku's face, her voice laced with bitterness. Indeed, I harbor great resentment towards Qin Shiming. Lu Ku is now my fiancé, and yet he dared to lay a hand on him. How could I tolerate that? Regardless of his pleas for mercy, I have already sent for assistance. Once he leaves the school, I shall demand he kneels before me. Moreover, I intend to incapacitate him, ensuring he can never stand again. Lu Ku seethed. Fang Yin nodded in agreement. Precisely, a vicious and ruthless individual like him deserves to be bettered for life, to prevent him from harming others. Suddenly, Chun Wenbin approached Qin Shiming, concern etched on his face. Qin, I just learned that Yi Junmin is exceptionally strong, having single-handedly defeated 20 members of the martial arts club. Perhaps you should reconsider this fight. Qin Shiming shook her head with a smile. Qinggu, do you truly believe I have any say in the matter now? Should I contact Zhou Dong? His intervention would surely resolve this. No need. This is a trivial matter, unworthy of such contacts. A trivial matter? Do you realize he can take on over 20 opponents at once? In a real fight, you will be severely harmed. Qin Shiming, are you ready? Chun Wenbin began to voice more concerns. But the voice of Yi Junmin called from across the ring. If you are prepared, step into the ring. Why, Yi Junmin, I have something to discuss with you. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a white martial arts uniform approached. Qin Shiming recognized him as a physical education teacher at the school who also taught at the martial arts club, though she could not recall his name. Mr. Han. What is it? Yi Junmin asked. I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from battling Qin Shiming, as he is not worthy of facing you. Moreover, if word gets out that you fought him, it could tarnish our university's reputation, especially since he is a former convict. This would not reflect well on us. Mr. Han cast a glance at Qin Shiming before continuing. Upon hearing this, the large martial arts club resonated with the agreement of countless students, many of whom began to jeer. Indeed, Qin Shiming is unworthy to contend with our president. If you have any dignity left, voluntarily leave the school and vow never to return. The jeers continued. A former convict has the audacity to show his face here. How shameless. As the crowd murmured, Qin Shiming turned her gaze towards Mr. Han, her brow furrowed. It finally dawned on her that Mr. Han had always held a grudge against her for skipping his physical education classes to study, even having called her out on a few occasions. Yet, due to her excellent academic performance, the school never penalized her. It appeared that Mr. Han still harbored resentment, openly labeling her a former convict. With a light leap, Qin Shiming gracefully ascended the 1.5-meter-high ring, showcasing her agility. Not bad, Yi Junmin noted as all eyes in the arena fell upon Qin Shiming. Mr. Han, and all my fellow students, I initially had no intention of clarifying matters. But it seems the more I refrain from explanation, the more fervently you speak. Thus, I feel compelled to share point 3 years ago regarding the incident of my DUI that resulted in a fatality. The circumstances were complex. However, one thing I can state unequivocally is that I have not spent a single day in prison over these past 3 years. Qin Shiming surveyed the crowd, making her first public disclosure at her alma mater. Nonsense, you haven't spent a day in prison. Do you take us for fools? You clearly served 3 years. Indeed, DUI leading to a death sentence. How could you not have been imprisoned? Qin Shiming, even if you wish to lie. At least craft a believable story. Who would believe such claims? Yet not a single student below seemed to believe her. Mr. Han scoffed. Qin Shiming, you were once our school's top student. Can you not even concoct a decent lie? Surely, those grades you achieved 3 years ago were not mere flukes. Qin Shiming cast a fleeting glance at Mr. Han. Although you teach physical education, you are still a teacher. Do you truly believe you are fit to lead when you utter such words? Mr. Han's expression shifted between anger and embarrassment as he sensed the growing disdain among the students directed at him. Infuriated, he retorted, "What makes me unworthy? You, a former convict, have no right to speak to me in such a manner." "I've stated before, I am not a former convict," Qin Shiming replied coolly. Turning to Fang Yin, she asked, "Fang Yin, you are more familiar with the events of 3 years ago than anyone here. Please tell them, was I ever imprisoned?" In an instant, all eyes turned to Fang Yin, including Lu Ku, who raised an eyebrow. Fang Yin. "Rest assured, Lu Ku." Fang Yin tightened her grip on Lu Ku's hand before fixing her gaze on Qin Shiming, exclaiming, "Qin Shiming, are you still unwilling to admit you are a former convict? Honestly, I am perplexed as to how I ever found you appealing, given your extreme hypocrisy. 3 years ago, I was indeed blind." Chapter 29. A kick. 3 years ago, I, Fang Yin, was blind. Fang Yan's voice rang out, crisp and resonant, echoing throughout the martial arts society. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted in fervor. Qin Shiming, do you have anything to say now? A convict can never change its ways, just as a dog cannot help but eat its own filth. What difference is there between Qin Shiming and a dog? Waves of derisive laughter surged forth. Qin Shiming remained indifferent to the scorn directed at him, his gaze fixated solely on Fang Yt this moment. He felt a profound disappointment in her. "Qin Shiming, it seems you have no words left. Do you? Then perhaps you should vacate the stage and leave our school?" Teacher Han proclaimed loudly. "Can you be quiet?" Qin Shiming suddenly turned to Teacher Han and spoke calmly, though his voice was soft. The tranquility in his eyes cast a palpable unease over Teacher Han, making him feel as if he were under the gaze of a venomous serpent, rendering him unable to utter another sound. Qin Shiming disregarded Teacher Han, paying no mind to Fang Yin or the students below, but instead focused on Yi Junmin. "Are we still going to fight?" "Of course we are." Yi Junmin leapt forward, gripping the edge of the stage, and agilely flipped onto the platform. As he removed his shoes, he inquired, "Do you need to warm up first?" "Warm up? No need to waste time." Qin Shiming shook his head and replied, "You can go ahead and make the first move." Yi Junmin placed his shoes aside, narrowing his eyes with a smirk. "That you're quite arrogant, aren't you?" Qin Shiming retorted, "I'm not arrogant at all. I merely believe that as a senior, I should show some consideration for my juniors." Yi Junmin remained non-committal. "Is that so? Then do you realize that if I strike first, you may not even have the chance to retaliate?" "Enough of this chatter. Let us get on with it," Qin Shiming said impatiently. "Very well. Since you insist on letting me strike first, don't blame me for being unmerciful. However, Yi Junmin, never show mercy in combat. So, watch out." With that proclamation, Yi Junmin lunged forward like a fierce tiger, pouncing on its prey. Roar! A low growl erupted from Yi Junmin, reverberating through the as the sound echoed. The murmurs from the crowd faded into silence, and all eyes were fixed in awe upon Yi Junmin. The faces of the female students reflected not only reverence, but also a deep admiration. Qin Shiming is finished. The president never holds back in a fight. Surely Qin Shiming will end up with a few broken bones, right? I wonder if the president will make Qin Shiming kneel and beg for mercy. A once academic prodigy, reduced to pleading on the ground. At this moment, all the students were filled with eager anticipation. However, the scene they envisioned of Qin Shiming being crippled and begging for mercy did not materialize. Bang! With a dull thud, the tiger-like Yi Junmin barely approached Qin Shiming before being sent sprawling by a lightning-fast kick. He didn't even have time to mount a defense. His body crashed onto the stage floor, producing a resounding thump. This singular occurrence struck their hearts like a heavy hammer, leaving them momentarily dazed. Did I see that correctly? The president was knocked to the ground? Qin Shiming, you must have used a sneak attack. Shameless, resorting to underhanded tactics. No one believed that Qin Shiming could defeat Yi Junmin in a fair fight. Even Fang Yin and Lu Ku, watching from below, exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Ku, it seems Qin Shiming actually has some skill. No wonder he caught the attention of Zhou Xingwen's grandfather. Fang Yin, noticing Lu Ku's grim expression, whispered, "But don't worry. Yi Jumin hasn't yet unleashed his true strength that if he employs his full capabilities, even Ten Qin Shiming's wound T stand a chance. Right, I almost forgot. Yi Jumin is indeed a martial artist. Luca finally realized, nodding repeatedly, why Yi Jumin had cultivated his inner strength 2 years ago. Now, 2 years later, he may have reached the middle or even late stages of Mingjin. You are quite right. Once he uses his true power, even Ten Qin Shimings wouldn't withstand a single blow. Damn it, it's been ages since I've been knocked down. I can't believe you managed to kick me down today. How humiliating that on the stage. Yi Jumin stood up, grimacing as he rubbed his sore shoulder, then turned to Qin Shiming. Your strength is rather unexpected. How about you just admit defeat? Qin Shiming suggested. Admit defeat. Yi Jumin laughed. No, you're overthinking it. Even though I suffer a minor setback, you might not realize that I haven't yet revealed my true capabilities. However, if I were to unleash my full strength, I fear I might accidentally kill you. Qin Shiming shook his head. If you truly killed me, that would only reflect my own inadequacy. I wouldn't blame anyone for it. So, feel free to strike with abandon. Very well, you said it. But rest assured, I will try to hold back. I won't actually kill you. At most, I'll leave you crippled. In that case, I'll ensure you receive a generous compensation to secure your family's well-being. After saying this, Yi Jumin charged towards Qin Shiming once more. This time, he surged forward like a speeding train, his speed reaching its zenith. The energy within him coiled tightly, his body resembling an arrow released from its bow. Instantly crossing the 5-meter gap to stand before Qin Shiming. Whoosh! Yi Jumin's iron fist surged with power. His exposed arms bulged like those of a bodybuilder, pulsating violently. The immense force coursed through his entire arm, launching forth as if intending to obliterate Qin Shiming entirely. This fierce scene caused the crowd to collectively fall silent. Some timid girls quickly covered their eyes, fearing they might witness a gruesome spectacle. Even the members of the martial arts society widened their eyes, watching with a mix of tension and excitement, for they knew the president was unleashing his full strength. Qin Shiming was surely in peril. Bang! Soon a muffled thud echoed. The next moment, the once mighty Yi Jumin found himself once again prostrate on the ground. The entire sequence mirrored the previous encounter almost identically, knocked down by a single kick. The only difference was that the sound of Yi Jumin's body crashing against the stage was far more pronounced. How did this possible? Qin Shiming is that strong. This must be a sneak attack. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Yet this time, the voices lacked any conviction. How could this happen? Luca stared incredulously at the stage, astonished that Qin Shiming had transformed into a martial artist. Chapter 30. The Zen Coral cannot be provided to you in a short time. Luga, could be that Qin Shiming is indeed a martial artist? This is impossible, right? Fang Yin also recognized this reality, gripping Lu Ku tightly, unwilling to accept it. Even the weakest of Mingjin martial artists hold a respectable status in society. In Fang Yin's view, 3 years ago, Qin Shiming was entirely unworthy of her. Now, he is even less so. However, if Qin Shiming has become a martial artist, I'm not certain. Lu Ku shook his head. Although the Lu family has martial artists, he himself is not one, and thus cannot sense Qin Shiming's energy, leaving him unable to draw conclusions. Yet I believe Qin Shiming could not possibly have become a martial artist. After all, becoming a martial artist is no easy feat. My father invested immense effort, but failed to make me one. How could Qin Shiming, who was merely an ordinary person 3 years ago, possibly become a martial artist in just 3 years? Indeed, 3 years ago, he was an ordinary person. It's implausible that he could have become a martial artist in such a short time. After Lu Ku's explanation, Fang Yin let out a sigh of relief. As long as Qin Shiming hasn't become a martial artist, that's enough. Meanwhile, on the stage, Yi Jumin struggled to rise, his face pale and his breath somewhat erratic. This was only because Qin Shiming had shown him mercy, sparing him any significant injury. He merely experienced a slight disruption of his vital energy. Qin Shiming, to what level has your cultivation reached? Yi Jumin inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Shiming, filled with astonishment. Qin Shiming, a martial artist? Moreover, stronger than him, At the very least, he must be at the mid-stage of Ming-J, no need, I concede. Yi Jumin, being a straightforward individual, readily admitted defeat in front of everyone, his voice intentionally loud enough for more people to hear his words. The crowd erupted in astonishment. In no way. He just admitted defeat. Yi Jumin has never lost a match in our school. And today he concedes. Qin Shiming, the academic prodigy of 3 years ago, now a convict, has defeated Yi Jumin in the ring. This feels like a dream. Indeed, this is utterly unbelievable. Qin Shiming, wishing to avoid further delay, directly addressed Yi Jumin. Since you've lost, can you now retrieve the Zen coral for me? Don't rush. The Zen coral is with my grandfather, and won't be going anywhere. Yi Jumin smiled briefly before suddenly speaking aloud. Dear classmates, as you can see, I am indeed no match for our senior Qin Shiming, but if over the past 3 years he truly had been imprisoned, how could he possibly have bested me? The only logical explanation is that he has not been in jail, but rather has enlisted in the military and undergone rigorous training, which has enabled him to defeat me. From now on, you are forbidden from labeling him as a criminal or barring him from setting foot in Jianghai University. Have you all understood? Qin Shiming regarded Yi Jumin with a look of surprise. This fellow was quite clever, seizing the opportunity to defend him. Damn, Qin Shiming had truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Lu Ku and Fang Yin wore expressions of deep discontent, their faces a shade of purple. For Yi Jumin's words felt like a resounding slap across their faces. Senior Qin, let me take you to my grandfather's place to retrieve the Zen spirit coral, Yi Jumin declared as he approached Qin Shiming. Sure. Qin Shiming nodded and was the first to descend from the ring, with Yi Jumin quickly following suit. However, just as they were about to leave, 2 figures obstructed their path, Lu Ku and Fang Yin. Yi Xiao, I would like to discuss the matter of the 20th with you, Lu Ku said, wearing a forced smile. The matter of the 20th can wait until the 20th. I am busy right now. Yi Jumin interrupted Lu Ku and walked away. Watching Yi Jumin and Qin Shiming's departing figures, Lu Ku's expression turned dark. Once outside the school, Qin Shiming instructed Chen Wenbin to leave first, while he himself climbed into Yi Jumin's Wrangler. It wasn't a luxury car, but exuded a wild and domineering aura. Senior Qin, may I inquire which regiment you served in over the past 3 years? In just 3 years, you have transformed from an ordinary person into a formidable martial artist. It must have been an extraordinary unit, right? Yi Jumin inquired curiously as he drove. North Frontier, Qin Shiming replied casually. Yi Jumin rolled his eyes. The North Frontier boasted millions of soldiers, Senior Qin, if I recall correctly. You were still a couple with Fang Yin 3 years ago, weren't you? Yi Jumin asked with a grin, choosing not to dwell on where Qin Shiming had served. I prefer not to revisit the past. But I assure you, there is no longer any relationship between Fang Yin and me, Qin Shiming stated indifferently. Senior Qin, you're being rather accommodating, aren't you? Yi Jumin remarked. Fang Yin should be well aware of whether you were imprisoned or not. Anyone who pays a little attention could easily verify what transpired 3 years ago. Tarnish your reputation. She shamelessly claimed in front of so many students that you have been arrested and imprisoned. Such malice. How can you tolerate it? Qin Shiming cast a sidelong glance at Yi Jumin and asked, what do you think I should do? Publicly humiliate her? Do you believe that would truly alleviate my frustration? Actually, I have an idea that could indeed bring you some satisfaction. Yi Jumin chuckled that on May 20th, R&T, they hosting a wedding banquet at the Imperial Hotel. Moreover, Lu Ku is scheming to book the entire top floor of the hotel for the ceremony. If you could thwart Lu Ku's plans and prevent them from hosting their wedding on the top floor, wouldn't that be quite the catharsis? Qin Shiming fell silent for a moment before looking at Yi Jumin and inquiring. The Imperial Hotel is owned by your family, isn't it? If I were to ask for your assistance, would you oblige? Yi Jumin sighed. I would certainly be willing to help, but unfortunately, my sister oversees all operations at the Imperial Hotel. Thus, I find myself powerless despite my intentions. Qin Shiming replied coolly. Then why are you even telling me all this? Isn't this me pointing you in the right direction? Yi Jumin responded. That is not acceptable. Qin Shiming firmly rejected. Come on, that's rather stingy of you. Yi Jumin retorted. Qin Shiming chose to ignore him. The two continued their banter throughout the drive. Half an hour later, the Wrangler entered a villa community named Shuiyun Shanyuan. This expansive area boasted dense greenery, nestled against mountains to the southwest and encircled by a lake to the north, offering stunning views on occasions. One could even see clouds and mist atop the southern mountain. Seemingly within reach, the entire community comprised only 36 villas, each a standalone structure with significant distance between them, featuring entirely different decorative styles. It could be said that Shuiyun Shanyuan was one of the most prestigious villa areas in Jianghai City. Despite the lack of surrounding amenities, the prices were exorbitantly high, with even the cheapest villa exceeding 100 million. Few wealthy individuals in Jianghai City were willing to purchase properties here, as these villas, lacking nearby facilities, would prove inconvenient for living and were unlikely to appreciate in value. Senior Qin, please wait for me here. I will go find my grandfather. Upon arriving outside villa number 3, Yi Junmin pressed the brake, greeted Qin Shiming, and stepped out of the car. Qin Shiming remained alone in the vehicle. After a while, Yi Junmin returned, looking apologetic. Senior Qin, I'm sorry, but my grandfather is currently in seclusion. It seems the Zen spirit coral won't be available for the time being. Chapter 31. Uncle, when will you bring Annie to our home? Yi Junmin expressed his regret to Qin Shiming, offering a sheepish smile. What? Qin Shiming frowned, slightly displeased. The Zen spirit coral is a rare medicinal herb that could detoxify Xiao Xiao. It is nearly within reach, and now you tell me it won't be available for a while. How can I tolerate this? How long will it take? Qin Shiming pressed, suppressing his anger. Fortunately, among the 3 medicinal herbs needed for Xiao Cao's detoxification, only one had been located thus far. Even if he were to obtain the Zen spirit coral, there was still one more to find. Thus, he could afford to wait a little longer, and why grandfather usually enters seclusion for about 7 days to half a month at most. The longest he stays in seclusion is no more than a month. Yi Junmin explained that, most, I can give you half a month. Upon finishing his sentence, Qin Shiming abruptly pushed open the car door and stepped out. Senior Qin, half a month may not be sufficient. Yi Junmin called out, poking his head out of the window as he shouted after Qin Shiming's retreating figure. As his voice faded, Qin Shiming's silhouette gradually disappeared. Yi Junmin couldn't help but chuckle. Senior Qin personally coming to find my grandfather to disturb his seclusion for a single Zen spirit coral. Let us hope he doesn't end up with a broken leg for my grandfather's ire and still has to come begging for mercy. Having been away from home for 3 years and faced with familial upheaval, he now wished to spend as much time as possible with his family. Upon entering the house, his mother, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen, poked her head out, concern etched on her face. Qin Shiming smiled, saying, Mom, I passed the interview and will be starting work in a couple of days. Chunlian was overjoyed and quickly grabbed her phone to make a call. Mom, Dad has gone back to his stall again. Didn't we agree he shouldn't work anymore? I'm about to start earning money. Why is he making things so hard for himself? Shiming, don't be upset. You know your father's temperament. Unless he's completely incapacitated, do you really think he can rest? Chunlian advised, smiling. Besides, working at a stall isn't particularly strenuous. Just let him be. Staying at home all day isn't good for him either. With that temper of his, he often ends up arguing with me. Qin Shiming felt a sense of helplessness. He genuinely wanted his parents to enjoy their later years in peace, especially since they were not lacking in finances. However, his mother's reminder made him realize something important. With his elder brother and sister-in-law having been harmed, and Xiao Cao's illness still untreated, it would not be beneficial for his father to be cooped up at home all day, as it might lead to overthinking. His father, Qin Jun, readily agreed. In the evening, Qin Shiming went to pick up Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, wash your hands quickly. Grandpa has cut you an apple. Okay, Grandpa. Xiao Xiao dashed into the kitchen to wash her hands and then ran over to hug Qin Shiming's leg, asking, Uncle, when will you bring Annie to our home? If we have an Annie, she could have a little brother or sister to play with me. Annie? What Annie? Qin Shiming asked, puzzled. Annie is Annie, Xiao Xiao replied earnestly. Qin Shiming chuckled wryly, saying, Xiao Xiao, you don't have an Annie yet, but Uncle will work hard to find you one soon. Uncle is lying. You have already found me an Annie, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, releasing Qin Shiming's leg and rushing into Qin Jun's room. Moments later, Xiao Xiao emerged with a photo, handing it to Qin Shiming. Isn't this a picture of you and Annie? I saw Grandpa looking at it just last night. Qin Shiming took the photo, He realized it was an old picture of him and Fong Yin, dad. Qin Shiming looked at Qin Jun helplessly. Their relationship had deteriorated to this extent, and Fong Yin was about to marry Lu Ke. Yet his father still retained this photo to in fact. He had been perusing it just yesterday. Ahem, I was merely feeling nostalgic about the past 3 years. Qin Jun coughed awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Immediately, he let out a heavy sigh and turned to Qin Shiming, saying, Shiming, tell me, if 3 years ago you had not encountered that misfortune and instead had entered the Fong family, would our family still have suffered such drastic changes? Qin Shiming opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. To this day, his parents remained unaware that the incident 3 years ago had occurred because he had taken the blame for Fong Yin. And if he had not taken the blame, would so many upheavals have befallen the family? Most importantly, after the tragic fate of his elder brother and sister-in-law, his parents had fallen into destitution, and yet Fong Yin had offered no assistance whatsoever. In fact, just 2 days ago, she had personally delivered a wedding invitation to their door, completely disregarding his parents' feelings. Utterly despicable. Shiming, yesterday I looked through the photos of you and Fong Yin, fearing that if she married someone else, it would bring you sorrow. Seeing that Qin Shiming was silent, Qin Jun continued, Dad, please do not worry about me. Her marriage is her affair. I will not feel sad. Qin Shiming quickly added, Moreover, I already have someone I like. What? You have someone you like? Who? Qin Jun immediately pressed for details. Shiming, who is this young lady? How is your relationship progressing? Mother Chen Lian also hurried out of the kitchen. Dad and Mom, please do not inquire further. I have not seen her for 3 years, and we just met yesterday. Besides, I'm not even certain if I truly like her. In any case, I will definitely find my own happiness in the future. I assure you, I will not feel the slightest sadness over Fong Yan's marriage, so please do not overthink it, all right? Qin Shiming said to his parents. They still had no idea of what kind of woman Fong Yan truly was, and he had no intention of speaking ill of her. At least, it was not necessary to do so at this moment. Their hearts already bore too much sorrow. Well, your mother and I will not be too troubled. It is you who must let go of this matter for us to be at ease, Qin Jun said earnestly. Just then, Qin Shiming's phone suddenly vibrated. The caller was none other than his cousin. Qin Manchue, hello. Qin Shiming answered the call. Qin Shiming, I heard you passed the interview and got into the marketing department, becoming colleagues with me and Mingjie. Qin Manchue's tone was rather cold. Yes, I was fortunate to pass the interview. Qin Shiming replied with a smile. You are indeed fortunate. I have something to tell you. Tonight, a colleague is celebrating their birthday and has organized a small gathering with our marketing department team. Qin Manchue paused before continuing. Mingjie has asked this colleague to invite you to ensure you establish a good rapport with your colleagues, and I'll send you the restaurant details. We should arrive around 6:30. Additionally, I have a few things to discuss with you. Please thank your boyfriend for his kindness, but I will not be attending the dinner. If you have something to say, let us discuss it over the phone. Qin Shiming replied. He had no intention of wasting time building connections with colleagues. Instead, he would prefer to visit Minister Lu Shuxin's home that evening to foster a better relationship with her. Qin Shiming, I do not care whether you have been incarcerated for the past 3 years. Now that you're working at the company, please adopt a proper attitude, establish yourself quickly, and earn some money to alleviate Uncle's burden. Qin Manchue said with evident irritation that in any case, I will send you the restaurant details. Whether you attend is your decision. With that, she hung up the phone. Qin Shiming set his phone down, initially intending to ignore it. But Qin Jun, curious, asked, Shiming, was that Manchue on the line? What did she want? Nothing much, she just mentioned a colleague's birthday gathering and wanted me to join, he replied. Then you should go. Do not disregard Manchue's kindness. She has helped our family quite a bit over these 3 years, often bringing us fruits and nutritional supplements. Qin Jun urged. All right, I will drop by. Qin Shiming finally conceded. However, he knew that this dinner gathering would not be as simple as it seemed. Why would Zhang Mingjie go through the effort to invite him? Chapter 32. What does a reformed convict think he is doing in front of me? Around 6:30, Qin Shiming arrived at the location Qin Manchue had provided. The restaurant was called Shrimp Country, specializing in grilled meats, seafood, skewers, and lobster. The establishment was quite spacious, featuring 3 floors, a main hall on the 1st floor and private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd. In Jianghai City, It was considered a rather upscale dining venue, with a single table costing at least 1 to 2,000. If fine wines were ordered, the total could easily exceed 10,000. After waiting a few minutes at the entrance, 2 cars arrived in succession, one of which was Qin Manchua's Audi. As soon as the car came to a halt, Zhang Mingjie exited from the passenger seat. Mingjie, you mentioned that a distant relative of Qin Manchua's would also be attending. Where are they? From another BMW 530, a striking figure stepped out and quickly approached Zhang Mingjie, speaking in a gentle tone. Her name was Lu Meiqin, and not only was she beautiful, but her figure was also stunning. She had once pursued Zhang Mingjie, but had ultimately failed. Since Qin Manchua began dating him, she often clashed with her. Zhang Mingjie seemed oblivious to the ambiguous stance of the 2 women and pointed toward Qin Shiming. He is over there. Him? No way. He is Qin Manchua's relative. Lu Meiqin scrutinized Qin Shiming and incredulously remarked, "If you hadn't said he was related to Qin Manchua, I would have thought he was just a delivery guy waiting to pick up an order." Upon hearing this, several colleagues nearby laughed, their gazes toward Qin Shiming laden with disdain. There was no denying that Qin Shiming's attire was exceedingly plain. Qin Manchua wished she could find a hole to hide in. Fortunately, Zhang Mingjie had only referred to Qin Shiming as a distant relative and had not specified that he was her cousin. Otherwise, it would have truly been embarrassing. Originally, she had not intended to invite Qin Shiming to this dinner, but that afternoon, Zhang Mingjie had unexpectedly informed her that he wished to extract some information from Qin Shiming to ascertain how exactly he had entered the marketing department. Otherwise, they might inadvertently place him in the security department and risk offending someone. Meiqin, how can you say that about him? I heard he served in the military. At the very least, he could work as a security guard. Zhang Mingjie laughed. But being a security guard is just watching the door, isn't it? How is that different from delivering takeout? Lu Meiqin batted her eyelashes innocently. Well, there's still a bit of a difference. Zhang Mingjie cleared his throat before walking over to Qin Shiming, saying, "Qin Shiming, let me introduce you. These are all my colleagues from the marketing department." That he then introduced each person in turn. Besides himself and Qin Manchua, there were Lu Meiqin and 2 other men and a woman named Chang Kun, Li Ziyuan, and Fong Min. Chen and Fong Min were a couple, appearing to be around 35 years old. Throughout the introductions, Qin Shiming merely nodded in acknowledgement, not uttering a single word. Even when Lu Meiqin made a couple of snide remarks towards him, he pretended not to hear. Soon after, the group made their way into the restaurant. Shortly after they entered, a Mercedes S600 glided up. The doorman promptly welcomed it, and as the car came to a steady stop, he respectfully opened the door. Dressed in a suit, Li Jinshui stepped out and looked towards the entrance of the restaurant. "Puzzled, isn't that, Mr. Qin?" "Boss, did you see an acquaintance?" the doorman inquired respectfully. "Yes, those people who just went in. Please check where they are dining, but do not disturb them, understood?" Li Jinshui instructed. "Understood, I will go at once." The doorman quickly dashed into the restaurant. Outside a private room on the 2nd floor, Qin Shiming, "Wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Qin Shiming had been lagging behind, and once Zhang Mingjie and the others entered the room, Qin Manchua approached him and whispered. After speaking, she walked towards a window along the corridor. Qin Shiming followed her. "Qin Shiming, could you please honestly explain how you passed the interview and entered the marketing department?" Qin Manchua fixed her gaze on him, directly questioning that what's the matter. Qin Shiming smiled lightly. "That doesn't seem important, does it? In any case, I am now part of Ina Shuyu and can start working anytime." "Who says it isn't important? Do you realize that the marketing department is not suitable for you at all? This department is particularly chaotic, and the minister has stringent performance requirements. With your current capabilities, you won't last long here," Qin Manchua asserted. "How about this? Mingjie is quite familiar with the head of the security department, and since you served in the military for 3 years, I will have him help you transfer to the security department. You would be able to stay there longer and stabilize, which would be beneficial for Uncle." Qin Shiming glanced at Qin Manchua and asked, "Is your suggestion to move to the security department your idea? Or is it Mingjie's? Does that really matter? If it is your idea, just tell me the reason, and I can apply for the transfer to the security department immediately if it is Mingjie's idea. Then that I will remain in the marketing department. Both Mingjie and I sincerely hope that you could join the security department, for it is only by remaining there that you can secure your position within the company and establish stability. Do you understand?" "Understood," Qin Shiming nodded. Yet he added, Since this is not solely your decision, I shall not be joining the security department. You need not worry about me. Now that I have entered the marketing department, I will surely find my footing there. You. Qin Manchua's chest heaved with anger. Manchua, what are you still discussing with your cousin? Hurry up and come in order. Everyone is waiting for you to tea that moment. Zhang Mingjia's voice came from behind. I want to concern myself with you. You handle your own affairs. Qin Manchua shot a glare at Qin Shiming and turned to stride into the private room. Qin Shiming followed closely, but Zhang Mingjie stepped forward to block his path. Qin Shiming, care to share how you managed to get into our marketing department? Of course, I entered through an interview, following the proper procedures. Impossible, impossible. Is it only by joining the security department as a mere doorman that I would meet your approval? With that, Qin Shiming disregarded Zhang Mingjie and maneuvered around him into the room. What does a man, fresh from 3 years in prison, think he is doing in front of me? I have plenty of ways to make you confess later. Zhang Mingjie scoffed at Qin Shiming's retreating figure. Within 10 minutes, an array of seafood, barbecued meat, and 10 pounds of crayfish were served to the table, accompanied by 2 cases of beer and 2 bottles each of white and red wine. Qin Shiming, this is Mao Dai. You've surely never had it before, right? Come, I toast to you, welcoming you to our marketing department as a colleague. Just as the waiter finished pouring drinks for everyone, Lu Meiqin stood up enthusiastically, holding a glass filled with at least 2 taels of white liquor, and downed it in one gulp. Qin Shiming observed her finish before responding. Thank you, but I do not drink. Chapter 33, I am not well acquainted with her. Why should I extend her courtesy? Thank you, but I do not drink. Qin Shiming's refusal was resolute. Drink? He certainly could, but not everyone has the privilege to drink with him. Moreover, he could easily discern that the atmosphere was intent on forcing liquor upon him. Lu Meiqin, holding her empty glass, was momentarily taken aback. The others in the room were equally stunned. Qin Shiming, what do you mean? Are you refusing to show courtesy? Lu Meiqin's heavily made-up face darkened instantly. Chen Kuan and Li Ziyuan frowned as well. Zhang Mingjie chuckled and said, Qin Shiming, you're being unreasonable. You do realize how many people have sought to invite Meiqin out for meals and drinks at the company. Yet she has seldom extended such courtesy to anyone. Today, she takes the initiative to toast you, and you refuse? That's rather disrespectful, don't you think? Qin Shiming replied nonchalantly, I am not well acquainted with her. Why should I extend her courtesy? You. This was the first time Lu Meiqin had been so directly rebuffed by a man, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. However, her beautiful eyes darted towards Qin Manchu. So, Qin Manchu, your relative is such an impolite individual. Today I've certainly gained some insight. Qin Shiming, if I recall correctly, you used to drink a bit, right? Since Meiqin is so warmly toasting you, can't you at least indulge her with a drink? Although Qin Manchu disapproved of Qin Shiming's attitude, there was a hint of pleading in her gaze as she looked at him. Since Lu Meiqin has made her intentions clear, if Qin Shiming still refused to drink, it would only serve to make her a laughingstock come morning. Lu Meiqin would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to ridicule her. Very well, I shall drink with her, Qin Shiming declared, lifting his glass and downing it in one go. That is more like it. Lu Meiqin settled back down with satisfaction. Subsequently, she lightly nudged Li Ziyuan, who was seated beside her, with her foot. Qin Shiming, welcome to our marketing department. I also toast you. Li Ziyuan raised his glass and, following suit, downed it in one gulp. After finishing, he added, You wouldn't only extend courtesy to Lu Meiqin and not to me, would you? How could that be? Qin Shiming smiled, then poured himself another drink and polished it off. Refreshing. Li Ziyuan burst into laughter. Haha, then it's my turn now, right? Chen Kuan also stood with a drink in hand. Qin Shiming, welcome aboard. Now that you haven't started working yet, you don't know which team you'll be assigned to. If you end up on my team, I'll certainly take good care of you. Come, I toast you. Thank you. Qin Shiming smiled slightly and drank again, before he could even set down his glass. Zhang Mingjie stood up. Qin Shiming, I didn't expect you to have such a good tolerance. Now I'm relieved. Come, I also toast you. Very well. Qin Shiming drank once more, after downing 4 glasses, totaling over 8 taels. His expression remained unchanged. Once he mastered the technique, he could effortlessly metabolize alcohol. Not to mention, just a few glasses, even several cases would leave him unaffected. Qin Manxue furrowed her brows, for she had finally realized that Zhang Mingjie and the others were intentionally trying to intoxicate Qin Shiming. She picked up her phone and sent Zhang Mingjie a WeChat message. Mingjie, are you all trying to get Qin Shiming drunk? Qin Manxue put down her phone, her expression somewhat conflicted. However, Zhang Mingjie and the others had already begun their scheme, and she felt it inappropriate to intervene at that moment. Cheng Kuin's wife, Fong Min, also raised her glass to Qin Shiming. Manxue, Qin Shiming is your distant relative. Everyone is toasting him, so you should too. Lu Meiqin looked at Qin Manxue with a knowing smirk. Qin Manxue's face revealed a hint of reluctance. Waiter, please bring 2 more bottles of Mao Tai. Thank you. Qin Shiming called out to the waiter. In that brief moment, the 2 bottles of Mao Tai they had ordered were already finished. Yes, bring 2 more bottles, Cheng Kuin called out, though a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. 1 bottle of Mao Tai costs over 2,000 yuan. Yes, bring 2 more. Cheng Kuin called out again, though a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. 1 bottle of Mao Tai costs over 2,000 yuan. The waiter swiftly returned with the drinks, pouring for everyone. Manxue, I toast you. Qin Shiming raised his glass towards Qin Manxue. Qin Manxue cast a worried glance at Qin Shiming, and seeing his complexion still appeared normal, she lifted her glass and drank. Qin Shiming poured himself another drink and raised his glass towards Lu Meiqin. This scene left everyone in the private room utterly astounded. Just moments ago, Qin Shiming had downed over a pound of white liquor, and now he was poised to toast Lu Meiqin without even pausing for breath. Had he overindulged? Lu Meiqin was momentarily taken aback. Before she could respond, Qin Shiming had already finished his drink and refilled his glass. Turning to Li Ziwan beside her, Li Ziwan, right? I look forward to your guidance in the future. I toast you. All right. Li Ziwan quickly lifted his glass. Supervisor Cheng, I toast you. Zhang Ming. In the midst of this, he called for the waiter to bring 2 more bottles of Mao Tai. Within a mere 5 minutes, they were all consumed. Cheng Kuin's eyes turned red. 1 bottle of Mao Tai costs over 2,700 yuan. 2 bottles total over 5,000. He initially thought the drinks they had ordered would suffice to intoxicate Qin Shiming. Yet after ordering 4 more bottles, Qin Shiming remained as composed as ever. To think that he alone had consumed 3 bottles. Is he even human? The key point is he had frivolously spent over 10,000 yuan. His wife, Fong Min, looked as though she were about to faint from embarrassment, her complexion resembling that of a liver. Waiter. Qin Shiming beckoned. Wait! Cheng Kuin could no longer sit still, hastily saying, Qin Shiming, let us refrain from drinking white liquor. We still have 2 cases of beer unopened. Qin Shiming replied, It's fortunate they remain unopened. We can return them. Beer is unnecessary, as it lacks any potency. It's akin to drinking water. Fong Min chuckled. Perhaps we should conclude our meal here, as we have already reserved a private room at Weilong Entertainment Club. If we drink too much, we might not be able to enjoy ourselves over there. They had promised Zhang Mingjie to get Qin Shiming drunk at the dining table, but his drinking capacity had exceeded their expectations. They certainly did not wish to waste so much money just to assist Zhang Mingjie. Over 10,000 yuan equated to half a month's income for their family. Not to worry. Even if I drink excessively here, I can still continue once we arrive there. Upon finishing, Qin Shiming once more gestured for the waiter. Waitered, and oh need, we won't be ordering anymore. Cheng Kuin stated firmly. Order? Who said we wouldn't be ordering? Zhang Mingjie interjected, exuberantly proclaiming, Qin Shiming is Manxue's relative, thus he is also my relative. Furthermore, today is Supervisor Cheng's birthday. We must drink to our heart's content. Any drinks ordered later will be on my tab. Cheng Kuin cautioned, Mingjie, that bottle of Mao Tai costs over 2,700. Think it through, as long as everyone is happy. Money is no object. Very well, Cheng Kuin had no choice but to concede. Waiter, Qin Shiming, seeing their conversation reach a conclusion, finally addressed the waiter. Please bring us 10 bottles of Mao Tai. Chapter 34, I am here to toast Mr. Qin. 10 bottles? Zhang Mingjie stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Qin Shiming had already consumed nearly 3 bottles of liquor, and he initially thought that Qin Shiming could manage only an additional 1 or 2 bottles. To his astonishment, Qin Shiming declared he would order 10 bottles. 10 bottles. That amounted to over 27,000 yuan, equivalent to 2 months of his salary. What's the matter? Is that a lot? Qin Shiming asked. If you're hesitant to spend that much, then let us just drink beer. Who said I'm hesitant? Zhang Mingjie feigned concern that I'm merely worried that you won't be able to finish all that alcohol. Or worse, something might happen to your health afterwards. Qin Manchue grew increasingly anxious. He has already consumed 3 bottles. Can his body truly withstand more? Rest assured, I was a soldier and am well aware of my physical condition. A few bottles of liquor are nothing to me, Qin Shiming replied nonchalantly. Nothing? Zhang Mingjie's lips quivered. So, even if he drinks 1 or 2 more bottles of Mao Tai, Qin Shiming might still remain standing. What kind of drinking capacity is that? The key is if he can't be downed, then all this money will go to waste at Qin Shiming. Our drinking capacity can't compare to yours, after downing 2 or 3 shots in quick succession. We're already feeling it. I propose we eat more dishes, take a break, and continue later. What do you think? Zhang Mingjie coughed lightly, feeling no embarrassment that a person in the marketing department must have thick skin. Cheng Kuan and Fang Min exchanged disdainful glances with Zhang Mingjie. Lu Meiqin and Li Ziyuan also regarded him with unusual expressions. Qin Manchue remained unfazed, but Zhang Mingjie dared not look at her. In any case, he was resolute. Even if he felt embarrassed, he could not let such a large sum go to waste. Sigh, I thought you were Manchue's boyfriend and would be more generous, Cheng Kuan remarked. It seems Supervisor Cheng is the one with the magnanimity. Qin Shiming gave Cheng Kuan a thumbs up. Ha. It's my birthday today, so I certainly cannot be stingy. Cheng Kuan laughed heartily, suddenly feeling fond of Qin Shiming, completely forgetting that he would have to spend over 10,000 yuan today because of him. Zhang Mingjie, however, wore an exceedingly grim expression. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the private room. The conversation halted as everyone let the waiter open the door. As the door swung open, 2 figures stepped inside. Manager Huang, what brings you here? Haha, Mr. Zhang, you're too polite. Manager Huang chuckled awkwardly, then gestured for Li Jinxue behind him to step forward. Actually, it's my boss, Director Li, who wishes to join you in your private room. Director Li? The Li from yearn Pharmaceutical. Zhang Mingjie stared at Li Jinxue, who was still holding a glass of liquor, instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Before Li Jinxue could speak, Zhang Mingjie poured himself a drink and exclaimed, Director Li, if you came to toast me, you needn't have gone through the trouble of coming here yourself. You could have simply sent someone to inform me, and I would have gone to find you. Director Li, I salute you. He raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Li Jinxue opened his mouth, feeling somewhat awkward. Who is this person? However, recalling that this individual shared a private room with Qin Shiming, he decided not to offend him. He forced a smile and drank from his glass. Seeing this, Zhang Mingjie's face lit up with intense excitement. yearn Pharmaceutical was a pharmaceutical giant valued at over 10 billion yuan. And now, the captain of the ship had come to seek him out for a drink. He had a genuine chance to cling to this lucrative opportunity. The future looked bright. Initially, Cheng Kuan and the others were taken aback. But soon their gazes toward Zhang Mingjie were filled with envy and jealousy. Qin Manchue also wore a proud expression. Could you please make some room? Li Jinxue spoke up. Huh. Zhang Mingjie was momentarily taken aback. As it happens, I am here to toast Mr. Qin. Li Jinxue clarified. Mr. Qin? Which Mr. Qin? As he spoke, Zhang Mingjie instinctively looked towards Qin Shiming. You mean Qin Shiming? Yes, Li Jinxue nodded. Seeing that Zhang Mingjie still didn't make way, he simply walked around him to stand in front of Qin Shiming. Mr. Qin, why didn't you let me know you were dining at my family's restaurant? Fortunately, I happened to be here today and saw you at the entrance. The fact that Director Li from yearn Pharmaceutical was being so courteous to Qin Shiming left Cheng Kuan and the others in utter disbelief. Zhang Mingjie could hardly fathom it, feeling as if he wanted to burrow into the ground. Qin Manchue covered her mouth in disbelief. Qin Shiming, out of courtesy, stood up and said, I had no idea this restaurant was run by you, Director Li. I thought you only dealt in pharmaceuticals. Ha. My company is involved in many businesses, but in terms of dining, we only operate the Xiaoguo restaurant brand. In the future, if you wish to dine at Xiaoguo restaurant, just give me a call, and I'll arrange the highest tier package for you. Li Jinxue laughed heartily at the tea that moment. The waiter, showing great understanding, approached to refill his empty glass with white liquor. Mr. Qin, allow me to toast you. Thank you. Qin Shiming smiled. raising his glass to clink with Li Jinshui's before both drank it down, that I won't disturb you and your friends any longer. If you need anything, feel free to call me anytime. Li Jinshui said, then turned to Manager Huang. Today, all expenses in this private room, regardless of the amount, will be waived. Additionally, when they finish dining, send each of them a case of Maotai. Gasp. Waived, and each person to receive a case of Maotai. Did I hear that right? Why is Director Li being so generous? Is it because of Qin Shiming's influence? Cheng Kuan and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Mingjie and Qin Manchu also looked on in disbelief. Yet, Qin Shiming remained calm, not perceiving it as anything extraordinary. Individuals like Li Jinshui, who frequently socialized, might not have serious ailments, but they certainly had their share of minor issues. Director Li, I understand you're doing this out of regard for Qin Shiming, and we are very grateful. However, you needn't send a case of Maotai. That is far too extravagant. At that moment, Qin Manchu, after much internal struggle, stood up to voice her thoughts. She did not understand why Li Jinshui was so generous to Qin Shiming. She merely felt that she could not accept such a substantial favor without giving something in return. Extravagant. Compared to Mr. Qin curing the ailments I have endured for years, a few cases of Maotai are nothing. Li Jinshui waved his hand dismissively, smiling at Qin Shiming before turning to leave with Manager Huang. Once they departed, everyone in the private room turned their gaze towards Qin Shiming. Chapter 35. Could you grant me the opportunity to accompany you tonight? Qin Shiming, did you treat Director Li's ailments? When did this happen? Qin Manchu was the first to question, and you didn't study medicine in college. How could you heal someone? Qin Shiming casually explained. Indeed, I didn't study medicine in college, but I learned some medical skills during my 3 years in the army. During lunch yesterday, by chance, I treated Director Li for a minor issue I didn't think much of at the time. But I didn't expect to run into him here today, and he would bring it up and be so generous. So, you're not particularly close with Director Li? Zhang Mingjie inquired, before Qin Shiming could respond. Lu Meiqin interjected. Didn't Qin Shiming just say? He merely treated Director Li for a minor ailment. And now that Director Li is being so generous, it's as if he has repaid a favor. From now on, Qin Shiming and Director Li will likely become strangers. Well, that's disappointing, Zhang Mingjie remarked, his tone tinged with disappointment, that he had hoped that if Qin Shiming were close to Li Jinshui, he might find an opportunity to leverage that connection. But now, it seemed that chance was lost. However, upon reflection, if Qin Shiming were truly close to Li Jinshui, he would be working at Inxing Shuyu. Just then, a waiter wheeled in a cart laden with various grilled meats, seafood, and even 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. Mr. Qin, these were sent by Director Li, and if you need anything else, please don't hesitate to ask. The waiter said respectfully, Wow, 1982 Lafite? I've never had the chance to drink it. Lu Meiqin exclaimed excitedly. Shiming, I can't believe I'm drinking 1982 Lafite on my birthday. All thanks to you. Cheng Kuan's attitude towards Qin Shiming had become notably friendlier. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingjie wore a sullen expression. He had initially planned to drink Qin Shiming under the table, hoping to extract information about how he got into the marketing department, while also embarrassing him. Now, however, Cheng Kuan and the others were treating Qin Shiming with utmost respect, completely thwarting his plans. What does it matter if they're courteous now? Just wait until they learn that you didn't actually serve 3 years in the army, but rather spent 3 years in prison. Let us see how they treat you then. Zhang Mingjie scoffed inwardly an hour later, after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, as they were preparing to leave. Several waiters arrived, carrying 7 cases of Maotai, accompanying them out of the restaurant. Qin Shiming had no intention of joining them for karaoke, but Chen Kuan let him leave, insisting on dragging him into a BMW. The car was driven by a designated driver, with Fong Min sitting in the front passenger seat. 3 individuals, Qin Shiming, Cheng Kuan, and Lu Ziyuan, occupied the spacious backseat of a BMW 5 Series, which felt quite comfortable and not overly cramped. Shiming, Cheng Kuan said, placing a hand on his shoulder, You must honestly confess, have you perhaps offended that fellow Zhang Mingjie in some way? He chuckled reassuringly. Rest assured, there are no outsiders in the car. Yuan is also my good brother. Whatever you say here will remain between us. Qin Shiming smiled faintly and replied, I have not wronged him. He is simply rather petty. However, he is nothing more than a buffoon, and I do not take him seriously. I love hearing that. He truly is a mere clown. Were it not for Vice President Chow, he wouldn't even qualify as a clown. Chen Kun laughed heartily, before adding, by the way, I must apologize for making you drink today. Fong Min, seated in the front passenger seat, chimed in, Mr. Qin, I also owe you an apology. Please don't take it to heart. Haha, it's nothing. I didn't mind it at all. Qin Shiming responded with a smile before his curiosity was piqued. Chung, what is the situation regarding Vice President Chow that you mentioned earlier? Chen Kun grinned broadly and said, since you're new to our company, you probably don't know about this, that it's fine for me to share, but you must promise not to tell your distant relative, Qin Manchua. Fong Min interjected just now. Qin Manchua also made Mr. Qin drink. Clearly, she is on Zhang Mingjia's side, so Mr. Qin wouldn't disclose anything to her. Right. I almost forgot that they're just distant relatives, not close kin, Chen Kun realized. Shiming, do you know why Zhang Mingjia, at such a young age, has managed to rise to the position of market department head, standing equal to me? Qin Shiming shook his head. It's all because of that Vice President Chow. Chow Yin, Chen Kun continued. Chow Yin, that plump woman, is excessively lecherous and has a penchant for flirting with young M. In order to ascend, Zhang Mingjia had to compromise with her. Otherwise, given his capabilities, he wouldn't have stood a chance of becoming a supervisor even in 3 to 5 years. This major gossip was news to Qin Shiming that he had thought Zhang Mingjia's promotion was due to exceptional talent. It turned out he had been compromised. Despite Zhang Mingjia currently dating Qin Manchua, he still occasionally fell prey to Chow Yan's advances. Chen Kun sneered. Such a person, I genuinely look down upon. Liz Yuan scoffed. Not just look down upon, it's a disgrace to us men that he can even tolerate a woman like Chow Yan. Qin Shiming pondered whether he should inform Qin Manchua about this matter. Furthermore, how could someone like Chow Yan, who engaged in such underhanded dealings, hold the position of vice president? As the chairman, shouldn't he address this issue? Half an hour later, the car arrived at the Weilong Entertainment Club. This was Qin Shiming's second visit. However, since it was nighttime, the poor lighting and the bustling crowd at the entrance, coupled with his ordinary attire, meant that the club staff did not recognize him. Shiming, this Weilong Entertainment Club ranks in the top 3 among all clubs in Zhanghai City. You must not have had the pleasure of visiting before, right? We must ensure you have a great time tonight, Chen Kun said as he stepped out. Throwing an arm around Qin Shiming's shoulders, he lowered his voice. The girls here are quite stunning. How about I help you, and Zon, each order one. But just so you know, I can cover the tips, but if you take them out tonight, you'll need to pay for that yourself. Qin Shiming chuckled. I'll pass. You can order one for Ziyuan. You don't want one? Oh, I see. It must be because of your relative Qin Manchu, right? No worries. We'll let slide this time. I'll take you out again after payday. Just then, Chen Kun spotted Qin Manchua and her group approaching. And he quickly understood. Qin Shiming smiled helplessly, choosing not to elaborate further. I could see that moment. Lu Meiqin passed by him. Suddenly speaking up, Qin Shiming, since this Weilong Entertainment Club ranks among the top 3 in Zhanghai City. When you go in, try not to look around too much. We wouldn't want anyone thinking we're country bumpkins, all right? Qin Shiming was disinclined to engage with her and walked straight into the club, deliberately positioning himself at the back to avoid drawing attention from the staff. However, the staff at Weilong Club were all meticulously selected by Lei Hu to prevent any future conflicts with Qin Shiming. Lei Hu had already distributed Qin Shiming's photograph to all his subordinates, instructing them to never offend him. Thus, before Qin Shiming even entered the club, he was immediately recognized, and the news swiftly reached Lei Hu's ears. Brother, why did you rush to find me? I was in the midst of an engaging conversation with President Han from Qinglin Group, and your urgent call has interrupted our discussion. I thought you were quite invested in this matter. As Lei Bao entered Lei Hu's office, he began to express his irritation. Qin Shiming is at our club, Lei Hu announced. What did you say? Qin Shiming. Yes, at our club. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Lei Bao's hair stood on end. The events from Qin Shiming's last visit to their club were still vivid in his memory. Moreover, he had even experienced some unpleasantness with Qin Shiming afterward and had attempted to make amends by offering him 100 million in cash, only to be rejected. He had been worried that Qin Shiming might hold a grudge. Now, he feared that Qin Shiming's presence might lead to trouble. I just received the news and called you over immediately, Lei Hu said. However, you needn't worry too much. I've just been informed that Qin Shiming and his companions have entered a standard private room. The others appear to be his friends, and they seem to have come to enjoy themselves. Really? Yes, it seems so. Ah, that is a relief. Lei Bao exhaled deeply, then added, Brother, since Qin Shiming is a formidable master, we must go greet him at the club, right? And we ought to arrange the best imperial private room for him. How about we have you see accompany him tonight? Lei, who shook his head, I just considered that. However, I worry he may not want to be too ostentatious in front of his friends. If we do that, it could backfire and upset him. What should we do then? Are we to act as if we don't know he is here? Brother, don't you wish to befriend Qin Shiming? Now we have the perfect opportunity. We can't just do nothing. After some contemplation, Lei Hu replied, Here is the plan. Have you see stop accompanying Han Guangxin for now and let her attend to Qin Shiming. But instruct her to keep the conversation minimal. This way, Mr. Qin can maintain a low profile while we convey our respect. All right, I'll go find you see right away. Lei Bao quickly exited the office. Inside the private room, Lu Meiqin looked at Qin Shiming with a teasing smile. How about you order a lady too? Sitting there alone must be quite lonely for you. Having already ordered a companion for himself, Li Ziyuan, and with Cheng Kuan accompanied by Fang Min, while Zhang Mingjie was flanked by Qin Manchue and Lu Meiqin, only Qin Shiming sat alone, appearing somewhat isolated. Qin Shiming busied himself with his phone, saying, It's all right. You all enjoy yourselves. I'm fine. Are you worried that if you order a lady, she might not find you appealing? Lu Meiqin said with a grin. Zhang Mingjie added, Qin Shiming, since you are Manchue's brother, I'll speak frankly. Although you do appear rather ordinary and not particularly striking, making it hard for the ladies here to take a liking to you, you need not fret too much. Their job is simply to drink and entertain you. They want to care about such things. Qin Manchue chimed in. Qin Shiming, why not order one? You haven't interacted with girls in years. This is a great opportunity to practice. Otherwise, with your situation, it might be challenging to find a girlfriend in the future. Challenging? With someone like Qin Shiming, I doubt any girl would even glance his way in a year or two. Zhang Mingjie sighed, his eyes filled with mockery, though his expression feigned concern for Qin Shiming. Just then, the sharp sound of high heels echoed through the room. A stunningly beautiful woman, tall and curvaceous, entered the private room and approached Qin Shiming directly. Esteemed guest, may I have the honor of accompanying you tonight? Her voice was soft and melodic, capable of stirring the primal instincts of any man. Dressed in a light blue bodycon dress, her fair skin was breathtakingly exposed, accentuating her ample curves, while a deep neckline revealed an enticing cleavage that seemed to beckon. Below, her slender waist and curvaceous hips created a perfect silhouette, complemented by long, smooth legs that captivated the eye. With a flawless face, she truly embodied beauty that could enthrall any heart. Her arrival cast a momentary silence over the private room, and her words ignited an instant fervor among Cheng Kuan, Zhang Mingjie, and the others. Beautiful lady, have you perhaps entered the wrong room or mistaken your companions? Ahem, my dear, the lighting here is rather dim, and it seems you may have indulged a bit too much. How about I turn on a light and pour you a glass of water to help you regain your senses? The men, including Zhang Mingjie, could not help but feel a pang of envy, even swallowing hard at the sight of her. You see, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be accompanying President Han from Qinglin Group? The young woman beside Li Ziyuan recognized Yu Si and gasped in surprise. Shaoli, you know her? Li Ziyuan inquired immediately, having already learned her name. Of course I do. Yu Si is our star attraction at Weilong Entertainment Club, the top courtesan. Many prominent businessmen from Jianghai City come here just to share a drink with her. However, very few can actually persuade her to leave with them. Moreover, Shaoli elaborated. Moreover what? Li Ziyuan pressed. Zhang Mingjie and the others also turned their gaze toward Shaoli. Moreover, Yu Si never accompanies clients for an entire night. The implication was unmistakable. Zhang Mingjie and the others grew even more agitated. It turned out that the stunning beauty before them was indeed the famed courtesan of the Weilong Entertainment Club. Even some wealthy businessmen found it challenging to engage her for a drink, and she never spent the night with clients. Yet, from her demeanor towards Qin Shiming, it seems, sir, if you do not mind, Yu Si is yours for the night. From beginning to end, Yu Si's gaze remained fixed solely on Qin Shiming. Upon uttering those words, Zhang Mingjie and the others felt as though their hearts might shatter. Such an exquisite flower was about to be wasted on a pile of cow dung. Especially Zhang Mingjie and Lu Meiqin, who felt an intense flush rise to their cheeks. Just moments ago, they had remarked that no girl would look at Qin Shiming, that he wouldn't find a girlfriend for at least a year. Yet now, a stunning beauty was about to throw herself at him. Qin Manchu's gaze towards Qin Shiming was fraught with complexity. Miss UC, are you truly certain you have not mistaken the person? Zhang Mingjie could no longer contain himself, raising his hand to signal the DJ to silence the music. Then loudly inquired, I most certainly have not mistaken him. UC finally turned her attention to Zhang Mingjie and the others. The moment you entered the club, I noticed you. To be precise, it was this gentleman. His unique aura captivated me, rendering me unable to resist. Thus, if he so desires, he shall be my Prince Charming tonight. Thud! Zhang Mingjie sank back onto the sofa, his eyes filled with envy and resentment as he gazed at Qin Shiming. How could he, a man who had spent 3 years in prison, attract such a goddess? Shiming, what are you hesitating for? Chang Kuan urged him. Yes, hurry up. Li Zhan joined in the teasing. Miss UC, I sincerely apologize. But I am currently occupied. Perhaps you could accompany President Han instead? Qin Shiming had surmised that this woman named UC had been arranged by Lei Hu. Lei Hu had shown consideration by not coming personally, merely sending UC to perform this little act. Unfortunately, he truly had no time to be present. Lu Shuxin seemed overly eager, constantly messaging him on WeChat. Damn it. What is wrong with her? Shiming, yet you wouldn't happen to have issues in that regard. Would you? Chung Kuan grew increasingly concerned about Qin Shiming's well-being. Nonsense. I am healthier than any of you. It's just that I genuinely have no time. Qin Shiming shot Chung Kuan a glare. Sir, could you not grant me a chance? UC said pitifully, moreover, if you truly have no time, I can simply sit beside you for now, pouring you drinks. I assure you I won't be a bother. All right, Qin Shiming frowned, somewhat reluctant. Yet he understood that if UC were to leave just like that, it might not bode well for Lei Hu. Sit down then. Qin Shiming shifted slightly on the sofa. Thank you, UC exclaimed with excitement, quickly taking a seat beside him and pouring him a drink. However, that was the extent of their interaction. No further intimacy to it wasn't due to her unwillingness, but rather her fear. Witnessing this scene, Chung Kuan and the others felt a sense of despair. Such a waste. Occupying a prime spot without making the most of it. To sum it up in 3 words, not a man. Or perhaps 4. Not a human. Fortunately, with Xiaoli present, the atmosphere in the room soon became lively. UC would occasionally share a drink or 2 with Chung Kuan and the others. As the alcohol flowed, Li Zhan, whose tolerance was not particularly high, ended up vomiting in the restroom, forcing Lu Meiqin, who needed to use the bathroom, to head to the public restroom outside the private room. Oh, beautiful lady, are you alone? Did no handsome man summon you? How about coming to drink a couple of glasses with me? The club was brightly lit, making it impossible to discern how heavily Lu Meiqin was made up. Only enhancing her allure, the bald man, robust as an ox, stood in the corridor, blocking Lu Meiqin's path. Get out of the way. I am not a princess in this club. Lu Meiqin was infuriated at being mistaken for a club princess. Showing no regard for the bald man, smack. The bald man slapped Lu Meiqin across the face, angrily declaring, Damn it, I don't care if you're a princess, since I've taken a liking to you. You must accompany me tonight. Although he used only a fraction of his strength, Lu Meiqin was still knocked to the ground, half her face swelling as she let out a pained scream. Brother Nyo, what is going on? Did this bitch provoke you? Shall we drag her into the room and strip her? The scream attracted the attention of several men from the nearby private room, who rushed out, clamoring. Lu Meiqin, terrified, immediately ceased her screams, her face a mask of fear. Meiqin, is that you? A familiar voice rang out. Lu Meiqin turned towards the sound, her face lighting up with joy. Minister Li, save me. The speaker was none other than Li Bin, the former head of the Human Resources Department at Galaxy Entertainment. Come, let us help you up. Li Bin stepped forward, assisting Lu Meiqin to her feet. Then addressed the bald man, Brother Nyo, she is my former colleague. She is not a princess in this club. Can we put this misunderstanding behind us? Oh, she is your colleague? I thought she was here pretending to be one of the princesses. All right then, since it's a misunderstanding, let it go. Miss, I apologize. I might have been a bit too rough. Ministerly, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for your timely arrival, I don't know what I would have done. Lu Meichin expressed her gratitude to Li Bi and own need for thanks. It was a small matter. Li Bin waved his hand. That be by the way, I have a question for you. Did I recall that today is Chung Kuan's birthday? Right? Are you with them? Lu Meiqi nodded. Yes, we are in room 999. Is Zhang Mingji there as well? Li Bin inquired. Yes, he is. Ministerly, it seems you and Mingji have a good relationship. Why not join us in our room for a drink? Sure, but I need to greet a friend first. You go ahead. I'll follow shortly. All right, I'll also go say a few words to Mingji. Wait, I'll head over first to surprise him. Wouldn't tea that be better? Right. That way, one tea spill the beans. After Lu Meichin spoke, she immediately turned to head towards room 999. Brother Nyo, the scoundrel Zhang Mingji mentioned earlier, is currently at Wei Long Entertainment Club. Could you bring your brothers and help me confront him? I need to ask him why he tried to harm me. Li Bin approached Brother Nyo and said, Old Li, isn't that a bit inappropriate? You know I'm out with my boss, President Han, today. This Wei Long Entertainment Club isn't our territory. It wouldn't be wise to stir trouble here. Brother Nyo hesitated. He had known Li Bin for some time and considered him a friend. But he didn't want to invite trouble. Brother Nyo, if you help me tonight, I'll cover your expenses for the ladies. Plus, I'll give you this amount. Li Bin held up 2 fingers. Brother Nyo's eyes lit up immediately. All right, let us not waste time. Let us go. But I'll be careful. We can't afford any fatalities, all right? Li Bin was startled and quickly assured, of course, no problem. Then it's settled. Brother Nyo signaled to his brothers. Let us get to work. 6 or 7 burly men, under Brother Nyo's lead, marched towards room 999 with great fervor. Meichin, what happened to your face? Chung Kuan immediately noticed Lu Meichin's swollen face, as if she had been struck, and quickly raised his hand to silence the music. Everyone turned their attention to Lu Meichin. Alas, I've had the worst luck. I just encountered a fool who caused me trouble, and he is from a rough background. I was genuinely frightened, but thankfully a colleague recognized him and helped me out just in time. Lu Meichin poured herself a glass of water as she spoke. Chung Kuan inquired, a colleague? Who is it? Hee, that's a secret for now, but you'll find out soon enough. Lu Meichin chuckled, glancing at Zhang Mingji. Mingji, you seem to know him quite well. He mentioned he would join you for a drink soon. Familiar with me? Zhang Mingji was taken aback. While he had many acquaintances at the company, he couldn't fathom who Lu Meichin was referring to. Just then, the door to the private room was thrust open with great force, and a group of figures surged into the room, instantly making the spacious area feel cramped. Zhang Mingji, you must be having a great time today. Right? Li Bin, who led the group, quickly fixed his gaze on Zhang Mingji, his eyes brimming with resentment. Niu Gu and several burly men glared fiercely at Zhang Mingji, causing his face to turn ashen in an instant. Chapter 37. Want to be a hero and save the damsel. Do you even know how to write the word death? Ministerly, there seems to be a misunderstanding regarding your dismissal. Could you please allow me to explain? Zhang Mingji realized that Li Bin had come to confront him and anticipated no good would come of it. Thus, he sought to clarify the situation. Explain? What good is your explanation? If it weren't for you, would I have lost my job? However, Li Bin showed no interest in Zhang Mingji's explanation, turning to Niu Gu and commanding, Niu Gu, let the brothers take action. Brothers, go. Niu Gu wasted no time and waved his hand. Immediately, the burly men surrounding Zhang Mingji raised their fists. Zhang Mingji, terrified, cried out, Stop! A cold voice rang out. Qin Manchue, summoning her courage, stood in front of Zhang Mingji. If you dare to lay a hand on anyone, I will call the police immediately. As she spoke, she raised her phone to, Oh, I didn't even notice there was a stunning beauty here, Niu Gu remarked, his gaze fixated on Qin Manchue, his eyes gleaming with desire. Lu Meichin had already captivated him, but Qin Manchue, in both appearance and figure, surpassed Lu Meichin by several tiers, truly a goddess. Niu Ji's heart raced, and without hesitation, he reached out towards Qin Manchue. What do you think you're doing? Qin Manchue's face paled, instinctively retreating. Yet behind her was the sofa, leaving her with nowhere to escape. In her retreat, she fell onto the sofa, her panic-stricken expression radiating an intense desire to be both conquered and cherished. Nyoga could no longer contain himself. What does Nyoga want? Right now, he just wants to be a bull plowing the fields. Ha ha! With a loud laugh, Nyoga lunged towards Qin Mengsi that moment. Intoxicated by alcohol, he seemingly forgot that there were others around and temporarily set aside his intention of beating Zhang Mingjie. Mingjie, save me! Qin Manxue screamed in terror. Yet surrounded by several burly men, Zhang Mingjie dared not make a move. In fact, he held onto a sliver of hope. Perhaps if Nyoga was satisfied, he would spare him. Unfortunately, he lamented that he had yet to enjoy Qin Manxue's company. After calling for help, seeing that Zhang Mingjie did not come to her aid and that Nyoji's massive form was about to descend upon her, she was overwhelmed with both fear and despair. Just then, a dull thud resonated. Nyoji's hefty frame was sent tumbling by a kick. Qin Manxue looked up in astonishment. The one who intervened was none other than Qin Shiming. Someone she never would have expected. Damn it, kid, how dare you sneak attack me? Nyoga stumbled to his feet, glaring at Qin Shiming. Want to play the hero and save the damsel, but let me ask you, do you know how to write the word death? As his words fell, his crew immediately surrounded Qin Shiming. Chen Kuan and the others were filled with apprehension, but dared not speak up. Zhang Mingjie let out a long sigh of relief, and then quickly pulled Qin Manxue up. Manxue, we must leave, but Qin Shiming, she hesitated. He's a veteran. He must be formidable. Even if he can't win, can't he escape? We might be a burden here. Manxue, we can't linger here any longer. We must hurry and go. Zhang Mingjie saw that Nyoji's attention was still elsewhere, and, disregarding Qin Manxue's resistance, forcibly dragged her out of the room. Fang Min, noticing, quickly pulled Chen Kun away as well. Lu Meiqin and Li Zan silently followed behind. Nyoga, however, paid them no mind. His sole focus was to deal with the one who dared to strike him. Oh, it's you. The dim lighting earlier had concealed Qin Shiming in the corner, so Li Bin had not noticed him. Now, he recognized that this was the person responsible for his job loss. Li Bin, do you know him? Nyoga asked. Yes, he's the new chairman of our Galaxy Entertainment. That he's the one who had me fired today. Li Bin replied resentfully, glaring at Qin Shiming. And no wonder he dares to act against me. Turns out he's a chairman. Nyoga sneered, but a small-time business owner is hardly worth my concern. Kid, I'm giving you 3 seconds to decide. Kneel before me and apologize, and I might consider sparing your life. What do you say? Initially, Nyoga intended to attack directly, but upon learning that Qin Shiming was merely a small-time boss, he found a twisted amusement in the situation. Nyoga, right? The Weilong Club is under our brother whose territory. That aren't you afraid of facing his wrath for causing a ruckus here? A sultry, enchanting voice interjected. Yusi approached Qin Shiming, gazing at Nyoga. Damn, she's a gem. Nyoji's heart almost stopped at the sight of Yusi, drool nearly spilling from his lips. Nyoga, she seems to be with Brother Lei. A burly man behind Nyoga whispered in his ear. Nyoga immediately jolted, the effects of alcohol fading slightly as he regained clarity. Brother Lei was a true underworld boss in Jianghai City, someone not to be trifled with. Beautiful lady, I understand this is brother whose territory. But as you saw, he struck first. Don't worry, I won't kill anyone here. I'll just break the leg that kicked me, Nyoga declared, pointing at Qin Shiming. Brothers, quit dawdling and break a leg. Nyoga, are you disrespecting brother who? Yusi frowned. Unaware of Qin Shiming's true identity, she only knew that brother who had insisted she accompany him, even going so far as to make conditions if anything happened to Qin Shiming now. The promises made by brother who would surely be voided. Nyoga sneered. I certainly respect brother who, but he wouldn't go out of his way to protect a small company's chairman, would he? After all, I'm one of Big White's men. Big White. Yusi fell silent. Big White was a newly risen power in Jianghai's underground world and the mastermind behind Qinglin Group. His influence was nearly on par with Brother Hu. Would Brother Hu risk offending Big White for Qin Shiming? Get him, Nyoga ordered again. Instantly, several burly men charged at Qin Shiming. Yusi turned her gaze to Qin Shiming, intrigued to see what made this young man so significant to Brother Hu. Thud, thud, thud. Just as she looked at Qin Shiming, he delivered a swift kick, toppling several burly men to the ground. There was nothing flashy about his moves, nor any intimidating aura. It was as simple and direct as an ordinary person kicking a soccer ball. This, Yusi covered her mouth in shock. Nyoji's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Li Bin stared in astonishment. Qin Shiming approached Nyogu, smiling, and said, "Did you just say you want to break my leg?" Nyogu swallowed hard, but felt no fear. He scoffed, "I didn't expect you to be a martial artist, but let me tell you, I'm one of Big White's men. If you dare to touch me again, the consequences are beyond your imagination." Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shiming delivered a kick to Nyogu's knee. A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed as Nyogu collapsed to the ground, curling up and howling like a wounded animal. "Big White? Never heard of him." Qin Shiming clapped his hands, his tone calm. Chapter 38. You just asked me how I want to die. Kid, you dare to break my leg. I will make you and your entire family pay with their lives. Nyogu glared at Qin Shiming with fierce hatred, his crimson pupils filled with venom and murderous intent. His subordinates immediately whipped out their phones to call for reinforcements. Qin Shiming narrowed his eyes, returning to his previous calm demeanor. However, he had already mentally sentenced this man, Nyogu, to death. The moment he attempted to bully Qin Manchua, he could afford to spare one leg as a lesson. But if he sought to vent his rage on Qin Shiming's family, there would only be one outcome: death. "Mr. Qin, perhaps you should leave quickly." Although Yu was astonished by Qin Shiming's prowess, her concern for his safety overshadowed her awe. Han Guangxin, the general manager of Qinglin Group, was currently within the confines of the clubhouse. He was a trusted aide of the notorious Bai Laoda and was accompanied by a formidable ally. "If you do not leave now, once he arrives, you may find it impossible to escape. That it's fine. I shall remain here to await him." The betrayal of his fiancée, the crippling of his father, the assassination of his elder brother and sister-in-law, the poisoning of his niece, and the aging of his mother. Each of these grievances gnawed at him, instilling a profound sense of agitation, fury, and guilt. He even contemplated leveraging the strength of the Northern Realm to address his woes. Yet the perpetual warfare there had rendered manpower scarce. Ultimately, he restrained himself, opting to handle matters personally, though the efficiency of his efforts left much to be desired, further exacerbating his anxiety and frustration. Today, someone had stumbled into his line of fire, and he was more than willing to seize the opportunity to vent his pent-up emotions. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the private room. The door swung open, and several figures surged into the suite. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Beside him stood a robust man, dressed in fitted attire, his temples bulging, shoulders broad, and gaze piercing. Following them were Lei Hu and Lei Bao. "Manager Han," Nyogu exclaimed upon seeing the newcomers, immediately pointing at Qin Shiming. "Manager Han, it is he. This man has injured my brothers and rendered me incapacitated." Adjusting his glasses, Han Guangxin approached, scrutinizing Qin Shiming before casting a glance at Yu, his brow furrowing slightly. "Apologies, Manager Han." Yu remained calm, offering a nonchalant apology, her expression devoid of any remorse. "Very well. I shall settle the score with you shortly." Han Guangxin disregarded Yu and fixed his gaze back on Qin Shiming. "Speak plainly, boy. How do you wish to die?" "Cough, Brother Guangxin. There may be some misunderstanding." "Please do not be hasty." Before he could finish, Lei Hu hurried over, adding, "Mr. Qin, why don't we all sit down and discuss this amicably?" At this moment, Lei Hu was truly putting on a brave face as a mediator. Han Guangxin had come today on behalf of Bai Laoda to discuss a partnership that a successful collaboration could even pave the way for an alliance. Bai Laoda's Qinglin Group specialized in resort hotels and boutique homestays. And within a mere 2 years, its market value had surpassed 100 billion, becoming the biggest dark horse in Jianghai's business arena. Naturally, Lei Hu wished to collaborate and share in the profits. However, the very person who had clashed with Bai Laoda's subordinates was Qin Shiming, which posed a dilemma for him. "Brother Hu, what is your meaning?" Han Guangxin retorted angrily. "First, you arrange for your courtesan to accompany me, only to send her to entertain this man instead. Now, when I intend to deal with him, you rush to his aid. Brother Hu, do you look down upon us?" Chungu, Bai Laoda, whose full name was Bai Cheng, was referred to as Bai Laoda by outsiders, while his confidants, such as Han Guangxin, addressed him as Chungu. "Brother Guangxin, how could I possibly look down on Brother Bai Cheng? It is just that Mr. Qin here is also my friend, and since a conflict has arisen, I hope you can both sit down and discuss it." Lei Hu implored earnestly, wishing to convey to Han Guangxin that Qin Shiming did not require his assistance. Regardless of whether it was Han Guangxin or even by Cheng himself, Qin Shiming would not regard them with any seriousness. Nonetheless, I must stand up for my trusted aide, Tiniu, who has had his leg broken. How can I maintain my authority among my subordinates if I do not act? Han Guangxin declared, turning to the muscular man beside him. Old Lin, he has crippled Tiniu. You should go and break both of his legs. Understood. Lin Jindong nodded. In the next instant, he lunged toward Qin Shiming with the speed of lightning, producing a whistling sound as he cut through the air. Almost in the blink of an eye, he traversed several meters and arrived before Qin Shiming. With a swift twist of his body, he unleashed a kick aimed at the knees of Qin Shiming's legs, the force of which generated a terrifying gust of wind. Han Guangxin smirked at the sight of Lin Jindong unleashing his full strength. Humph, you refused to kneel and beg for mercy earlier. Soon, you'll find yourself unable to kneel at all. Tiniu snickered inwardly. Envisioning Qin Shiming sprawled on the ground, just as he was, Mr. Qin, I implore you to show mercy. I, Lei Hu, will surely express my gratitude. At that moment, Lei Hu shouted anxiously. Lin Jindong was indeed powerful, yet he was merely an ordinary master of the Mingjing level. Engaging in combat with someone of the Zhongshe level would be akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. An act of folly. Bang, crack. As anticipated, accompanied by a dull thud, the once menacing Lin Jindong was hurled backward, crashing against the wall of the private room and sliding down slowly. His legs were grotesquely twisted and deformed. How can this be possible? Han Guangxin was left utterly astonished. Tiniu and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Even Yu Ci's beautiful eyes flickered with shock. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary young man was a master of the Anjing level? Was this the reason Lei who had urged him to abandon Han Guangxin and accompany him? My apologies for acting a trifle hastily. Your gratitude shall remain unclaimed. Qin Shiming remarked as he discarded the cigarette but into the ashtray and dusted off his hands. Lei Hu offered a bitter smile. Feeling helpless, he understood that Qin Shiming had acted with intention. Moreover, his potential partnership with Bai Cheng was likely doomed, as he sensed that Qin Shiming was genuinely enraged, and the situation was more dire than it had been 2 days prior. At this moment, Qin Shiming stepped forward to stand before Han Guangxin. You inquired how I wish to die. Han Guangxin inhaled sharply. So you're indeed a master of the Anjing level. I underestimated you. However, even if you were a master, it is unjust to bully others. Qin Shiming replied coolly. He sought to tarnish my cousin's honor, and after I retaliated, he brazenly threatened to annihilate my entire family. Am I to be deemed the aggressor merely for acting in self-defense? Han Guangxin paused for 2 seconds before responding. Even so, you should not have dealt such a heavy blow. A heavy blow? Qin Shiming could not suppress a laugh. It was fortunate he possessed some strength. Had he been lacking, the consequences could have been far graver than mere broken limbs. Tiniu would undoubtedly not grant him mercy, and he might even threaten his family. Presently, he had only incapacitated 2 scoundrels, yet Han Guangxin had the audacity to claim he had been too severe. Qin Shiming advanced a few steps, standing before Tiniu. His indifferent gaze fixed upon him. His eyes were tranquil, like an ancient well. Tiniu met Qin Shiming's gaze without a trace of fear, contemplating how difficult it would be to seek vengeance against this individual. Yet he could not afford to let go of that insufferable sister of his, nor could he spare Qin Shiming's family. Crack. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a swift hand strike flashed before his eyes. A sharp pain shot through his neck, and Tiniu's head tilted as consciousness slipped away completely. Now, you may claim I was too brutal. Qin Shiming addressed Han Guangxin calmly. Chapter 39. I, Qin Shiming, will be the first to annihilate you. Hiss. Within the private room, all present inhaled sharply. Even Lei, who trembled in shock. This Mr. Qin was indeed ruthless and decisive, executing his intentions without hesitation. Moreover, he had taken the life of someone associated with Bai Laoda. It was worth noting that in Zhanghai's underground world, Bai Laoda's influence and power were not significantly inferior to that of the 4 major factions. Good. Excellent. Han Guangxin suppressed the fury within him, casting a deep glance at Qin Shiming and repeatedly exclaiming his praises. Subsequently, he uttered not another word. turning to leave. Did I permit you to depart? Qin Shiming interjected. Han Guangxin halted and turned to face Qin Shiming. What? Do you intend to kill me as well? Do you believe I lack the courage? Qin Shiming regarded Han Guangxin with a smile that was not quite a smile, for some inexplicable reason. Upon meeting Qin Shiming's gaze, Han Guangxin felt an unsettling chill run down his spine, as if death itself had fixed its gaze upon him. In that moment, he swallowed hard, too intimidated to utter a sound. Fear not. I, Qin Shiming, am not one to indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. The reason I killed him was due to his threats against my family. Qin Shiming chuckled lightly. Therefore, I kindly ask you to relay to that Bai Lauda that if he wishes to seek vengeance for his subordinate, I, Qin Shiming, would welcome him at any time. However, should he dare to lay a finger on a single hair of my family, I shall undoubtedly take his life. Upon hearing this, Han Guangxin's eyes flared with rage. This fellow was simply too arrogant, daring to threaten Chengge. Suppressing his anger, Han Guangxin nodded. Very well, I shall convey your words to Chengge. With that, he led his subordinates, carrying Tiniu's lifeless body and the severely injured Lin Jindong out of the private room. Thud. As soon as they departed, Li Bin immediately knelt. Mr. Qin, Chairman Qin, I was wrong. I beg you to show mercy and spare me. Take him outside, break one of his legs, and expel him from Jianghai. Qin Shiming commanded. Understood. Lei Hu instinctively nodded and then instructed his subordinates to carry out the order. Soon, Li Bin was dragged out of the private room, wailing in agony. Lei Hu, have I inadvertently disrupted the favorable circumstances between you and Mr. By today? Qin Shiming inquired with a smile as he glanced at Lei Hu. Lei Hu chuckled awkwardly, saying, it wouldn't be accurate to say I was disrupted. My collaboration with Bai Cheng hasn't even begun. Qin Shiming nodded thoughtfully before asking, what is Bai Cheng's character like? Ruthless, cruel, and domineering. Over the past 2 years, Bai Cheng's Qinlin group has expanded rapidly, and those who obstruct his quest for wealth generally meet a grim fate. Those who die, die. Those who are maimed, and those who go missing, vanish. I see. Qin Shiming remarked, casting a glance at Lei Hu. How does his ruthlessness compare to yours? Haha, there's no need for concern. I've heard some things about you in the past. Lei Hu replied with a smile. As for the other 3 major forces, I haven't heard much about them. Why not take this opportunity to enlighten me about those 3 factions? Certainly, since you express interest. I shall elaborate. Lei Hu began to explain in detail. The other 3 major forces comprise Zhongyu Group, the largest security company in Jianghai City, and Chinshi Group, which nearly monopolizes the hotel and tourism industry in Jianghai City. Alongside the most enigmatic yet formidable assassin organization, Angzuihui. Lei Hu spoke extensively, and Qin Shiming listened intently to it. Took a full 5 minutes before Lei Hu concluded, Mr. Qin, that's about it, that if you wish to know more, feel free to ask, and I shall elaborate further, and no need. This information suffices, Qin Shiming replied, shaking his head. So, it seems that the 4 major forces in Jianghai City maintain a semblance of stability, yet this Qinlin group is always stirring trouble. Lei Hu chuckled. The 4 of us have been entrenched in Jianghai City for many years, achieving a degree of stability. However, Bai Cheng, who appears to have come from the neighboring Wuxi City, has experienced rapid growth in the past 2 years. Besides operating vacation hotels and goose houses, I have heard that he has also established several boxing gyms and casinos, amassing a growing number of henchmen. We all suspect this is merely a precursor to his intent to expand his influence, that he won't have the opportunity to expand, Qin Shiming declared. Huh. Lei Hu was momentarily taken aback. Lei Hu, let me ask you something. If I were to eliminate Bai Cheng, could your Dawei group absorb his Qinlin group? Qin Shiming inquired. Eliminate Bai Cheng. Lei Hu's pupils widened in shock. Well, setting aside the existing conflict between us, I simply do not wish to leave him be, given his methods. Therefore, I intend to eliminate him, Qin Shiming stated bluntly, without reservation. Upon hearing this, Lei Hu lay bow, and you see in the private room all felt their hearts race. Mr. Qin, you can't be joking with me. Can you? Lei Hu asked. I strike you as someone who enjoys jesting, Qin Shiming retorted. However, I have one condition. Whenever I ask you to do something, you must assist me wholeheartedly. Realizing that Qin Shiming was not jesting, Lei Hu wasted no time and knelt before him on one knee. Mr. Qin, From this day forth, I am yours. Whatever you command, I shall obey. Brother, Lei Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. You see, too, wore a face of astonishment. Brother Hu, this is rather decisive, isn't it, to kneel and pledge allegiance to Qin Shiming? If this scene were to spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout Jianghai City. Please rise and speak, Qin Shiming instructed. Mr. Qin, get up. Yes. Lei Hu immediately stood. I understand your intentions, but I must make it clear that I have no interest in delving into the underworld. My identity does not permit me to step into that realm. However, since you wish to have me as your subordinate, I shall do my utmost to assist you in any matters. Qin Shiming did not reject Lei Hu's submission and replied earnestly. But let me be clear. Should you ever engage in any heinous acts or actions that betray the interests of the nation and its people, I, Qin Shiming, shall be the first to eliminate you. Chapter 40. Mr. Qin, I have already booked the hotel, Lei Hu assured him. Rest assured, I have never engaged in such activities before, and I certainly won't in the future. Lei Hu proclaimed loudly. Well, that is indeed somewhat challenging. Lei Hu remarked, the Qinglin Group is valued at over 100 billion, and many are eyeing it if anything were to happen to Qinglin Group, the three major families in Jianghai City, along with the other three underground forces, would likely pounce to seize this lucrative opportunity. Qin Shiming responded, what if you spread the word that the one who eliminates Bai Cheng is a master, and that this master is now your Lei Hu's backing? Would they still dare to seize this prize? It's hard to say that if two major forces were joined forces to swallow the Qinglin Group. It wouldn't be a problem, but if it's just my Dawei Group alone, it would indeed be quite difficult. Is that so? Qin Shiming pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, what about Chunshi Group? He had no prior dealings with Zhongyu Group or Engzui Hui, but he was acquainted with Yi Junmin, the younger brother of Yi Si, the leader of Chunshi Group, and had a decent impression of him. Yi Si's Chunshi Group? Yi Si is indeed powerful, and Chunshi Group specializes in chain hotels and the tourism industry. However, I am not well acquainted with Yi Si. She doesn't hold me in particularly high regard. Doesn't hold you in high regard? What do you mean by that? Qin Shiming inquired. What you may not know, Mr. Qin, is that Yi Si excels not only in business and corporate management, but is also a martial arts expert. Possessing the strength of a master at a young age, Lei Hu shared with a wry smile. Those who earn her respect are generally martial artists or outstanding individuals in their respective fields. As for someone like me, who hails from a rough background, she may feign politeness, but she is certainly reluctant to collaborate with me. Would she refuse half of her Qinglin Group if I offered it to her outright? Of course, it would be different, but Mr. Qin, are you truly willing to give her half of the Qinglin Group? Just joking. She isn't like you. She is not one of my people, so why would I give it to her for free? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Lei Hu felt a sense of pride. What is the value of the Emperor Hotel? Qin Shiming suddenly posed another question. If I were to offer half of the Qinglin Group in exchange for a single Emperor Hotel, do you think she would refuse? Certainly not. In that case, do your best to arrange a meeting with her. So soon? Lei Hu was taken aback. Mr. Qin, do you already intend to take action against Bai Cheng? Qin Shiming chuckled. Not quite yet. After all, even if I were to act against him, I would need a legitimate reason, right? However, I suspect that Bai Cheng may make a move against me in the next few days, at which point I shall eliminate him effortlessly. Lei Hu felt a shiver run down his spine. Bai Cheng was not significantly weaker than him, Lei Hu. Yet for Qin Shiming, eliminating Bai Cheng seemed like a trivial matter. Did I hear correctly? Effortlessly eliminate Bai Cheng? I understand. I'll try to arrange a meeting with ECI tonight or tomorrow, Lei Hu stated. All right. Qin Shiming rose and headed toward the exit of the private room. Once you have arranged a meeting, contact me. With that, he exited the private room. Brother, do you really think Mr. Qin will eliminate Big Brother Bai? Lei Bao asked, still shaken. He is not someone inferior to my brother. Lei Hu replied. Gulp. Lei Bao gasped. Lei Hu then turned to UC and said, Miss UC, do you now believe that I was not deceiving you? If you can earn Mr. Qin's favor, he will surely avenge you. Thank you, Brother Hu, for this opportunity, UC replied, then gracefully strode toward the exit of the private room. Lei Hu smiled and reminded her, You have seen Mr. Qin's temperament. He prefers directness if you attempt to play tricks. It will only backfire. Shortly after, Qin Shiming exited the Weilong Entertainment Club, only to find Qin Manchua waiting for him. However, she was alone, as Zhang Mingjia and the others had vanished without a trace. Qin Shiming, how are you? Is everything all right? Seeing Qin Shiming emerge unscathed, Qin Manchua finally relaxed the anxiety that had been hanging over her. I am fine. Although they were numerous, having served 3 years in the military, I wasn't at a disadvantage in a scuffle. Moreover, Lei Hu from the Weilong Club intervened, so the matter was resolved. Qin Shiming casually explained, omitting the full truth. Otherwise, if Qin Manchua were to discover his involvement with someone from the underworld like Lei Hu, she might hesitate to associate with him or his family. Lei Hu? Brother Hu? That makes sense, Qin Manchua exclaimed, realization dawning. By the way, I apologize for our earlier departure. We left you alone in the private room. Qin Shiming shook his head and said, it was wise of you to flee. I bear you no ill will. Only then did Qin Manchua let out a sigh of relief. She was acutely aware that had it not been for Qin Shiming's timely intervention, her fate today would have been utterly tragic. Yet despite his efforts, Qin Shiming found himself surrounded while she managed to escape, albeit being dragged away by Zhang Mingjia. This left her feeling guilty and uneasy. Qin Shiming remarked that earlier in the private room, he had assured Lu Shuxin that he would seek her out as soon as he finished his business. Instinctively, Qin Manchua inquired, if you have matters to attend to, I could accompany you. It's already 10 in the evening, making it rather difficult to hail a cab. No need for that. I can manage a taxi myself, Qin Shiming replied with a slight cough. Observing his demeanor, Qin Manchua grew somewhat suspicious. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Just moments ago, in the private room, Miss Yusi from the club had declared that the night belonged to Qin Shiming. Now, with him so eager to send her away. Could it be? Qin Shiming, you are not planning to rendezvous with that woman named Yusi tonight, are you? Qin Manchua frowned, cautioning him. Let me tell you, those types of women are all too shrewd. Adept at theatrics that lead men to willingly part with their money. And here you are, having served as a soldier for 3 years, just beginning to find work with your family in dire straits. You should focus on working hard and earning an honest living, rather than mingling with such dubious women. Do you understand? Qin Shiming recognized that while Qin Manchua's tone was somewhat harsh, her intentions were indeed for his benefit, warming his heart. Luckily, he truly had pressing matters to attend to. Manchua, you misunderstand. I have no intention of going out with you, Seed. I genuinely have work to do tonight, something I agreed to this morning. Qin Shiming clarified. That's a relief. Qin Manchua finally relaxed. After the events of the evening, her perception of Qin Shiming had improved significantly. Just then, a wild red Porsche 911 pulled up to the curb not far away. The window rolled down slowly, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, none other than you see. Mr. Qin, I have booked a hotel for us. Please get in. Chapter 41. A night of complete release, Mr. Qin. I've reserved a couple's suite at the Swan Love Hotel. Hurry and get in. Yusi called out, her voice loud enough to be overheard. Upon hearing her words, Qin Manchua's expression darkened instantly. Is this what you call being busy? And you claimed you had prior commitments? Turning to Qin Shiming, her face betrayed a smirk. You have truly disappointed me. Qin Shiming. Manchua, let me explain, and oh need for explanations. I will no longer believe you. This misunderstanding has escalated rather significantly. Yusi approached. Her tone apologetic. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry if my words have caused you any trouble. Qin Shiming shook his head. It's nothing. It hardly qualifies as trouble, particularly since you never held any feelings for me. However, you should cancel the hotel reservation. Your previous remarks in the private room need not be taken seriously. Yusi quickly replied, Mr. Qin, I meant every word I said. That may not be feasible, for I genuinely have matters to attend to. It's all right. I'll drop you off. No, I can call for a cab myself. As he reached for his phone to summon a ride. Yusi asked, Mr. Qin, do you dislike me? Her eyes were glistening with unshed tears. Qin Shiming looked at her, feeling a sudden headache. He could tell that Yusi was not merely putting on an act. His indifferent demeanor seemed to have genuinely hurt her feelings. He forced a smile. Yusi, with your beauty and grace, how could I possibly dislike you? But I truly have urgent matters to attend to. You must have noticed me chatting on my phone in the private room. I made a promise to someone to meet them tonight. Yusi inquired, a woman? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shiming nodded. Yes, Yu-Si pursed her soft pink lips, undeterred by his admission, and pressed on. Will you be spending the night with her? The question was far too direct. Qin Shiming had assumed that upon revealing the gender of the person in question, Yu-Si would retreat and leave. To his surprise, she was determined to dig deeper. Gazing into her expectant eyes, he felt a moment of weakness. After I finish my business, I will leave. Then let's go. Get in the car, Yu-Si exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she turned towards the Porsche. Qin Shiming, resigned, followed her. In no time, the Porsche sped away. Inside the car, Yu-Si requested a destination and activated the navigation. She played soft music in a loop, concentrating on driving without engaging Qin Shiming in conversation. This unexpected attitude intrigued him. However, he chose not to initiate dialogue, but instead gazed out the window, lost in thought, after an indeterminate amount of time. The vehicle slowed to a halt at the roadside. Mr. Qin, ahead lies the west entrance of Jun Shanghai Community. It appears quite upscale. The security might be stringent, and since my car isn't registered, I fear we may not gain entry, Yu-Si remarked. Without hesitation, Qin Shiming opened the car door and stepped out. I will wait for you right here, Yu-Si said as she exited the driver's seat, watching Qin Shiming's retreating figure. Meanwhile, she took out her phone and dialed Lu Shuxin. Earlier, she had instructed him to call when he was near the community entrance. The call connected swiftly, but no one answered. He tried again, but still. There was no response. He attempted a call via WeChat, but the outcome was the same. Could she be in the shower? Qin Shiming pondered. If she was, it could take quite some time. A woman's shower tends to last longer than a man's. He made a call. Hello, Mr. Qin, the president of Galaxy Digital Entertainment, Song Hua, quickly answered. Hello, President Song. Lu Shuxin has been with our company for quite some time. I presume you have her detailed address? Could you please send it to me promptly? Qin Shiming stated directly. Certainly, I'm at the office now. Please hold for a minute while I check, Song Hua replied. Thank you, Qin Shiming responded courteously. Less than a minute later, Song Hua sent the information. Qin Shiming proceeded toward the community entrance. Glancing at the pedestrian passage that required a key card for access, he approached the young security guard stationed outside, asking, Hello, brother, I'm here to see my friend. Could I register and go in? The guard glanced at Qin Shiming and shook his head. No, you must first call your friend, and once I verify her information, I can let you in. Is it really that complicated? Qin Shiming frowned. It appeared he might have to scale the wall to gain entry. Hey, my boyfriend is here to see me, but I forgot my key card. Could you let us in? Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and Qin Shiming felt his arm being linked with something soft. Yu-Si. Her voice was sweet and slightly playful. Leaving the young guard unable to resist, he quickly glanced around, ensuring the security chief was absent, then pulled out a key card and swiped it. Hurry up and go. Thank you, handsome, Yu-Si beamed, expressing her gratitude as she led Qin Shiming into the community. Watching their retreating figures, the young guard felt a pang of jealousy, thinking, damn it, that guy doesn't even look as good as me. And he is not doing better than I am, yet his girlfriend looks like a movie star. This is utterly ridiculous. Once inside, Qin Shiming quickly said, Thank you, Yu-Si, but could you please let go of me now? After all, he was still a normal man, and being held so closely by Yu-Si was undeniably uncomfortable. What is wrong? Are you unable to bear my embrace? Yu-Si replied, tightening her hold that if you can't endure it, then why not let go and enjoy yourself tonight? Chapter 42, Beasts. Even worse than beasts. Ahem, Yu-Si, that I can still manage for the time being, but could you please release me? Qin Shiming coughed awkwardly. For the time being? If that's your stance, then I cannot let you go. Yu-Si smiled mischievously. I will be right here waiting for you. With that, she released Qin Shiming, but spoke with a calm demeanor. Though her beautiful eyes shimmered with determination, in truth, you need not go to such lengths, for in the end, you may find you gain nothing at all. Qin Shiming spoke candidly. Well, that you should think it over properly. He shook his head, weary of further discussion, and proceeded directly towards the 12th building where Lu Shuxin resided. Approximately 5 minutes later, Qin Shiming took the elevator to the 16th floor. As he stepped out, he glanced at the door of room 1601, his expression shifting slightly. The door was closed, and the interior was eerily quiet. An ordinary person might not have sensed anything amiss, but Qin Shiming could hear a faint murmur emanating from within. It was a woman's voice, Lu Shuxin. Moreover, there was the unmistakable sound of a man's lewd laughter. Lu Shuxin. Oh, Lu Shuxin, why did you have to do this before? You are clearly my fiancé, yet you wouldn't allow me to touch you. And tonight, not only must you attend to me, but you must also serve my elder brother. The purity you once possessed will be replaced by debauchery tonight. The woman's low moans intensified, filled with terror and rage. Yet it seemed her mouth was covered with duct tape, muffling her cries. Had it not been for Qin Shiming's extraordinary hearing, he might not have caught her voice at all. Bang! Without further hesitation, Qin Shiming stepped forward and kicked the solid wooden door. It flew open, the lock shattering. Who is it? The man who had been speaking roared angrily. In the spacious living room stood two men, both bare-chested, one of whom was in the process of undressing. On the sofa, Lu Shuxin was bound hand and foot, her mouth taped shut, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes glazed, gradually losing her sanity. She had been drugged. Qin Shiming made the immediate judgment. Beasts! He glared at the two burly men in the living room, uttering not a word as he charged at them. You're asking for death. How dare you ruin my plans? Die! The two men, enraged, shouted back, swinging their fists in preparation for a fight. Bang! Bang! However, as Qin Shiming approached, he swiftly knocked them down. The sheer force rendered them unconscious before they could utter a sound, with no time to spare on them. Qin Shiming quickly bound the two men and rushed to Lu Shuxin, tearing the tape from her mouth and untying her limbs. Qin Shiming. Lu Shuxin's eyes briefly focused on him, but soon her gaze became hazy again. Filled with overwhelming desire, in the next moment, she pounced on Qin Shiming like a ravenous wolf. Caught off guard, he found himself pushed back onto the sofa, her soft lips frantically kissing him. The unique fragrance emanating from her body and the softness of her touch nearly overwhelmed his resolve. What the hell, Minister Lu? Don't play like this. You're forcing me. Later, when you regain your senses, you'll surely scold me as a beast. One to you? Yet, Lu Shuxin seemed oblivious, her fair arms slithering like serpents beneath his t-shirt, while her other hand began to unbuckle his belt. Qin Shiming's breath quickened. He felt himself on the brink of losing control. Just days ago, he had been teased by his senior sister, and now, a stunningly attractive woman was presenting herself to him. That if he could withstand this, he would hardly be a man. Bang! Qin Shiming raised his hand and delivered a swift blow, knocking Lu Shuxin unconscious. Damn it, am I not a man? How could I go this far? He gritted his teeth, wishing he could slap himself. Well, even if I'm not behaving like a man, at least it's better than taking advantage of someone in distress. Truth be told, had Lu Shuxin been coherent rather than drugged, he would not have been able to restrain himself. Yet, despite not succumbing to bestiality, he felt as if he were beneath such a standard. Shaking his head with a sigh, he resolved to wake her up first. He lifted Lu Shuxin and carried her toward the bathroom. She had a voluptuous figure, but her weight was just right, standing over 7 meters tall and weighing under 110 pounds. Moments later, he placed her gently on the bathroom floor and turned on the faucet, ensuring it was cold water before spraying it over her. From head to toe, the powerful effects of the drug necessitated that her body temperature be lowered first. After 2 minutes, he turned off the shower. Lu Shuxin, now clad in a soaking wet robe, had her attire clinging tightly to her skin, revealing her exquisite form. Qin Shiming found himself catching glimpses of things he ought not to see. Goodness, Minister Lu, this enchantress is undeniably captivating. After swallowing hard and briefly admiring her figure, he carried Lu Shuxin to the master bedroom and laid her on the bed. He then retrieved a box of silver needles from his pocket. Noticing the wet robe she wore, he frowned. This will make acupuncture difficult. He shrugged off his hesitation and unfastened her robe. Instantly, her body lay almost fully exposed before him. He made a concerted effort to suppress his urges and focused on the task at hand. This acupuncture session was undoubtedly the most challenging he had faced since mastering his skills. It was exceedingly difficult, nearly causing him to lose control. Simultaneously, he also administered needles to her cervical and spinal regions. Otherwise, he would have to undergo the torment of unwrapping her clothing again once she awakened. After completing the acupuncture, Qin Shiming stood up, preparing to leave the bedroom to wait for Lu Shuxin to regain consciousness, hoping to spare her any embarrassment. However, As he rose, he realized another issue. Lu Shuxin was entirely soaked, lying there, likely to catch a chill. Sighing in resignation, he opened her wardrobe, found a dry robe, and grabbed a towel. He first removed her wet robe and began to dry her off with the towel. Although he had seen her body fully, viewing it again was still a torment. A fire seemed to ignite within him, threatening to consume him entirely. Qin Shiming mused as he was drying her upper body. Just as he was tending to a certain area, he paused, his hand lingering as a peak martial artist and a physician of extraordinary skill. Qin Shiming clearly sensed something. Lu Shuxin was awakening. At that moment, his hand, holding the towel, rested on her most intimate area. Chapter 43. You wouldn't have taken advantage of me, would you? The woman seemed to sense something. Emitting a soft, delicate moan, the sound was faint yet laced with undeniable seduction. Even with Qin Shiming's steadfastness, he found it challenging to maintain his composure. Soon, Lu Shuxin slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was filled with a mix of fear and anger. Minister Lu, do not be afraid. You are safe now. Qin Shiming whispered soothingly as she recognized the familiar voice and beheld his face so near. Lu Shuxin gradually regained her senses. Qin Shiming. What? How did you end up here? She scanned her surroundings and noticed she was lying in bed, nearly undressed. What are you doing? She demanded, grabbing the clothes that Qin Shiming had discarded to cover herself. Minister Lu, please don't panic. I did nothing inappropriate. I merely helped remove the drug from your system, and, seeing your clothes drenched with cold water, thought you might catch a chill. So, I am to dry you off and change you into something clean. Qin Shiming explained hastily, desperate to avoid misunderstandings that could cost him dearly. Right, I was set up by that bastard Chen Liang and drugged. So you saved me. Lu Shuxin recalled the earlier events, but then, she seemed to consider something, her entire demeanor shifting as if she had stepped on a rabbit's tail. She fixed her gaze on Qin Shiming and asked pointedly, having drugged me, you didn't take advantage of me, did you? Cough. Qin Shiming was taken aback by this question. Minister Lu, I'm not that kind of person that if you don't believe me, check your body yourself. Also, since you're awake now, you could dry yourself off and change clothes that I'll wait for you in the living room. With that, he stood up and left the room, closing the door behind him. Lu Shuxin watched Qin Shiming's retreating figure, filled with doubt. Then, she began to inspect her body. Moments later, she murmured softly, this guy really didn't take advantage of me. How did he manage to treat me? In television dramas, women who were drugged often ended up being taken advantage of by the male lead. Even if he had exceptional medical skills, how could he resist when I was laid bare before him? Could it be that my allure has waned? Am I not pretty enough? Is my body not enticing enough? No, that cannot be. Regardless of my appearance or figure, I am truly one of a kind. Even if I have yet to be discovered by a man, no man can resist my allure. Therefore, the issue lies not with me, but with him. His body is the problem. After Qin Shiming entered the living room, he paid no heed to the two men sprawled on the floor, but instead took out a cigarette and lit it. He needed to calm himself. The process of helping Lu Shuxin remove the medicinal paste was more exhausting than a fierce battle. Just as he finished his smoke, Lu Shuxin approached that moment. She was not adorned in a robe or nightgown, but rather had changed into a more conservative set of loungewear. Yet, due to her exceptionally ample figure, she remained undeniably enticing. You managed to subdue that Chen Liang and his so-called older brother? Lu Shuxin remarked with evident surprise upon seeing the two men on the ground. Without further ado, she strode forward and delivered several forceful kicks to them. It seemed her anger only intensified, culminating in a particularly fierce kick aimed at Chen Liang's groin. Hold on. Qin Shiming hurriedly stepped forward and embraced Lu Shuxin, preventing her from carrying out her intention. If you kick him like that, no matter how skilled I am, I might not be able to heal him. If he can't be healed, then so be it. He deserves it. If he dares to bully me, I shall ensure he is left without descendants. Lu Shuxin retorted angrily. Though she claimed to have calmed down, she had not genuinely intended to render Chen Liang incapable of having children. Calm down. Have we? If so, shall we discuss how to handle this matter? Qin Shiming inquired. That I am calm, but you seem a bit agitated, Lu Shuxin observed, her cheeks slightly flushed. I could see that moment. Qin Shiming held her from behind, their bodies pressed closely together. Notably, she had hurriedly changed her clothes and, unaware of the presence of others in the living room aside from Qin Shiming, had neglected to wear any undergarments. Qin Shiming's hand rested in an inappropriate location, leading to an involuntary physiological reaction. Ahem, I apologize, that was unintentional. Qin Shiming quickly released Lu Shuxin. TSK, just moments ago, I was thinking about how you managed to restrain yourself while treating that medicinal paste and wiping my body. Was it that my charm was lacking? Or did you have a problem with your own body? Now it appears that my charm is quite adequate and your body is in perfect health. Lu Shuxin gazed at Qin Shiming with a teasing smile. Qin Shiming's lips twitched. He had struggled to maintain his composure, only to have his masculinity questioned. Enough with the teasing. I shall go put on some undergarments first. While it may be acceptable for you, it cannot be for those two scoundrels, Qin Shiming replied, blinking in confusion. What do you mean it's acceptable for me? The truth is, I don't even feel like I've gained anything. Right now, I'm feeling quite uncomfortable. Akin to a practitioner who has gone astray in their training. Qin Shiming. Do you know who these two are? Lu Shuxin pointed at the men on the floor. Qin Shiming shook his head, indicating he did not know. This scoundrel is named Chen Liang. He was once my fiancé. Lu Shuxin's words were punctuated with another kick aimed at Chen Liang. Fiancé? Qin Shiming was taken aback. Lu Shuxin continued. This story is rather lengthy. My family is quite impoverished, and my father, a gambling addict, vanished 10 years ago after accumulating a massive debt, leaving us with no knowledge of his fate. Subsequently, my mother, in order to support my education, cultivated over 20 acres of land alone in the village. Yet she still could not afford my tuition. Especially during my university years, the fees were exorbitant, and our family simply could not manage such expenses. Initially, I intended to drop out and seek work to alleviate my mother's burden, but she adamantly refused, opting instead to borrow money from others. However, our family situation was widely known in the village, and no one was willing to lend us anything. My mother even had to kneel before my uncle, pleading for a small sum to cover my enrollment fees. Not only did my uncle refuse, but he also insulted my mother. In desperation, I turned to a local bully who happened to be Chen Liang's father. He lent me 100,000 yuan, but his condition was that I marry his son Chen Liang after graduating. Not wanting my mother to beg further, I reluctantly agreed and established a betrothal. After graduating, I found a good job and regretted my decision, not wishing to marry Chen Liang in 2015 and 2016. Leveraging my financial knowledge amidst a booming economy, I earned a substantial sum in the stock market. I then repaid Chen Liang's family 50,000 yuan, requesting the cancellation of our betrothal. However, after receiving the money, Chen Liang's family not only refused to annul our engagement, but also pressured me to marry him immediately, clearly coveting my financial success and intending to exploit me as their cash cow. Although I firmly rejected their demands, Chen Liang would still occasionally come to ask for money, and I ended up giving him 20 to 30,000 yuan each year. Qin Shiming listened patiently to her account, feeling a pang of sympathy for Lu Shuxin, who appeared strong on the surface but had endured so much. The thorns and difficulties along her path must have forged her resilience, so he came to you today to demand money. Qin Shiming asked. No. Lu Shuxin suddenly erupted with anger. That scoundrel Chen Liang is just like my father, a hopeless gambler who has accrued a mountain of debt. His creditor is his older brother, this man beside him, who has previously laid eyes on me. Chen Liang brought him here to use my body as collateral for his debts. Qin Shiming's gaze narrowed as he looked at Chen Liang on the floor. How about you kick him again? Forget it. I've calmed down considerably now. Lu Shuxin shook her head, then glanced at Qin Shiming. And when I do kick him, will you come over and embrace me again? Just like before, chapter 44, I quite fancy older brother-younger brother dynamics. And when I do kick him, will you come over and embrace me again, just like before? Lu Shuxin smiled mischievously at Qin Shiming. I never thought of it that way, Qin Shiming retorted. But you will. Lu Shuxin's gaze drifted downward, her body quite honest in its responses. Qin Shiming felt a flush of embarrassment. This infernal physiological reaction. His once pristine reputation was now in tatters. Lu Shuxin covered her mouth and laughed softly. Ahem, Lu, please don't jest. Qin Shiming managed a wry smile. Don't call me director anymore. This isn't the office. When we're alone, you can call me Shu Xin or even sister if you wish. Lu Shuxin added with a playful tone. Actually, I quite fancy the older brother-younger brother dynamic. Qin Shiming's lips twitched as he feigned ignorance of her implications. I think I'll stick with calling you Lu Jia. Suit yourself. Lu Shuxin chuckled before turning her attention back to the two men on the floor. Chun Liang isn't much of a threat, but his creditor, his older brother, I heard is associated with Zhongyu Group. A rather unsavory crowd that, if you confront him now, it could lead to significant trouble and no worries. I will handle it, Qin Shiming declared, producing silver needles and approaching the two men, administering a swift jab to each of their necks. Moments later, both men regained consciousness. You little brat, how dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? Release me at once and kneel to apologize, or I swear I will end you tonight. Chun Liang's older brother, Li Ping, glared at Qin Shiming, his voice filled with menace. Chun Liang, seething with rage, directed his fury at Lu Shuxin. Lu Shuxin, you wretched woman, is that why you've kept me at bay? You've been keeping a little toy boy at home, haven't you? I used to think you were so pure. Turns out you're just a shameless hussy. Bang! Before he could finish his taunt, Qin Shiming delivered a swift kick to his face. Chun Liang was sent sprawling across the floor, blood and teeth scattering as he cried out in agony. Shut your mouth. If you make another sound, I swear I'll throw you off this 16th floor. Qin Shiming stated coldly. Yet it seemed Chun Liang had not heard, continuing his wailing. Having lost several teeth, he was unable to endure the excruciating pain. Observing this, Qin Shiming stepped forward and, as if lifting a chick, hoisted Chun Liang up, then walked to the balcony, throwing open the window and half-pushing Chun Liang's body out. The chilling night breeze outside silenced Chun Liang's cries, replacing them with palpable fear. Spare me. Please, I beg you, I won't make another sound. Chun Liang cried out in terror, realizing that Qin Shiming might indeed let go. Should he do so, falling from such a height would surely lead to his demise, leaving him nothing but a gruesome end. Now that your ropes have been untied, you may choose to take action against me. However, this time, I shall not show mercy as I did before, Qin Shiming stated calmly. Li Ping and Chun Liang exchanged glances, suppressing their impulses to act. They had already witnessed Qin Shiming's prowess. He was a true master. May I ask your esteemed surname, brother? Li Ping inquired. You lack the qualification to know? Qin Shiming replied. Li Ping's lips twitched slightly. Then he said coolly, Do you know who I am? I do not know who you are, but it seems you are affiliated with the Zhongyu Group. Is that correct? Qin Shiming answered ditto. You are aware. That makes things easier. Li Ping smirked coldly. Our Zhongyu Group is one of the 4 major powers in the underground world of Jianghai City. You should be well aware of the consequences of offending me. As these words escaped his lips, Lu Shuxin beside them began to feel a sense of dread. Having lived in Jianghai City for so many years, she might not know the specifics of the 4 major powers. But she was acutely aware that they were not entities that ordinary citizens could afford to offend, that a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Shiming, perhaps it would be wise to let this go? Lu Shuxin suggested. Let it go. He struck me and expects me to simply forget it. Before Qin Shiming could respond, Li Ping sneered. Today, unless he kneels before me and apologizes, this matter will not be resolved. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Lu Shuxin. He had long coveted her physique. As for you, tonight you must ensure my comfort, and for the next month, you shall be at my beck and call, attending to my needs. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuxin's delicate face turned pale with despair. Thud! Just then, a dull thud resonated as Qin Shiming delivered a powerful kick directly to Li Ping's groin. It was reminiscent of the sound of an egg shattering. Li Ping immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. In the next moment, Qin Shiming landed another kick, rendering Li Ping unconscious. The living room fell into a hushed silence. Shiming, was that not a bit too harsh? This could lead to a fatal outcome. Lu Shuxin expressed her deep concern. Have you forgotten that I possess medical skills? With me around, he will not perish. Qin Shiming produced silver needles and approached Li Ping's unconscious form. Lifting his shirt, the silver needles trembled violently at his fingertips before, Under the control of his internal energy, they precisely pierced the acupoints in Li Ping's lower abdomen. Subsequently, he inserted a total of 8 needles. A minute later, he withdrew the needles. There, his life is secured for now. He won't die anytime soon, Qin Shiming declared with a smile. Not dying anytime soon? Lu Shuxing queried. Indeed, Qin Shiming nodded and turned his gaze to Chen Liang. Thud! The moment Chen Liang met Qin Shiming's gaze, he unhesitatingly knelt on the ground, trembling in fear as he pleaded for mercy. Hero, spare my life? I was wrong. I swear I will never seek out Shuxing again. You think you have the right to call her that? Qin Shiming's tone turned icy. And no, I will never seek out Lu Shuxing again. Lu Gunainai. Chen Liang hastily corrected himself, his body trembling, feeling a chill in his groin. If a kick were aimed at him, even if he survived, what would it matter? It would be better to die. Remember your vow. If you betray it, I assure you, you will meet the same fate as this man. Additionally, when he awakens later, inform him that my name is Qin Shiming, and this is my number. If he desires revenge, he may call me any time. He need not seek me out, for I shall find him myself. As he spoke, Qin Shiming found paper and pen, wrote down his phone number, and tossed it to Chen Liang. If he dared to trouble Lu Jie, then that he would ensure that he would no longer be a man, rendering him incapable of even that. Chapter 45. We can bathe together, hurry, and take him to the hospital for surgery. If we delay any longer, he may lose his life. Qin Shiming glanced at Li Ping and said. Chen Liang instinctively asked, surgery? Qin Shiming nodded. Yes, amputation. Amputation? Chen Liang was taken aback. Amputate the third leg. Chen Liang's lips twitched, feeling a chill run down his spine, and instinctively tightened his legs. Without further ado, he hoisted Li Ping and left. Once they departed, Qin Shiming turned to Lu Shuxing. Lu Jie, that fellow may choose to retaliate to eliminate this potential threat for you. I will handle this matter tonight. You will handle it? How? Lu Shuxing replied with exasperation. Shiming, the Zhongyu Group is one of the 4 major powers in Jianghai City's underground world. You may not comprehend the extent of their strength. Please, do not provoke them. I even worry that the big shots from Zhongyu Group will come looking for you. That would be a grave matter. Qin Shiming chuckled bitterly. Lu Jie, rest assured, I can handle this without any trouble. This time, Lu Shuxing was momentarily taken aback. She could not help but gaze deeply at Qin Shiming. Shiming, I suddenly realized that your identity seems quite mysterious. You are not perhaps a hidden big shot. Qin Shiming laughed. Lu Jie, you are overthinking it. I'm no big shot. It is Li Ping, who is merely a small character. Which is why I said I can handle it. But you are quite formidable yourself, Lu Shuxing said with a smile. After all, you managed to resolve the issue within me without having to sleep with me. Qin Shiming felt a wave of embarrassment. Lu Jie, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Leaving so soon? Lu Shuxing hurriedly exclaimed, have you forgotten why you came to see me tonight? Qin Shiming chuckled. Of course I haven't forgotten. I came to give you acupuncture. However, I already treated you before I wiped your body. You just weren't aware that already treated me? Lu Shuxing said, somewhat disappointed. Then that when will the next treatment be? Today is Wednesday, so I shall return next Wednesday. Qin Shiming replied. All right, next Wednesday it is, but next time you must arrive earlier. Do not repeat today and come so late. After saying this, Lu Shuxing added, what I mean is, you can come earlier, but there is no need to rush off. Watching Qin Shiming's awkward demeanor, Lu Shuxing chuckled. Rest assured, I am not going to eat you. Qin Shiming silently lamented. He was not afraid of being consumed. Rather, he feared he might be unable to resist devouring her. After all, he would not forget that when he came to see Lu Shuxing today, she had already bathed and was waiting for him in a nightgown. After leaving Lu Shuxing's residence, Qin Shiming went directly downstairs. Upon reaching the bottom of the building, he spotted a woman standing not far away. You see, is everything settled? You see asked with a smile. Were you waiting for me? Yes, I have thought it through. Are you certain? Yes, because I just inquired at the hotel, and the customer service said that ordinary rooms can be refunded, but suites cannot. This room cost me over 1,000 yuan. I cannot let it go to waste. Qin Shiming found it somewhat exasperating. You at least drive a car worth over 1 million. Would you really fuss over 1,000 or so? Of course, he understood women's sentiments. Mr. Qin, if you have no other matters, Shall we go grab a late-night snack? UC suggested. I saw several barbecue places outside the community just now. It has been a while since I had barbecue, and I'm feeling a bit peckish. All right, since you wish to eat, I shall accompany you. This time, Qin Shiming did not refuse UC and nodded in agreement. Then let us go. UC smiled with her eyes narrowed in delight. She stepped forward and linked her arm with Qin Shiming's, presenting themselves as a couple. Before long, they arrived at the barbecue shop, where UC took the initiative to order. After placing the order, she did not let Qin Shiming see it. However, the young male server regarded Qin Shiming with a somewhat peculiar gaze, more so with envy. When the server brought out the plates of barbecue, Qin Shiming was taken aback. Skewers of lamb kidneys, skewers of chives, 5 oysters, a bowl of dog meat soup, and a bowl of red date and goji berry pigeon congee. UC, you can call me Xiao C or CC. All right, CC, what is the meaning of ordering all this to I am in perfect health and do not require such tonics? Qin Shiming said with a bitter smile. UC replied, I know you do not need tonics, but I want to extract more tonight. Huffed. Qin Shiming nearly spat out the water he had just taken a sip of. What do you mean? Did you just finish venting and cannot deliver here? UC said with a playful smile. What do you mean by just finished venting? Hee hee, I can smell the scent of a woman on you. If I am not mistaken, you just want to see your girlfriend? Can you actually smell that? Qin Shiming chuckled and said, however, you have indeed misjudged the situation. I do not have a girlfriend. Did I ask that so? I had assumed that with Mr. Qin's capabilities, there would surely be a particularly beautiful and exceptionally talented girlfriend by his side. UC smiled, then picked up a skewer of kidneys and placed it on the plate in front of Qin Shiming. Since Mr. Qin had not vented his frustrations earlier, it would be all the more necessary for him to indulge in a hearty meal. Qin Shiming's expression darkened. He somewhat regretted going out with UC. Had he known this would happen, he would have preferred to remain at Lu Shuxin's home, that he felt that being with Lu Shuxin would have been relatively safer. This UC truly intended to drain him dry. The late-night snack lasted nearly an hour before Qin Shiming and UC concluded their meal, but he had indeed hoped to release his pent-up emotions this evening, since UC was so eager to offer herself. Regardless of the woman's intentions, he felt too lethargic to concern himself with them for the time, being as midnight approached. The two arrived at the hotel room. Mr. Qin, please take a moment to rest. I will go take a shower first. Upon entering the room, UC changed into slippers, placed her bag down, and picked up a bathrobe she had prepared earlier, heading straight for the bathroom, that if you don't need a rest, we could shower together. Chapter 46. Completely unaware of cherishing the fragrant and delicate cough. No need for that. You go ahead and wash first. I need to make a phone call. Qin Shiming cleared his throat and replied. All right then, you take your time. I will be in the shower for about 15 minutes, the woman said thoughtfully, assuring him that she would not overhear his conversation during that time. After saying this, she entered the bathroom and turned on the shower immediately. Qin Shiming shook his head with a smile. This woman, you see, was quite adept at navigating social nuances. That it seemed that women who frequented nightlife establishments were indeed extraordinary. Especially someone as seasoned as you see. Without further thought, Qin Shiming took out his phone and dialed Lei Hu. Hello, Mr. Qin. Lei Hu quickly answered the call, his tone slightly respectful. Lei Hu, do you have any acquaintances at Zhongyu Group? Qin Shiming inquired directly. Zhongyu Group? Lei Hu hesitated for a moment before responding. I do know a few individuals there. May I ask what Mr. Qin requires? It's like this. I have a friend named Lu Shuxin. Qin Shiming briefly recounted the events that transpired at Lu Shuxin's home that day, with a single focus. He had incapacitated an individual named Li Ping, but was concerned that Zhongyu Group might retaliate against Lu Shuxin. So he requested Lei Hu to give a heads-up that Li Ping. All right, I've noted that name, but I will contact my acquaintances at Zhongyu Group shortly and discuss this matter. It should not pose any issues. Additionally, would you like me to eliminate this Li Ping to prevent future troubles? Lei Hu suggested. First, investigate the situation that if there truly is a way to eliminate him. Then proceed with the handling. Qin Shiming pondered for a moment before responding. Though he had served in the Northern Front, he was not one to show mercy. Otherwise, he might not even know how he met his end. Mr. Qin, I initially thought I might not have time tonight. But since you've called, I will take this opportunity to report to you. Lei Hu said that I've already made contact with ECI. She wishes to meet with you in person. No problem. Arrange a time and place with her. Then notify me, Qin Shiming replied. Understood. After hanging up, Qin Shiming set his phone down and glanced at the bathroom, which lacked a door lock. After a moment's hesitation, he took a deep breath, shed his clothes, and walked over. On the shores of Bua Lake in the western suburbs of Zhanghai City, a magnificent and grand private villa had been constructed. This villa was named Bailong Villa. It was said that purchasing the land alone had cost several hundred million, with the construction of the villa costing another few hundred million. The owner of this villa was none other than Bai Cheng, the head of Qinglin Group. Mr. Bai. The situation is roughly as follows. The individual named Qin Shiming possesses considerable strength. He has likely cultivated a form of hidden power. Han Guangxin stood behind a middle-aged man, detailing the events that transpired at Weilong Club that day. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Lei Hu and Qin Shiming appear to share an unusual connection. It may not be prudent for us to pursue cooperative endeavors with him. Bai Cheng, who appeared to be around 40 years of age, was dressed in a white linen long-sleeve shirt and canvas shoes, presenting a rather cultured demeanor. However, his eyes radiated a fierce intensity that deterred direct gazes. After hearing Han Guangxin's report, Bai Cheng let out a cold chuckle. If it's difficult to negotiate, then let it be. It is Lei Hu who seeks to collaborate with me, not the other way around. Otherwise, I would have gone to him personally today. Besides, in Zhanghai City, aside from Lei Hu, I'm unaware of how many others wish to collaborate with me. If a partnership with Lei Hu is unfeasible, then I shall pursue alliances with others. However, since Lei Hu refuses to play the hunter, he will have to accept the role of prey. Han Guangxin inquired. Mr. Bai, have you decided with whom you will collaborate? Bai Cheng replied candidly. I have nearly finalized discussions with Zhongyu Group. I am now merely waiting for their associates to connect with mine, and it should be smooth sailing from there. At that point, the underworld of Zhanghai City will require a thorough cleansing. But will that first-rate figure from Zhanghai intervene? Han Guangxin voices concerns. Him? Rest assured, while he may be a master, if he steps in, my mentor will take action. Bai Cheng responded with a faint smile. Han Guangxin felt reassured, then added, and what shall we do about this Qin Shiming? I have no subordinates capable of contending with him. Even if I were to act, I cannot guarantee success. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Cheng reached a resolution. Coincidentally, my senior brother will arrive in Zhanghai City in a couple of days. I will have him accompany me. Han Guangxin exclaimed in delight. Mr. Lan? He is actually coming to Zhanghai City. That is splendid. With him in action, Qin Shiming is as good as dead. Bai Cheng shook his head with a smile. My senior brother will not be in haste to take action. As a master at the late stage of hidden power, he would not lower himself to deal with an obscure, ordinary person. That I will make the first move. Should we underestimate Qin Shiming's strength and find myself unable to handle him, then my senior brother will step in to eliminate him. That sounds reasonable. Han Guangxi nodded with a grin. In any case, since Mr. Lan is coming to Zhanghai City, that individual named Qin Shiming should not expect to survive. The following morning, Qin Shun gazed at the crimson stain on the sheets, utterly bewildered. Last night, IT turned out to be UC's first time, regardless of her earlier demeanor at the club, or the subsequent moments when UC sought him out. Her many remarks led him to conclude that she was a seasoned veteran of nightlife. Furthermore, she was the courtesan, the star attraction of Weilong Entertainment. How could such a woman possibly maintain her chastity? Yet, paradoxically, UC had indeed achieved it. Qin Shun could easily surmise that in order to safeguard her virtue, UC must have exerted every ounce of her energy. And last night, without hesitation, she had offered him that which she had fiercely protected. Qin Shiming's gaze shifted to the exhausted, peacefully sleeping UC. Shaking his head, he reined in his thoughts, disinterested in lingering on them any further, and simply got out of bed to dress. Perhaps his movements had been slightly too vigorous. For UC suddenly awoke, blinking her drowsy eyes before checking the time on her phone. Why are you up so early? Why not sleep a little longer? It's only 8 in the morning. And last night, you kept me busy for 2 to 3 hours. What she did not know was that Qin Shiming had been awake since 7, spending a full hour just lying in bed. He was accustomed to rising early and did not particularly enjoy sleeping in. After getting dressed, Qin Shiming smiled. I apologize for disturbing your sleep. Once I leave, you can rest well. Sleeping until noon would be perfectly fine. However, UC cheerfully got out of bed, dressed, and said, "Hee hee, I also dislike sleeping in the morning. How about we grab breakfast together first, and then I'll drive you? I don't have much on my schedule for the next couple of days. Tiger Brother has already given me time off." Qin Shiming glanced at her and remarked, "You seem to have quite a robust constitution. I thought you might have trouble getting out of bed." Yuxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully scolded, "How can you say that? You have no idea how to cherish the delicate." Qin Shiming chuckled. "So do you like it?" Ida Yuxi's face turned even redder. It was evident that she had not anticipated Qin Shiming would pose such a question. Previously, she had always been in control of the steering wheel while driving. Now that the wheel was in Qin Shiming's hands, she felt a bit at a loss. Just joking." Qin Shiming laughed heartily, then added, "However, I must mention, I was genuinely surprised when I discovered it was your first time last night. That IT was precisely because he learned that Yuxi was not an old hand in the game that Qin Shiming took the initiative to drive and tease her. Consider it a small act of retribution." Yuxi brushed her hair from her forehead and said, "So now, are you contemplating taking responsibility for me?" Chapter 47. Qin Shiming, "Are you really seeking out a young lady?" Responsibility. Qin Shiming fell momentarily silent. If Yuxi were merely an ordinary woman from the nightlife scene, he would naturally not entertain thoughts of responsibility. However, the revelation that last night had been her first time left him with no choice but to consider the implications. Look how frightened you are. I was just joking. Don't overthink it. I won't make you responsible." Yuxi chuckled softly, covering her mouth, "That I mentioned yesterday that I will only belong to you for that one night. As for our future, let us just be ordinary friends." Qin Shiming replied earnestly, "If you wish for me to take responsibility, I can. Really, that won't be necessary." Yuxi shook her head, "Though this may sound a bit melodramatic, and you might think I'm playing hard to get, I must say it. We are not suited for each other. You see, am unworthy of you. Mr. Qin, I have just one request. Would you accompany me for breakfast and allow me to drive you for a while?" "Of course," Qin Shiming readily agreed. They quickly tidied up and proceeded to the hotel restaurant for the complimentary breakfast. Despite being free, it was quite nutritious and abundant. After finishing their meal, they entered the elevator together. Preparing to leave, "Mr. Qin, thank you for having breakfast with me," Yuxi said, beaming beside him. Qin Shiming chuckled, "It was just breakfast. There's no need for thanks. That I needed to eat too. But it's different for me. It's been many years since anyone accompanied me for breakfast," Yuxi replied. "Many years without someone for breakfast?" Qin Shiming raised an eyebrow. "Haven't you seen your family in all that time?" With a calm demeanor, Yuxi stated, "My family passed away 10 years ago. Now I am the only one left." Though her tone was tranquil, Qin Shiming could still sense the profound sorrow and solitude within her. No wonder she felt such gratitude for merely sharing a meal. How did they die? Although he hesitated to bring up a painful topic, he could not refrain from asking. Yuxi shook her head. "Mr. Qin, let us not discuss this right now. Shall we? Perhaps I will share it with you when the opportunity arises." "All right, I will wait for you to tell me then." Qin Shiming responded, at that moment. The elevator reached the 8th floor and came to a halt. The doors opened to reveal two figures entering. A couple deeply entwined, exuding intimacy to Qin Shiming's surprise. They were his old friends, Fang Yan, Lu Ku. Upon spotting Qin Shiming, the two momentarily froze. Fang Yan's gaze swept over Yuxi, a glimmer of astonishment evident in her eyes. In terms of appearance and demeanor, Yuxi surpassed her significantly. What could possibly bring a woman like her to Qin Shiming's side? "Yuxi, how is it that you are entering and exiting the hotel with Qin Shiming?" Lu Ku recognized Yuxi's identity at once. He had frequented the Weilong Entertainment Club, where he had once attempted to win her over, even offering 5 million for a night, only to be firmly rebuffed. Yuxi had made it clear that she only accompanied for drinks, not for bed, regardless of the price. This had left him feeling utterly defeated. Yet now, seeing Yuxi leaving the Swan Love Hotel with Qin Shiming raised many questions. This hotel was renowned as a couple's retreat, primarily hosting romantic pairs. "Hello, Lu Ershao. So you know Mr. Qin as well?" Yuxi greeted, perceiving something amiss in the way Lu Ku and Fang Yan looked at Qin Shiming. She sensed a hint of tension in the air. "Of course I know Qin Shiming," Lu Ku said, wrapping an arm around Fang Yan's waist, casting a challenging look at Qin Shiming. "My fiancé, he happens to be his former girlfriend. Unfortunately, he no longer measures up to her." Oh, Yusi regarded Qin Shiming with a hint of surprise, her expression mixed with astonishment and intrigue. Though she had not met Fong Yin, she had heard of her. She was the second daughter of the Fong family. Both the Fong and Lu families were among the three prominent clans in Jianghai City, wielding considerable influence, rivaling that of Lei Hu, who was under Qin Shiming's command. Yet now, Lu Ku had the audacity to claim that Qin Shiming was unworthy of Fong Yin. What gave him such confidence? Lu Ku, you're wearing the worn-out shoes I discarded. What is there to boast about? Qin Shiming scoffed at Lu Ku. What did you say? Fong Yin erupted in anger. Qin Shiming chuckled derisively. Am I mistaken? Who is the worn-out shoe? You know very well. Fong Yin retorted. Was I who discarded you? Qin Shiming. How dare you claim to have cast me aside? Even if we had married 3 years ago, it would not have been I who married into your family, but you who would have joined mine. You have any idea of your own worth? You will never be worthy of me. Miss Fong, I'm uncertain what gives you the confidence to utter such words, but I assure you, you will regret it. Abandoning Mr. Qin is the greatest mistake of your life. Yusi interjected, unable to contain herself. Regret? Are you jesting? What is there about Qin Shiming that would make me regret? Fong Yin laughed, her amusement evident. As she spoke, she directed her attention to Yusi. But now, I am quite curious about you. Who are you to speak to me in such a manner? Lu Ku smirked. Fong Yin, this is Yusi, the star courtesan of the Way Along Entertainment Club? Star courtesan? Head courtesan. Fong Yin paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ah, so you are merely a lady of the night. Qin Shiming, it seems that after being locked away for 3 years, you have begun to settle for anything, even associating with a courtesan. Meanwhile, Lu Ku hesitated to speak further. Technically, Yusi was indeed just a courtesan, but she only accompanied for drinks and never for bed. He had once spent 5 million without success in persuading her to leave with him. Yet, such details were best kept from Fong Yin. Hearing Fong Yan's remark, Yusi's face turned frosty, yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. Apologize, Qin Shiming commanded coldly. Are you joking, Qin Shiming? You expect me, a lady of the Fong family, to apologize to a courtesan? Fong Yin looked at him incredulously. Very well. Qin Shiming nodded, his gaze shifting to Lu Ku. Lu Ku, I do not strike women. But if she does not apologize now, the consequences of her actions will be yours to bear. Chapter 48, he would become the greatest joke in Jianghai City. Qin Shiming, are you threatening me? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Ku scoffed, refusing to be intimidated. I know you are skilled. I'm no match for you. But let me tell you, if you dare to lay a hand on me. Slap. Before he could finish, Qin Shiming struck him, sending him spinning. And what if I do? Qin Shiming smirked. Lu Ku clutched his face, glaring at Qin Shiming with unbridled resentment. If looks could kill, Qin Shiming would have been 1,000 times over. Qin Shiming, you have gone too far. Just because you are skilled does not make you invincible. You know that had it not been for my intervention, Lu Ku would have already hired someone to deal with you. How dare you lay a hand on him? If Lu Ku truly finds someone to handle you, you might find yourself sinking to the bottom of Shi Lake. Fong Yin said, supporting Lu Ku as she glared at Qin Shiming. Is that so? Then I should thank you. Qin Shiming replied that if you are wise, you will apologize to Lu Ku immediately. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee he won't find someone to deal with you, Fong Yin warned. Forget it, I don't need his apology. Lu Ku interjected. Qin Shiming, I admit you are formidable, a fact I cannot contend with. That I have no desire to seek vengeance, that I simply ask you this. In 4 days, at my wedding with Fong Yin, will you dare to attend? Qin Shiming shrugged. Why should I care about your wedding? What compels me to attend? I see you are too afraid to show up. Lu Ku sneered, because deep down, you know that attending our wedding will make you the biggest joke in Jianghai City. So, your intention in inviting me to your wedding is to make a spectacle of me? Very well. I shall indulge your desire. 4 days from now, I will attend your wedding and extend my blessings to you. Qin Shiming smiled at Lu Ku and Fong Yin, his demeanor unfazed. However, I must remind you that in the end, it remains uncertain who will become the biggest joke in Jianghai City, whether it will be me, Qin Shiming, or the two of you. At this moment, the elevator arrived at the basement parking lot. Qin Shiming ceased any further conversation with him, stepped out of the elevator, took Yusi by the hand, and walked towards the nearby Porsche. Luca remarked. This Qin Shiming is simply too arrogant. Fang Yin gazed at Qin Shiming's retreating figure. Speaking through gritted teeth, Lu Ku, equally vexed, responded, "Rest assured, in 4 days he will have a taste of his own medicine. By then, everyone in Zhanghai City will mock him. It'll be far more satisfying than if I simply sought someone to deal with him directly." Fang Yin inquired, "Have you managed to arrange a meeting with M.R.ye of the Chunshur Group? Will we truly be able to secure the entire top floor of the Emperor Hotel in 4 days?" Lu Ku patted his chest, declaring, "Not yet, but do not worry, my father has promised me that if I do not secure a meeting with M.R.ye in the next couple of days, he will personally intervene. At that point, even if it requires some cost, he will ensure we obtain the entire top floor of the Emperor Hotel." "Thank you, Lu Ku." Upon hearing this, Fang Yan's expression brightened with relief. Currently, they had only managed to reserve nearly half of the top floor of the Emperor Hotel, with the other half still unavailable. According to the hotel's policy, the entire top floor was never allowed to be booked in its entirety. All the prominent families and tycoons in Zhanghai City aspired to secure the top floor for their banquets. Yet since the hotel's inception, no one had ever accomplished this feat. Lu Ku and Fang Yan aspired to be the first. Should they succeed, they would undoubtedly become the most illustrious figures in Zhanghai City. While Qin Shiming would become the object of ridicule, "Mr. Qin, did I perhaps embarrass you a bit earlier?" Yusi cautiously glanced at Qin Shiming while driving. Qin Shiming shook his head, replying, "What are you thinking? I have never felt embarrassed. Lu Ku and Fang Yan are merely two clowns in my eyes. They lack the qualifications to make me feel embarrassed. Rather, it is I who have caused you distress due to my own matters." "No, I did not feel distressed at all," Yusi hurriedly countered. "Moreover, I was quite pleased that you stood up for me just now." Qin Shiming remarked, "Yusi, why not share some details about your family with me? I am genuinely curious." After a moment of silence, Yusi finally nodded. "Mr. Qin, I will not hide it from you. The reason I approached you yesterday was because I harbored the desire for you to help me seek vengeance." "Haha, you are quite direct." Qin Shiming chuckled. "Now, tell me the story." Yusi began, 10 years ago, my father opened a martial arts school in Zhanghai City. He was a practitioner of ancient martial arts. The school flourished and gained considerable fame. However, he underestimated the ambition of his eldest disciple, Guan Yu. Qin Shiming raised an eyebrow. "The chairman of Zhongyu Group bears that name." "Yes, he is indeed the chairman of Zhongyu Group and my father's eldest disciple." Yusi confirmed. 10 years ago, he persistently urged my father to change the business model and transform the martial arts school into a security group, recruiting more disciples. Yet my father had no interest in business. He remained focused on teaching his few disciples the art of martial arts. Particularly, Guan Yu displayed remarkable talent. Under my father's careful guidance, he surpassed his teacher and mastered the dark energy first. Regrettably, Guan Yu, driven by ambition, resorted to malicious intent after failing to persuade my father multiple times. Seizing the opportunity during a sparring session, he gravely injured my father. Subsequently, he set the school ablaze, turning it to ashes. My father, my mother, my elder brother, and my second sister all perished in that fire. I was fortunate to be at school at the time, narrowly escaping disaster. I never exposed him, as he overlooked me, directly ignoring my existence. However, I am aware that he has been sending people to monitor me all these years. Upon hearing Yusi's account, even someone as composed as Qin Shiming felt a twinge of shock. Guan Yu's heart was indeed exceptionally cruel. For the sake of his own desires, he had murdered his master's entire family. Was this Guan Yu the one who later established Zhongyu Group with the help of his martial brothers? Indeed, without the assistance of his fellow disciples who also practiced martial arts, he could not have expanded Zhongyu Group so rapidly, Yusi asserted. Furthermore, I have heard that Guan Yu later allied himself with a formidable force. One that even brother who greatly feared. Mr. Qin, I confess that when I first approached you, it was with the thought of having you assist me in dealing with Guan Yu. However, my perspective has changed. "Oh, what new idea do you have now?" Qin Shiming asked with a smile. "That I wish to become your disciple. Teach me martial arts, and I will take revenge myself." Yusi spoke with determination, even if my aptitude is lacking. "I'm not in a hurry. If 5 years is insufficient, then I will wait 10 years. If 10 years is not enough, I will wait 20. In any case, I am resolved to exact vengeance on Guan Yu, even if it takes my entire lifetime. In the following chapter, Qin Shiming replied, "You see, I have no intention of taking on disciples." That he smiled wryly. "How about this? Since Guan Yu has committed such heinous acts, I will help you eliminate him directly, thus sparing you the trouble." Yusi bit her red lip, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears. "Mr. Qin, I want to personally kill him to avenge my family. I cannot bear the thought of not taking revenge myself." All right. No need to cry. I will teach you martial arts." Qin Shiming, unable to bear the sight of a woman in tears, quickly agreed. "Let us do this. I will not formally take you as a disciple, but I can teach you martial arts so you can seek your revenge. However, Guan Yu must possess considerable strength now, right? If you wish to take revenge personally, it may require a significant amount of time, perhaps a year, maybe 3. Or even longer." Yusi responded, "Thank you, Mr. Qin. As long as I can take revenge myself, I am willing to wait, no matter how long it may take. I have already stated that I will kill him, even if it takes my entire life." Sigh. "Then let me see when I can find the time to arrange a systematic training plan for you." Qin Shiming sighed. To be honest, I am not particularly adept at teaching martial arts." Yusi shook her head. "It's all right. I am not in a rush. Then that will suffice." Qin Shiming felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. However, given Yusi's deep-seated desire for revenge, he found it difficult to refuse. Perhaps, after waiting for 10 years, he was indeed her only opportunity now. That if he were to reject her, she would likely be engulfed by despair. Moreover, to speak frankly, he was not one to shy away from a good opportunity. His father, Qin Jun, had already started a stall, while his mother, Chun Lian, was occupied with household chores and had also taken on some piecework from a small factory in the neighborhood, thus keeping their lives fulfilling. Regarding where he had been the previous night, Chun Lian did not pry, only asking when he would begin working. Qin Shiming casually fabricated an excuse, stating he would start work next week, for the next few days. He needed to address matters concerning the Emperor Hotel. Having promised Lu Ku and Fang Yin, he was set to attend their wedding in 4 days, so he naturally could not disappoint them. Around noon, Qin Shiming received a call from Lei Hu. "Mr. Qin, I've already contacted Yi. Lei Hu informed him, "Yi wishes to meet with you first for dinner and discuss matters in person. The time is set for 6 o'clock this evening at the top floor of the Emperor Hotel." "All right, I will meet her at the Emperor Hotel at 6 this evening." Qin Shiming readily agreed. "Mr. Qin, when shall I come pick you up?" "Let us meet at 5:30. After hanging up, Qin Shiming's mind drifted to some information about Yi. Yi was currently only 28 years old. During her university years, she founded Chensher Group. In just a few short years, this young woman accumulated assets amounting to over 10 billion, having established a firm foothold in both the legitimate and illicit worlds of Zhanghai City. This Yi was certainly not to be underestimated. Either her personal capabilities were extraordinary, or she had formidable backing. It was said that Yi had already reached the realm of dark energy. As for her backing, no one knew. Even Lei, who had failed to uncover any details, he only knew that a late-stage dark energy expert from Jinling City had once attempted to coerce Yi into submission. But the outcome was that this expert was later found dead in the Stone Lake. Therefore, Qin Shiming felt quite eager about the meeting with Yi that evening. Subsequently, he arrived at the Emperor Hotel with Lei Hu. The Emperor Hotel was not the largest hotel in Zhanghai City, but it was undoubtedly the most famous. This was due to a rule. Anyone wishing to dine at the Emperor Hotel must have a net worth of at least 10 million. This made dining at the Emperor Hotel a point of pride for the people of Zhanghai City. The wealthy, in particular, took pride in being able to dine on the top floor. A few individuals even fantasized about one day being able to rent out the entire top floor of the Emperor Hotel. Since its establishment, no one had ever succeeded in booking the top floor for a day. Mr. Qin, this is the Emperor Hotel. Lei Hu stood beside Qin Shiming, gazing at the towering multi-story hotel before them. Outside the entrance, 8 imposing doormen clad in black suits stood sentinel, their formidable physiques and fierce demeanor suggesting they were no ordinary security personnel. "Let's head inside," Qin Shiming declared, displaying little interest in admiring the hotel's exterior. His sole desire was to finalize matters with Yi and depart swiftly. Although this situation weighed heavily on his mind, he regarded it as relatively trivial. For him, The only significant concern was locating the remaining 4 medicinal herbs and retrieving the Zen spirit coral that Yi Junmin had given to his grandfather. "Good day. May I inquire if you have an appointment?" Upon reaching the hotel entrance, the head doorman politely inquired, "I am Lei Hu, scheduled to dine with your director Yi at 6 o'clock. Has she not informed you?" Lei Hu replied irritably, "It's Brother Hu. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier." The head doorman's face flushed with embarrassment, casting a curious glance at Qin Shiming, who had been walking ahead, while Lei Hu followed closely like an attendant. Lei Hu was a figure of renown, equal to their director Yi, the owner of the Dawei Group. The notion of such a person being reduced to the role of an aide was surprising. "Enough chit-chat. Take me and Mr. Qin to your director Yi at once." Lei Hu huffed, dismissing any further discussion. "Of course. This way, please." The head doorman hastily gestured for them to follow and led the way. Before long, they arrived at the hotel's top floor via the elevator. To their astonishment, the 19th floor of the Imperial Hotel was utterly deserted, devoid of any patrons in the vast expanse. Only a single table by the window was occupied by a young man, Yi Junmin. Standing by the window was a woman, her back turned to them, her slender figure exuding a quiet strength reminiscent of a poised wild leopard. Her dark hair was tied into a simple ponytail, playfully draping over her shoulder, and she wore a white sports outfit that lent her an air of the girl next door. "Qin Shuozhang, over here," Yi Junmin called out as he spotted Qin Shiming and waved him over. Qin approached with a smile, inquiring, "Yi Junmin, what brings you here?" Yi Junmin grinned widely. "I'm here to watch the show." "The show?" Qin echoed, intrigued. "Yes, the performance between you and my sister." "Your sister?" Qin instinctively glanced at Yi Si. At that moment, Yi Si turned slowly to meet his gaze. "Let us skip the pleasantries and get right to it." Chapter 50. "I also think it's quite significant. Let us skip the pleasantries and get right to it." Yi Si fixed her gaze on Qin Shiming, gesturing towards the open space beside them. With the woman now facing him, Qin could finally discern her features. She possessed an exquisite visage, her sun-kissed skin radiating health and a unique beauty. Coupled with her fitted sports attire, she exuded an aura of vigor and elegance. "Director Yi, are you really this straightforward?" Qin Shiming chuckled wryly. "Shouldn't Tib, if you can't even defeat me. There's nothing left to discuss, don't you think?" With that, Yi Si stepped onto the vacant ground, striking a readiness stance for battle. "To go ahead, give it your all. Don't hold back like you did when sparring with my brother. That would only make me lose respect for you." "Very well, but do be careful." Just as Qin finished speaking, he took a decisive step forward. His formidable energy surged explosively upon his foot's impact with the ground, causing the marble floor to shatter with a loud crack, sending spiderweb-like fissures spiraling outward. In that instant, his aura swelled dramatically, akin to a tsunami, overwhelming the space around him. Both Yi Junmin and Lei Hu felt a sudden constriction in their throats, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of his presence. What terrifying power! This is definitely beyond the realm of ordinary dark energy, and not merely at the initial stage, but rather at the advanced level. Qin Shiming's expression turned grave. Having sparred with his sister, he knew she was a mid-stage dark energy practitioner, yet the pressure he felt now was far greater. Although Lei Hu was also taken aback. He had mentally prepared himself for this encounter. He had previously felt Qin Shiming's power, and compared his last display, this seemed relatively subdued. Impressive. Yi Si's heart raced as she realized that Qin Shiming's strength surpassed her expectations. Initially, she had assumed he was merely at the initial or mid-stage of dark energy. However, this young man, who appeared younger than her, possessed a level of skill that exceeded her own. Yet, regardless of his strength, Yi Si was undeterred. With a fierce shout, she transformed her defense into offense, charging towards Qin Shiming. Roar! Her battle cry resonated like thunder, and her spirit surged to its peak, embodying the essence of a battle-hardened warrior. Clenching her fists, a commanding aura radiated from her, capable of unsettling even those stronger than her, hindering their ability to unleash their full potential. Sister is serious now, that Yi Junmin watched with excitement, knowing well his sister's prowess. He could instantly tell that she was fully committed. The aura of her fist was something she took pride in, cultivated through painstaking effort by their grandfather. With a resounding crash, Qin Shiming met Yi Si's fist head-on, without flinching. Their fists collided in mid-air, and in the next moment, Yi Si was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Her right arm was rendered numb, her complexion flushed from the violent upheaval of her qi and blood. "Sister, are you all right?" Yi Junmin rushed forward, assisting her with concern. Meanwhile, Lei Hu remained composed. This outcome was anticipated. Had Qin Shiming not held back, Yi Si's right arm would surely have been rendered incapacitated. "Director Yi, I sincerely apologize. The pressure of your full-force attack was overwhelming, compelling me to unleash my full strength. Please forgive me." Qin Shiming quickly clasped his fists in apology to "It's nothing, that I'm not so petty. However, your strength truly exceeded my expectations. Even when I employed my fist aura, you were able to remain unaffected and unleash your full power." Qin Shiming, "How did you achieve that?" Yi Si inquired, nursing her sore arm. Her curiosity piqued regarding Qin Shiming's abilities. "Director, you may not be aware, but I have spent the past 3 years battling enemies in the Northern War Department, encountering numerous formidable opponents that I have seen various forms of fist aura. So I have considerable experience in combat." Qin Shiming casually explained that in truth, he wanted to convey that Yi Si's fist aura was hardly anything remarkable. True fist aura was something even he had yet to comprehend. According to his mentor, one could not grasp martial will without reaching the divine realm, and many divine realm practitioners had yet to achieve true fist aura. Martial will was an incredibly intricate martial art system. Not easily understood why Yi Si's so-called fist aura barely scratched the surface of its true essence. However, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. When addressing a woman, one could only offer praise. "Director Ye's fist aura surpasses many I have encountered in battle, which is why I dare not hold back and could only exert my full strength." Why Yi Si regarded Qin Shiming thoughtfully, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. "Very well, I concede this match. Let us sit down and have dinner. Director Yi, your arm has sustained a minor injury. Would you like me to treat it now?" Qin Shiming offered. "Oh, you have medical knowledge?" Yi Si asked, intrigued. "Just a bit of rudimentary understanding." Qin Shiming replied, producing a box of silver needles. "However, Director Yi, you must expose your entire right arm for me to proceed." "All right." With that, she promptly began unzipping her outer jacket beneath her white sports attire. She wore a black lace-trimmed T-shirt. As she rolled up her sleeves, her arm was fully revealed. Standing beside her, Qin Shiming deftly manipulated the silver needles, each emitting a faint hum as they swiftly and accurately pierced her arm. In less than a minute, 9 needles had been applied. "Wow, the results are quite remarkable. I already feel much better," Yi Si exclaimed in surprise. "Don't rush. Give another 5 minutes, and it should be nearly healed." From this perspective, he caught sight of the prominent area beneath Yi Si's neck. The fabric of her black T-shirt strained and taut, leaving Qin Shiming momentarily dumbfounded. If sensing his gaze, Yi Si appeared unfazed. Her eyes shifting as she suddenly inquired, "Mr. Qin, do you think I have a large chest?" Coughing, Qin Shiming stammered, "And no." Instantly, he felt a wave of embarrassment. This woman truly so direct in her speech. I merely glanced inadvertently. And she asks me such a question outright, unaware of the awkwardness she has thrust upon me. Why Yi Si frowned. "Not at all." A jolt ran through Qin Shiming's heart, prompting him to amend his statement. "No, what I meant was it's somewhat large." Yi Si pressed further. "Just somewhat?" Qin Shiming's lips twitched in response. What is this woman doing? Why does she insist on fishing for compliments regarding that aspect? "Yes, it is indeed large." Qin Shiming conceded helplessly. "Right, I also think it's quite large." Yi Si frowned again, then asked, "With your exceptional medical skills, do you have any methods to make it a little smaller?" Qin Shiming. Chapter 51. Mimi can fulfill your request, Director Yi. Are you joking with me? Qin Shiming couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, saying, "Many women are trying to find ways to enhance that aspect. And you wish to diminish it?" Not only Qin Shiming, but also Lei Hu, who stood nearby, wore an expression of incredulity. Meanwhile, Yi Junmin raised a hand to his forehead, realizing that he still didn't fully comprehend his sister's straightforward nature. Today, however, he discovered just how little he understood her. Yi Si stated earnestly, "Mr. Qin, I am not joking. I am quite serious. If it is too large, it significantly impacts my practice and my fighting capabilities as well. In that moment, Qin Shiming understood. This reasoning was indeed plausible. However, to sacrifice such a substantial aspect merely for the sake of convenience in training and combat seemed a rather steep price to pay. Mr. Qin, you only need to tell me if you had a method to make it smaller, Yi reiterated. Qin Shiming cleared his throat, realizing he indeed had a solution, though it was difficult to articulate. If he were to perform a surgical procedure to remove some of the underlying fat, it would naturally reduce in size. However, this would result in Yi Si's chest becoming exceedingly firm, akin to a solid mass. He doubted Yi would find this acceptable. Furthermore, performing the surgery would necessitate him touching her chest. That was even more awkward to express. Though he suspected Yi Si might not be overly concerned, he decided to contemplate a method to achieve a modest reduction while maintaining aesthetic appeal. Yes, it could be slightly smaller, but it certainly must not be too small. Yi appeared somewhat disappointed, but did not press the issue further. As they spoke, she picked up a bag resting beside her, retrieving a document and handing it to Qin Shiming. This is the transfer agreement for the Imperial Hotel. Please sign it, and henceforth, 80% of the shares under my name will all belong to you. Director Yi, this is rather sudden, isn't it? Qin Shiming was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, I haven't even decided when to take action against Bai Cheng yet, and I have no knowledge of whether he is backing or who they might be. What if I ultimately cannot eliminate him? Wouldn't you be sacrificing the entire Imperial Hotel? Yi Si responded decisively. How about I give you a week? If you cannot eliminate Bai Cheng within a week, then you simply owe me an IOU for 5 billion at that way. You won't be at a loss, considering the total value of the Qinglin Group exceeds 100 billion. Qin Shiming chuckled, and you aren't concerned that within this week, I might sell the shares of the Imperial Hotel and abscond with the funds? Yi Si replied, I have faith in my judgment. You will not disappoint me. Qin Shiming found himself at a loss for words. What kind of judgment could that be? They had only just met. He was genuinely curious how someone as carefree as Yi Si had managed to maintain her business empire. Just sign already. Stop dawdling, Yi Si urged. Very well, within a week, I will eliminate Bai Cheng, allowing you and Lei Hu to divide the Qinglin Group he controls. Qin Shiming ceased his pretense and signed his name. In truth, transferring the shares of the Imperial Hotel to her was also his way of extending a favor. If he was not mistaken, her exchange of the Qinglin Group's assets for the Imperial Hotel was likely due to the wedding of Fang Yin and Lu Ku in 4 days. Wasn't it? Upon seeing Qin Shiming complete the agreement, Yi Si smiled and said, Yes, it is indeed for that reason. Qin Shiming did not hide his intentions and nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Si then took out her phone and dialed a number. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful woman clad in a black professional suit, her long wavy hair cascading down, approached. The girl appeared to be of similar age to Yi Si, her oversized glasses obscuring much of her face, yet failing to conceal her remarkable beauty. The professional ensemble accentuated her curves, presenting an almost overwhelming allure. This was a woman whose looks and figure rivaled those of Yi Si. Mr. Qin, allow me to introduce you. This is Ling Mi, the general manager of the Imperial Hotel. I hold 80% of the shares, while the remaining 20% is in Mi's hands. Yi Si cheerfully introduced. Oh, by the way, Mimi is also my college classmate. We embarked on our entrepreneurial journey together, and she is one of the shareholders of my Chengshi Group. Should you require assistance, feel free to reach out to her. Mimi, let me introduce you to Mr. Qin Shiming. I have just signed the transfer agreement for the shares of the Imperial Hotel, transferring all of it to him. Ling Mi seemed already aware of the situation, thus not overly surprised, merely extending her right hand toward Qin Shiming. Hello, Director Qin. Hello, Manager Ling. Qin Shiming greeted, shaking her hand. The warmth and smoothness of her hand lingered in his memory, though he withdrew his touch almost instantly. This simple act garnered Ling Mi a modicum of fondness for him, as most men she encountered would cling to her hand longer than necessary. Me. I need to tell you something. Yi Si suddenly said with a grin. This Mr. Qin is not only an adept martial artist, but his medical skills are also exceptional. He's currently devising a way to help me make my chest smaller. Once he finds a solution, would you like to do the same, to have him reduce yours as well? Your size is slightly larger than mine, and it could hinder your work. Ling Mi's face flushed crimson as she retorted. Don't be ridiculous. You want to reduce yours for training, whereas I do not practice martial arts. Besides, I don't even have a boyfriend yet. If I were to make it smaller, it would complicate my chances of finding one. If the boyfriend you find is only interested in your body, then such a partner is not worth having. Yi Si scoffed. Suddenly, she turned to Qin Shiming and stated, Qin Shiming, as far as I know. You don't have a girlfriend, correct? Just so happens that Mimi is also single. Why not consider each other? I can tell you have a preference for larger chests, and Mimi perfectly fits that criteria. Chapter 52. Who touched me? I can see you have a preference for larger chests, and Mimi is a perfect match for you, Yi Si said with a sly smile directed at Qin Shiming. Qin Shiming's lips twitched. Who said I preferred larger chests? Even if I did, you certainly shouldn't state it so bluntly. How am I supposed to interact with Ling Mi now? After all, she's both my colleague and partner, and this will make our future encounters exceedingly awkward. Ling Mi's face was similarly flushed, practically dripping with embarrassment, as she shot a glare at Yi Si. Yi Si, if you keep teasing me, I will sever ties with you. During her speech, she could hardly bring herself to look at Qin Shiming. It was simply too mortifying. Yi Si chuckled. All right, I won't say another word. You two figure it out. Since you're both single, if there's mutual interest, go ahead and explore it. Are you still talking? Ling Mi threatened playfully, raising her hand as if to strike. Okay, I'll keep quiet. Let's start eating. Yi Si quickly surrendered, calling for the waiter to begin serving the dishes. In less than a minute, a dozen waitstaff simultaneously arrived, presenting an array of pre-prepared dishes on the table. The group dined and drank, sharing amusing anecdotes, thoroughly enjoying themselves. It must be said, neither Yi Si nor Lei Hu, two formidable figures in the underworld of Jianghai City, were as fearsome as outsiders might imagine. After the meal, noticing that everyone had nearly finished eating and had set down their chopsticks, Qin Shiming turned to Yi Si and asked, Si, may I inquire about something? I heard Jumin mention that your grandfather has entered seclusion for training. Do you know how long he plans to remain in seclusion this time? Si. This was how Yi Si allowed Qin Shiming to address her. According to her, anyone she recognized as a friend could call her this. Qin Shiming replied, It is quite important, I must confess. My dear niece has fallen ill with a peculiar ailment that requires 3 specific medicinal herbs for her recovery. At present, I have successfully procured one, and Chanling coral is among the essential ingredients. I'm still in search of the 3rd herb. Once I locate the final ingredient, my urgency for Chanling coral will only intensify. That I understand. As soon as my grandfather emerges from his seclusion, I will promptly seek him out to request the Chanling coral on your behalf. Why? Yi Si nodded in acknowledgement, her demeanor growing more serious upon realizing the gravity of the situation for Qin Shiming. Additionally, do you have any leads on that 3rd herb? If you have yet to uncover its identity, feel free to share, and I shall do my utmost to assist you in your search. Very well. Soon, the waiter brought paper and pen, and Qin Shiming proceeded to write down the names of the 4 herbs he had yet to find. After handing the note to Yi Si, he fell into a brief silence before continuing. Si, regardless of when I manage to find this 3rd herb, I can only afford you a maximum of 2 weeks for the Chanling coral. Even if I do not find the 3rd herb, I will attempt to substitute it with others. The efficacy may be diminished, but at the very least, it will temporarily safeguard my niece's life. Upon hearing this, Yi Si could not suppress a frown. In 2 weeks, my grandfather may still be in seclusion. I am aware. Therefore, I might have to force open the door to his villa and personally request his emergence. Yi Si did not express anger at Qin Shiming's words. Rather, a hint of strangeness flickered in her eyes. You realize that should you proceed with such an action, there's a strong likelihood that my grandfather would strike you down? He is quite fearsome, with formidable strength. You would certainly not stand a chance against him. Qin Shiming was already mentally prepared for this. The fact that Yi Si had developed into such a young practitioner of hidden strength indicated that her grandfather was no ordinary man. He was at the very least a master of late-stage hidden strength, if not a grandmaster. Yet such prowess did not daunt Qin Shiming. For the sake of my niece, I have no alternative. Yi Si nodded in agreement. Very well. Then when the time comes, feel free to push open his door. Indeed, we can be considered friends now. So should he truly wish to harm you, I shall intercede on your behalf and plead for your life. However, prepare yourself for a prolonged convalescence of a year and a half. Qin Shiming smiled, refraining from further comment, and rose to his feet. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Would you like me to accompany you? Yi Si inquired with a smile. Qin Shiming replied, No need. Since we are friends now, I shall not impose. Why, Yi Si grinned. But how about letting me see you off? Ahem, that is unnecessary. Qin Shiming hastily replied. TSK, it seems you are quite the straightforward and. Why, Yi Si retorted, her lips curling in disdain. Do you truly not grasp my meaning? I intended to inform you that Mimi has had a drink, and her tolerance is quite poor. By suggesting she accompany you. I was actually hoping you would escort her, creating an opportunity for you. Are you truly that oblivious? Qin Shiming nearly spat blood. I had not contemplated such intricacies. Furthermore, he was taken aback by Yi Si's seemingly simple-minded demeanor, which at times held surprising depth. Ling Mi, whose cheeks were already flushed from the alcohol, blushed even deeper than a Ci. I do not require Mr. Qin's escort. I shall remain here to sleep with you tonight. Why, Yi Si responded. Sleep with me? Absolutely not. You tend to grope about in your sleep, and I fear you might take liberties. What are you saying? Who has groped anyone? Ling Mi wished for a hole to swallow her whole. It was utterly embarrassing for Yi Si to voice such things in front of others. In truth, she had only touched Yi Si on one occasion. Of course, her intentions were not so base. She merely wished to compare their respective sizes. Moreover, as lifelong friends, they shared a bond akin to that of sisters. Without the constraints of modesty, during their university days, due to their similar figures, they often exchanged clothing, including undergarments. Well then, Mimi, you two chat. I shall take my leave. Qin Shiming, unwilling to endure any longer, departed. He had thought that leaving the north and distancing himself from his senior sister would alleviate his awkwardness around women, only to discover that he had been mistaken. Whether among the women of the combat department or those in the city, they all exhibited the same traits. Chapter 53. You're finished. I am a trusted aide, a brother who's stepping out of the Imperial Hotel, Lei Hu remarked with a grin. That Miss Ling is indeed quite stunning. Qin Shiming shot him an irritated glare, urging him to hurry and fetch the car. Yes, I shall go get it right away. Lei Hu chuckled, bounding off like a lackey, despite being one of the four major overlords of the underground world in Zhanghai City. Qin Shiming took out a cigarette to calm himself. How could I entertain such thoughts? That rogue Lei Hu will inevitably lead me astray. Hastily, Qin Shiming extinguished any nefarious thoughts, having established himself as a prominent figure in the north. Earning the moniker Yama, his reputation rivaled that of his master. He could not allow his illustrious name to tarnish in Zhanghai City. At that moment, a familiar fragrance wafted through the air. Instinctively, he turned around, only to be met by a figure reeking of alcohol, who stumbled directly into his embrace. Kong Tingxiu. Tingxiu. Qin Shiming held Kong Tingxiu, yet his brow furrowed in concern. She appeared utterly inebriated, her eyes devoid of luster. Clearly intoxicated. How could she have ventured out alone in such a state, without fear of encountering ill-intentioned individuals? Suddenly, Kong Tingxiu's dazed gaze sharpened, locking onto him. Take me away, quickly, please. With that, she softened, her entire body collapsing against him. What on earth? Qin Shiming was bewildered. Had Kong Tingxiu encountered some trouble? Surely, she had not been forced to drink to this extent. The thought ignited a surge of unbridled anger within him, and a frigid determination settled in his gaze. This sudden wave of emotion was so overwhelming that even he failed to recognize it. In any case, he felt an intense urge to protect the woman in his arms. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Lu Yang, quickly find her. She can't have gone far. A middle-aged man shouted as he sprinted after her, flanked by two scruffily dressed youths. Cousin, I found her. She's right here. One of the youths with dyed blue hair quickly spotted Kong Tingxiu in Qin Shiming's arms and exclaimed, in no time, the other youth and the middle-aged man reached Qin Shiming. You there, who are you? Release my girlfriend at once. The middle-aged man pointed accusingly at Qin Shiming. She is your girlfriend? Qin Shiming chuckled. yet his eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness emerging. Are you jesting? She is clearly my girlfriend. When did she become yours? The middle-aged man, Chang Hui, was momentarily taken aback, before quickly regaining composure. She may have been your girlfriend previously, but just now she agreed to break up with you and be with me. Thus, I advise you to hand her over promptly, or, I assure you, you will regret it. As his words fell, the two youths swiftly surrounded Qin Shiming, their gazes menacing that I am eager to see how you intend to make me regret it. Qin Shiming replied coolly, his demeanor growing increasingly frigid. He had surmised that Kong Tingxiu had undoubtedly been intoxicated by these men, and if she had not slipped out and fortuitously run into him. One could only imagine the fate that awaited Kong Tingxiu tonight. Kid, you truly are asking for a beating. Since you insist, I shall oblige. The blue-haired youth swung his fist toward Qin Shiming's face. Bang! Qin Shiming retaliated with a powerful kick, sending the blue-haired youth crashing to the ground, unable to rise for some time. Such ferocity! Chang Hui and the other youth could not help but swallow nervously. Initially dismissive of Qin Shiming, they were taken aback by the intensity of his strike. That it was worth noting that the blue-haired youth was no pushover. His martial prowess was commendable. Yet, in a single exchange, he had been rendered incapacitated, clearly injured. Yang, are you all right? The other youth, stunned, rushed to assist Lu Yang to his feet. Lu Yang clutched his abdomen, gritting his teeth in pain. You dare strike me? I'll have you know. You are finished. I am a trusted aide of Brother Hu. If you do not compensate me a sum of 100,000 or more, I assure you, you will not survive the night. Lu Yang possessed some martial skill, and thus, after a single confrontation, he recognized that they were no match for Qin Shiming. Thus, he has extricated himself from the underground world of Zhanghai City, where the notorious Hu Gu reigns. Hey kid, did you hear that? We are Hu Ge's people. Hurry up and kneel down to apologize and pay up. Another youth glared at Qin Shiming as he spoke. At 8T this moment, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered around. Upon hearing Lu Yang proclaim his allegiance, identifying himself as Hu Ge's confidant, the pity in the gazes directed at Qin Shiming became palpable. Meanwhile, Cheng Hui wore a smug expression. Fortunately, he had ventured out for drinks today and brought along his cousin Lu Yang. Otherwise, the opportunity would have slipped through his fingers. You are one of Lei Hu's men? Qin Shiming remarked with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Lu Yang replied with pride. Indeed, I am Hu Ge's confidant. What's the matter? Are you afraid? If so, kneel down and apologize, and I might spare your life. What I mean is if you are indeed one of Lei Hu's men, then we can speak plainly. Well then, let Lei Hu come and have a word with you. Qin Shiming chuckled lightly. What did you say? Lu Yang, somewhat bewildered by Qin Shiming's words, was caught off guard. Suddenly, a sharp wind sliced through the air. Before he could react, Lu Yang was sent sprawling to the ground by a resounding slap. The force of the blow was far more devastating than the kick Qin Shiming had delivered earlier. Dazed and seeing stars, Lu Yang struggled to rise. Damn it, which bastard dared to ambush my brother Yang? Do you know how to write the word death? The youth beside Lu Yang exclaimed furiously, turning to confront the newcomer. Upon seeing who had struck Lu Yang, his scalp nearly erupted in shock. Chapter 54. Qin Shiming, is this your car? Who go? The youth's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized Lei Hu as the assailant. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Wasn't Brother Yang one of Hu Ge's men? Why would Hu Gu himself strike him? Hu Gu, why are you hitting me? Lu Yang asked incredulously upon recognizing Lei Hu. The surrounding crowd erupted in murmurs. This was the infamous Hu Gu. Lei Hu coldly replied, Hit you. Let me make it clear, I would relish the chance to kill you. Lu Yang immediately fell silent. His heart flooded with terror, but he understood that Lei Hu was a man of his word. If Lei Hu truly sought his death, no one could save him. He wouldn't survive the night. Hu Gu. I don't want to know why. Lu Yang gritted his teeth. Oh, you know who you asked to kneel? Lei Hu approached Qin Shiming and stated, This Mr. Qin is my. However, Qin Shiming interrupted, not allowing Lei Hu to continue. He wished to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. Inside and outside the Emperor Hotel, many prominent figures from Zhanghai City were present. If Lei Hu were to divulge anything, Qin Shiming feared he would become an overnight sensation in Zhanghai City, making it difficult for him to return to a peaceful existence. Yes, Mr. Qin, Lei Hu, understanding Qin Shiming's desire for discretion, immediately refrained from further comments. Yet his respectful demeanor towards Qin Shiming left the onlookers in awe. Their curiosity piqued as they scrutinized Qin Shiming. This seemingly unremarkable young man, dressed in plain attire, who was he really? Thud. Lu Yang, quick to react, knelt before Qin Shiming without a moment's hesitation upon witnessing Lei Hu's attitude towards him. Mr. Qin, I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. I had a few drinks and inadvertently offended you. Please forgive my indiscretion. Get to the discipline hall, and I shall sever one of your fingers as punishment. Lei Hu interjected, noticing Qin Shiming's growing impatience. Lu Yang's face turned ashen at these words. What? You refuse to accept this? Then, shall we take a swim in Shihu Lake? Lei Hu sneered, I am willing. I am willing. Lu Yang hurriedly replied. Compared to the prospect of sinking to the bottom of Shihu Lake, losing a finger seemed a small price to pay. Get out. Yes, thank you, Hugo. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Lu Yang quickly stood up, bowing to both Lei Hu and Qin Shiming before turning to leave. Before he departed, he cast a resentful glance at Cheng Hui. Though Cheng Hui was his cousin, if it weren't for Cheng Hui's lustful distraction today, he wouldn't have found himself in this predicament. Cheng Hui, catching Lu Yang's glance, felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he was about to face trouble. His rise to his current position had relied heavily on Lu Yang's assistance. Hand me the car keys and ensure this person is dealt with discreetly not let it escalate to a fatality. Qin Shiming instructed Lei Hu, disregarding Lu Yang. With the crowd of onlookers growing, he wished to leave swiftly. Understood. Lei Hu promptly handed the car keys to Qin Shiming. Accepting the keys, Qin Shiming embraced Kong Tingqiu and entered the vehicle, glancing at Kong Tingqiu, who lay unconscious in the back seat. His heart inexplicably ached. After a moment's thought, he opened the navigation app and searched for a nearby, reputable hotel, booking a suite. Carefully placing the woman on the bed, Qin Shiming then retreated to the living room of the suite. Lying down on the sofa, his parents had entrusted him with his freedom and refrained from probing further. The following morning, warm sunlight filtered through the window's cracks, illuminating the woman's exquisite face. Kong Tingqiu slowly opened her eyes, instinctively raising her hand to massage her temples. Damn it. It seems I drank too much last night. My head is pounding. However, something felt amiss. Kong Tingqiu quickly realized the situation was unusual. Last night, that scoundrel Cheng Hui had seemingly conspired with his cousin to get her drunk. Did she manage to find an opportunity to sneak away and escape? With this thought, she disregarded her headache and rapidly surveyed her surroundings. Good morning. A somewhat familiar voice rang out nearby. Kong Tingqiu's gaze fell upon the man's face. He wasn't exceptionally handsome, but his features were defined, with a clean countenance that bore a hint of gentleness. For some reason, upon seeing this face, the panic that had risen within her gradually dissipated. Qin Shiming, how did you end up here? Kong Tingqiu inquired, puzzled. Qin Shiming chuckled. It seems you have forgotten what transpired last night, that I was dining at the Emperor Hotel too, and just as I was about to leave, you ran into me. Seeing you completely inebriated, I brought you to this hotel. But rest assured, it's a suite. I slept on the sofa in the living room and just came to check if you had woken up. He refrained from elaborating on the events involving Cheng Hui and Lu Yang. Upon hearing this, Kong Tingqiu began to piece together some of the events. After she fled the Emperor Hotel, she indeed bumped into Qin Shiming. Soon, a flush of embarrassment crossed her features. Thank you. Kong Tingqiu expressed her gratitude, albeit awkwardly, that you've seen me in my worst. That scoundrel is despicable. Simply a vile person, Kong Tingqiu said, her face reflecting her earlier fear. If she hadn't managed to escape and encountered Qin Shiming, the aftermath was too dreadful to contemplate. Oh, that's how it was. Qin Shiming nodded. Qin Shiming, I truly appreciate your help this time. Let us set a time for a meal. I would like to treat you. Kong Tingqiu suggested to Qin Shiming. Sure, I am free these next few days, he replied with a smile. How about tonight? Sounds good. I will message you later if it's inconvenient for you. I can arrange for a car to pick you up. Qin Shiming offered. That's not it. I just worried it might take up your time. Not at all. I just got a job and haven't officially started yet. All right then. Wait for me a moment. I need to freshen up. With that, Kong Tingqiu quickly rose from the bedpoint 10 minutes later. The two exited the room, had a simple breakfast at the hotel, and then headed to the underground parking lot. When the headlights of Lei Hu's Land Rover illuminated the area, Kong Tingqiu was taken aback. Qin Shiming. Is this your car? Chapter 55. My Tingqiu is not someone you can covet. Qin Shiming. Is this your car? Kong Tingqiu gazed at the imposing Land Rover in astonishment. She was no stranger to luxury and recognized that this vehicle would cost at least $3 to $4 million. Moreover, this was the Range Rover SV Autobiography long wheelbase. With an estimated price nearing $5 million. No, it's my friends that I happened to dine with him at the Emperor Hotel yesterday, and since I needed to bring you to the hotel, I borrowed his car. Qin Shiming explained with a smile, before opening the passenger door for her. Please, get in. Kong Tingqiu glanced at the flashy license plate, feeling quite complicated about the situation. Qin Shiming's friend was certainly not an ordinary person. Once the car was in motion, Kong Tingqiu fell silent, lost in her thoughts. Can you share where you're currently working? Qin Shiming inquired, turning on some soft music to break the silence. I'm at Baihui Group in the marketing department. Serving as a junior supervisor, Kong Tingqiu replied. Baihui Group? Qin Shiming echoed with a smile. This is indeed a well-known large enterprise in Jianghai City, with several Baihui City malls under its umbrella. Those malls are the largest in Jianghai City. And there are quite a few Baihui cities throughout the entire Wuyue province. Aren't there? You, at such a young age, have already ascended to the position of director in the marketing department of Baihui Group. Your future is indeed promising. However, Kong Tingqiu could only manage a bitter smile. Qin Shiming, you overestimate me. In fact, given my background, being merely a director in the marketing department of Baihui Group makes me the least successful in my family. Oh, would it be convenient for you to share what your background is? Qin Shiming inquired with curiosity. Kong Tingqiu replied, there's nothing wrong with saying it. I am not a local of Jianghai City. I hail from Jinling City. Over a decade ago, my father was assigned to work at Baihui Group, which is why our family relocated to Jianghai City. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiming's eyes sparkled with realization. If I am not mistaken, you belong to the Kong family from Jinling City, right? Have you heard of the Kong family? Yes, I am indeed from the Kong family. My grandfather is the head of the family. To be precise, it is my maternal grandfather, as my father married into the Kong family. Impressive. So you are a young lady from a prestigious family, Qin Shiming teased with a smile. The Kong family is indeed a prominent family in Jinling City, far surpassing the three major families in Jianghai City. The assets of the three major families in Jianghai City are probably around 1 or 2 billion, while the Kong family's assets in Jinling City certainly reach the 100 billion level, completely on a different scale. Kong Tingqiu shook her head with a smile. Please do not belittle me. I cannot be considered a young lady of any sort. Since my father married into the Kong family, our family is not particularly favored there. Otherwise, I would not merely be a small supervisor at Baihui Group, that I can only say that I am slightly better off than an ordinary office worker. That is still quite good. At least your future is secure. Qin Shiming remarked with a smile. Kong Tingqiu merely offered a bitter smile and shook her head, choosing not to respond. Throughout the journey, the two engaged in casual conversation, and Qin Shiming shared a bit about his current situation. After approximately half an hour, the vehicle entered a villa district named Xinghue Lanting, stopping outside a villa located towards the back. Once the car was parked, Qin Shiming exited and said, "Shall I accompany you inside?" Kong Tingqiu hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right, but my mother is not very easy to deal with, so I won't keep you for tea. However, I can invite you out for coffee after dinner tonight." "That won't be necessary. I will leave once you enter the yard." Qin Shiming replied with a smile. As for having tea at the woman's house, it seemed they had not yet reached that stage. Quickly, they walked to the yard, and Kong Tingqiu took out her key to unlock the gate. At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged from the house. Upon seeing Kong Tingqiu, the woman let out a long sigh of relief. However, her gaze suddenly shifted to Qin Shiming, and she exclaimed in anger, "Tingqiu, you weren't with this man all night yesterday, were you?" "Mom, Kong Tingqiu's mother, Kong Jie, snorted coldly. "Young man, I warn you, do not harbor any intentions toward my Tingqiu. Just look at yourself. What gives you the right to pursue her? My Tingqiu is not someone you can covet. From now on, keep your distance from her, understood?" Kong Tingqiu expressed her displeasure, as Kong Jie had no positive feelings toward Qin Shiming. To her, Qin Shiming appeared to be an ordinary person based on his attire and demeanor. Such a person would never be allowed to get close to her daughter. "Mom, if you continue to speak like this, I will get angry. Kong Tingxiu frowned. Qin Shiming interjected. It's all right, Kong classmate. Since I've already brought you home, I'll take my leave now. Okay, please don't take my mother's words to heart, Kong Tingxiu hurriedly said. Haha, I won tea. Qin Shiming chuckled, turning to walk toward his car, leaving in his Range Rover. Range Rover? Kong Tingxiu sighed in exasperation at her mother's practicality. Now that you've seen him driving a Range Rover, you blame me for not inviting him in for tea? She explained. His name is Qin Shiming, and he works for a company called Inha Shiyuda for that car. I asked him, and he said it belongs to a friend. Oh, so it's his friend's? I thought he looked like someone who couldn't even afford a shabby car, let alone a Range Rover AS for that Inha Shiyu. I've never heard of it. It's likely just a small company. A person like that certainly doesn't qualify to drink tea with us. Kong gestated, patting her chest in relief. It was a good thing that the young man was not a golden son-in-law. Otherwise, they would have lost out by driving him away. Mom, I'm going inside now. Kong Tingxiu did not wish to continue the conversation and walked towards the house. Tingxiu, Danyang just called from the east. He wants to come to Shanghai City to see you and asked when you would be free. Kong Jie shouted loudly. Tingxiu, Danyang is the young master of the Ling family. He has cared for you for so many years. Can't you consider dating him? Mom, can you please stop mentioning Ling Danyang in front of me? I know exactly what kind of person he is. Moreover, I will take charge of my own happiness. You need not worry about it. Chapter 56. The jealous you see. Kong Tingxiu's mother is truly. After leaving Xinghui Lanting, Qin Shiming reflected on Kong Jie's earlier behavior with a bitter smile. However, he quickly shook his head, not letting it bother him at tea that moment. He was simply looking forward to having dinner with Kong Tingxiu that evening. He did not shy away from the emotions stirring within him. He had developed feelings for this old classmate. Or perhaps he had held a fondness for Kong Tingxiu since their school days, but had previously lacked the ability to articulate it and had not fully understood his own feelings. This time, Qin Shiming decided to be more proactive and straightforward. As he contemplated having dinner with Kong Tingxiu, the thought struck him. Should he buy a new outfit? He realized that his current attire was rather too casual. However, he had never shopped at a mall, so he was at a loss as to where to acquire new clothes. 3 years ago, whenever he purchased new clothes, it was usually through online shopping. Physical stores were simply too expensive. After some thought, he took out his phone and dialed UC's number. Hello, Mr. Qin. UC's voice soon came through the phone. SIC. I would like to ask you where I might find a nice set of men's clothing. Additionally, which brand do you think would suit me best? Qin Shiming asked somewhat sheepishly. It felt rather awkward to ask someone for help with clothing. UC expressed surprise. Mr. Qin wants to buy clothes? Are you going alone? Yes, just me. Perfect. I have some free time now. I'll accompany you to shop. Isn't it a bit of an overkill for just buying some clothes? It can't be helped. Men often struggle to find the right fit without someone to assist them. I have seen many people and have a decent sense of fashion. I can certainly help you find a couple of outfits that will suit you very well. Oh, is that so? Then please send me your location. I will drive over to pick you up. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiming made a decision. He would take UC along to shop, as he doubted he would find suitable clothes on his own. After hanging up, UC sent him her location. Half an hour later, Qin Shiming arrived outside the residential complex where UC lived and picked her up. It was evident that UC had taken great care in her appearance before stepping out. Today, she had deliberately styled her long hair into an updo, exposing her delicate and elongated neck, reminiscent of swan. She wore a simple yet alluring black dress that fell to mid-thigh, both elegant and sensual. Her lips, adorned with a light shade of lipstick, exuded a subtle charm, while a beautiful crystal necklace adorned her fair neck, perfectly resting at the alluring neckline, enticing one to explore further. Yes, soon as she settled into the car. UC's brows slightly furrowed. What is it? Qin Shiming asked as he started the engine. Mr. Qin, this car belongs to brother who doesn't tee it. He never drives any other woman in this car except for his wife. And I know the scent of his wife's perfume. It is not what I am smelling now. UC smiled knowingly. Are you perhaps using brother whose car to court another woman? How could you tell? Qin Shiming was taken aback. UC replied, of course, women are very sensitive to scents. Moreover, there aren't many who use this particular perfume. It is a brand called Tilia, which is a subtle yet rare fragrance that leaves one wanting more. If I'm not mistaken, the woman who sat in this car must have exquisite taste. Mr. Qin, you have quite an eye. Ahem, it's not as complicated as you think. She is a former high school and university classmate of mine. And she just rode in this car this morning, Qin Shiming casually explained, omitting any mention of the previous night's events. However, for reasons unknown, when mentioning Kong Tingxiu in front of Yusi, he felt a twinge of guilt. Mr. Qin, did you suddenly decide to buy new clothes today because of your old classmate? Yusi blinked and inquired. A hint of jealousy flickered across her face. Qin Shiming rubbed his nose and, without concealing anything, replied, Indeed, I helped her with a small favor. She wants to treat me to a meal, so I thought my usual attire was too casual and decided to buy a new outfit. Oh, Yusi broke into a smile, saying, All right then, I will definitely help you choose a set of clothes that suit you perfectly, so you can win her favor. From the perfume she just used, I can already vaguely deduce the type of woman she is. Let's go to the Wanxiang Mall. There's a newly opened clothing store that is quite trendy, and I am sure there will be something suitable for you. Seeing Yusi's sudden enthusiasm, Qin Shiming felt a twinge of regret for asking her to help him choose clothes. This woman seemed genuinely jealous, yet was forcibly suppressing her feelings without expressing them. 20 minutes later, Qin Shiming drove to the Wanxiang Mall as suggested by Yusi. The Wanxiang Mall was similar to Baihui City, both being chain malls. The mall had 6 floors, with the first and second floors offering somewhat upscale clothing along with CAFs and tea rooms. The third and fourth floors housed dining and cinemas, while the fifth and sixth floors featured high-end items from major brands. After a brief conversation, Yusi led Qin Shiming directly to the 5th floor of the mall. Mr. Qin, there's a new clothing store called Anima that just opened here. They sell both men's and women's clothing that if you were familiar with your female classmate's figure, you could buy 2 outfits for her. Yusi said with a light laugh. Let me share a little secret with you. For us women, as long as someone gifts us clothing and it looks good, we will certainly appreciate it. Ahem, I am not very familiar with her figure. Qin Shiming felt that Yusi's words had deeper meanings and cleared his throat. Yusi tilted her head and cast a doubtful glance at him. I am being serious. Qin Shiming's face darkened. What kind of expression was that? Hee, then you must know my figure quite well, right? Yusi said with a bright smile that if you don't buy clothes for your classmate, then you must buy 1 or 2 sets for me later. Fine, whatever you pick, I will buy for you later. Qin Shiming replied, feeling a sense of exasperation that if you wanted me to help you buy clothes, you could have just said so. That it's not like I'm unwilling to buy them for you. Besides, since you're right here, it seems irrelevant whether I know your figure or not. Hey, I knew that if you'd been with me, you would treat me better. Yusi giggled before pointing at a clothing store not far away that I've always wanted to buy a couple of pieces from this store. Will you accompany me inside? All right, let's go. Qin Shiming nodded, not thinking too much about it. However, when he looked in the direction Yusi pointed, he was instantly dumbfounded, nearly toppling over. It was unmistakably a women's lingerie store. Chapter 57. Passionate brother Qin Shiming regretted more than he could express. Had he known it would come to this, he would have never let Yusi accompany him to buy clothes. It was simply torture, accompanying a woman to shop for lingerie. This was something he would have never dared to imagine in the past. I was just joking with you. I have plenty of lingerie already, and I own several pieces from this store. Let us go ahead and pick out your clothes. Yusi suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled, then walked ahead. Qin Shiming took a deep breath, moving to catch up with Yusi as they approached the lingerie store. What are you doing? Didn't I say I wouldn't sell anything? Yusi exclaimed in surprise that I was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Humph, you shouldn't make jokes like that. Since you have made a request, I must fulfill it. However, if I buy you lingerie today, you must model it for me tonight. Qin Shiming huffed, striding into the lingerie store. Model it for you tonight? Yusi's cheeks instantly flushed. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have dug a hole for herself. Nevertheless, her eyes soon narrowed with a glimmer of anticipation and delight. 10 minutes later, Yusi had selected 3 pieces of lingerie, 2 of which were quite provocative and sensual. This was a deliberate choice on her part. Consequently, the glances from several female employees in the store toward Qin Shiming were rather peculiar. After purchasing the lingerie, Qin Shiming held a bag in one hand while grasping Yusi's hand with the other. This scene resembled a couple leisurely strolling through the mall. Mr. Qin. Just call me Shiming. Or you can call me Qin Gu, since I'm a bit older than you, Qin Shiming said. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, they were already quite close. Shiming? Qin Gu? Yusi murmured, then added, I don't find either of those names particularly appealing. Qin Shiming's face darkened. Then what would you like to call me? This girl couldn't possibly want to call him hubby, could she? That would be a bit excessive. How about I call you Qin Ge from now on? Yusi said with a bright smile. Qin Shiming rolled his eyes. What was the difference from calling him Qin Ge? Of course, there is a difference, because besides calling you Qin Ge, I can also call you passionate brother, she said earnestly. Qin Shiming stumbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground. This was even more outrageous than calling him hubby. Passionate brother. Right ahead is the Anima clothing store that I must tell you. This brand is particularly popular online. Although each piece is quite pricey, many still purchase them. The main reason is that currently, in Shanghai City, only 2 malls have introduced Anima. It is said that various malls are competing fiercely to have Anima set up shop. Yusi chuckled softly. Is Anima available in Baihui City? Qin Shiming asked curiously, as he suddenly recalled that Kong Tingxiu worked at Baihui Group, and she was even a supervisor of the marketing department. Securing tenants was part of her job. No. Oh, I see. Qin Shiming pondered. Perhaps he could find a way to assist Kong Tingxiu. It seemed she wasn't very well regarded at Baihui Group. If he could help her achieve this, it would certainly be beneficial for her. However, he was unsure who the owner of Anima was. Wow, it's not even a weekend, and it's still morning, yet there are so many people. At that moment, Yusi pulled Qin Shiming into the clothing store. Passionate brother, let us hurry and pick out clothes. Otherwise, it might get even busier by noon. Luckily, today, isn't the weekend, or it would be absolutely packed. All right, let us choose clothes first. By the way, feel free to pick out a few sets for yourself as well. Qin Shiming nodded. I want to wait until you've picked out yours before I take my time. I wouldn't want to choose alone. That would be quite dull. Besides, my mission today is to accompany you in shopping for clothes. So I must stay by your side the entire time? Yusi said. That works. I'll take a look first. Qin Shiming replied, beginning to browse. The Anima clothing store was vast, encompassing over 1,000 square meters and divided into 10 sections, each staffed by 2 sales associates. Passionate brother, what do you think of this t-shirt? I know you like wearing t-shirts, and this one seems quite suitable for you. Why don't you give it a try? Yusi suddenly pointed at a blue and white striped t-shirt. Qin Shiming glanced over and found it quite appealing. The fabric felt comfortable, the color was vibrant, and the style was both simple and fashionable. He liked it at first glance. He had to admit, despite her youth, Yusi possessed a keen insight into people and things. Having known him for only 2 days, she had already grasped his clothing style and preferences. This one is pretty good. Can you help me pick out some pants and shoes to go with it? I'll try them all on together, Qin Shiming said. I already have everything picked out for you. Yusi said with a smile, quickly presenting a pair of gray casual pants and a pair of brown sneakers. Wow, that was fast, Qin Shiming praised, taking the clothes from Yusi's hands. However, upon glancing at the price tags, he couldn't help but gasp. The clothing here was indeed extraordinarily expensive. For a t-shirt, a pair of pants, and a pair of shoes, the total price exceeded 10,000. This was quite shocking. I told you before. Didn't I? The clothing in this store is indeed pricey, but I still believe it's worth it. Nowadays, people in our country would rather buy Anima than foreign luxury brands, Yusi explained. Once Anima expands, it will certainly rival those luxury brands. All right, I'll go try it on. Qin Shiming decided not to dwell on the price and turned ahead toward the fitting rooms. Hey, if you don't plan to buy anything, then don't try it on so easily. That moment, a female sales associate, who had been observing them from a distance, suddenly approached with a rather unfriendly tone. As a sales associate, her duty was not only to encourage customers to purchase clothing, but also to deter certain fake customers from trying on garments. Recently, a few internet celebrities had been frequenting their store to try on clothes, only to later hide in fitting rooms to film various videos and post them online for attention. This incident had greatly displeased their boss, who, having built his business for the pharmaceutical industry, held exceedingly strict standards that he had issued directives for the sales associates to be more vigilant and to refrain from allowing just anyone to try on clothes. In her eyes, Yusi was likely to be one of those internet celebrities. And since she was with Qin Shiming, they must be in cahoots. Naturally, she felt compelled to intervene. Moreover, having worked in clothing sales for many years, she could instantly discern that the clothes and shoes Qin Shiming was wearing barely amounted to 200 or 300 yuan. Such a person, even if not a celebrity, could never afford the garments in their store, that if he couldn't even buy a t-shirt, how could he possibly afford an entire outfit? Chapter 58. The credit card slap in the face. What do you mean? Do you think we can't afford these clothes? You see, noticing the sales associate's demeanor, immediately understood her implication and felt a surge of indignation. How could such a narrow-minded sales associate exist in this day and age? Just as the sales associate was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out from nearby. You might be able to afford it, but can he? Both Qin Shiming and UC instinctively turned towards the direction of the voice, their brows furrowing in displeasure. The speaker was none other than Lu Ku, accompanied by Fang Yin, who was linked to his arm. Qin Shiming frowned. How was it possible to encounter these two everywhere? Qin Shiming. Anima clothing is the trendiest brand this year, that a single outfit costs at least over 10,000 yuan. How could you possibly afford the clothes here? Don't tell me you expect this lady to pay for you. Fang Yin emphasized the term lady with a slight bite, her gaze towards Qin Shiming dripping with disdain. You may be strong, Qin Shiming, but does that mean you can afford high-end brand clothing? Qin Shiming shot her a glance and replied, Do you think I wouldn't strike a woman, which is why you dare to act so brazenly before me? Lu Ku, you'd better keep your woman in check. Otherwise, while I may not hit her, I certainly will hit you. Qin Shiming, you are nothing but a violent barbarian, always resorting to threats of physical confrontation. Fang Yin glared at him. Am I wrong? You were confined by the Yu family for 3 years, and your family situation is utterly dire. Where would you possibly find the money for such high-end clothing? In the end, won't it just be this woman swiping her card for you? Nearby, the sales associate recognized the regulars, Fang Yin and Lu Ku, and immediately chimed in. Miss Fang, Mr. Lu, please don't worry that if this country bumpkin dares to cause trouble in our store, I will immediately call security and ensure he faces the consequences. The commotion attracted the attention of several onlookers. Fang Yin, now emboldened, taunted Qin Shiming. Did you hear that? If you dare to make a scene here, it will undoubtedly be recorded and uploaded online, leaving you with no face to show in public. If you can't afford the clothes, just leave. Don't let a woman pay for you. That would only invite contempt from everyone. The young men watching the spectacle cast envious glances at Qin Shiming, realizing he had not only attracted a stunning beauty, but also managed to have her buy him anima clothing. What kind of luck was this? Miss Fang, you are, after all, a woman of privilege. How can you be so small-minded? Mr. Qin has not sought trouble with you, yet you deliberately make things difficult for him every time you meet. Don't you think such behavior is rather distasteful? UC interjected, unable to contain herself. Moreover, as Mr. Qin's former fiancé, your understanding of him seems less profound than that of someone like me, who has only known him for 2 days. A mere few pieces of anima clothing would hardly necessitate that someone else foot the bill for him. Oh, and if Mr. Qin were to allow me to pay for clothes for him, I would certainly purchase more than just from anima. He can afford anima clothing. Are you joking? Fang Yin retorted, clearly irritated by UC's comments. Mr.Qin. Why waste your breath on a clown? There's no need to engage with her. The more you do, the more she revels in it. Qin Shiming interrupted UC, then, without sparing a glance at Fang Yin or Lu Ku, he took UC and walked away. 2 minutes later, Qin Shiming returned with a pile of men's and women's clothing, along with several pairs of shoes that he approached the counter and casually pulled out a credit card. Hello, please charge this. What? Is he really buying so many clothes and shoes at once? This must be at least 300,000 or 400,000. Does he really have that much in his account? I doubt he even has 30,000. Maybe he has only 3,000 to 4,000. Let us hope he doesn't fail to swipe the card. That would be quite embarrassing, as Qin Shiming prepared to swipe the card. The atmosphere in the store became charged with excitement, especially for the sales associate, who was now extremely anxious. Please don't let it go through. If it does, she would be devastated, as this sale was not under her responsibility, and she would earn no commission from it. That if she could earn a commission, a 40,000 purchase would net her 2,000. Lu Ku, do you think Qin Shiming might actually have that much money? Fang Yin asked, glancing at Lu Ku. Haven't you been investigating him for the past 2 days? What have you found? Did he really spend 3 years under the Yu family's confinement? If he was confined, he certainly wouldn't have that much money, right? Fang Yin felt a twinge of anxiety. Having dated Qin Shiming, she understood his character well, He never undertook ventures without assurance. Now that he had produced a credit card, it indicated that he might indeed possess over 400,000 yuan. That I've been investigating for 2 days, but I haven't found much. I'm still uncertain whether he was indeed detained by the Yu family, or if he truly did serve 3 years in the military as he claims. Lu Ku replied awkwardly. He had indeed made efforts to uncover Qin Shiming's past, yet had turned up nothing concrete. The Yu family was one of the 4 prominent families in Jinling City, and even minor matters related to them were not easily unraveled. You couldn't even uncover this. Fang Yin expressed her dissatisfaction. Lu Ku gave a wry smile. That's the Yu family for you. You know it's not easy to investigate anything related to them. Fang Yin fell silent momentarily. Sir, your card has been successfully charged, totaling 458,600 yuan. Here is your receipt. Please keep it safe while I prepare the invoice for you. That moment, the young cashier respectfully handed back the credit card and receipt to Qin Shiming. Upon hearing this, many patrons were left utterly speechless, particularly Fang Yin and Lu Ku, whose expressions turned ashen. They had previously insisted that Qin Shiming couldn't even muster 1,000 yuan for clothing, yet here he was, making a single purchase of over 400,000. The slap in the face was so resounding that they wished they could find a hole to hide in. Chapter 59. Our store does not welcome you, sir. I apologize for my earlier behavior. I was not sufficiently warm and said a few inappropriate things that I hope you can forgive me this once, the sales associate said, approaching Qin Shiming with a pitiable demeanor, her tone eliciting sympathy. Qin Shiming frowned slightly. Wasn't this woman just arrogant and dismissive of a moment ago? Now she was apologizing simply because he had made a purchase. A shallow apology would not suffice. Did she truly think he would forgive her? Was her intention to have him place the order under her name so she could earn a hefty commission? She had certainly miscalculated when she perceived him as lacking funds. She had denied him even a fitting. Now that he had successfully swiped his card, she scurried over to apologize. Did she think he was naive? The sales associate was at a loss for words and looked at Qin Shiming. Surely, this gentleman wouldn't be so petty as to hold a grudge against a woman like me, would he? Qin Shiming smiled faintly. You're right. I'm not so petty, nor do I intend to hold a grudge against a woman. Therefore, I accept your apology, Mr. Qin. You see, interjected, feeling discontent. The sales associate, meanwhile, was overjoyed. Thank you so much. So, regarding this order. This order has nothing to do with you. Qin Shiming replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, the sales associate's face fell, looking more miserable than if she had just eaten something distasteful. Why had she apologized to Qin Shiming in the first place? Wasn't he at all to secure that order? However, now that Qin Shiming has accepted her apology, yet refuses to attribute the order to her name, it is nothing short of a deliberate affront to her dignity. Sir, are you not being a trifle petty? The female sales associate remarked with palpable dissatisfaction. Taking a deep breath, she continued, If you choose not to grant it, then so be it. I shall forego this order. Yet today I have witnessed that some affluent individuals possess a remarkably narrow-minded disposition. Indeed, I am small-minded, while you are grand. Is that agreeable? Qin Shiming retorted, shaking his head, unwilling to engage in further argument with the sales associate, though the quality of service at Anima had certainly opened my eyes. This was my inaugural purchase from Anima, and assuredly, it will be my last. Do you contend that my character is lacking? On what grounds do you make such an assertion? Our store manager has never criticized me. Who do you think you are? The sales associate's irritation was evident. Nearby, the store manager observed the scene with a slight frown. She had long harbored some discontent towards the sales associate. However, her ability to attract customers had significantly bolstered their monthly revenue compared to her peers, prompting the manager to turn a blind eye. So this is the attitude of Anima's employees towards customers. I have certainly gained insight. Well, I've already made my purchase. I assure you, I shan't return to your establishment, Qin Shiming declared, casting a glance at the store manager before turning to leave. Not returning? I suspect it is more likely that you will find yourself without the means to do so. Fang Yin sneered. Qin Shiming, you just charged over 400,000 on your card. Could it be that this Miss you see is the one financially supporting you? Tis K. Her generosity is indeed extravagant. And to think that working at the Wei Long Entertainment Club earns such substantial sums? The club? Surely she is merely a courtesan there. How foolish of me to have regarded her as a goddess just moments ago. Working in such a place must be quite lucrative, particularly for someone of her beauty. Earning nearly 100,000 a month would be hardly a challenge, would it? Upon hearing Fong Yan's remark about Yuxi's employment at the club, the surrounding onlookers began to regard her with disdainful glances, unable to conceal their contempt. The sales associate was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "So she is merely a courtesan at the club. How dare she put on airs before me? You, slap." Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp sound echoed through the air, interrupting her words, as her body spun around twice on the spot. She clutched her face, momentarily stunned. "Hey, why did you hit me? That is utterly uncouth. Indeed, how lacking in decorum. No wonder you associate with a courtesan. If I am not mistaken, you must be some sort of thug in society." The onlookers began to murmur in disapproval of Qin Shiming's actions. "You dare strike me? I will not let this rest." The sales associate, having regained her composure, lunged at Qin Shiming with claws bared. Smack! Qin Shiming met her advance with another swift slap, sending her tumbling to the ground, unable to rise. "Brute! Qin Shiming, you are nothing short of a savage," Fong Yan remarked coldly, though a glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in her eyes. With so many people condemning Qin Shiming for his actions and having physically assaulted the sales associate, it would not be long before security arrived, surely leading to an embarrassing scene for him. Finally, the grievances she had endured at his hands over the past few days would have an outlet. "I am not a brute. However, Fong Yan, should you continue to speak recklessly, I will ensure Lu Ku is left incapacitated, forced to marry you in a wheelchair 3 days hence. Do you believe that?" Qin Shiming's eyes narrowed as he spoke with an indifferent tone, yet his words chilled Fong Yan to silence. Lu Ku's expression darkened considerably. "Why must I bear the brunt of Fong Yan's misdeeds?" he thought, frustration boiling within him. "How dare you strike me? I will call the police and have you taken away." At that moment, the sales associate regained her senses and shouted loudly, pulling out her phone to dial. "Xiao Fun, do not call the police. Just summon security." The store manager intervened, unable to remain passive any longer. If the police are involved, it could attract reporters. Some unscrupulous media outlets will write anything for clicks. And Anima has countless competitors in the fashion industry that if word of this incident spreads, the resulting negative publicity could be catastrophic for us. The store manager was acutely aware that should the police become involved, Qin Shiming would undoubtedly be apprehended for his violent actions. The crowd expressed regret, feeling that Qin Shiming was getting off too lightly. Fong Yan's smugness only intensified. "Qin Shiming, today will be a day of great humiliation for you, spending hundreds of thousands on clothing only to be expelled by the store manager. Let Mr. Qin leave? What authority do you possess, Manager Zhou?" At that moment, an irate voice rang out from a distance, followed by the hurried approach of a middle-aged couple. The speaker was none other than the man himself. "Director Zhou, Director Huang?" The store manager's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the newcomers. Qin Shiming, too, was taken aback, for the Director Zhou being referred to was none other than Zhou Yuan, the individual he had dined with a few days prior and had even treated medically. "Director Zhou, Director Huang, what brings you to our store?" The store manager approached them anxiously, her demeanor noticeably nervous. Meanwhile, Qin Shiming was bewildered. Was Zhou Yuan not a pharmaceutical seller? What was he doing in a clothing store? "Director Zhou, it is not as you perceive that I had to dismiss him because he assaulted our sales associate," the store manager hastily explained. "Director Zhou, you can see my face. He just struck me." Wang Xiao Fan interjected, hastily pointing to her swollen face. "Ain't he this?" Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. Sensing an opportunity, the store manager eagerly continued. "Director Zhou, this man is utterly arrogant and presumptuous. He flaunts his wealth by purchasing clothing in our store and then maliciously assaults our sales associate. Now that you are here, it would be wonderful for you to support Xiao Fun, as she is an exemplary sales associate. We cannot allow her to feel disheartened." Wang Xiao Fan looked at the store manager with gratitude. Recognizing the opportunity for recompense, they seldom encountered the director and typically only glimpsed Director Huang, who managed store affairs. Arrogant and presumptuous. However, Zhou Yuan shook his head in disappointment. addressing the store manager. Xiao Zhou, I once held you in high regard. But it seems I misjudged you. You have truly disappointed me. The store manager felt a jolt of alarm. She could not fathom why Zhong Yuan would say such a thing, yet she could feel his discontent. Director Zhong, I do not comprehend your meaning. Zhong Yuan replied coolly, do you not understand? Allow me to clarify. Firstly, I am well aware of Mr. Qin's character. He is neither arrogant nor presumptuous. Secondly, your claim that he possesses only a bit of wealth is fundamentally misguided. If Mr. Qin chooses to pursue success, earning tens of millions or even billions a year would be a trivial matter for him. Lastly, your assertion that he maliciously assaulted someone is beyond belief. If he acted against our sales associate, it is evident that she must have provoked him. The impact of Zhong Yuan's words was akin to a weighty bomb being dropped into a tranquil lake, causing an uproar within the crowd. Everyone stared at Qin Shiming in disbelief, particularly Fang Yin and Lu Ku, who were utterly shocked. Zhong Yuan was the owner of Kong Pharmaceutical, worth over 100 million, an elite figure in Jianghai City. This magnate was addressing Qin Shiming as Mr. Qin. Moreover, what had they just heard? Director Zhong claimed that Qin Shiming could effortlessly earn tens of millions or even billions a year. Surely he had mistaken his identity. Hello, Director Zhong. I am Fang Yin of the Fang family. Fang Yin could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, saying, I would like to inquire how it is possible for Qin Shiming, who possesses no remarkable talents apart from a modicum of martial arts, to earn several tens of millions or even billions in a year. You must be mistaken about him. Are you indeed? Fang Yin? Zhong Yuan turned to her and suddenly broke into a smile. Miss Fang, I am aware of certain matters between you and Mr. Qin, though I do not wish to elaborate. However, I must inform you that your understanding of Mr. Qin, as his former fiancé, is eclipsed by my own as an outsider. Fang Yin was momentarily taken aback. Yet Zhong Yuan did not direct his gaze back at her. Instead, he addressed Wang Xiufan and Manager Zhou, stating, I am unaware of what transpired here just now, and I am disinclined to inquire further. I simply wish to convey one thing. Mr. Qin is the best friend of Zhong Yuan, and thus you two may proceed to the finance department to settle your wages. You need not return to work here any longer. Chairman Zhong, please, I was wrong. I should not have distorted the truth. Please forgive me this once. Manager Zhou and Wang Xiufan's faces turned pale, and they pleaded urgently. The Anima clothing store was currently thriving, and countless individuals in the fashion industry aspired to work there. They had earned an indeterminate sum over the past year, and losing this job would leave them filled with regret. Forgive you. Let me tell you, you have offended Mr. Qin, and my merely dismissing you is already a significant act of mercy. Zhong Yuan retorted with a cold snort. Zhou and Wang's faces drained of color, regret coursing through them. Their gazes towards Qin Shiming were filled with resentment, considering your stature, and the fact that even Chairman Zhong holds you in such high regard, claiming you can easily earn tens of millions or even billions a year. Could you not at least dress a bit better? This is simply an invitation to be underestimated. Zhong Yuan then turned to a deputy manager, saying, Shaoli, from now on, you will be the manager of this store. You will arrange for the deputy manager. Additionally, all expenses incurred by Mr. Qin for his clothing should be refunded in full. Chairman Zhong, please don't refund the money. It's unnecessary. Qin Shiming interjected with a smile. That is out of the question. The money must be refunded. Zhong Yuan insisted vehemently, then turned to Shaoli, adding, moreover, should Mr. Qin visit our store in the future, he may select any clothing he desires without being charged a single penny. Chairman Zhong, Shaoli's eyes widened in disbelief. The surrounding customers were equally astonished. The clothing in Anima was not inexpensive. Even a single outfit could cost upwards of 10,000, with higher-end pieces exceeding 100,000. Was Zhong Yuan being excessively generous, or did that man named Qin truly possess some extraordinary status or abilities to warrant such treatment? Even Yuxi's eyes reflected surprise as she regarded Qin Shiming. Surely, even Hugo would not receive such preferential treatment from Zhong Yuan. This was not merely a question of money, but rather one of respect. Zhong Yuan's actions were evidently an attempt to curry favor with Qin Shiming. Fang Yin and Lu Ku stood in stunned silence, particularly Fang Yin, who had anticipated Qin Shiming's embarrassment. Yet to her astonishment, he had not only avoided disgrace, but had also garnered the attention of the owner of Anima. who was eager to offer him clothing at will. This level of treatment was truly unparalleled in Jianghai City. Chairman Zhong, why are you doing this? Does Qin Shiming truly possess the qualifications to warrant such camaraderie from you? Fang Yin asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Unable to restrain herself, she publicly voiced her skepticism. Zhong Yuan frowned at her words, initially intending to assert that it was not Fang Yan's place to dictate his actions. However, considering her status as the second daughter of the Fang family, he ultimately moderated his tone that Mr. Qin possesses extraordinary medical skills, having cured ailments that even seasoned traditional Chinese doctors struggled with, let alone mere clothing. If he desired, I would happily bestow this store upon him. Gasp. Extraordinary medical skills. Chairman Zhong would even go so far as to give away this store. The crowd erupted in astonishment at Zhong Yuan's declaration. Mr. Qin possesses miraculous medical skills. Fang Yin gazed at Qin, Shiming in disbelief, confusion clouding her eyes. Was Zhong Yuan jesting? 3 years ago, Qin Shiming had been oblivious to many medical fundamentals. How could he have transformed so drastically in such a short span? She instinctively wished to refute this claim, but reason told her that Zhong Yuan was not one to fabricate lies. Furthermore, 3 years prior, Qin Shiming had also been ignorant of martial arts. What had transpired in those 3 years? Chairman Zhong, you are far too gracious. Qin Shiming, feeling the weight of the collective gaze upon him, spoke up. You are here for work, so I shall not impede you any longer. I must take my leave. Wait, Mr. Qin, I am not here for work today. I am accompanying my wife to try on clothes. Zhong Yuan chuckled. He then leaned closer to Qin Shiming and whispered, You have no idea, after following your prescription. My health has improved dramatically. These past few days, I have been able to cater to my wife's needs splendidly, which is why she is in the mood to shop today. Beside him, his wife, Huang Dong, regarded Qin Shiming with evident admiration. Qin Shiming opened his mouth, realizing that he now understood why Zhong Yuan was so eager to befriend him at it was due to the resolution of a matter of a more personal nature. Mr. Qin, you have bestowed upon me a life-altering favor. Therefore, should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Otherwise, I may become displeased, Zhong Yuan stated earnestly. Very well that I shall not hold back, Qin Shiming replied with hearty laughter. Of course, he did not believe that Zhong Yuan was merely being courteous. He recognized that he was not the kind of person who would seek to repay favors indiscriminately, should he require Zhong Yuan's assistance. He would ask for it, but he would not approach him for every trivial matter. For instance, he genuinely desired Zhong Yuan to expel Fang Yin and Lu Ku, and he knew Zhong Yuan could certainly facilitate that. However, Qin Shiming would not pursue such an action, as it would bring no benefit to Zhong Yuan and, instead, could alienate the powerful Fang and Lu families. Nevertheless, Fang Yin and Lu Ku continued to watch the close rapport between Qin Shiming and Zhong Yuan, their expressions darkening further. Mr. Qin, when you have a moment, let us arrange a dinner together. My wife and I would like to treat you, Zhong Yuan proposed once more. After contemplating, Qin Shiming replied, How about tomorrow? I have matters to attend to today, but tomorrow evening we can dine together. Agreed. Tomorrow it is, Zhong Yuan affirmed, then added, Mr. Qin, I have some friends who are prominent business figures in Jianghai City and are quite close to me. They also have various health issues. Would it be permissible for me to bring them along for dinner tomorrow? Qin Shiming pondered briefly and said, No problem. Bring your friends along. Just let me know once you have secured a reservation. Zhong Yuan was instantly elated. Fang Yin and Lu Ku, however, had lost all desire to continue shopping and left Anima at once. Lu Ku, I cannot swallow this, at the entrance of the mall, inside a Qian. Fang Yin expressed her frustration. How could Qin Shiming, who was imprisoned by the Yu family for 3 years, not only avoid disgrace, but also emerge as an ancient martial artist, seemingly possessing significant medical skills? If I'm not mistaken, he may have stumbled upon a stroke of luck and encountered a benefactor while with the Yu family, which is how he acquired such abilities, Lu Ku suggested. Taking a deep breath, not feel too disheartened. While Qin Shiming may have acquired some skills, it does not alter the fact that he remains a destitute nobody. That sum of over 400,000 he just displayed was most likely given to him by UC. Otherwise, how could he possibly afford such an amount? Indeed, you are correct, Based solely on his own abilities, it would take him at least a decade to earn 400,000, with Lu Ke's reassurance. Fang Yan's spirits lifted considerably. By the way, do you think he will gain recognition from those business magnates tomorrow when he treats them? A dog. Your choice of words is rather harsh, but it holds a grain of truth. No matter how capable Qin Shiming may be, he will ultimately just serve as a dog for others. Fang Yan burst into laughter, her previous gloom dissipating entirely. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she said, "Lu Ke, I want you to do something for me." Lu Ke inquired, "What is it?" Fang Yan replied, "Tomorrow evening, I want you to find out who Qin Shiming is dining with, then send invitations to all of them, inviting them to our wedding next Monday. When the time comes, I want him to see that the influential businessmen he is so eager to befriend are merely ordinary guests at my wedding. And in my eyes, he is nothing more than a trivial matter. Absolutely. It is a simple task." Lu Ke patted his chest in agreement. "Qin Gij, now that I have bought the clothes, are you planning to leave?" After getting into the car, Yusi eagerly looked at Qin Shiming and asked, "Hee, that's perfect. Once we arrive at my place, I will try on the clothes I bought today for you to see." Yusi said with a bright smile, "There's no need for that, right? I think the clothes you bought are quite lovely, and you will surely look beautiful in them." Qin Shiming replied, "That it is precisely because I find them beautiful that I wish to show them to you first." Yusi said earnestly. With such fervor from a woman, Qin Shiming found it difficult to refuse. "All right then, I shall visit your home for a bit," Qin Shiming said with a smile. Yusi then beamed. "Yes, I bought quite a bit of food last night and placed it in the fridge along with a bottle of fine wine. After I try on the clothes, I'll prepare lunch, and you can eat before you leave." Qin Shiming glanced at the time. It was already past by the time Yusi finished. It would be close to noon, just in time for lunch. "Sounds good," Qin Shiming nodded. Yusi's smile deepened. After more than half an hour, Qin Shiming arrived at Yusi's home. "Qin Gij, please make yourself comfortable and pour yourself a glass of water. Just treat this place as your own home. Feel free. I'll go change into the clothes and show you," Yusi said as she carried the bags filled with clothes into the bedroom. After pouring himself a glass of water, Qin Shiming settled onto the sofa, surveying Yusi's apartment. Yusi lived in a single-bedroom apartment, which, while not particularly large, spanned over 70 square meters. It featured a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and a small terrace of nearly 10 square meters, all adorned with warm yet stylish decor, creating a very inviting atmosphere. 5 minutes later, the bedroom door swung open. Yusi emerged, Qin Shiming, who was sipping water, spat it out. For at that moment, Yusi was clad in nothing but a lingerie top. Chapter 62. Do women enjoy tormenting men? So? Qin Gij, this lingerie was purchased with your help. Do you think I look good in it? Yusi said with a smile. Approaching him. She drew nearer. The unique fragrance of her body wafted into Qin Shiming's nostrils. Sic. Perhaps you should refrain from wearing that for me. Standing before me like this is tempting me to commit a crime. Qin Shiming stammered, fearing he would be unable to resist the urge. However, Yusi did not back away. Instead, she boldly sat on his lap, her fragrant lips brushing against Qin Shiming's ear, her voice soft yet alluring. "Can't you see that I am intentionally tempting you into sin? Qin Gij, what are you waiting for?" "Damn." Qin Shiming cursed under his breath. He set down his glass and lifted her in his arms, carrying her into the master bedroom. After a full hour, the two finally paused. Qin Shiming, wearing only a pair of shorts, opened the window and lit a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he felt a sense of frustration within. Was his self-control truly that weak? If his master and senior sister were to learn of this, they might genuinely look down on him. Especially his senior sister, of course. His relationship with his senior sister, Yu Shuang, was primarily familial. They got along quite well, but their close bond made certain topics difficult to broach. Moving forward, he would need to exercise more restraint. Qin Shiming mused. "Qin Gij, take a break while I prepare a meal for you. The fridge is stocked with plenty of meat. I'll make sure you get a good meal," Yusi said, watching the man's retreating figure as she got up to dress. You can cook too? I must have a taste of your culinary skills today." Yusi giggled, but then added, "It's too time-consuming for you to cook alone. Let me help you." As she spoke, Yusi casually slipped into a camisole nightgown, with nothing beneath, and headed towards the kitchen. Watching the captivating figure of the woman, Qin Shiming felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How was he supposed to cook? This was reminiscent of his senior sister. Do women enjoy tormenting men so? Qin Shiming assessed his own body to it seemed he still had some strength left. Soon, the two were busy in the kitchen. The meal took a full 2 hours to finish. After lunch, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Qin Shiming lay on the sofa, feeling rather lethargic. Meanwhile, Yu lay atop his chest, gently tracing circles on him. Qin Gij, do you have time to keep me company this afternoon? Yu asked softly. Qin Shiming opened his mouth. After all this, aren't you still hungry? Yu's cheeks flushed as she replied. What are you thinking? I meant, aren't you going to teach me martial arts? I have nothing else to do this afternoon. If you're free, it will be perfect for you to teach me. Ah, I see. Qin Shiming felt a bit awkward. All right, let's head out and find an open space. Okay, I'll go change. Yu immediately dashed in her room. In just 10 minutes, she emerged dressed in sports attire, and they both left the underground garage. Hey, when did a Jinbei car park here? Yu remarked, looking curiously at the vehicle next to theirs. Meanwhile, Qin Shiming's pupils constricted slightly at the sight of the Jinbei car. Sure enough, as they approached, the door of the Jinbei car swung open, and 2 men stepped out. Qin Shiming, right? Come with us for a bit, one of the young men said with a cold smirk. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Yu, revealing a hint of uncontainable astonishment and desire. Such beauty was indeed a rare sight. Who are you? Why should Mr. Qin go with you? Yu challenged before Qin Shiming could respond. Who we are is of little importance. What matters is that he must come with us. The young man Han Yu licked his lips, fixating on Yu. Including you. You must come with us. You think we will just go with you because you say so? Yu scoffed. Or else? Han Yu suddenly revealed his right hand, which had been concealed beneath his coat, brandishing a gun. Yu's expression changed. A gun. In the land of Yan and Huang, firearms were strictly regulated, despite the government encouraging the development of ancient martial arts. The ability of the opponents to produce a gun indicated they were not to be trifled with. Sic. Just do as they say. Qin Shiming urged. All right. Yu nodded, placing her trust in Qin Shiming. Soon, another middle-aged man turned to open the rear door of the Jinbei car. Qin Shiming and Yu climbed in. The Jinbei had 3 rows of seats, offering plenty of space, other than the front row. The second and third rows comfortably accommodated 4 people. At that moment, Qin Shiming and Yu were seated in the back row, with Han Yu and another middle-aged man sitting on either side of them. Drive, as soon as they settled in, a middle-aged man in the front passenger seat spoke coolly. The voice sounded familiar, and Qin Shiming quickly recognized the identity of the speaker. Han Guangxin. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It seems you from the Qinglin group have finally decided to make a move? Qin Shiming said with a smile. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Don't you realize you're now like fish on a chopping board? With your life and death entirely in my hands? Just a word from me, and your brains will be blown out. Han Guangxin said coldly, glancing at Qin Shiming through the rearview mirror. Yet, Qin Shiming merely grinned. Then go ahead and shoot. Let's see if your bullet is faster or my hand. Han Guangxin scoffed. Your hand is fast. Do you think you're a master in the world of ancient martial arts? Neither Ming Jin nor Jin practitioners could withstand bullets. However, a master could release their energy outward, and if their reflexes were quick enough, they could deflect bullets using their powerful energy. Bullets? If I can't even block bullets, how could I dominate the battlefield? Just then, a sharp slap echoed through the car, followed by Yu's furious reprimand. Pervert, keep your hands away from me. Chapter 63. Ruthless stupid bitch, you're already my captive. Why put on an act? If I'm not mistaken, you've already been with that man, right? What is the harm in letting me touch you a bit? It won't cost you an ounce of flesh. Han Yu's hand was stung by Yu's sharp slap, causing a burning sensation. In his rage, he could not help but curse, threatening, I'll tell you. You better make sure I'm satisfied, or else I might spare your life. Slap. Before Han Yu could finish, a crisp slap resounded, and half of his face instantly swelled. The perpetrator was none other than Qin Shiming. Stop it. Do you want to die? Your life is now in our control. Do you dare to act recklessly? He warned fiercely. The middle-aged man beside Qin Shiming immediately raised his gun, pointing it at his forehead as he spoke. I advise you to put your gun down. Qin Shiming glanced at the man with indifference and replied, over the past 3 years, Countless individuals have aimed guns at me, and they ultimately met the same fate, a rendezvous with the King of Hell. Do you wish to meet him as well? For reasons unknown, despite the gun in the middle-aged man's hand, he felt an unsettling tremor as Qin Shiming's gaze bore into him, a creeping fear taking root in his heart. How dare you harm me? I could kill you right now. At that moment, Han Yu, recovering from his shock, roared and drew his pistol, pressing it against Qin Shiming's temple. With a crack, the sound of bone fracturing coincided almost perfectly with Han Guangxin's sharp exclamation. Following that was Han Yu's agonizing wail, as his right hand, clutching the gun, twisted grotesquely. The middle-aged man bystander gasped in shock, his fear intensifying. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, pulling out a gun from somewhere and aiming it at Qin Shiming. Do you truly wish to die now? How dare you inflict such harm on my nephew? Do you think I won't kill you? Han Guangxin glared at Qin Shiming. Oh, you dare to kill me? Qin Shiming scoffed. If I'm not mistaken, your master wants to personally eliminate me. Does he not? If you were to kill me now, how would you explain it to him? Han Guangxin was rendered speechless. As Qin Shiming had rightly pointed out, Bai Cheng had already arranged everything, awaiting his arrival with Qin Shiming. Today, Bai Cheng had grand plans, and killing Qin Shiming was merely a side note. However, this deed needed to commence with Qin Shiming. Therefore, if he were to kill Qin Shiming now, it would be tantamount to sabotaging Bai Cheng's plans, a responsibility he could not bear. Have your men drive properly and avoid causing trouble. Otherwise, I will kill you and seek out Bai Cheng myself. Qin Shiming said coldly. Oh, by the way, this row is a bit cramped. Let your nephew get out. Qin Shiming, do not be so arrogant. Han Yu's pale face twisted with malice. Xiao Yu, why don't you go to the hospital first? Han Guangxin inquired. Uncle, I will not go to the hospital now. I want to accompany you to meet Mr. Baidat. I want to witness him kill this bastard, Han Yu declared. Very well, then sit in the second row. Han Guangxin commanded. Han Yu cast a resentful glance at Qin Shiming before attempting to shift to the second row. However, just as he stood up, a powerful hand seized his neck. With a thud, that hand slammed him against the car window, shattering the glass instantly. Blood spurted forth, and Han Yu was unceremoniously thrown out of the window. After hitting the ground, he convulsed twice before falling silent. Unconscious. With a click, the driver in the front seat hastily chambered around, aiming at Qin Shiming. At Han Guangxin's command, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Yet, as he looked at Qin Shiming, his expression was one of shock, and his scalp tingled. Having mingled in the underworld with Bai Cheng for years, he had never encountered someone as ruthless as Qin Shiming. Qin Shiming, do you truly seek death? Han Guangxin bellowed. That was his own nephew, brutally discarded by Qin Shiming through the car window. He would likely require months of recovery in the hospital. If he suffered a concussion, the situation would be even dire. Qin Shiming merely chuckled. You need not threaten me, for deep down, you know you will not pull the trigger. So, do not waste time. You can send someone to take your nephew to the hospital and quickly head to the place your master has arranged. I'm curious to see if your master is adequately prepared to eliminate me. If he is not, the one who meets his end today may be a surprise. Han Guangxin stared at Qin Shiming for a full 10 seconds before finally taking a deep breath, suppressing his inner fury, and said, Zhou Yu, take Xiao Yu to the hospital. Yes, a middle-aged man in the second row quickly exited the vehicle. The car resumed its journey, continuing forward. Meanwhile, Yusi was observing Qin Shiming, her beautiful eyes gleaming with intrigue. What's the matter? Were you frightened just now? Qin Shiming turned to Yusi, smiling as he asked. Yusi shook her head. Not at all. I was merely touched, and why dear brother is so ruthless towards others for my sake. Qin Shiming grinned. Is that considered ruthless? If not for your presence, I wouldn't have refrained from being even more merciless. He might have already been on his way. Yes, on the road to report to the King of Hell. Yusi was momentarily taken aback, but instead of fear, an overwhelming sense of warmth filled her heart. Meanwhile, Han Guangxin and his group grew increasingly grim upon hearing this exchange. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at a farmhouse in the western suburbs of Jianghai City, named Dingshan Farm, adjacent to Dingshan Lake. At this moment, outside Dingshan Farm, 10 cars were parked, some of which were luxury vehicles worth millions. Get out! The car came to a halt, and Han Guangxin was the first to exit, coldly addressing Qin Shiming. Beside him, the driver held a gun, aiming it at Qin Shiming. Qin Shiming paid them no mind and disembarked alongside Yusi. Wonderful, Yusi responded with a smile, taking in the beauty of the estate. The farm was adorned with a variety of exquisite flowers and meticulously trimmed trees. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a Maserati Levant, and she exclaimed, "Brother, that Levant seems to belong to Tiger. Lehu, he's here at the farmhouse too." Qin Shiming followed Yusi's gaze and couldn't help but chuckle. "What kind of game is Bai Cheng playing?" Yusi asked. "Should I call Tiger and ask?" "Forget it. This is likely orchestrated by Bai Cheng. There's no need to inquire further. We will find out soon enough." Qin Shiming shook his head and then turned to Han Guangxin. "Where is Bai Cheng? Take me to him directly. Do not waste time, ha. Since you are so eager to seek death, I shall take you there." Han Guangxin sneered, leading the way to a tea that moment, about 300 meters away on a large lawn by the lake. 4 tables were set up, each occupied by individuals. Should the upper echelons of Jianghai City see this gathering, they would be utterly astonished, for those seated at the 4 tables were the true overlords of Jianghai City's underworld. Among the 4 major forces in Jianghai City, apart from the Dark Blood Society, the leaders of the other 3 forces were all present. Additionally, there was Bai Cheng, the chairman of the Qinglin group. The 4 leaders sat at their respective tables. Tiger, that Bai Cheng is no simple character. His aura is so dense it must have reached the level of dark energy. The strongest warrior under Lei Hu. Huang Jie spoke with a grave tone. The man beside Bai Cheng, who has been meditating with his eyes closed, likely possesses strength equal to Bai Cheng's. He is probably another dark energy master. Indeed, I had underestimated Bai Cheng. I never anticipated he himself is a master of dark energy and has another powerful ally beside him. It is no wonder he has managed to expand his influence so significantly in just over a year. Lei Hu marveled. Fortunately, I have allied myself with Mr. Qin. Otherwise, if Bai Cheng sought to trouble me, I would be at a loss as to how to respond. Tiger, do you think Bai Cheng summoned you here today, along with ECI from the Chan Shi group and Guan Yu from the Zhongyu group? For what purpose? Huang Jie inquired curiously. Lei Hu shrugged. Who knows? Bai Cheng's actions are quite sudden. I'm a bit bewildered myself. Huang Jie suggested, shouldn't we inform Mr. Qin? Lei Hu chuckled wryly. Do you think I do not wish to inform Mr. Qin? However, I received news this morning that Mr. Qin went to pick up Yusi early today and has been with her ever since. Would it be appropriate for me to interrupt his good fortune? You should be well aware that when a man is engaged in such activities, being interrupted can lead to displeasure, even if I were his brother. He would not take it lightly, cough. Indeed, that analogy, while a bit crude, is quite accurate, Huang Jie replied with a wry smile. However, Lei Hu was growing impatient, despite the spread of food and drink before them. He had no appetite. He stood up and looked toward Bai Cheng in the distance, calling out loudly, Bai Cheng, what is the purpose of summoning us all to this place? If you have something to say, just say it directly. There is no need for such elaborate theatrics. Bai Cheng, who had been engrossed in his phone, put it down, lifted his head to glance at Lei Hu, and casually smiled. Tiger, do not be so impatient. Sit down and enjoy some refreshments. Everything has been meticulously prepared for you. Things you cannot even find outside. Lei Hu retorted, I have no time for your nonsense. I'm extremely busy, and you've wasted an hour of my time. Which translates to at least 10 million lost for me. So, either get straight to the point, or I will take my leave right now. Bai Cheng sighed lightly. Can't you exhibit a bit of patience? Brother Hu? Very well. Since you insist on knowing, I shall enlighten you. The reason I summoned you here today is to let you witness a performance. A performance? I never indulge in such frivolities. Speak plainly. Lei Hu replied impatiently. All right, I shall be direct. I intend for you to watch as I take a life. Bai Cheng smiled slightly. Just then, his gaze caught a figure approaching, and he exclaimed, Look, the guest of honor has arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to follow Bai Cheng's line of sight. That Qin Shiming. What is he doing here? Could it be that Bai Cheng intends to kill Mr. Qin today? As they saw Qin Shiming's arrival, accompanied by armed men, the expressions of Lei Hu and his companions shifted slightly. Brother Hu. The subordinates accompanying Lei Hu instinctively placed their hands on their waists, preparing to draw their weapons. They understood that their leader was currently aligned with Qin Shiming, who now appeared to be in the clutches of Bai Cheng's armed men. Thus, They debated whether to draw their guns to rescue Mr. Qin. Lei Hu's expression was equally grave. He recognized Qin Shiming's formidable strength. A master of the late stage of the hidden strength realm. Even Huang Jie, a practitioner of the early stage of hidden strength, would be no match for him in a single exchange. Yet, no matter how strong a hidden strength practitioner is, they remain perilously vulnerable against firearms. Otherwise, Qin Shiming would not have been captured so easily. It was likely that Han Guangxin and his men had used their guns to apprehend him. At that moment, Lei Hu contemplated whether to instruct his subordinates to draw their weapons in an attempt to save Qin Shiming. But soon, he noticed that Qin Shiming was looking in his direction, gently shaking his head. "Hold your horses." Understanding Qin Shiming's intent, Lei Hu promptly commanded, "However, be prepared to engage in a fierce battle at a moment's notice. If Mr. Qin finds himself in peril, we must rescue him at all costs." "Yes," the nearby subordinates nodded in agreement. Not far away, Yi Si narrowed her eyes. However, a hint of astonishment soon flickered within her beautiful gaze. She observed that even while being threatened at gunpoint, Qin Shiming displayed not a trace of panic. Throughout, he remained composed and unruffled. This truly Qin Shiming. Quite intriguing, to be held at gunpoint and yet appear unfazed. The robust and imposing Guan Yu, cigar in hand, scrutinized Qin Shiming with great interest. Simultaneously, his gaze lingered on Yu Si for a few seconds, a cold glimmer passing through his eyes. This woman had survived for so many years, yet her animosity towards him seemed ever unyielding. It was time to eliminate her. "Mr. Bai, the guest has arrived." Han Guangxin brought Qin Shiming directly before Bai Cheng, speaking respectfully. "Well done," Bai Cheng praised, then rose to address Qin Shiming. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Cheng." Qin Shiming nodded. "You've gone to such lengths to bring me here and gathered so many people. What exactly do you intend to do?" "Excellent," Bai Cheng replied. "Since you find this setting agreeable, I plan to kill you here and bury you afterward. How does that sound?" Chapter 65. "Release us, Mr. Bai. Plan to kill you here and bury you afterward. How does that sound?" Bai Cheng said with a smile. As if eliminating Qin Shiming were as simple as eating or drinking. Thud, thud, thud. As his words fell, a sound of footsteps echoed. Lei Hu could no longer contain himself and stepped in front of Qin Shiming. "Bai Cheng, do you think you can kill Mr. Qin without consulting me?" Lei Hu said coldly, as his subordinates drew their weapons in unison. Bai Cheng glanced at Lei Hu, his tone indifferent. "Lei Hu, I advise you against acting impulsively. Otherwise, not only will Qin Shiming meet his end today, but you may find yourself buried here as well." "You, Lei Hu, stand down." Qin Shiming patted Lei Hu's shoulder. "Yes." Lei Hu dared not defy Qin Shiming's command and stepped back with his men. Only then did Qin Shiming turn his gaze to Bai Cheng, asking, "I anticipated your intention to kill me, albeit a couple of days later than I expected, so speak. How do you wish to proceed? Will you let your subordinates shoot, or will this be settled with fists?" Bai Cheng regarded Qin Shiming with mild surprise. The gravity of the situation had not fazed him, which was indeed unexpected. "Since you're a martial artist, I naturally will not resort to firearms. Otherwise, you would already be a corpse," Bai Cheng stated nonchalantly. "The reason I brought you here is to personally execute you. Additionally, I want the people of Jianghai City to witness whether I, Bai Cheng, possess the capability to expand the Qinglin group." His tone was arrogant, but it remained to be seen whether he had sufficient resources to back it up. Bai Cheng snorted dismissively, pointing to an open area nearby. "Come now. I am eager to see just how formidable you are, capable of earning Lei Hu's unwavering loyalty." At this moment, the young man seated at the same table as Bai Cheng, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, finally opened them and calmly scrutinized Qin Shiming. Not far away, Guan Yu's gaze revealed curiosity as he observed Qin Shiming. What exceptional abilities did Qin Shiming possess that could persuade Lei Hu to follow him? Even Yi Si's lovely visage betrayed a flicker of anticipation, eager to discern the extent of Qin Shiming's prowess. During their last confrontation, she felt that Qin Shiming had not unleashed his full strength. Today, however, Bai Cheng appeared to be thoroughly prepared, especially with the enigmatic young man seated with him, whose strength remained unfathomable. Thus, Bai Cheng might very well compel Qin Shiming to fight with all his might. "Mr. Qin, do be cautious," Just as Qin Shiming was about to approach Bai Cheng, Yu Si couldn't help but offer a concerned reminder from behind him. Yes, understood. Yu Si nodded obediently. Witnessing Qin Shiming's calm demeanor eased her tension somewhat. Before long, Qin Shiming and Bai Cheng arrived at a vacant grassy area 50 meters away. Instantly, all eyes in the vicinity were drawn to the two of them. Bai Cheng's face retained an air of serenity, as if he had everything under control. Qin Shiming, I am aware of your strength, so I will not hold back, Bai Cheng proclaimed, assuming a stance as vital energy surged within him. However, since this is my territory, I shall grant you the first strike. That moment. Although he wore a smile, a predatory aura emanated from him, sending tremors through the hearts of those present. Bai Cheng was indeed a master of the hidden strength realm. The rapid rise of the Qinglin group within just a year could undoubtedly be attributed to Bai Cheng's talents. Yet, the question lingered, could Qin Shiming rival Bai Cheng? Guan Yu and his companions whispered among themselves. Casting curious glances at Lei, shouldn't Lei be concerned for Qin Shiming's safety at this moment? Was it possible that Qin Shiming was not an ordinary practitioner of hidden strength? Their intrigue only deepened. Just how strong was Qin Shiming? Allow me the first strike? Very well, I shall not hold back. Qin Shiming nodded, stepping forward as his energy surged into his fist, generating explosive sounds in the air. However, he refrained from utilizing his full power, concealing his energy within, projecting an image of merely an ordinary practitioner of hidden strength. SIC. Watch closely. Qin Shiming's movements were fluid as he executed the renowned Dragon Fist, a staple of the martial arts department. How dare you use me as a training dummy for your amusement? Prepare to die. Upon witnessing this, Bai Cheng was instantly enraged as Qin Shiming's fist surged toward him. Powerful and unyielding, Bai Cheng felt a mix of fury and wariness. He gathered all his energy and unleashed it in a fierce counterattack, meeting Qin Shiming's punch head-on. The Dragon Fist was ferocious and unparalleled. The most basic yet formidable technique of the martial arts department, especially effective in direct confrontations. Generally, within the same tier, few could match the might of one employing the Dragon Fist, as the clash echoed. The impact reverberated, and Bai Cheng felt a bone-deep pain surging through his hand. The force rapidly pierced through his skin and flesh, threatening to shatter his wrist. Staggering backward, Bai Cheng let out a pained cry. Losing the previous calmness and anger, replaced instead by sheer shock. How could Qin Shiming's strength be so formidable? In this direct confrontation, he was utterly outmatched. That punch was truly a dragon soaring through shallow waters. Bai Cheng retreated swiftly, but Qin Shiming pursued even more rapidly. Before he could catch his breath, the shadow of Qin Shiming's fist once again enveloped him. Damn it! Bai Cheng's expression darkened as he steeled himself to confront it. Bang! Crack! This time, Bai Cheng attempted to block Qin Shiming's strike with his arm. However, as the fist descended, the sound of bone fracturing echoed instantly. Bai Cheng's arm twisted grotesquely. A scream of agony escaped Bai Cheng's lips as his body was hurled backward. This punch was akin to a mighty dragon rolling. The fist's shadow loomed again. With no retreat and no means of evasion, Bai Cheng found himself ensnared in Qin Shiming's relentless onslaught. In the next moment, a hand firmly grasped Bai Cheng's throat. Stop! Let Bai Dong go! How audacious! Qin Shiming, do you wish to die? A chorus of furious shouts erupted from all directions. Suddenly, figures emerged from the surrounding farmhouse, all clad in black and brandishing firearms. The gun barrels were aimed squarely at Qin Shiming. Chapter 66. If you kill him, I will slay your entire family. Bai Cheng had just demonstrated his prowess as a genuine master of the hidden strength. Even if he were merely at the initial stage, he should not have been defeated so swiftly and brutally, right? Guan Yu was utterly bewildered, his face etched with astonishment, having practiced martial arts since childhood. He understood the immense difficulty of the ancient martial arts. Despite years of training and guidance from esteemed mentors, he had only reached the mid-stage of hidden strength. Yet, Qin Shiming appeared significantly younger than him, but possessed strength that was by no means inferior. It was evident that one must at least reach the mid-stage of hidden strength to so effortlessly overpower Bai Cheng. Moreover, this might not even be Qin Shiming's true strength. In contrast, Lei Hu and Yi Si remained composed. displaying no hint of surprise. They were acutely aware that this outcome was to be expected. How could a mere practitioner of initial hidden strength like Bai Cheng possibly contend with Qin Shiming? What they truly wished to witness was whether Bai Cheng's companion could rival Qin Shiming. Bai Cheng, now that you have lost, will you call for so many subordinates? Do you still have the face to continue operating in Jianghai City after this? With a dozen gun barrels trained on him, Qin Shiming exhibited not a shred of anxiety, merely regarding Bai Cheng with a sardonic smile. Bai Cheng, grasped by the throat, could barely manage to breathe, let alone voice a sound. He raised his hand weakly toward his armed subordinates. Instantly, they began to disperse. However, Qin Shiming continued to clutch Bai Cheng's throat, showing no intention of releasing him. In truth, you should not have ordered them to retreat. For I have no intention of allowing you to continue in Jianghai City, to be precise. Your crimes are far too grave. Bai Cheng, I do not intend to let you live in this world any longer. His tone was remarkably calm, yet a palpable murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Was Qin Shiming truly intent on killing Bai Dong? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Guan Yu was the first to step forward, exclaiming, Qin Shiming, do not act impulsively. Bai Dong is my close friend and most trusted partner. I implore you, for my sake, to release him so we may discuss this matter amicably. Qin Shiming turned his gaze to Guan Yu and chuckled. Guan Yu, my apologies, but I am not familiar with you, so why should I extend you any courtesy? Moreover, now that you have seen me with CC, do you truly believe I would grant you any favor? At these words, Guan Yu's pupils constricted. Qin Shiming's proclamation effectively laid bare their adversarial relationship. You may disregard Guan Yu, but you cannot kill my junior brother Bai Cheng. At that moment, a cold voice interjected. Bai Cheng Sr., Lan Jin, seeing his junior brother being choked, finally rose from his seat and strode forward. With a single step, he traversed several meters, in less than 10 strides. He covered 50 meters, standing before Qin Shiming. You not only cannot kill him, but you must not harm a single hair on his head. Lan Jin fixed his gaze on Qin Shiming and spoke once more. Qin Shiming chuckled lightly. What if I insist on killing him? Lan Jin stared intently at Qin Shiming, declaring, if you harm him, I will kill you. If you kill him, I will slay your entire family. As he spoke, a powerful wave of energy emanated from him. The presence of late-stage, hidden strength. Upon sensing his aura, the onlookers were struck with a sudden jolt of fear. Bai Cheng Sr. was unexpectedly formidable. His cultivation had reached a late stage of hidden strength. Bai Dong's life was now assured. Guan Yu exhaled in relief, realizing that Bai Dong Sr. was indeed a master of late-stage hidden strength. Qin Shiming would likely hesitate now to harm Bai Dong. As for killing Bai Dong, unless he was seeking his own demise. Not far away, Lei Hu and Yi Ci exchanged glances, their expressions slightly taut. It was evident they had not anticipated that Bai Cheng Sr. would be a master of late-stage hidden strength. Such a powerful figure was but a step away from becoming a grandmaster. Furthermore, the senior's mentor was surely even stronger, likely a grandmaster in their own right. Even if Qin Shiming had also reached the late stage of hidden strength, would he really risk offending a grandmaster just to kill Bai Cheng? Surely, Mr. Qin would not be so reckless. Lei Hu mused to himself, it appear that I would profit immensely. Yi Ci, however, shook his head with a sigh, finding no joy in the prospect of a substantial windfall. Meanwhile, Bai Cheng, who was being held by the throat like a mere chicken, cast a sidelong glance at Qin Shiming. In his eyes flickered a hint of derision and pride. As if to say, what if you, Qin Shiming, are stronger than I? My senior alone is more than enough to keep you at bay, rendering you too fearful to act against me. Crack, just as everyone assumed that Qin Shiming would refrain from killing Bai Cheng. A sharp sound of bones snapping echoed, and Bai Cheng's body was discarded like refuse by Qin Shiming. You threatened to kill my entire family. Now, let us see how you intend to do that. Qin Shiming clapped his hands, as if dismissing the dirt that had sullied them. His gaze fell upon Lan Jin, his eyes radiating unabashed, murderous intent. If Lan Jin had merely threatened to kill him, he might have considered sparing him. However, by invoking his family, it was tantamount to courting death. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Bai Cheng had been killed. The leader of the Qinglin group, who had risen to prominence in Jianghai City's underworld within a mere year, now lay dead. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. This Qin shimming. Guan Yu's pupils nearly narrowed to slits as he glanced nervously at Yi nearby, an overwhelming sense of unease washing over him. Lei Hu and Yi Si also opened their mouths in shock. To kill, without hesitation, no mercy shown, regardless of whether he faced a master of late-stage hidden strength or the potential backing of a grandmaster. Qin shimming remained unfazed. Yet their expressions gradually grew grave. For they understood that Bai Cheng's demise would not go unavenged by his senior, Lan Jin. You seek death. Indeed, with a furious roar, Lan Jin lunged at Qin shimming like a ravenous wolf, fueled by a fierce momentum. You have successfully enraged me, boy. Today, not only will I kill you, but I will also make you experience the pain of losing loved ones. Before I take your life, I will ensure your entire family meets their end, forcing you to regret your actions today. Chapter 67. Do you have any objections to my killing you now? At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Qin shimming. They were eager to witness whether he could withstand the force of Lan Jing's punch. CC, watch closely. After the dragon rolls, the divine dragon ascends to the heavens. Suddenly, as Lan Jing surged within 2 meters of Qin shimming, the latter moved, like a mighty dragon in full flight, with a flick of his tail. He leaped into the air, soaring through the skies. Though Qin shimming did not take flight, his speed was akin to lightning as he charged forward, his fist colliding directly with Lan Jing's full-force strike. Bang! Thunderous echoes reverberated as their fists met. Lan Jing staggered back several steps, his entire right arm numb. Meanwhile, Qin shimming remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. In this direct confrontation, it appeared that Qin shimming held a slight advantage. The crowd was instantly taken aback. This young man, seemingly in his youth, was actually a master at the late stage of dark energy. Lei Hu exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, despite his youth, Mr. Qin's cultivation was indeed formidable, possessing the prowess of a grandmaster. Even at young age, he was not someone Lan Jing, also a late-stage dark energy master, could contend with. However, what he did not realize was that Qin shimming had not even unleashed the full might of his energy, using less than 10% of his strength. Otherwise, that punch would not merely have repelled Lan Jing, but could have obliterated him entirely. Good lad. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out you are also a late-stage dark energy warrior. I underestimated you. However, Lan Jing was determined to unleash his full strength next. He could not believe that after 30 years of martial arts training, he would be bested by a mere youth. As Lan Jing's shock subsided, his murderous intent and fighting spirit surged rapidly. He lunged forward once more, his blood and energy surging, his body resembling a speeding arrow as he dashed towards Qin shimming. In that moment, his vitality and spirit reached their zenith. With a roar that echoed like thunder, it was enough to rattle the soul of an ordinary person. Almost simultaneously, the energy and blood within him boiled violently, funneling into his right fist, which he hurled forward once more. This punch demanded the utmost effort from any warrior of similar caliber to withstand, with a significant risk of injury, at the very least causing a violent shock to their vitality, thereby losing the initiative. What lay ahead would undoubtedly be a tempestuous onslaught from Lan Jing, relentless until he was slain. Yet, in the face of this punch, Qin shimming maintained an air of calm indifference. CC, this fourth punch, is called Dragon Gliding Through the Void. Qin shimming's fist suddenly unfurled, his body twisting like a swimming dragon, effortlessly evading Lan Jing's full-force strike. Lan Jing's punch struck nothing but air. In a flash, Qin shimming's right hand shot out like lightning, landing squarely on Lan Jing's shoulder. Then, with a surge of energy, his fingers clenched tightly. Crack! Lan Jing's shoulder dislocated instantly, a series of bone-cracking sounds resembling firecrackers. Oomph! Lan Jing let out a muffled groan, his expression shifting drastically as he attempted to retreat frantically. However, Qin shimming would not afford him the opportunity, and no matter how Lan Jing struggled, he could not break free from Qin shimming's grip on his shoulder. I thought you would be stronger, but it seems you are not much better than your useless junior brother. By Chung, he managed to withstand 2 of my punches, while you, 18 most, can endure 3. Qin shimming shook his head and continued, CC. This punch is called Dragon Breaking Heaven and Earth. Bang! As his words fell, Qin Shiming unleashed a flurry of strikes, like raindrops, that rained down upon Lan Jing's body. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Lan Jing, whose body was nearly entirely under Qin Shiming's control, stood no chance of defense in the blink of an eye. He suffered dozens of blows, his bones and meridians nearly shattered. Thud! When Qin Shiming finally released his grip, Lan Jing collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, his breath weak and labored, clearly on the brink of death. This the end. Just how powerful is Qin Shiming? Could he truly be a master of transformative energy? This seemed implausible. If he were indeed a master, he wouldn't need to throw 3 punches. One would suffice to eliminate Lan Jing. Nonetheless, below the Grandmaster level, it seemed no one could rival Qin Shiming. It was no wonder he could subdue Lei Hu. However, with Bai Cheng killed today, it appeared that Bai Cheng's master, Thunder Master, would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Qin Shiming. As they gazed at the fallen Lan Jing, the crowd was filled with shock, their expressions toward Qin Shiming complex, especially Guan Yu, whose eyes were filled with apprehension. Qin Shiming had a close relationship with Yu Si, and should he seek retribution for her, Guan Yu's troubles would undoubtedly escalate. Fortunately, Bai Cheng and Lan Jing's master, Thunder Master, would surely avenge them. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Shiming strode directly to Lan Jing, looking down at him with a cold demeanor. Earlier, you claimed you would kill my entire family. Now that I am about to kill you, do you have any objections? Chapter 68. Thunder Master, I am about to kill you. Do you have any objections? Qin Shiming's gaze was devoid of warmth, as if discussing a trivial matter. The previously domineering Lan Jing turned pale in an instant, fully aware that his life and death now rested entirely in Qin Shiming's hands. You cannot kill me. Though he was now incapacitated, Lan Jing still clung to life. That he stared at Qin Shiming and said, My master is Thunder Master of Wuxi City. If you kill me, he will assuredly seek vengeance for me. Thunder Master? Indeed, this young man had cultivated to the late stage of dark energy, suggesting he had a formidable mentor. Thunder Master was notoriously protective of his disciples. Mr. Qin might be in serious trouble. This Lan Jing that must not be killed. Upon hearing Lan Jing's declaration, Lei Hu, Yi Si, and others grew tense. However, Qin Shiming merely shook his head dismissively. Thunder Master, I have never heard of him. But according to your logic, since I have already killed your junior brother Bai Cheng, your master will still come for me. If so, why should I spare you? Upon hearing this, Lan Jing opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing the palpable killing intent radiating from Qin Shiming, he swallowed hard and said, I am not like Bai Cheng. His talent is mediocre, and he is not valued by my master, who has only treated him as a pawn. I, however, am seen as my master's successor. If you kill me, he will definitely take revenge. Conversely, if you spare me, I will plead with my master on your behalf to ensure he does not trouble you. Do you think I would believe your words? Qin Shiming smiled. I believe your junior brother Bai Cheng must feel quite lonely on the road to the underworld. So, you might as well go keep him company. Whoosh! Just as his words fell, Qin Shiming stepped forward. No! Bang! Crack! Qin Shiming's foot landed squarely on Lan Jing's chest. The force surged in, shattering Lan Jing's heart meridian. You shall die a wretched death. Lan Jing glared at Qin Shiming with a vengeful gaze. But soon the light in his eyes faded. That he truly killed me. Qin Shiming, so audacious. Does he not fear the wrath of Thunder Master? Jianghai City was about to tremble. Thunder Master would surely arrive, soon to eliminate Qin Shiming. Avenging his 2 disciples, Qin Shiming had only a few days left to live. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena. The crowd regarded Qin Shiming with expressions ranging from shock to concern and even schadenfreude. Yet, Qin Shiming seemed to regard his actions as trivial. His demeanor relaxed as he turned his attention to Guan Yu. With Bai Cheng deceased, the Qinglin group under his name would be divided equally between Lei Hu and Yi Si. Do you have any objections? They would share equally. Before Guan Yu could process this, he was taken aback by Qin Shiming's abrupt decision, his expression darkening slightly. The Qinglin group was valued at over 10 billion. It was certainly a substantial prize. If you have any objections, you may address me directly, Qin Shiming stated nonchalantly. Moreover, I must warn you of one thing. Cici is now my woman, and you are not to harbor any intentions toward her. Guan Yu frowned. What do you mean? Are you afraid I might target her? Since she is your woman, you should be aware of our relationship, right? For so many years, I have never taken action against her. Why would I do so now? Qin Shiming shrugged. I care not for the past. I only concern myself with the present and future. In any case, you must not trouble Cece. Furthermore, should anything happen to her, I shall hold you directly responsible without investigation. Guan Yu's expression darkened. Do you think Guan Yu is easy to bully? Qin Shiming smiled. Think what you will. I've stated my warning. Whether you heed it is your own affair. Even if you killed Lan Jing and Bai Cheng today, I, Guan Yu, would not fear you. Qin Shiming, as a young man, you are yet unqualified to speak to me in such a manner. Guan Yu let out a cold snort and turned to leave, adding, you should mind your own business first, that I am eager to witness how you will withstand the wrath of the Thundermaster. Soon, only Lei Hu and Yi Ci remained in the arena, while Bai Cheng's numerous subordinates had been subdued by the forces accompanying Lei Hu and Yi Ci. Among them was Han Guangxin, who was now slumped on the ground, utterly dazed that, Mr. Qin, you ought to be cautious regarding the Thundermaster. He is not to be underestimated. Lei Hu approached, his tone grave. The Thundermaster is one of the three great masters of Wuxi City. Although his cultivation is the weakest, being only at the initial stage of the transformation realm, he is formidable. With the Thunder Nine Spears, he is nearly invincible among his peers. If he can unleash the full might of the Thunder Nine Spears, he could even rival a master at the mid-level of the transformation realm. The Thundermaster, you say? Very well, I understand. You need not worry too much. When that Thundermaster arrives in Jianghai City, I shall meet him myself. Qin Shiming said nonchalantly. Yec's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Mr. Qin, are you truly confident enough to confront a master directly? Qin Shiming chuckled. That would depend on how strong this master is, that if he is merely at the initial stage of the transformation realm. Why should I fear him? Yi Ci opened her mouth, her heart racing with surprise. She had always thought that Qin Shiming possessed only the strength of the late stage of the hidden energy realm. However, it seemed that things were not so simple to him, or Yi wanted to inquire further, but Qin Shiming preempted her, saying, Lei Hu, I quite like this farm. Please have someone clean it up and manage it well. I will occasionally bring CC here to practice. Yes, I will arrange for it immediately. Lei Hu nodded eagerly and promptly gave orders. Initially, he felt quite anxious, but seeing Qin Shiming so relaxed, seemingly unconcerned about the Thundermaster, he too felt a sense of relief that a few minutes later, the bodies of Bai Cheng and Lan Jing were taken care of, and Han Guangxin and his group were escorted away. Mr. Qin, I shall take my leave with Director Yi now. Should you require anything, please feel free to contact me, Lei Hu said respectfully. Additionally, I will arrange for someone to closely monitor any developments in Wuxi City. Should the Thundermaster make any moves, I will report to you at the earliest opportunity. Good. Qin Shiming nodded. I shall not see you off. After Lei Hu and Yi Ci departed, Qin Shiming turned to Yuci. CC, the gaze that Guan Yu cast upon you just now was laced with murderous intent. I fear he may seek to deal with you. What if we take the initiative? I could help you eliminate him directly. Chapter 69, you aren't on a date with this Qin Shiming, are you? Qin Shiming said with a smile. He had genuinely sensed the killing intent in Guan Yu's eyes. Thus, when he spoke of killing Guan Yu, he was not jesting. Dear, I wish to kill him with my own hands. Yuci pouted her lovely lips, her tone resolute. Very well. I respect your decision. Qin Shiming nodded. Earlier, I executed that dragon fist too swiftly. Now, I will slow down and first teach you the most fundamental movements. If you can grasp the essence of this fist technique, you will soon cultivate your energy and become an ancient martial artist, even reaching the hidden energy realm. Really? Yuci exclaimed in delight. Indeed, it is not easy for an average person to cultivate the dragon fist. However, since I am personally teaching you, it should not be overly challenging. Within a month at most, you will achieve the hidden energy realm. If I provide you with a few potions, the time could be significantly reduced. Guan Yu's strength is not particularly formidable. Once you attain the hidden energy realm, you will be more than capable of killing him, Qin Shiming stated. Excellent, that is wonderful. Knowing that she could potentially kill Guan Yu within a month to avenge her family, Yuci trembled with excitement. Observing this, Qin Shiming fell silent. The animosity Yu Si harbored towards Guan Yu was indeed profound. Otherwise, such pent-up hatred would be unbearable. Throughout the afternoon, Qin Shiming diligently taught Yu Si the Dragon Fist. As it neared 5 o'clock, he received a call from Kong Tingxiu, who informed him that she had found a restaurant and sent him the location. Seeing Qin Shiming put away his phone, Yu Si took the initiative to speak. Qin Shiming, it seems you have a busy schedule now, he said. Very well, practice here. Lei Hu has arranged for people to guard outside. This farm is now our territory. And you need not take a taxi when you leave. Someone will see you off. Yu Si nodded eagerly. Yes, understood. Only then did Qin Shiming take his leave. Since Kong Tingxiu had just called him while driving, he did not want her to wait too long to tea that moment. Kong Tingxiu was indeed driving. Although the restaurant she chose was not particularly upscale, it was quite popular in Jianghai City. If they arrived too late, they might find no available tables. Even though she had reserved a private room in advance, the reservation would be promptly canceled if she failed to arrive on time. Beep beep beep. As she was driving and following the navigation, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was her mother. Kong Jia, calling, Mom. I'm currently driving. What is it? Kong Tingxiu answered, putting the call on speaker. Tingxiu, where are you off to? I just received a call from your second aunt. She wants to treat our family to dinner. You should come along, Kong Jia said. Second aunt is treating our family to dinner. Kong Tingxiu frowned. Mom, I am busy tonight. Busy? You usually don't have any plans in the evenings. Why is tonight different? I don't have a client meeting. Kong Tingxiu's face flushed, but her tone remained calm. She typically wouldn't lie, yet she knew that if she mentioned she was dining with Qin Shiming, her mother would undoubtedly come over and drag her away. A client meeting? Is it with Anima? Kong Jia asked excitedly. She was aware that her daughter had been striving hard to secure a collaboration with Anima. If they succeeded, their family standing in Baihui group and the entire Kong family would improve significantly. Not just Kong Tingxiu, but many members of the Kong family were working towards this goal. Whoever succeeded would undoubtedly receive a generous reward from the family to know it's not with them. Very well. You just focus on your work. I will explain to your second aunt. Kong Jia sounded somewhat disappointed before hanging up. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Kong Tingxiu let out a slight sigh of relief. Half an hour later, she arrived at the entrance of a restaurant named Dongxiang Pavilion, as the name suggests. Dongxiang Pavilion specializes in Hunan cuisine, and it enjoys the highest reputation in Jianghai City. Anyone who appreciates Hunan cuisine tends to dine here occasionally. For this reason, Kong Tingxiu had specifically called to reserve a private room for dinner earlier that day. Kong classmate, over here. Just as she got out of the car, she spotted Qin Shiming waving at her from a distance, having arrived 5 minutes earlier. Kong Tingxiu hurried over. Qin Shiming, you arrived quite quickly. Even before I did. I generally drive quickly, and I've just arrived as well. As they spoke, Qin Shiming glanced at Kong Tingxiu's car not far away. The 2013 Buick IT was nearly 10 years old. It seemed that this young woman came from a family that wasn't particularly well off. That's still my dad's car. I occasionally drive it. Most of the time, I take the subway or bus to work. Kong Tingxiu said with a smile. Unlike you, who casually drives a friend's car worth millions. Qin Shiming shook his head. As you mentioned, it's my friend's car. Regardless of how expensive it is, it doesn't concern me much. Come on, let's head inside. I'm getting a bit hungry. All right, let's hurry in, Kong Tingxiu agreed, and together they entered Dongxiang Pavilion, following the server's guidance to their private room. Qin Shiming, this is a Hunan restaurant, and the dishes are quite spicy. I remember you seemed to enjoy spicy food 3 years ago. I often saw you eating spicy dishes in the cafeteria. So, I made this reservation, Kong Tingxiu explained while picking up the menu. Qin Shiming smiled. So, you have been paying attention to me since 3 years ago. Kong Tingxiu's cheeks flushed crimson at once. What are you talking about? I just happened to notice. As she spoke, she randomly checked a few dishes on the menu and handed it to Qin Shiming. I've ordered a few dishes. Take a look and see if there's anything else you'd like. Qin Shiming took the menu, added a couple of dishes at random, and called the server to hand over the menu. However, just as the server stepped out of the private room, a group of figures suddenly walked by outside. Among them was Kong Tingxiu's mother, Kong Jia, who was scanning the area and soon spotted Qin Shiming and Kong Tingxiu. Tingxiu, didn't you say you were having dinner with a client tonight? Kong Jia walked in directly and questioned, You aren't on a date with this Qin Shiming, are you? I must tell you, if that's the case. You need to come with me right now. Chapter 70 Kong Tingxiu's Confession Mom. What are you doing here? Kong Tingxiu rose in astonishment, glancing at Kong Jia, her face momentarily betraying a flicker of panic, as though caught in a thievery. Earlier, she had deceived her mother, Kong Jia, claiming she had an evening appointment with a client, only to be caught red-handed upon turning around. It felt akin to being caught in an act of infidelity. Furthermore, besides her mother, there was also her second aunt's family present. Tingxiu, who is this man? Could he possibly be your boyfriend? When did you start dating? I've never heard of it. Indeed, her second aunt, yearn, rushed in immediately, scrutinizing Qin Shiming while commenting, "Not bad, he looks decent and his attire exhibits a certain taste that I wonder, though, what his character is like and what his family background entails. Young man, we are all elders of Tingxiu. Why not introduce yourself?" As she spoke, she took a seat without hesitation. "Hello, Aunt. I am Qin Shiming, a classmate of Tingxiu." Qin Shiming offered a slight smile, refraining from elaborating further. "Classmate? Not a boyfriend?" yearn inquired, puzzled. "Aunt, you've misunderstood. Qin Shiming and I are merely classmates and friends. Not in the manner you might be thinking," Kong Tingxiu clarified, casting an apologetic glance at Qin Shiming. "Tingxiu, you two just haven't reached that stage yet. Have you? If I'm not mistaken, there's mutual affection, but you haven't yet broken that barrier, right?" At that moment, a young woman, adorned with heavy makeup and dressed provocatively, chimed in with a smile. She was yearn's daughter, Huang Lingyu. "Lingyu, you're overthinking it." Kong Tingxiu's cheeks flushed slightly. "See, I just mentioned it, and you're already blushing. Why not admit it?" Huang Lingyu playfully tugged at her boyfriend, saying, "Zhou and I, before we started dating, didn't we also have meals and watch movies together first, gradually confirming our relationship?" Zhou and I, appearing to be in his mid-20s, regarded Qin Shiming with a dispassionate gaze, yet nodded in agreement with Huang Lingyu's inquiry. "Yeah, after sharing a couple of meals, we established our relationship. Sister Tingxiu, since you haven't confirmed your relationship yet, why don't we sit down together for a meal? Meanwhile, my mother and aunt can help you both navigate this," Huang Lingyu suggested. Qin Shiming Kong Tingxiu cast an awkward look towards him. "It's all right. Let the aunties take a seat quickly," Qin Shiming said graciously. "By the way, I'll call the waiter to add a few more dishes." With that, Qin Shiming exited the private room to summon the waiter, ordering several additional dishes as they dined and chatted. Kong Tingxiu's mother, Kong Jia, maintained a sullen demeanor throughout, clearly displeased with Kong Tingxiu for concealing her dinner with Qin Shiming. "Young man, your name is Qin Shiming, right? May I ask where you're currently employed?" yearn inquired with a smile. Huang Lingyu and Zhou and I both looked at Qin Shiming with curiosity. "Don't you have a car?" yearn gazed at Qin Shiming in surprise. Just then, Huang Lingyu suddenly expressed frustration. "Zhou and I, we're in the midst of a meal. Put down your phone." "Lingyu, don't be upset. I'm just inquiring about Qin Shiming," Zhou and I replied, setting his phone aside. He then looked at Qin Shiming with astonishment. When I first heard the name Qin Shiming, it sounded somewhat familiar. Sure enough, after asking a colleague to look it up, I found something that, what did your colleague find out? Huang Lingyu asked, intrigued. Kong Jia and yearn also turned their attention to Zhou and I. Ahem, this might not be appropriate to discuss. It could be seen as revealing someone's shortcomings. Zhou and I scratched his nose. Yet his gaze towards Qin Shiming was laden with mockery. Zhou and I, stop keeping us in suspense. Just say it, Kong Jia urged impatiently. All right, I'll be straightforward. Qin Shiming, I'm just being honest, so please don't take offense. Zhou and I stated, my colleague mentioned that 3 years ago in Zhanghai City, there was a man named Qin Shiming who was involved in a drunk driving incident that resulted in a fatality and was sentenced to 3 years. Initially, I doubted whether it was the same Qin Shiming and had him send me a photo. Unfortunately, it turned out to be this very Qin Shiming. What? He is a reformed convict? Kong Jia stood up abruptly. Addressing Zhou and I, are you sure you're not mistaken? Zhou and I handed over his phone. And here's the chat record with my colleague. He even took a photo of the case file. You can take a look. Kong Jia immediately took the phone and began to peruse it. Soon, her expression darkened significantly. After returning the phone to Zhou and I, her gaze fell upon Kong Tingxiu. Tingxiu, from now on, you're not to dine with him. Nor are you to pursue any further relationship. Do you understand? Mom, I actually knew about this incident 3 years ago, Kong Tingxiu explained. However, there's one thing you might not know. Qin Shiming hasn't been in prison these past 3 years. He served in the military instead. I in the military? You believe that? He clearly committed a crime. How could he possibly not serve time and instead join the military? That is simply implausible. Kong Jia was utterly unconvinced. Mom, regardless of whether he spent 3 years in prison or in the military, I will not allow you to pursue any further relationship with him. Do you hear me? Kong Jia's tone was unyielding, offering Kong Tingxiu no opportunity to respond. Upon hearing this, Kong Tingxiu's brows furrowed tightly. Meanwhile, Huang Lingyu suddenly asked incredulously, "Cousin, you can't possibly have genuinely developed feelings for this reformed convict, can you?" Kong Tingxiu pressed her lips together, glancing at Qin Shiming. After a moment, she slowly spoke, "I don't care whether Qin Shiming has been in prison these past 3 years, but 3 years ago, I already had feelings for him. And upon seeing him again, my feelings have not only remained unchanged, but have intensified, leaving me utterly exhilarated. At that moment, I realized I truly like this man. I liked him 3 years ago." Chapter 71. I will ensure your utmost comfort that I truly like this man. I liked him 3 years ago. This time, the woman gathered her courage. Moreover, she spoke while gazing directly into Qin Shiming's eyes without a hint of evasion or fear at that moment. Even Qin Shiming, typically composed, felt a tumultuous stir within. He could sense that Kong Tingxiu harbored genuine feelings for him as well. "Tingxiu, thank you for holding me in such esteem. I am aware of your sentiments. And as for mine, the heavens will bear witness that my heart belongs to you." Qin Shiming smiled gently. "In this lifetime, I, Qin Shiming, will do my utmost to make you the happiest woman in the world." Kong Tingxiu shook her head. "Whether or not I become the happiest woman in the world is inconsequential to me. As long as you hold me in your heart, that is sufficient, sufficient." Kong Jia slammed her hand on the table, her palm reddening from the impact, yet she remained unfazed at that moment. She trembled with anger, pointing a finger at Kong Tingxiu and declaring, "Kong Tingxiu, listen, while I do not care whether you genuinely like him or not, as long as I am alive, you will never be with him. Such a man will never be worthy in my eyes. Indeed, Tingxiu, what a disparity in status. You are the young lady of the Kong family. While you may not compare to the other young ladies of the Kong family, you are still more than capable of finding a wealthy suitor. How could an ordinary man possibly be deserving of you?" Her second aunt, Yearn, sighed, appearing to advise, yet her eyes glinted with a hint of amusement, clearly enjoying the spectacle. "Cousin, are you perhaps a bit desperate?" Huang Lingyu remarked with a smile. "Could it be that after over 20 years without a relationship, you are yearning for a man? If that is the case, I can introduce you to some strong men. Zhou and I works at the Inspection Institute, and there are indeed some handsome fellows in the criminal investigation team. I can introduce them to you. I guarantee they will treat you exceptionally well." "Lingyu, don't speak nonsense. I'm not the person you think I am," Kong Tingxiu retorted, her expression darkening. Huang Lingyu's words felt like an insult. Even Kong Jia displayed displeasure at Huang Lingyu's remarks that, in contrast, Yearn merely smirked, showing no signs of reprimanding her daughter and instead appearing to relish the unfolding drama. "Ahem, there are indeed some handsome fellows in our criminal investigation team." Zhou and I scratched his nose, casting a sidelong glance at Kong Tingxiu, his eyes revealing a hint of unspoken desire. "If Tingxiu needs, I can introduce them to you at any time." Slap. Just as Zhou and I finished speaking, a sharp, crisp sound echoed through the in an instant. Zhou and I was knocked off his seat, tumbling to the ground. The assailant was none other than Qin Shiming. He regarded Zhou and I, now sprawled on the floor, with an indifferent gaze. "Huang Lingyu is a woman, and also Tingxiu's cousin. I can overlook her careless words this once. But what gives you the right to emerge and humiliate Tingxiu?" Shiming, Kong Tingxiu's expression subtly shifted. Zhou and I was indeed employed at the Supervisory Bureau, the sole law enforcement agency in Jianghai City. How could Qin Shiming dare to lay hands on Zhou and I so brazenly? This, surely, would invite grave consequences. "You insolent fool, do you dare to strike me? Do you have any idea who I am? Qin Shiming, have you not spent enough time in prison for 3 years, that you wish to return for another 3? Zhou and I stood up, covering his face, glaring fiercely at Qin Shiming. Huang Lingyu hurriedly stepped forward to assist Zhou and I, casting a similar glare at Qin Shiming. Qin Shiming, why don't you hurry over here and apologize to my brother Zhou and I? Let me tell you, if your attitude is not sufficiently sincere, even though you are currently Tingxio's boyfriend, Zhou and I can easily have you locked up with just a word. Perhaps you are unaware. But Zhou and I is not just an ordinary member of the Supervisory Bureau. He's already a squad leader in the criminal investigation team. Zhou and I sincerely apologize. Qin Shiming can be rather impulsive. Please do not take offense. Kong Tingxio, upon learning that Zhou and I was indeed a squad leader in the criminal investigation team, turned pale and quickly offered an apology. Point 1 should never provoke the law. Moreover, he held a position of authority within the enforcement agency. To defend Zhou and I means that should he set his sights on Qin Shiming, there would be no place left for him in Zhanghai City. You invite me to dinner? Do you think just anyone can afford that privilege? Besides, he slapped me. Do you believe a mere dinner invitation can resolve this matter? Zhou and I glared at Qin Shiming with venom, declaring, today, unless he kneels before me to apologize, this matter shall not come to an end. You. Kong Tingxio's face turned ashen at these words, her mouth agape, but unable to utter a sound. There was no way around it. After all, Qin Shiming had indeed struck Zhou and I. Zhou and I was a law enforcement officer. This was no mere incident of assault. It was a crime, yet Qin Shiming displayed no hint of concern, instead casting a cold glance at Zhou and I. As a member of the Supervisory Bureau, do you find it appropriate to wear a Cartier watch? Tell me, how would you explain it if I were to expose this matter? A Cartier watch. Kong Tingxio looked in astonishment at the watch on Zhou and I's wrist. She had little knowledge of luxury items and thus was unaware of its significance. This was merely a gift from a friend. Zhou Ni's expression shifted slightly, instinctively hiding his left hand, which bore the watch. Qin Shiming casually remarked, a gift from a friend? If I am not mistaken, this Cartier watch is from the Roton series, isn't it? Its price tag is no less than 2 million. Did your friend truly gift you such an extravagant item? Perhaps you should explain this to a judge and see if they would believe you. In an instant, Zhou Ni's face drained of color. He understood all too well that Qin Shiming's words were not mere empty threats. If the fact that he was wearing the Cartier watch were to be revealed, he would undoubtedly face court proceedings. Would the judge believe his claims? They could effortlessly uncover the origins of the watch. I could see that moment. He was overwhelmed with regret. Had he known, he would never have worn the watch outside. Initially, he thought it was just a casual dinner with Huang Lingyu's family, not considering too much, merely wanting to display a sense of prestige. Little did he expect that Qin Shiming would discern it so easily. It could be said that his future now lay almost entirely in Qin Shiming's hands. Enough, we are all family here. Let's not tear our faces completely apart. Qin Shiming, don't you agree? He Mei Yin, with a keen mind, seized the moment to mediate. If he apologizes to Tingxio now, I can overlook it. Qin Shiming replied indifferently. I apologize? Why should I apologize? Zhou Ni's face twisted with displeasure, as if he had swallowed a fly. How could it be that he, the victim, was the one expected to apologize? This was utterly absurd. You may choose not to apologize, but bear the consequences at your own peril. Qin Shiming's tone was devoid of warmth. Shiming, perhaps we should let this go. After all, it is hardly a significant matter. Kong Tingxio attempted to act as a peacemaker, not wishing to escalate the situation. Qin Shiming, let's end this here. Tingxio has not suffered greatly. And I believe Zhou and I realized as he spoke out of turn. Kong Jie chimed in, albeit with a tone that felt somewhat commanding. This. Huang Lingyu scoffed. Qin Shiming, are you not being overly petty? We are all family. Why must you escalate such a trivial matter? A trivial matter? You consider humiliating others to be trivial. Now that I have a hold over you, you dare to say I should let it slide? Qin Shiming scoffed. He then turned to Kong Jie, stating coolly, Aunt, Tingxio is your daughter. Should she be bullied? Should you not stand up for her? How is it that now you choose to defend those who humiliate her? Of course she is my biological daughter. I doubt if she is indeed your daughter, then you ought not to allow her to be bullied. Even if Kong Jie is Kong Tingxio's mother, Qin Shiming showed no regard for niceties. Speaking bluntly, I have only asked him to apologize. I am already considering his relationship with Tingxiu. Otherwise, he would not even have the chance to apologize. Having publicly declared her feelings for him, Qin Shiming naturally had to stand up for Kong Tingxiu when she was wronged. Otherwise, what right did he have to harbor feelings for her? As Kong Tingxiu observed Qin Shiming, who was fiercely protective of her, her heart warmed. Throughout the years, whether in her family or at her workplace, no one had ever stood up for her, not even her own parents. Fine, I shall apologize. While Huang Lingyu and the others wished to say more, Zhou and I stepped forward and addressed Kong Tingxiu. Kong Tingxiu, I apologize. I was wrong earlier, and I hope you will not hold it against me. And oh worries. Kong Tingxiu began, but before she could finish, Zhou and I turned to Qin Shiming. Qin Shiming, are you satisfied now? Though your attitude may not be entirely sincere, since you have spoken an apology, let us consider this matter resolved. Qin Shiming replied coolly. Good. However, his expression remained exceedingly grim. Ever since he began working at the supervisory bureau, he had never felt such humiliation. The group continued their meal. Kong Tingxiu and Huang Lingyu's families, being relatives, soon resumed their conversation, alleviating some of the earlier awkwardness. Cousin, I heard from Aunt that your Baihui group intends to collaborate with Anima. Is that true? Huang Lingyu suddenly inquired. Kong Tingxiu nodded. Indeed, our Baihui group is keen on having Anima settle in Baihui City. However, Anima has yet to clarify their stance, as there are two other companies also competing for the bid. Cousin, you are part of the marketing department, right? You must be quite invested in this matter, yes? Huang Lingyu smiled. I am indeed a member of the marketing department, but this matter is far from straightforward. Even if I am invested, it may not yield results. Kong Tingxiu replied with a wry smile that why Brother Zhou and I can certainly assist you. Huang Lingyu chimed in. You might not be aware, but my brother Zhou and I is quite familiar with the head of Anima's marketing department. They even shared drinks a few days ago. If Zhou and I were to speak up, you might very well secure this deal, and Baihui Group would surely take note of you. Can Zhou and I truly help me? Kong Tingxiu felt a surge of hope, glancing eagerly at Zhou and I, that if she could indeed secure the collaboration with Anima, it would not only elevate her standing within Baihui Group, but also enhance her family's reputation in the Kong family. Given her father was a son-in-law, her family was among the least favored in the Kong household. Otherwise, as a rightful lady of the Kong family, she would not merely hold a minor supervisor position, unable even to rise to the rank of department head. However, Zhou and I nonchalantly replied, I am a member of the supervisory bureau. I cannot meddle in commercial affairs. Otherwise, who knows what leverage someone might use against me? I cannot afford to take such risks. Zhou and I, it was all Qin Shiming's fault earlier, and is here to apologize to you. Kong Jie quickly interjected. Yet Zhou and I waved his hand dismissively. Aunt, please do not persuade me. I will certainly not assist in this matter, that if blame is to be assigned, it should fall on that Qin Shiming. Seeing Zhou Ni's resolute attitude, Kong Jie immediately vented her frustration on Qin Shiming. Qin Shiming, if you still consider yourself a man, quickly apologize to Zhou and I. She was thoroughly displeased. Had it not been for Qin Shiming, perhaps her daughter Kong Tingxiu would have been on the verge of securing a collaboration with Anima. If that were to happen, her family's standing in the Kong household would undoubtedly change. The prospect of wealth and honor was within reach. Yet now, due to Qin Shiming's actions, Zhou and I felt humiliated and refused to help. She wished she could simply expel Qin Shiming from her sight. Mom, please stop this. Shiming has done nothing wrong. Why should he apologize? Kong Tingxiu, visibly displeased, remarked, as for the collaboration with Anima, I shall find another way. There is no need for you to be so anxious. Kong Jie retorted angrily. Find another way? What possible way could you devise? Moreover, aside from you, your cousin and sister are also expending their efforts to seek cooperation with Anima. Are they not? Even if an opportunity arises, it does not necessarily mean it will fall into your hands. That on the other hand, as long as Zhou and I is willing to assist, you would be almost certain to succeed. What are you still contemplating? Kong Tingxiu recognized the soundness of her mother's words, but stubbornly pressed her lips together, insisting, in any case, I will not allow Shiming to apologize, nor will I agree to him bowing to others on my behalf. Tingxiu, do not worry. I can assist you in securing the collaboration with Anima. Seeing the unwavering support from the woman, Qin Shiming felt warmth in his heart and smiled as he declared, If it had been yesterday, he would not have uttered such words. However, with Anima's owner being Zhong Yuan, he felt confident. Wasn't this merely a matter of a word from him? He believed Zhong Yuan would certainly extend him some courtesy. No sooner had he voiced this than Kong Jie scoffed. Accomplish it? Qin Shiming, your abilities are limited, yet your boastfulness is commendable. You may consider me boastful, but it will not be long before I demonstrate to Tingxiu that I am not jesting, but rather earnest. Qin Shiming expressed, showing no interest in explaining himself to Kong Jie, but turning to Kong Tingxiu instead. Shiming, I appreciate your goodwill, but I am no longer concerned about this matter. Even if I cannot secure this collaboration, I can continue my work. At worst, I will simply strive harder in the future, Kong Tingxiu replied with a smile, wishing not to burden Qin Shiming with undue pressure. Tingxiu, trust me, I will definitely help you obtain the collaboration with Anima. Qin Shiming asserted earnestly. Very well, I believe in you. Kong Tingxiu smiled, not wanting Qin Shiming to feel embarrassed at that moment. Qin Shiming was aware that Kong Tingxiu was merely placating him, but he wished to directly inform her that he was acquainted with Zhong Yuan, the owner of Anima, and had even cured his ailment. Just then, the door to the private room swung open and a waiter entered with dishes, and outside the room, two figures passed by. One of them glanced inside, and upon seeing Qin Shiming, paused in surprise, grasping his companion's arm and stepping inside. Mr. Qin, is that truly you? What a coincidence to run into you here. The newcomer was none other than Li Jinshui from yearn Pharmaceutical. Li Jinshui had a prominently receding hairline, a classic Mediterranean hairstyle. However, upon seeing him, no one displayed a mocking expression. Instead, they appeared utterly astonished. Isn't that Li Dong, the chairman of yearn Pharmaceutical? He actually knows Qin Shiming? That person beside him seems to be Director Zhou Qi from the Supervisory Institute. Indeed, it's Zhou Qi. One often sees him on television. The person behind Zhou Qi should be the captain of the criminal investigation team. Right? I've seen him on TV a couple of times. Upon sighting Li Jinshui and his companions, Kong Jie and the others were utterly stunned. Zhou and I immediately rose, respectfully and anxiously greeting them. Director Zhou. Team Leader Huang. It was rare to witness Li Jinshui displaying such warmth towards anyone, especially a young man in his early 20s. This was undoubtedly a first. The key was that this young man appeared quite unremarkable. Xiao Zhou, you are here too? On the other hand, Huang Cheng, the captain of the criminal investigation team, smiled at Zhou and I, his demeanor quite amiable. Huang Cheng glanced at Zhou Qi and Li Jinshui, stating, since you are dining with your girlfriend's family, do ensure you accompany them well. Do not wander off. The implication was clear, a refusal. After all, today was not merely a casual gathering of institutional leaders. Included Li Jinshui from the business world. Zhou Ni's attempt to propose a toast would undoubtedly be inappropriate. Understood. Zhou and I comprehended Huang Cheng's intent and dared not express any dissatisfaction, though he felt a twinge of regret at missing an opportunity to shine in front of the leaders. Li Dong, you are also here dining with friends? Qin Shiming, having heard Zhou and I address Zhou Qi and Huang Cheng, surmised their identities but did not dwell on it. He merely nodded at them before turning his attention back to Li Jinshui. Indeed, it was quite a challenge to schedule dinner with Director Zhou. Li Jinshui replied with a smile. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and pulled Qin Shiming aside. Say, Mr. Qin, do you have a moment? If so, I would like to invite you to our private room for a drink with me and Director Zhou. What do you think? Meanwhile, Zhou and I felt a surge of jealousy upon witnessing Li Jinshui's unsolicited invitation to Qin Shiming. He had merely requested to propose a toast and had been outright rejected by the captain. Yet now, the chairman of yearn Pharmaceutical was extending an invitation to Qin Shiming. Li Dong, I am currently dining with my girlfriend. Qin Shiming politely declined. Expressing his lack of interest, he understood that Zhou Qi and the others held significant positions, but he was not inclined to forge connections with them. Zhou and I, seeing Qin Shiming's refusal of Li Jinshui, felt an impulse to slap him. This is utterly pretentious. However, Zhou and I quickly recalled something. His gaze sharpened as he stepped forward and addressed Li Jinshui. Li Dong, you may not be aware, but it is somewhat inappropriate for Qin Shiming to dine with you and Director Zhou. Inappropriate? How so? Li Jinshui inquired, puzzled. Because he spent 3 years in prison, eating prison food. Zhou and I replied with a grin. Certainly, it is not suitable for someone who served 3 years behind bars to dine with our esteemed director Zhou. Upon hearing this, Kong Tingqiu's face flushed with anger, while Huang Lingyu and the others wore expressions of triumph. They had been somewhat concerned that Qin Shiming might befriend Li Jinxue, but now, with Zhou and I revealing Qin Shiming's secret, they believed Li Dong's attitude towards him would surely change. 3 years in prison. Zhou Qi and Huang Cheng exchanged astonished glances at Qin Shiming, then looked at Li Jinxue. How could the chairman of Baiyun Group, Li Jinxue, care so much about someone who had spent 3 years in prison? You are talking nonsense. To their surprise, Li Jinxue scoffed. I have looked into Mr. Qin's background. 3 years ago, he did encounter some trouble, but he did not serve time. Director Zhou should be aware of this as well, right? 3 years ago, Qin Shiming. Zhou Qi's expression shifted as realization dawned upon us. Oh, he was the Qin Shiming from 3 years ago? I recall now. 3 years ago, he was indeed involved in a drunk driving incident, and after being apprehended, he was sentenced to 3 years. However, he was not imprisoned but rather taken away by the Yu family from Jinling City. It was said he was held by them for 3 years, that he was not imprisoned. With Zhou Qi personally clarifying, there was no doubt left. However, being held by the Yu family for 3 years was hardly different from serving 3 years in prison. Zhou and I and the others were shocked, but soon they exchanged sneers, their gazes towards Qin Shiming still laced with disdain. Yet, Kong Tingqiu's face brightened with a hint of amusement. She realized that Qin Shiming had indeed not deceived her. He had not served time. As for the specifics of being held by the Yu family, or serving in the military for 3 years, she leaned towards the latter. Meanwhile, Qin Shiming remained seated, showing no intention of speaking, as if he were utterly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Mr. Qin, why not take a moment to join Director Zhou and me in our private room? Li Jinxue spoke again. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I am dining with my girlfriend. Perhaps later? Qin Shiming frowned. Having just received a confession from Kong Tingqiu, he felt guilty about their date being interrupted, and thus he declined. Very well. We shall discuss it later. Jinxue was momentarily taken aback, but nodded helplessly. Zhou Qi and Huang Cheng exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed as they scrutinized Qin Shiming. Regardless of whether he had served 3 years in prison or been a soldier for 3 years, it mattered little, for he was merely an ordinary individual. Zhou Qi, the director of the Supervisory Institute, and Huang Cheng, the direct superior of Zhou and I, surely understood the significance of their presence. However, as long as Li Jinxue remained silent, they too refrained from further comments and followed him into the private room. Are you foolish? The chairman of Baiyun Group invited you to sit. Why did you not go? What a splendid opportunity to ingratiate yourself. Once the three departed, Kong Jie could no longer contain her frustration towards Qin Shiming. Qin Shiming furrowed his brow, countering, why should I ingratiate myself with him? He seeks my assistance, yet I must be the one to approach him. Do you not see that I am dining with Tingqiu? Is she not important? Qin Shiming found the logic perplexing. Tingqiu is indeed important. Kong Jie was momentarily a loss for words. Humph, arrogant. Zhou and I chuckled derisively. Do you know who those two were? Director Zhou Qi of the Supervisory Institute and Captain Huang Cheng. Typically, those wishing to dine with them would be turned away for miles. You have just disrespected them. You are in serious trouble. This. Qin Shiming remained non-committal as the dishes were served. He attentively served Kong Tingqiu, for his eyes were solely on her. 3 years ago, Qin Shiming had developed feelings for Kong Tingqiu. She had waited for him for 3 years, disregarding her family's objections and the disapproving glances of others, publicly confessing her love for him. This devotion and courage, how could Qin Shiming dare to let her down? He vowed to make her the happiest woman in the world. Come, eat more. You've been so busy with work lately that you've lost weight, he remarked, oblivious to the surrounding crowd as he fed Kong Tingqiu, leaving her blushing with embarrassment. The onlookers, however, were seething with resentment. How pretentious! The esteemed director of the Shanghai City Inspection Institute and the head of Baiyun Pharmaceuticals. Surely he was more important than his girlfriend? They yearned to see him brought low, to thoroughly teach him a lesson. Upon entering, Zhou and I attempted to overshadow Qin Shiming, praying that the director would become enraged and mobilize his forces against him. Shimming, since M.R.D.L. is your friend, why not accompany them for a while? What if something important arises? Kong Tingxiu, feeling bashful under the intense scrutiny of everyone, despite the sweetness blooming in her heart, felt a bit embarrassed. Perhaps it was true that if two hearts were meant to be, they need not be together every moment. Qin Shimming nodded slowly, ignoring Kong Jia's pleading gaze. Go quickly. It's unbearable. Kong Tingxiu wished she could find a hole to hide in. Sister Tingxiu, ISNT Qin Shimming, just a small-time employee. How could he possibly know presidently of Baiyun Group? As soon as Qin Shimming left, Zhou and I inquired, his eyes glued on Qin Shimming as he entered the VIP room. Seething with jealousy. If only he could join the captain and the director for a drink, promotions and fortune would surely follow. Meanwhile, his own group was relegated to a standard dining room. Their dignity suddenly diminished. To make matters worse, the one who eclipsed him was none other than Qin Shimming, whom he had always mocked and dismissed as a mere labor camp inmate. Tingxiu, what exactly is going on with this guy? After 3 years in the military, does President Li really owe him any respect? Kong Jia, both snobbish and gossipy, pondered how he could possibly help Li Jinshui. Indeed, Sister Tingxiu, do tell us more about your boyfriend. Huang Lingyu chimed in, her eyes sparkling with mischief. He's just an employee at a small company. I heard he knows some medicine and martial arts. Kong Tingxiu replied, laughing awkwardly. Though her love for him had not waned over the 3 years, she realized she did not know much about the man before her. Recalling the night he had rescued her, she deduced that he must possess some medical knowledge, as for his martial arts skills. She had seen on the campus forum that he had defeated Yi Junmin. Some medical knowledge. He is not a barefoot doctor, is he? I hope he doesn't mess things up. Zhou and I felt more assured. Knowing a bit of medicine was hardly a remarkable skill, and as a member of the inspection team, he could easily subdue 3 or 5 individuals. It makes sense. No wonder he just turned down President Li and the others. He must lack confidence. Huang Lingyu quickly concurred, a smug expression crossing her heavily made-up face. How could Kong Tingxiu's man compare to her own? Tingxiu, why don't we leave first? We wouldn't want to be dragged into any trouble he causes. Kong Jia, easily swayed, also felt that Qin Shimming had been a bit too ostentatious. I want to leave. Kong Tingxiu firmly shook her head, her voice soft yet resolute. Aunt, there's no need for concern. If my boyfriend causes any trouble, Zhou and I can surely say a good word for us in front of Director Zhou and Captain Huang. Huang Lingyu affectionately linked her arm with Zhou and I, her face beaming with joy. Well, thank you. Lingyu is truly fortunate to have chosen such a good partner. Kong Jia forced a smile, but inside, she seethed with frustration, in terms of figure and appearance. How was her daughter any less than Huang Lingyu? Yet their boyfriends were worlds apart. One was an inspector on the government payroll, while the other was a suspected labor camp inmate who had also received government benefits. Meanwhile, Kong Tingxiu dined undisturbed, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Resembling a celestial being, Qin Shimming gently pushed open the door to the VIP room. He found Li Jinshui and his companions seated around a table, glasses raised in a toast. Qin, my brother, have you finished your business? I hope your sister-in-law isn't upset that I've stolen you away. Upon seeing Qin Shimming enter, Li Jinshui sprang to his feet to greet him, completely shedding any airs of being the CEO of Baiyun Group. They appeared as close as old friends from decades past. Zhou Qi and Huang Cheng exchanged glances, both puzzled. Li, you jest. Tingxiu is no fool. You mentioned needing my help with something. It must be concerning Director Zhou's health. Qin Shimming replied, engaging in polite conversation with Li Jinshui before getting straight to the point, his keen gaze fixed sharply on Zhou Qi. Incredible. Li Jinshui's eyes brightened. Old Zhou, I told you. Qin is something else, old Li. You wouldn't sell me out, would you? Zhou Qi's eyes briefly sparkled with suspicion, before he lit a cigarette and took a couple of deep puffs, his sharp gaze penetrating the smoke as it landed on Qin Shimming. As the esteemed director of the Shanghai City Inspection Institute, he had seen countless people, yet he could not decipher the young man before him. His own eyes were like swords, capable of intimidating ordinary criminals with a mere glance. Yet Qin Shimming remained unfazed, maintaining a warm smile throughout. Such composure was beyond ordinary. Old Joe, do you truly believe I would be the kind of person? You may doubt me, but you cannot doubt Qin. He possesses genuine skill. Jin Shui grew anxious at these words. Old Li, there's no need to rush. Director Zhou has valid concerns. Yet Qin Shiming remained calm, having honed his skills in the borderlands and bled on the battlefield. He would not be riled by another's doubts that I respect you as a man. This injury must have been with you for nearly 20 years, and to endure the pain for so long is admirable. Qin Shiming began, his words strikingly profound. You noticed? Zhou Qi's body shook, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Was that so difficult? Qin Shiming shrugged nonchalantly, dismissing the notion as trivial. Brother Qin, I apologize for my earlier lack of respect. Please forgive me. Zhou Qi, capable of both taking and giving, bowed slightly to Qin Shiming. Can you assist me with this ailment? Old Li, how could I refuse? And I must help. Otherwise what? Zhou Qi pressed, his expression tense. As the white cloth was drawn, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, becoming tense and eerie. The three men appeared alarmed, while Qin Shiming remained as steadfast as a mountain, composed and unperturbed. Brother Qin, what exactly is wrong with old Zhou? It seems quite serious. Jin Shui's expression turned grave. He.s. not ill. There's merely a fragment lodged in his heart's blood vessels. Likely a bullet fragment. Qin Shiming cast a casual glance at Zhou Qi, genuinely admiring him. T55. Zhou Qi was tall and robust, with hints of gray in his neatly cropped hair, despite the bullet fragment pressing against his heart. Causing him discomfort, he stood tall and proud, like a sharpened blade. Enduring pain for over 20 years. How many could compare to such resilience? A bullet fragment lodged in your heart. Li Jinshui gasped in shock. Turning to Zhou Qi. Old Zhou, is what Brother Qin said true? It is true. Zhou Qi nodded gravely. Brother Qin, do you possess the skill to treat my long-standing injury? To be honest, in recent years, I've sought out renowned doctors to no avail. If you can cure this ailment, I will certainly offer a generous reward, but we can discuss the reward later. For now, let me relieve your pain. Qin Shiming retrieved his silver needles, gesturing for Zhou Qi to remove his shirt. Indeed, at the location of Zhou Qi's heart, the bullet wound was perilously close to the heart, a testament to the danger he had faced. Breathe in, hold, good. Now hold your breath, with a flick of his wrist. The 7-inch silver needle pierced swiftly into Zhou Qi's flesh. Astonishingly, Jin Shui and Huang Cheng thought if he pierces too deep, he might just go through. They thought, apprehensive, especially considering it was near the heart. Any miscalculation could spell disaster. Exhale, slowly. Good. Try not to move. Qin Shiming was entirely focused, the silver needle gliding effortlessly between his fingers, each breath creating a rhythm as he delicately inserted the needle into Zhou Qi's skin. With each needle inserted, Zhou Qi's brow furrowed tighter, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he clenched his teeth in concentration. After 5 minutes, Qin Shiming withdrew the needles. Much better. I feel lighter overall. Zhou Qi wiped his sweat, revealing a satisfied and relieved smile. Thank you, Brother Qin. Thank you too soon, Qin Shiming replied while tidying his needles, that I've only alleviated some pain. I have not cured it completely. To achieve full recovery, you must undergo surgery to remove the bullet fragment permanently. Acupuncture can merely relieve the pain. The risks of surgery are too great, with less than a 10% success rate. Zhou Qi chuckled bitterly that I fear death too. Better to live poorly than to die. Well, is modern Western medicine really that ineffective? Such a simple operation has less than a 10% success rate? Qin Shiming scoffed. Hey, Brother Qin, do you think everyone is as remarkable as you? Li Jinshui shrugged, internally cursing his own gullibility. Well, that's true, Qin Shiming mused, scratching his nose. Western medicine simply cannot grasp the nuances of energy. Brother Qin, I find myself puzzled by one matter. I hope you can enlighten me. Zhou Qi extended a cigarette to Qin Shiming, lighting one for himself and savoring the rich smoke. The pain in his chest subsided, and he found a certain pleasure in smoking. For 22 long years, a bullet fragment had pressed against his heart. Although he experienced discomfort and occasional pain in previous years, why had it only begun to flare up in the last 2 or 3? At times, even painkillers proved ineffective. Because you are now older, Qin Shiming replied with a faint smile. To illustrate, when you were young, you could effortlessly carry a 100-pound sack up 6 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. But at 70 or 80, could you still manage the same feat? Zhou Qi suddenly realized the truth in this simple analogy. How could I have overlooked such an obvious truth? Your words are worth more than 10 years of study. My dear brother, I will self-impose a penalty of 3 drinks to atone for my ignorance, he chuckled, beginning to pour the liquor. What self-imposed penalty? You simply crave alcohol, Li Jinshui interjected with a glare. Haha, you truly understand me. Old Li. Zhou Qi did not deny it, raising his glass and saying, Brother Qin, I won't say another word. It is all in the wine that I'll leave my burden of over 100 pounds to you. Whenever the pain returns, I will seek you out again. Cheers. As men, they gradually became more familiar with one another, the atmosphere lightening and warming. Brother Qin, I have some recollection of events from 3 years ago. Should I request an official statement to clear your name? Zhou Qi, with his astute mind, recognized the need to reciprocate kindness. Indeed, what is this nonsense about being a reformed convict? Li Jinshui, filled with unexpressed anger, declared, I unconditionally believe in Brother Qin. No medical knowledge is imparted within prison walls. That be by the way, Brother Qin, outside must be your girlfriend's family, right? Is that fellow Zhou and I intentionally trying to provoke you? Is Zhou and I one of yours? Zhou Qi shot a glance at Huang Cheng, his expression darkening. Yes, Huang Cheng, being perceptive, noted Zhou Ni's mocking tone when he referred to Qin Shiming as a reformed convict, even stating that Qin Shiming was unworthy to dine with Director Zhou. With a forceful thud, Zhou Qi slammed his glass onto the table, coldly stating, since he enjoys gossiping, let him go sort out the traffic situation. Young people should remain grounded, taking one step at a time. Furthermore, regarding Brother Qin's case from 3 years ago, the next broadcast must rectify his name. Zhou Qi spoke with righteous fervor, asserting that the supervisory office, as the guardian of Zhanghai City's populace, had a mission to ensure that no wrongdoer escaped justice while also safeguarding the innocent from false accusations. Brother Qin possesses benevolence and skill. We shall not allow anyone to tarnish or frame him. Stop, stop, Qin Shiming interjected hastily. Brother Zhou, there is no need. I am indifferent to what others say. Moreover, your public defense may not reflect well on you. Brother Qin, do you look down on me? Zhou Qi's expression darkened immediately. If I truly looked down on you, I would be awaiting a banquet and wouldn't bother treating you, Qin Shiming retorted. Really, you don't need my assistance? Zhou Qi found Qin Shiming perplexing, young yet imbued with an unexpected maturity. Really, it is unnecessary. The innocent will clear themselves. Old Zhou, Brother Qin is an open-minded individual. Previously, when I was treating Old Chun and Old Zhong, he charged nothing. Back then, I knew Brother Qin was no ordinary person. Li Jinshui's timely flattery made the gathering even more harmonious. After about an hour of dining, the group finally dispersed at Qin Shiming's insistence. However, as Zhou Qi and Huang Cheng exited, they caught sight of the gossiping Zhou and I, whose face instantly darkened with fury. We're done for. He surely made things worse and offended someone. Kong Jia, upon seeing Zhou Qi and the others emerge with grim faces, felt her heart leap into her throat, fearing they would vent their anger on her and her daughter. She harbored a deep resentment toward Qin Shiming. How could her daughter have chosen a boyfriend with such a background? Director Zhou, Captain Huang, I apologize sincerely. Who do you wish to reprimand? Zhou Qi's anger surged within him, his eyes cold as a serpent's gaze. Locking on his Zhou and I. Director Zhou, have your ears been stuffed with donkey hair? Just now, I explicitly stated to Captain Huang that he has never been imprisoned, nor is he a reformed convict. Did you not hear me? Or do you dismiss my words as mere wind? Zhou and I felt a tremor of shock. Had he stepped on a landmine? Kong Tingqiu. Qin Shiming, at a loss, could only introduce Kong Tingqiu to the others. They each handed over their business cards in goodwill, expressing a desire to meet again. Witnessing the 3 influential figures shake hands with her daughter left Kong Jia wide-eyed, and she noticed a glimmer of joy on Qin Shiming's face. Her daughter's taste was indeed exquisite. Chapter 76. The mother-in-law's demands after being reprimanded. Zhou and I turned his anger toward Qin Shiming. doubting his true capabilities and believing he had merely stumbled upon fleeting luck that momentarily blinded his superiors. Auntie Ling Yu, we're leaving. The meal was no longer appetizing, and Zhou and I and Huang Lingyu departed with dark expressions. Although Kong Tingqiu and her relatives left in a similar manner, Zhou and I, as parting remarks, sparked a realization in Kong Jie. Qin Shiming, was it? Please tell me more about what you do for a living. What do your parents do? How did you come to know the chairman of yearn Pharmaceutical? As it pertained to her daughter's lifelong happiness and the family's reputation. Kong Jie could not afford to be careless. Me. I adhere to the principles of a doctor and do not readily disclose patients' conditions to outsiders. I'm a wage earner, just a small fry. Kong Jie's smile gradually faded, her tone growing increasingly cold and distant. You are unworthy of our Tingqiu that I hope you recognize your place that in an instant. Kong Jie's thoughts shifted, growing more composed. If Qin Shiming could indeed win the favor of Zhou Qi, Li Jinshui, and others, how could he not secure a decent job? Moreover, how could anyone dare to label him a reformed convict? That made no sense. Kong Jie knew several influential figures. Those with genuine abilities were always gracious and amiable toward others. That was called refinement and upbringing. Mom, please respect my choice and do not interfere in my love life. Your choice? Kong Jie mocked icily. Whether he has served 3 years in the military or 3 years in prison, it matters not, for he is merely an ordinary person now. Let me pose a simple question. Do you believe a mere sales clerk can afford a small apartment in Jianhai City? For instance, could he afford the Land Cruiser that Li Jinshui of yearn Pharmaceutical drives? Not only can he not support a family, but he also cannot accompany you on romantic outings. Are you expected to be the one to earn a living? Furthermore, did you hear? His parents are just ordinary wage earners. They must be insufferably poor. Can you tolerate that? Mom, enough. Kong Tingqiu's brows furrowed tightly. What of his lack of power and influence? Her affection was sufficient. You like him? Have I given you my consent? Kong Jie's domineering demeanor surfaced. Come with me immediately. From this moment on, you're not permitted to see him. Let us go. She forcefully dragged Kong Tingqiu away. Auntie, wait a moment. Qin Shiming stepped forward, blocking Kong Jie's path, his brows slightly furrowed as he regarded his future mother-in-law with discontent. Were it not for Kong Tingqiu's feelings, he would not have hesitated to deliver a couple of slaps. You may be snobbish or sharp-tongued, and I could accept a few harsh words, but you should never insult my parents or go against Kong Tingqiu's wishes. She has cherished me for 3 years and waited for 3 years. I cannot betray that affection. This was the first time Qin Shiming felt such a desperate urge to hold onto a relationship. 3 years ago, he had poured his heart into a dog. And 3 years later, that dog had shown him through actions that it preferred refuse over flesh. Yet Kong Tingqiu was different. She remained as elegant and pure as ever, like a delicate orchid blooming in a secluded valley, quietly guarding her affections without competing for attention. Today, Qin Shiming could not allow her to be disappointed again, that he would strive. No, he would seize. Brat, if you know what's good for you, step aside and stop entangling yourself with my Tingqiu. A toad wishing to eat swan meat? Dream on. Kong Jie's harsh demeanor was fully revealed as she reached to push Qin Shiming aside. Qin Shiming stood firm as a mountain, his dark eyes fixed upon Kong Jie. Auntie, as a parent, I understand your desire to find a good family for your daughter and a suitable husband. I empathize and support you. But the world is uncertain. Why can't I be the dark horse? Even a salted fish can turn over. Am I to be less than a salted fish? Qin Shiming's voice was calm, yet resonated with strength, his gaze unwavering. Mom, you've gone too far. Kong Tingqiu's expression shifted dramatically as she bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. The man she had longed for over 3 years was being dismissed by others, and her heart ached for him. Annie, you seek tangible actions, correct? Just say the word, and I will come to woo Tingqiu in grand style. Qin Shiming held tightly on to Kong Tingqiu's hand, taking a deep breath. What did power even mean? She yearned for the moon above, and Qin Shiming dared to bring Chang'e crashing down with a single punch, compelling her to vacate the lunar palace to Ha. The toad certainly possesses a fair share of ambition. Doesn't it? Kong Jie let out a disdainful scoff, crossing her arms and deliberately provoking. I just heard she'll mention a few things about you that I won't make it difficult for you. Isn't your ex-girlfriend's wedding on May 20th? 3 days from now, I'm not asking you to surpass her standards, but you must not fall below them. Chiyo is also someone who values her reputation. This is your only requirement? Qin Shiming furrowed his brow in disbelief. What right does Fang Yin have to be compared with my woman? She is unworthy. This is your only demand. Kong Jia paused for a moment, then shook her head and laughed. Chiyo, is this the man you chose? Not much skill, yet he boasts quite loudly that is this truly worth the 3-year wait. Kong Tingxiu remained silent, casting a worried glance at Qin Shiming. The impending union of the Fang and Lu families had stirred significant commotion a month prior. Fang Yin had made it clear on numerous occasions that this would be the grandest wedding in the history of Jianghai City. She aimed to be the happiest woman. She wasn't exaggerating. The Fang family is the largest real estate company in Jianghai City, while the Lu family dominates e-commerce. Their collaboration would easily craft a wedding for the ages that, if you enjoy boasting, then I shall let you boast to your heart's content. I grant you a year. Having spoken, Kong Jia shot her daughter a glare filled with disappointment, then exited the Hunan restaurant in her high heels. Shiming, you really don't need to be upset with my mother. I believe in you enough. There's no need for you to. Kong Tingxiu's face clouded with concern. She too cherished the hard-won love that had been painstakingly nurtured. Finally, she could express her deepest feelings. But if Qin Shiming failed to meet her mother's expectations, that love might be at stake. Since you trust me, how could I betray your faith? Qin Shiming smiled faintly, firmly grasping the delicate, silky hand of the woman, and proudly strode out of the restaurant. However, unexpectedly, a BMW 7 Series screeched to a halt. The window rolled down to reveal a handsome, fair-skinned face. Fang Zhengnan, Fang Yan's elder brother Do. Isn't this the former brother-in-law? Fang Zhengnan stepped out of the car, adjusting his luxurious white Armani suit, and approached Qin Shiming and Kong Tingxiu. What's this? After being abandoned by my sister, are you seeking solace with some local chicken? Qin Shiming's brows knitted tightly, his narrowed eyes exuding a chilling glare. Look at him. After 3 years behind bars, he's now a black sow masquerading as Jiao Chan, desperately scavenging. Bang! Fang Zhengnan clutched his face and screamed. Blood oozing between his fingers. Chapter 77. You no longer love me. You dare strike me? Fang Zhengnan, bloodied and baring his teeth in rage, glared at Qin Shiming, his once handsome visage now twisted with fury. You insult my woman. You deserve to die. Qin Shiming's voice was low and frigid, as if it emanated from the abyss itself. The air in Jianghai in April and May now bore a hint of chill. Without finishing his words, Qin Shiming advanced with purpose that he could endure the sharp tongue of his future mother-in-law, but why should Fang Zhengnan insult his woman? The pent-up rage within him found its outlet. In his eyes, Fang Zhengnan was no different from a corpse. Shiming, don't act impulsively. Kong Tingxiu, pale with fear, wrapped her arms around Qin Shiming, pleading, you can't just hit people. It will lead to trouble. Tingxiu, he humiliated me. I can endure it, but he should not belittle you that I am your man. How can I allow my woman to suffer? Qin Shiming frowned, the warmth of her soft arms calming him somewhat, yet his murderous intent remained undiminished. He is the young master of the Fang family, the future heir. Do you really want to end up in prison? Kong Tingxiu's eyes turned red with urgency, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. The notion of a man risking everything for love moved her deeply. However, as the saying goes, a wise wife brings little trouble. Kong Tingxiu did not wish to place her man in peril for the sake of an elusive reputation. I beg you, please. A flicker of reluctance crossed Qin Shiming's eyes, but her words tugged at his heartstrings. Today, consider yourself fortunate. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the surging energy within him, though the flickering glint of his murderous intent remained. Qin Shiming was not a petty man. After 3 years of battle, his temperament was as steady as an old dog. He would not easily be provoked. Yet a poisonous thorn pierced his heart at the thought of Fang Zhengnan humiliating his woman. His fury surged to its zenith. Qin Shiming, you better wait. If I don't take you down, I won't call myself Fang Zhengnan. Seeing Qin Shiming's simmering rage subside, Fang Zhengnan breathed a slight sigh of relief, convinced that Qin Shiming feared his status. He couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Yes, he was the young master of the Fang family. Who in Jianghai City would dare to touch Fang Zhengnan? This prison-released criminal must be terrified. Shiming, be obedient. Let's go. Fearing further trouble, Kong Tingxiu forcibly pulled Qin Shiming into the car, swiftly leaving the scene. Tingxiu, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Once inside, noticing the tears in Kong Tingxiu's eyes, Qin Shiming felt a sharp pang in his heart as he gently held her hand. Shiming, I don't want you to get hurt. Kong Tingxiu shook her head, a bitter smile gracing her fair face. That I trust you. I believe in your inherent goodness. However, you've been away from society for 3 years. Fang Yin and Lu Ku are both from prominent families. Wouldn't it be better to avoid confrontation and live our lives away from their scrutiny? Shiming, I don't want to wait another 3 years. Do you understand my feelings? As she spoke, a tear cascaded down her flawless cheek, piercing Qin Shiming's heart. Her love, seemingly humble, was in fact profound. Such grace and breadth of spirit were rare. The more understanding Kong Tingxiu became, the more pain Qin Shiming felt. All right, I will heed your wishes. Whatever you say goes. Qin Shiming's tone softened, a hint of warmth surfacing on his resolute face. With a wife like her, what more could a man desire? Even if the world lay before him, nothing compared to the smile of the woman he cherished. Also, don't take my mother's words too seriously. Seeing the man yield to her wishes, Kong Tingxiu felt a surge of joy. After a brief pause, she continued, her harshness has its reasons. My father was adopted into the family, so that, my mother is an elder. How could I hold a grudge against her? Don't worry. I didn't take it to heart. Qin Shiming held her hand tightly, regretting not having the courage to confess his feelings before Fang Yin. Missing 3 precious years that we face significant obstacles in being together. But rest assured, I will persevere and strive to earn my mother's approval. Kong Tingxiu's voice resumed. You shouldn't promise my mother that the wedding must overshadow Fang Yin and Lu Ku's. Their families wield considerable influence. Tingxiu, do you not believe in me? Qin Shiming's brow furrowed slightly. Of course, I believe in your abilities. You're the most formidable scholar our school has ever produced. However, Kong Tingxiu hurriedly interjected, anxious about hurting his pride. So, you still doubt my capacity to bring you happiness? No, Tingxiu, I truly have no doubts. Kong Tingxiu grew anxious, pulling over by the riverside, gripping the man's hand tightly, her voice filled with urgency. Shiming, I genuinely believe in you. Kiss me, and I will believe in you. Qin Shiming's face darkened as he poked his own cheek. The woman's cheeks flushed crimson, the dimples on her face enchanting, evoking an intoxicating allure. This, Kong Tingxiu buried her head, nervously fidgeting with her clothing. Her heart racing. Are we kissing so soon? You hesitated? You no longer love me? Qin Shiming's expression darkened. Shall I leave then? No, I believe in you. I love you. Kong Tingxiu clung tightly to the man's arm. Pouring her heart out, as Qin Shiming turned his head, Kong Tingxiu cast aside all shyness, wrapping her arms around his neck, leaning in and pressing her lips against his. The kiss, fiery and electric, sent waves of warmth coursing through her body. She had been waiting 3 years for this moment. After what felt like an eternity, Kong Tingxiu released him, her face flushed and her mind momentarily clear, wondering if her earlier actions still resembled that of a demure lady. Would he think her too forward? You took advantage and feigned innocence. Kong Tingxiu retorted, her face as red as a ripe apple, blooming with allure, inciting a longing to take a bite. 3 years ago, she had truly been blind, unable to discern between a man of substance and a mere fool, forsaking a golden opportunity for a fly that feasted on filth. He, once composed and sophisticated, now showered her with all his tenderness after they had established their relationship. Only she was worthy of his heroic yet gentle heart. Fang Yin was irrelevant, for she preferred to indulge in the same filth. This was my first kiss too. Ding ding. Just as Kong Tingxiu was about to argue her case, the sudden ring of a phone shattered the sweet, intimate atmosphere. Upon seeing the caller ID, Qin Shiming noticed Kong Tingxiu's brow furrowed. Hello, Manager Yang. Kong Tingxiu, what are you doing? Why haven't you secured Anima's contract yet? Do you realize that the Gouda company has already taken action? They are currently hosting Boss Zhong at the Yunding Mountain Club. The voice of the market manager echoed angrily from the phone. I warn you, if you lose the Anima order, pack your bags and leave. A cloud of worry loomed over the woman's face. It's fine. I happen to have nothing to do and can accompany you for a while, serving as your driver and errand runner. Qin Shiming initially intended to mention his good relationship with Zhong Yuan, but refrained, fearing that Kong Tingxiu would consider him impractical. He decided to remain silent, believing she would understand everything once the matter was resolved. As expected, Kong Tingxiu furrowed her brows. We should hurry. If we delay, our competitors might seize the opportunity. Qin Shiming casually deflected. Kong Tingxiu, trusting him, pondered how to secure the anima order. Chapter 78. He is my man. Qin Shiming drove steadily in the old Buick, weaving through the neon-lit Jianghai. The evening breeze was gentle, and he occasionally turned to admire Kong Tingxiu's extraordinary beauty. A smile gracing his lips. Shiming, please drive carefully, she said, a blush creeping on her face, her voice clear yet shy, brimming with happiness. Qin Shiming had initially wanted to utter some flirtatious remarks, but thought better of it. With the anima order still unclaimed and his superior's threats hanging over him, it seemed unlikely he could enjoy a light-hearted exchange. There was still plenty of time ahead. Yunding Mountain, located to the south of Jianghai City, faces the sea on one side and the city on the other. It is the tallest mountain in Jianghai, a sacred place for watching sunrises and the sea of clouds, hence the name, Yunding Mountain. The villas on Yunding Mountain are highly coveted, accessible only to the affluent and powerful, for it is the domain of the wealthy. Therefore, Qin Shiming and Kong Tingxiu's old Buick were halted at the foot of the mountain, unable to proceed. Why can't we go in? Kong Tingxiu exclaimed anxiously. Inside the clubhouse, a tall man had already connected with the person in charge of anima, a representative of Bai Wei. If she missed this opportunity, the order would be lost after tonight. You cannot proceed because you lack an invitation and a sponsor. This is a gathering for the wealthy, the security guard replied dismissively, casting a glance at Kong Tingxiu. Though beautiful, her vehicle was simply too shabby. The parking lot at the top of the mountain had no cars valued under $1 million. An old Buick? Under heaven, all land is the king's. Why can't we go? Qin Shiming frowned, clearly displeased. If it weren't for Kong Tingxiu beside him, he would have liked to slap the guard's face. Cannot go. Is it because of the old Buick? What about the armored tanks of the Northern War Department? Qin Shiming thought of the countless soldiers, including himself, who had shed blood at the border to protect their homeland. Yet under the protection of people like these, they divided others into ranks. Even he was barred from ascending Yunding Mountain. Apologies, but the development rights for Yunding Mountain are held by our Lu group, so you cannot go up. Please leave promptly, the security guard said coldly, a mocking smile creeping onto his face, as if to say, you think you can ascend Yunding Mountain for a date? Just as Qin Shiming was about to explode, a black Audi A8 drove up behind them. As the window rolled down, he caught sight of Lu Ku's infuriating face. Beside him sat Fong Yin. Isn't this our school's famous academic prodigy? What's the matter? Blocked at the door by security, Lu Ku, who had frequently received slaps, felt a sting in his face and hesitated to utter anything derogatory. Yet, how could Lu Ku let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Qin Shiming frowned but remained silent, deciding to let Lu Ku be arrogant for 3 more days. After that, he would see how to dismantle his platform. A century wedding? The happiest woman. Had Qin Shiming agreed to that? Isn't this Kong, the great beauty? Why is she with someone who resembles a labor reform convict? Seeing that Qin Shiming showed no signs of anger, Lu Ku felt emboldened, especially since Yunding Mountain was his territory. With over 100 security guards at the villa, if Qin Shiming dared to act out, he would surely face dire consequences. Who I am with is not for you to explain or question. Kong Tingxiu's brows knitted tightly. Please correct your words. Shiming is not a labor reform convict. He served in the military for 3 years. And what of having served 3 years? What of having been imprisoned for 3 years? He is, after all, a failure, Fong Yin sneered, her gaze flickering with resentment towards Qin Shiming and jealousy towards Kong Tingxiu. When Fong Yin had been with Qin Shiming, many had claimed that he and Kong Tingxiu were a perfect match, which had greatly displeased her. Now, this labor reform convict she had discarded was indeed with him. Success or failure should not be judged by you. Just please show a bit of respect, setting aside our schoolmate relationship for now. He is now my man, and I will not allow you to humiliate him. Kong Tingxiu, like a protective hen, shielded Qin Shiming behind her, her gaze fixed resolutely on the 2 arrogant figures before her. 3 years ago, due to her timidity, she had missed the chance to be with him. 3 years later, she did not wish to have any regrets. She wanted the longing of the past 3 years to bear fruit. Your man? Umph. He is merely the leftovers of my plate. Is that worth boasting about? Fang Yin retorted it matters not whether I am the leftover. What is important is that I believe in looking forward, striving upward. For instance, I take finding a girlfriend very seriously, Qin Shiming said, firmly holding back the furious Kong Tingqiu. Casting a calm glance at Fang Yin. 3 years ago, it was no concern. Everyone makes mistakes. You speak nonsense. I was the one who abandoned you. Fang Yan's expression changed, as if a cat had its tail stepped on, leaping up and angered. In school, Tingqiu's academics surpassed yours. In society, her professional abilities are stronger than yours. In stark contrast to Fang Yan's furious demeanor, Qin Shiming wore a warm smile, holding Kong Tingqiu's hand tightly. Indeed, she is more beautiful than you. Her figure is also superior. You're talking nonsense, Fang Yin shouted. The truth is often harsh. I can understand your inability to accept it, just like Lu Ke being with you. Do you think he genuinely likes you? No, he merely covets your family's dominant position in Zhanghai's real estate market. Nonsense. A flicker of panic crossed Lu Ke's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Yin, please believe me. My feelings for you are genuine, and I swear. If I deceive you, may the heavens strike me down. See, I was just joking. Why take it so seriously? Is your relationship so fragile that it can't withstand a test? After all, you're to hold a century wedding, Qin Shiming teased. You. Indeed, Lu Ke was seething. Yin, let's go ignore this little poor guy. President Zhong and the others will be arriving soon. Lu Ke glared at Qin Shiming, then chose to make a hasty exit. He didn't understand how Qin Shiming had become so sharp-tongued in just a few days. Qin Shiming, do you think you could provoke me like this? No, you are mistaken. Fang Yin suddenly laughed. I know you feel regret. You can't stand the thought of me becoming the most prominent woman in Zhanghai. And you want to assert your presence, right? I tell you, it's impossible, because you are merely a labor reform convict. Slap. The crisp sound resonated. Fang Yin covered her face, stunned and furious, staring at Kong Tingqiu. Incredulous that this woman dared to strike her, he is my man. Do not insult him. Kong Tingqiu, shedding her usual gentle demeanor, stood tall, her brows raised, exuding an air of authority. Chapter 79. Isn't this Qin Laudi? This slap was loud, yet the force was not great. The harm was minimal, but the insult was profound. Lu Ke, this scoundrel struck me. Did you not see? Slap. The crisp sound echoed once more. Why did you hit me? I didn't insult you. Lu Ke's eyes widened, yet his confidence faltered. Upon meeting Qin Shiming's icy gaze, he instinctively took a step back. I've stated before, I do not strike women. However, anyone who insults my woman shall face the repercussions. Qin Shiming said calmly, I doubt what a coward. The friendship boat capsized without warning. Fang Yin shot a fierce glare at her man, still unsatisfied. After all, she was the daughter of the Fang family. Who in Zhanghai would dare strike her? Your man? Humph. Whether he is a labor reform convict is irrelevant. What matters is that he is a failure, discarded garbage. Just like we drive an Audi, well, you can only drive a dilapidated Buick. We enter Yunding Mountain Clubhouse, where security will line up to welcome us, while you will be barred from entry. The disparity in status can never be compensated in this lifetime. Your man is merely my leftover. Moreover, show some respect to your elders, understand? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Kong Tingqiu remained unafraid, meeting Fang Yan's provocation head-on. Her chin held high and gaze unwavering. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. Furthermore, I love him for who he is, not for his looks, talents, money, or status, but for his soul, stubborn as a dead duck. Fang Yin continued to sneer. You're merely using this as an excuse for your incompetence. In 3 days, when you witness me become the happiest woman in Zhanghai, you will undoubtedly regret it. Indeed, Yin, let us hasten our ascent, for Boss Zhong and his associates are soon to arrive. There is no need to stoop to the level of that impoverished lot. They are simply not on our plane, Lu Ke urged earnestly. Humph. After boarding the vehicle, Fang Yin cast a cold glare at Qin Shiming and Fang Yin, thinking to herself, petty paupers, failures. Virum. Lu Ke pressed the accelerator to the floor. departing the scene as if fleeing for his life. "Why did you not assist me in dealing with that wretched person?" Fang Yin inquired, gently caressing her exquisite visage, harboring grievances against Lu Ke, especially recalling Qin Shiming's earlier insinuation that his pursuit of her was driven by ulterior motives. Fang Yin was no fool. She grasped the underlying truths upon careful reflection. Yin, a gentleman should not engage in conflicts with women. "It would be beneath my dignity to strike a lady," Lu Ke replied, avoiding Fang Yan's gaze due to his unease. "Then cannot you teach that scoundrel Qin Shiming a lesson?" Fang Yin seethed with indignation. "If only I were capable, could I endure being slapped by him?" Lu Ke withheld his true feelings. Yin, we are individuals of status and stature. It would be beneath us to quarrel with someone as lowly as Qin Shiming. We aspire to be the most blissful couple in Jianghai City. Engaging with a pair of petty paupers would only diminish our own worth. Yet I cannot abide this. I did not anticipate that a labor camp convict would be cunning enough to collude with that wretched Kong Tingxiu. In any case, this slap cannot go unpunished. Fang Yin fumed. "It is quite simple." Lu Ke smiled upon hearing her words. "Our esteemed Lu family is currently negotiating a collaboration with Boss Zhong regarding Gouda. From my investigations, I have learned that the Baihui group, where Kong Tingxiu is employed, is fervently vying for Anima's presence in their mall. If we secure this first, it will be a slap in her face. Will it not? As far as I know, Kong Tingxiu does not hold a high position within her family. She is merely a minor supervisor at Baihui. Dealing with her should not pose much difficulty. I cannot guarantee anything else, but they shall not set foot inside the Yunding Mountain Club tonight, though we will meet Boss Zhong inside, while they remain outside, merely spectating. After the contract is signed, we can revel in their frustration. Cannot we?" This was much more agreeable to Fang Yin, who then revealed a sinister smile. Lu Ke exhaled in relief. To the foot of Yunding Mountain, Qin Shiming and Kong Tingxiu leaned against the front of the car, welcoming the gentle sea breeze. "Are we truly not going up?" Qin Shiming inquired, glancing at the woman, the cool moonlight casting a soft glow upon her, making her appear ethereal and enchanting. "No," Kong Tingxiu replied, shaking her head gently. "I conducted background checks prior to my arrival. Gouda is affiliated with the Lu family, and Yunding Mountain Club is also their territory. Ascending will yield no benefits." She cast a wistful glance at Yunding Mountain, her eyes reflecting her regret. She wished to go up, but she could not bear the thought of her man being humiliated by Fang Yin and her ilk. Business and money paled in comparison to him. In truth, one could still secure Anima's contract without going up. Qin Shiming, unable to bear the sight of her disappointment, offered consolation that, "Is that not Qin Laudi? What brings you here?" Before Qin Shiming could finish a sentence, a Lincoln pulled up beside the old Buick. As the rear window opened, Zhong Yuan's perplexed yet delighted face appeared. "Are you headed to the club above?" Zhong Yuan, astute in the ways of commerce, discerned the implications of the old Buick with a mere glance. Though the rhetoric of equality resonated loudly, in reality, society was distinctly stratified. "Are you planning to go up? But beware, the guard at the gate may bite." Qin Shiming remarked with a hint of irony. The nearby guard, overhearing this, flushed with anger yet dared not approach, recognizing the Lincoln as the vehicle of a VIP at Yunding Mountain Club. "Qin Laudi, if you do not mind, would you join me?" Zhong Yuan, showing Qin Shiming respect, stepped out to extend the invitation, only to notice Kong Tingxiu at the side of the vehicle. Kong Tingxiu, astonished, gaped in disbelief at Qin Shiming, unable to fathom that he truly knew Zhong Yuan, who addressed him so familiarly. "This is my girlfriend, Kong Tingxiu," Qin Shiming introduced, smiling gently. "Tingxiu, this is Boss Zhong of He Kong Pharmaceuticals and also the owner of Anima." "Hello, Boss Zhong," Kong Tingxiu replied, her heart racing with excitement, though she refrained from mentioning any business collaboration. More than her curiosity about Zhong Yuan, she was eager to understand how her man came to be acquainted with him, as well as with others like Li Jinshui, all prominent figures in Jianghai's commercial landscape. "So it is my sister-in-law." "No need for such formality. Simply call me Brother Zhong." Zhong Yuan feigned indignation. "Brother Zhong." "It is a pleasure," Kong Tingxiu replied with a slight nod. "Come, let us board the vehicle. We can discuss matters further at the club." With a grand gesture, Zhong Yuan invited them into the back seat. ensuring that the guard would not dare obstruct Qin Shiming's entry, who ascended the mountain with Kong Tingqiu in tow. Qin Laodi, you have an excellent eye. How did you manage to win over such a sister-in-law? Zhong Yuan jested, shedding his corporate demeanor. We are. Brother Zhong, I have harbored feelings for Shiming for many years, Kong Tingqiu declared, her cheeks aflame with shyness. Yet this time, she would not suppress her emotions. Love, after all, should be expressed passionately. Sister-in-law, you are truly devoted. I commend you, Zhong Yuan remarked, surprised, yet he raised a thumbs up in admiration. After a brief exchange, the Lincoln arrived at Yunding Mountain, where the club lay concealed within lush foliage. Exuding an air of understated elegance, they reached the parking lot. Lu Ku and Fang Yin, leading a group, hurriedly approached, though Lu Ku could not help but wonder how Zhong Yuan came to occupy the passenger seat. It seemed out of place and unconventional, but he did not dwell on it. Boss Zhong, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Please, do come in, Lu Ku greeted. Lu Zong, the pleasure is mine, Zhong Yuan replied. Qin Laodi, we have arrived. Brother Zhong, you honor us. How could we allow you to open the door for us? Qin Shiming said with a wry smile, gently pulling Kong Tingqiu as they descended. Lu Ku and Fang Yin wore radiant smiles that quickly froze, as a dark cloud swiftly overshadowed their faces. What are those two doing here? Who permitted your entrance in a Yunding Mountain Club? Fang Yin, driven by her emotions, accused, recalling the earlier humiliation. Zhong Yuan frowned. They're my esteemed guests. Is there something wrong with my invitation? Are you forcing me to revoke my membership? Chapter 80. It's time to disrobe. Are you forcing me to revoke my membership? Zhong Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it carried an unmistakable authority. Though Hekong Pharmaceuticals might not rival the likes of the Fong and Lu families in Zhanghai City, the connections woven behind it span the nation and indeed the world. In this circle, who would dare to disregard Zhong Yuan? Should Zhong Yuan withdraw his membership from Yunding Mountain Club, it would incite a chorus of others to follow suit, and while losing a bit of revenue was inconsequential, damaging relationships was an entirely different matter. The essence of commerce lies in profit, and relationships are the fastest route to that profit. Lu Ku and Fang Yin understood this all too well. Hence their palpable anxiety. And no, absolutely not. Fang Yin stammered, her mind clearing in an instant. As she forced a smile, you are a guest we could scarcely hope to invite. Then my friends may enter, yes? Zhong Yuan inquired, regarding Fang Yin with a nonchalant glance that he had conducted discreet inquiries into Qin Shiming and was somewhat aware of the animosity between him and Fang Yin. After all, he was the CEO of Hekong Pharmaceuticals, a man of considerable wealth who could not afford to consume just any medicine. The results spoke for themselves. After taking Qin Shiming's medicine, his vigor had returned, even exceeding his former self. Coupled with their previous interactions, he had grown to trust Qin Shiming. However, in the business realm, unless it was a matter of deep personal grievance, one would not overtly show favoritism. Moreover, with Qin Shiming's remarkable medical skills, did he even require support? At most, he could lend a bit of encouragement. Yes, they may enter, Fang Yin replied through gritted teeth, nodding repeatedly. Please come in. Lu Ku shot Fang Yin a glance, ushering Zhong Yuan, Qin Shiming, and Kong Tingqiu into the club, bowing and scraping, feeling utterly humiliated. However, matters grew even more vexing when Lu Ku, representing Gouda, presented a contract for negotiation, only for Zhong Yuan to wave his hand dismissively, proceeding to sign a contract with Baihui before Lu Ku's very eyes, without even glancing at it. Qin Laodi, do you consider me an outsider? Once the contract was signed, Zhong Yuan glared at Qin Shiming, his excitement palpable. Had I known you and sister-in-law were interested in collaborating with Anima, a phone call would have sufficed. What was the need for me to come personally? After a long night of exertion, you must be famished. Let me treat you to dinner. I have yet to express my gratitude for your previous assistance, and tonight I shall ensure you do not leave empty-handed, without waiting for Qin Shiming's consent. He called for Lu Ku to prepare a lavish feast. Though Lu Ku was seething with frustration, he dared not refuse. After all, if this order fell through, there would still be opportunities in the future. He could not afford to offend Zhong Yuan over a failed contract. Thus, Lu Ku put forth exceptional effort in arranging a sumptuous meal, serving delicacies such as sea cucumber and abalone in less than half an hour. The dishes were served, and Luke, who had 2 bottles of Fetian Matai, brought to the table. Zhong, let us eat while it's hot. The taste diminishes once it cools, he said, forcibly pulling Fang Yin to sit down. Zhong Yuan frowned slightly and replied with a faint smile, Lu Xiao, why not busy yourself with something else? I'm currently entertaining guests. Lu Ku and Fang Yin exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they were unceremoniously dismissed before they had even settled. This time, Zhong Yuan's words were unmistakably clear. You too leave? Although Lu Ku hailed from an illustrious family, he was still a junior in Zhong Yuan's eyes, who did not regard him highly, of course. Had it been Lu Ku's father, the situation would have been entirely different. Yes, you carry on with your conversation, Lu Ku said, forcing a smile, as he dragged Fang Yin out of the private room in disgrace. He couldn't fathom why Zhong Yuan held such authority over him. Once outside, Fang Yin's pent-up anger finally erupted. Shoo, keep your voice down, Lu Ku said, sweating coldly as he pulled Fang Yin into another room. Lowering his voice, Yin, do you think I'm not angry? But there's nothing I can do. That scoundrel Qin Shiming somehow ingratiated himself with Zhong Yuan. It's not about being unable to offend him. It is simply unnecessary to make enemies, you understand? Didn't I ask you to investigate Qin Shiming? Any results yet? Fang Yin, though furious, understood Lu Ku's reasoning. It was pointless to provoke Zhong Yuan if they couldn't stand up to him. They could only vent their frustrations on Qin Shiming and that conniving Kong Tingqiu. No, Lu Ku shook his head with a bitter smile. So foolish. This method is quite good. I have someone within the system. Lu Ku's smile returned. And that wretched Kong Tingqiu, I won't let her off easily either. If she strikes at me, she must pay the price. That makes it easier. Bai Wei has long since placed our people in position. Dealing with him will be a breeze. Lu Ku beamed with growing satisfaction. Meanwhile, Qin Shiming and his partner were enjoying a lively conversation with Zhong Yuan, discussing nothing related to business, but rather amusing anecdote from life. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Kong Tingqiu's smile grew brighter. Her judgment had proven accurate. Her man remained as exceptional as he had been 3 years ago, unchanged. Qin Laudi, the last time you helped me. Your health has rejuvenated, but the herbs you requested, my friends and I have yet to locate. That I truly apologize. Let this drink express my regret, Zhong Yuan said, raising his glass. There is no need for such formality. Zhong Leoj, Qin Shiming intercepted with a gentle smile. These herbs are extremely rare. It's not surprising they can't be found. Your willingness to assist is more than enough, and to speak otherwise would be quite rude. Qin Laudi, just let me drink this. If I don't now, how can I ask you for help in the future? Zhong Yuan said with a wry smile. However, Qin Shiming, with a firm grip, held Zhong Yuan's wrist, rendering him immobile. But as the saying goes, a gentleman's friendship is as light as water. There should be no complications. Besides, didn't you just sign a contract with Kong Tingqiu? Qin Shiming raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying implication that Zhong Yuan might have a request. Zhong Yuan replied, Qin Laudi, to be candid, my wife has a younger sister who suffered severe burns in an accident years ago, leaving over 90% of her skin damaged. After 5 years of searching for renowned doctors, both domestically and abroad, I have yet to find a solution. Over 90% of her skin burned. 5 years? Qin Shiming frowned. What? Are you also at a loss, Qin Laudi? Zhong Yuan's expression darkened. No, this condition is treatable, but there is a significant obstacle. What obstacle? She is a woman. Treating her requires undressing, and quite thoroughly at that. However, I already have a girlfriend, as he spoke. Qin Shiming glanced at Kong Tingqiu, his eyes filled with affection. Such a precious girl. How could he dare to let her down? Sister-in-law, could you grant me a favor? I assure you, I will not lead Qin Laudi astray. Zhong Yuan turned to Kong Tingqiu, adamant that he would not allow Zhong Yuan to gain favor with his sister-in-law. Chapter 81. Is her girlfriend rented? Who would look at the current appearance of my sister-in-law? Zhong Yuan sighed deeply, reflecting on the whims of fate. Shiming, despite the differences between men and women, a doctor must see only the patient, not the gender. Kong Tingqiu, possessing a kind heart, understood the importance of appearance to a woman, that if you have a solution, you must help the sister-in-law, You are so understanding. Thank you. Thank you. Zhong Yuan expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Of course, I will help. Qin Shiming was never one to hesitate with friends, but he insisted that a specific treatment plan could only be decided after examining the patient. Where is the patient? Jianghai City. I have quite a lot on my plate recently, so I may not be able to leave that my sister-in-law is currently in Jianghai. I will send someone. No, I will personally come and pick up Qin Laodi first thing tomorrow. Zhong Yuan quickly corrected himself. And no need. Just tell me the location, and I will go directly. Qin Shiming waved his hand, indicating that Zhong Yuan need not be so polite. That one do. I feel quite bad for not being able to help you find the herds last time. And now having to trouble you again, that I must come and pick you up? Zhong Yuan insisted. Qin Shiming finally relented, and once the main topic was concluded, the atmosphere at the table became exceptionally cordial. Around 10:30 that evening, Kong Tingqiu received multiple phone calls from her mother, compelling her to reluctantly leave the gathering. After the gathering dispersed, Zhong Yuan's driver was responsible for taking Qin Shiming and Kong Tingqiu home. The two gazed lovingly at each other, about to share a farewell kiss, when Kong Jia emerged from the house. Her face darkened as she glared at Qin Shiming. Until my demands are met, you shall not lay a finger on my daughter, you bothersome toad. Now leave. Subsequently, Kong Jia received a call from her second sister-in-law, informing her that Zhou and I had been reassigned from the supervisory position to the grassroots traffic team. Reassigned? More like exiled. The second sister-in-law's family shifted all blame onto Kong Jia and her daughter, claiming that Kong Tingqiu's boyfriend, Qin Shiming, had affected Zhou Ni's career development due to his criminal record. Mom, please be a bit kinder to Shiming. He is my boyfriend, Kong Tingqiu protested, her brow furrowed in disapproval. Kinder? Humph. Kong Jia threatened. You go inside, and if you say another word, I will ensure you never see him again. Mom, upon hearing this, Kong Tingqiu's defiance wavered. Shiming, one must have self-awareness. If you lack it, perhaps you should take a moment to reflect. You are not worthy of our Tingqiu. Annie, didn't you give me a year? Why is that changing now? Detecting Kong Jia's intention to thwart their romance, Qin Shiming frowned. That am I not allowed to make decisions regarding my own daughter? Leave, or I will break your legs. She is your daughter, but she is also my woman. However, that night, it was destined that someone would lose sleep over Qin Shiming. Zhou Qi, the director of the Jianghai City Supervisory Institute, was among them. Old Huang, do you still remember the case involving Qin Shiming from 3 years ago? Upon returning home, Zhou Qi contacted the captain of the supervisory team, Huang Cheng, whom he had been grooming as a successor. Director, you mean the case where Qin Shiming drove and caused a fatal accident? Huang Cheng asked. I actually reviewed the case file after dinner. There are quite a few discrepancies that I was planning to report to you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, please invite him over. I will be waiting for him at the Supervisory Institute. Zhou Qi contemplated for a moment before speaking solemnly. Be sure to afford him due respect, as oldly mentioned. This individual is certainly extraordinary. Understood, Director. The next day, Qin Shiming was roused from his slumber by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Shiming, wake up quickly. Someone is looking for you. Mom? Who is looking for me? Qin Shiming rubbed his drowsy eyes. Confusion etched on his face. Shiming. Before Chun Lian could explain, Kong Tingqiu waved at Qin Shiming, her serene face adorned with a gentle and warm smile, clad in a white long dress that added an air of purity and elegance. Tingqiu, what brings you here? Qin Shiming was momentarily taken aback before smiling. Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is Kong Tingqiu, my classmate, but now she's my girlfriend, and thus, your future daughter-in-law. Hello, Uncle and Annie. Kong Tingqiu greeted, her cheeks slightly flushed as she bowed respectfully. Oh my, what a lovely young lady. Please take a seat. Qin Jun and Chun Lian exchanged glances filled with delight before eagerly inviting Kong Tingqiu to sit down. The more they looked at her, the more they liked her. Wife, why are you just standing there? Hurry and pour some water for the young lady. Qin Jun urged, and no need to trouble yourselves, Uncle and Auntie. Really, it's fine. Kong Tingqiu felt a bit nervous and flustered, but more so, she was overjoyed. Though Qin Shiming's parents were the working class, they appeared approachable, kind-hearted, and low-key. However, during the years Qin Shiming was away, the family had fallen into disrepair. The water Chen Lian brought was plain boiled water, devoid of tea leaves or sugar. Grandpa, Uncle, what is all this commotion early in the morning? At that moment, Xiao Qiao also woke up, and upon seeing the beautiful girl in the room, her sleepiness vanished instantly. Uncle, is this your girlfriend? Indeed, she's your uncle's girlfriend and will also be your future aunt. Qin Shiming cradled Xiao Qiao in his arms, his face radiating affection while simultaneously reflecting deep concern. Who was it that poisoned Wu Juan? Why would anyone resort to such cruelty against a child? Listen, this is the child of my elder brother and sister-in-law. Xiao Qiao, Qin Shiming further introduced to Kong Tingqiu. Xiao Qiao is truly beautiful, yet I must apologize for not bringing you a gift upon my arrival. Would it be acceptable if I brought you one next time? Dear aunt, Kong Tingqiu, who also had a fondness for children, smiled. I don't want a gift. Xiao Qiao shook her head and said, Annie, could you take me to our class's weekend gathering? Send me in my mommy's name. As my classmates keep saying I don't have a mother, so... Before she could finish, the once joyous atmosphere in the room grew heavy, evoking a poignant ache in the hearts of those present. Particularly Chen Lian, who turned away to discreetly wipe her tears. The love of parents is irreplaceable, regardless of how well Chen Lian and Qin Jun treat Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao, don't be troublesome. Annie has come to see your uncle for something important. There's no time to take you. Come now, be good. Grandpa will take you, and he'll buy you some treats on the way. Xiao Qiao bit her lip, her face showing disappointment. Qin Jun looked at his son with confusion, while Qin Shiming gave his father a reassuring glance that, oh, that's wonderful. Let's go meet my classmates. Soon. Xiao Qiao was ready with her backpack, joyfully tugging at Qin Shiming and Kong Tingqiu, unable to conceal her excitement. However, just as they reached the entrance of the community, they encountered Aunt Lu Xiaoli, who had come to visit as a guest. Qin Shiming was aware that Lu Xiaoli looked down upon his family, yet he paid it little mind. Hello, Auntie, Kong Tingqiu greeted hurriedly. Girlfriend? Lu Xiaoli scrutinized Kong Tingqiu suspiciously, feeling inexplicably irked that this girl was far more beautiful than her own daughter. Shiming, is this girlfriend of yours rented? I understand your desire to bring honor to your parents, but young people should remain grounded. Lu Xiaoli suddenly considered a certain possibility that a man who had spent 3 years in prison, lacking power or influence. How could he possibly have such a stunning girlfriend? It defied logic. Does this concern you in any way? No. Annie, Tingqiu, and I have developed our relationship step by step from being classmates. Our feelings are genuine. Qin Shiming replied, slightly furrowing his brow but restraining his anger. You two have known each other for a long time? Lu Xiaoli's heart sank further upon hearing this. Her own son still lacked a partner. So why should Qin Shiming, who had served time, and whose family background was inferior, have found a girlfriend first? Young lady, my nephew has a criminal record. You must think carefully lest you jeopardize your lifelong happiness. Perhaps you should wait a bit longer. My son is about to graduate from graduate school and will soon start an internship at Galaxy Digital Entertainment. Would you consider that? Kong Tingqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could someone really speak ill of their nephew in front of him, while simultaneously attempting to woo his girlfriend? This was outrageous. All right, I'll head upstairs now. Do hurry up. Lu Xiaoli cast a lingering glance at Kong Tingqiu before making her way upstairs. Shiming, what is going on? Kong Tingqiu lowered her voice, expressing her bewilderment. Actually, they look down on us and bully your uncle. Xiao Qiao interjected, Uncle, don't worry. Xiao Qiao will study hard and improve every day in the future. I will earn a lot of money and ensure they no longer dare to look down on you or bully Grandpa and Grandma. Indeed, our Xiao Qiao is the best, Qin Shiming exclaimed, lifting Xiao Qiao up while giving Kong Tingqiu a look that suggested they would discuss these matters later. Kong Tingqiu understood and refrained from further questioning, driving Xiao Qiao to school and waiting until class began before leaving. Meanwhile, after Lu Xiaoli ascended the stairs, she wasted no time getting to the point. Is Shiming dating someone? Is she his classmate? Lu Xiaoli sat upright on the sofa, crossing her legs with an air of superiority. Yes, Qin Jun replied, leaning against the wall, puffing on his pipe, his weathered face filled with joy. Is the Qin family's ancestral grave smoking because of your reformed son? Humph. Lu Xiaoli could no longer tolerate it. It's because our Mu Shue is with Yi Ming. You may not know, but Yi Ming just graduated from graduate school and is about to start working. He and Mu Shue will be at the same company. Though Galaxy Digital Entertainment may not be large now, it will eventually go public with boundless prospects. The Qin family's ancestral grave, smoking has nothing to do with Qin shimming. Ahem. Although Qin Jun felt displeased, he dared not offend Lu Xiaoli, so he awkwardly smiled and changed the subject. Sister-in-law is right. Mu Xue and Yi Ming are promising. By the way, did you come over early this morning for something specific? Actually, there is something that concerns your son, Qin Shimming. Upon mentioning serious matters, Lu Xiaoli knitted her brows and asked sternly, how did Qin Shimming get into the marketing department of Galaxy Digital Entertainment? Why hasn't he started working despite passing the interview? If this causes his superior to vent their anger on Mu Xue, it will affect her career. Who takes responsibility for that? Sister-in-law, Shimming told me he passed the interview, but 1T starred until next week. This shouldn't affect Mu Xue, right? Chunlian glanced worriedly at Qin Jun. If it weren't for Mu Xue's connections, would he have even passed the interview? He spent 3 years in prison. How many bad habits did he pick up? Can he cherish this opportunity and perform well? Lu Xiaoli glared at Chunlian and her husband and stood up, preparing to leave. By the way. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Connecting this with their son's previous identity, Qin Jun and Chunlian felt a knot in their throats. Excuse me, is this Qin Shimming's residence? Huang Qing asked while pulling out his identification. Yes, Qin Shimming lives here. Huang Chang frowned, puzzled by who this woman was. I sent this Qin Shimming's home. I've always thought he was a bad egg since he was a child. He was just released after 3 days of education. And guess what? Just now, he deceived a girl. This is unacceptable. He must be apprehended. Lu Xiaoli calculated that if they could get Qin Shimming arrested again, her son would have a chance with that stunning girlfriend of his. Auntie, you mustn't speak recklessly. Our Shimming. Qin Jun could no longer remain silent and argued heatedly. What do you know? The saying, the dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement applies here. Lu Xiaoli exploded in anger. How dare a poor, crippled man talk back? Do you not realize your own status? Qin Jun's face flushed with indignation, yet he found himself powerless to counter her. Inspector, please listen to me. This boy has always been up to no good. Oh, is that so? A calm yet slightly cold voice echoed from the stairwell. Annie, why don't you explain to me how I've been up to no good since childhood? What do you mean by saying a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement? However, Lu Xiaoli felt no embarrassment. With the inspector present and Qin Shimming's criminal record, what was wrong with saying a few words to him? Am I wrong? Didn't you serve time? Lu Xiaoli's voice grew loud, akin to a shrew, as she shouted, who doesn't know you've been in prison? You just got out a few days ago, and you aren't even working. Where did you get the money to buy an animus suit? Where's your girlfriend from? Isn't it just swindling and cheating? Are you saying you've done nothing wrong? Qin Shimming shook his head slightly. Once someone forms a bias, it is challenging to dispel. Indeed, it has only been a few days since your release, and you're already wearing designer clothes? I heard anima suits are quite expensive, costing at least 50 to 60,000. How many bottles of shoe polish would his father have to sell at the market to save up 50 to 60,000? The money can't be clean. Either it's stolen or robbed. A crowd of neighbors gathered, pointing and whispering, while Qin Jun and Chunlian hung their heads, their faces filled with sorrow and bitterness. Qin Shimming did not bother to refute. He was too weary to argue. Have you all had enough? Who told you that Mr. Qin served 3 years in prison? Huang Chang could no longer contain himself. Let me tell you, he served 3 years as a soldier, a frontier warrior, a hero. If anyone dares to spread rumors, I'll ensure he receives free royal rations. After saying this, Huang Chang shot Lu Xiaoli a fierce glare. Did he really serve 3 years in the military? What does that have to do with you? Lu Xiaoli moved her lips but dared not retort. Mr. Qin, it is a pleasure to see you again. Huang Chang cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, ultimately stepping forward to extend a smile and a handshake to Qin Shimming, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Would a supervisory meeting involve shaking hands with a convict? Unthinkable. Hello. Qin Shimming nodded slightly, forcing a wry smile. However, the next time you come to see me, perhaps consider changing out of that outfit to avoid any misconceptions. Huang Chang, undeterred by the gossip surrounding him, sincerely bowed to Qin Shimming in apology. Oh, come now, that was just a jest. Noticing this, Qin Shiming quickly supported Huang Cheng. Please do come in. He welcomed Huang Cheng and his party into his home, asking Kong Tingqiu to assist Chen Lian in serving tea and refreshments. Neighbors craned their necks to peek inside, their faces reflecting envy. Sister-in-law, do you have any matters to attend to? Qin Jun, in truth, harbored a dislike for his brother's wife. Thus, his inquiry implicitly signaled it was time for her to leave. Nothing to worry about. Lu Xiaoli exited with a grim expression. Uncle, Aunt, please don't trouble yourselves. I shall only speak a few words and be on my way. After taking a sip of hot water from Chen Lian's hands, Huang Cheng was mildly taken aback by the family's evident poverty. Yet he pondered why Jin Shui from Baiyun Pharmaceutical had previously stated they had offered $1 million in medical fees, but Qin Shiming had accepted not a penny. Not at all, not at all. Qin Jun pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes, extending it with both hands, startling Huang Cheng into an upright position. Although it was merely a common brand of Hometown Mountain cigarettes, Huang Cheng felt compelled to accept and light one that despite the harshness that stung his throat, he forced a smile of satisfaction. Qin Shiming's honor must be upheld. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Huang Cheng expressed his gratitude repeatedly. There's no need for such formality. Chen Lian beamed, adding, we ought to be the ones thanking you. It was you who cleared our Shiming's name, or else those people would still be spreading rumors. The innocent shall be vindicated, while the guilty shall incriminate themselves. Mother, do not pay too much heed to others' gazes. We must live with a clear conscience. Qin Shiming was aware of the grievances and humiliations his parents had endured over the years. Nevertheless, he truly did not care about being wronged. Those who believe in me need no explanation. Those who do not, do I owe them an explanation. Despite his youth, Qin Shiming possessed remarkable insight and clarity in life. At these words, Huang Cheng's eyes brightened, realizing why Jin Shui held him in such high regard. Such composure was not something the average person could possess. Captain Huang, you arrived early. Is there something you need? Qin Shiming inquired proactively. Director Zhou would like to invite you for tea. Would that be convenient? Huang Qing asked in a consultative tone. Convenient? How could it not be? Qin Jun, overhearing, thought to himself that even the director of the Supervisory Institute sought his son for tea. His son was indeed impressive. Father, I still need to accompany Tingqiu. However, Qin Shiming slightly furrowed his brow. Shiming, Director Zhou might have matters to discuss. A brief team meeting won't take much time. You should go. Kong Tingqiu nudged Qin Shiming gently. The man, while concerned for Kong Tingqiu, was also aware that he could not be solely preoccupied with familial affections. Very well. I can spare only half a day. I have a patient this afternoon. Qin Shiming considered briefly and then told Kong Tingqiu, Tingqiu, you stay at home. We shall visit Brother Zhong later. All right. After giving a few instructions, Qin Shiming departed with Huang Cheng and the others. Huang Cheng, this time, extended ample courtesy, dispatching 2 police cars and 6 motorcycles, capturing the attention of many in the neighborhood. Amidst the crowd's whispers of skepticism, Huang Cheng respectfully ushered Qin Shiming into the vehicle, indirectly lifting the label of convict from him. In response, Qin Shiming remained unfazed. He would not alter anything due to others' gazes. During the journey, Qin Shiming and Huang Cheng exchanged light-hearted banter, arriving at the Jianghai City Supervisory Institute half an hour later. Director Zhou Qi awaited them personally at the entrance, underscoring his regard for Qin Shiming. Director Zhou, it is good to see you again. Qin Shiming greeted him with a smile. Brother Qin, I have been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Come, let us sit in my office. After the customary pleasantries, Zhou Qi led Qin Shiming into his office, with Huang Cheng trailing closely behind, a thick stack of documents tucked under his as soon as they entered the office. The tea was freshly brewed, and Qin Shiming wasted no time. Director Zhou, regarding your chronic ailment, I mentioned last night that acupuncture can only alleviate and prevent deterioration, but it cannot cure for a complete recovery. Surgery is necessary to remove the shrapnel pressing on your heart. Brother Qin, I did not invite you here for my health, but rather for your own. Zhou Qi felt delighted. He appreciated that Qin Shiming was more concerned about him than seeking personal gain, unlike others who clamored for benefits at the slightest hint of merit. What a joke, the esteemed director of the Jianghai City Supervisory Institute, needing to owe favors. Zhou Qi, however, regarded Qin Shiming as an exception, as he owed him a life debt, yet mentioned it not. Anyone else might have already been seeking favor. For me, Qin Shiming momentarily refrained from delving deeper, wondering if he had fallen into some trouble again. No, it pertains to the traffic accident 3 years ago, Zhou Qi remarked, casting a glance at Huang Cheng. Mr. Qin, first, thank you for diagnosing Director Zhou last night. Considering the director's privacy, we refrained from discussing it openly at your residence. I hope for your understanding. Huang Cheng asserted, emphasizing that the director's health status was confidential, not to be disclosed to outsiders or competitors. Health is the foundation of revolution, that he then expressed gratitude, stating, without your consent. We reviewed the files from that year last night and uncovered some clues. Mr. Qin, you have been wronged, and regarding the Fong family's current stance towards you, do you wish for us to reveal the truth? A simple nod will suffice. Upon finishing, Huang Cheng and Zhou Qi fixed their gazes on Qin Shiming. You are investigating me? Qin Shiming's expression darkened slightly. Everyone had their privacy, and no one wished to be exposed under the glaring sun. We do wish to investigate. However, concerning the materials from those 3 years, we lack the authority to access your files. Zhou Qi shook his head with a bitter smile. Brother Qin, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to express my gratitude. What you did was a simple favor for you. Yet for me, it was a life-saving grace. I may need to trouble you again in the future. The Lei brothers, Lei Hu and Lei Bao, had tirelessly sought the truth, attempting to unearth the mastermind behind the incidents. Yet after several days, they had found nothing. The broken leg of their father, the lies of elder brother and sister-in-law, and the poison within Xiao Chao all seemed to point to an unseen hand lurking in the shadows. Zhou Qi, however, held the reins of the Zhanghai City supervisory system, making investigations considerably simpler. This matter will be a priority for us. Additionally, I prepared a set of license plates for you. I kindly ask you to accept them, lest you think little of me. With that, Zhou Qi signaled Huang Cheng to open a leather bag, revealing 2 license plates that fell out. The numbers 588 stood out conspicuously. Director Zhou, this seems unnecessary. I have no car, and public transport is quite convenient. Qin Shiming slightly shook his head. He had never cared for material possessions. Although the license plates were eye-catching, to him, they were merely a string of auspicious numbers, akin to the balance in a bank account. Of little practical use, a car is a man's steed for conquering the world. Without a trusty steed, how could one navigate the realms? Zhou Qi replied, Brother Qin, you neither steal nor rob, living a good life through your own efforts. Should you still fear others' opinions? I understand your indifference to fame and fortune. But allow me to advise you to consider your family. I know your parents have not fared well these past few years. And what of your young lady friend? Do you not wish for them to enjoy a better life? Chapter 84. The kind of exposure after leaving the Supervisory Institute. Qin Shiming felt a weight on his heart. He knew his family did not crave material indulgences, yet the harsh reality of their situation was undeniable. It was time to prioritize making money. Zhou Qi's words held a measure of truth. His parents may not care for luxuries, but as a son, should he not ensure they live comfortably? Kong Tingqiu remained calm and unconcerned about material possessions. Otherwise, given her beauty and charm, marrying into wealth would be effortless for her. However, Kong Tingqiu's mother was quite the materialist. Beep-da-beep-beep. Just as Qin Shiming contemplated this, Kong Tingqiu called, Tingqiu, I will be home shortly. Do not worry. On the other end, Kong Tingqiu's voice was urgent, yet her mood was clearly disheartened. What has happened at the company? Did we not finalize the contract last night? Qin Shiming furrowed his brow. It was the weekend, and the contract had indeed been secured. Who would dare cause trouble for Kong Tingqiu in the short term? After speaking, Kong Tingqiu hurriedly hung up. Qin Shiming did not dwell on it. Since Kong Tingqiu was not home, and knowing his father would likely be out selling goods, he decided to contact Zhong Yuan, intending to treat Zhong Yuan's sister-in-law first. An hour later, as lunchtime approached, Qin Shiming arrived at the Donghu Mountain Villa. Donghu Mountain was a low-key, established villa area in Zhanghai City, named after a small lake spanning hundreds of acres located in the eastern foothills. Along the southwestern edge of Donghu Mountain, a row of townhouses had been constructed, offering a picturesque view of the sea and a tranquil valley filled with the warmth of spring. What a wonderful place. Qin Shiming thought to himself, silently commending the scenery. Brother Qin, I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. Gazing upon the picturesque landscape, Zhong Yuan, with his protruding belly, hurriedly made his way out. I truly apologize. He began, I had promised to personally drive to fetch you last night, but I was delayed by the need to persuade my sister-in-law. I feel guilty for making you come here yourself. Not at all, Qin Shiming replied. I had matters to attend to this morning anyway. He was not perturbed. Everyone has their moments of misfortune. Thank you for understanding. Please, come inside. Zhong Yuan ushered Qin Shiming into the villa. Inside, apart from the housekeeper, a woman in her 30s sat elegantly on the sofa. Huang Qingqing, Zhong Yuan's wife, who had previously met Qin Shiming. Dear, look who has arrived, Zhong Yuan announced. Brother Qin is here. Please have a seat. Huang Qingqing's smile brightened upon seeing Qin Shiming. There's no need to sit. We should tend to the patient promptly, she insisted. I trust you have all been waiting long enough. Qin Shiming shook his head and got straight to the point. The urgency of the patient's condition is paramount. That is the duty of a healer. I can indeed provide treatment, but concerning my sister. Huang Qingqing's expression faltered, her words trailing off. Qin Shiming's demeanor remained calm. His gaze fixed on Huang Qingqing. It must be said, she was strikingly beautiful, with a statuesque figure, exquisite features, and skin as radiant as freshly fallen snow. However, this woman bore a hidden affliction. I understand your concerns for your sister. But I must mention that the birthmark on your leg is quite troubling. I actually have a remedy for that. What? How do you know I have a birthmark on my leg? Huang Qingqing's face paled, and she stood abruptly, casting a bewildered glance at her husband. No one besides her closest kin knew of the sizable black birthmark on her leg, standing at nearly 1.7 meters tall with a curvaceous figure. Huang Qingqing, despite being in her 30s, still exuded youthful vigor and the charm of a sophisticated woman, thanks to her husband's substantial wealth and access to top-tier skincare products. Yet, the birthmark on her leg remained an undeniable flaw. She never dared wear skirts and insisted on keeping the lights off during intimate moments with her husband. Don't look at me like that. No matter how much of a scoundrel I am, I would never divulge such private matters to Brother Qin. Zhong Yuan exclaimed, equally perplexed. Brother Qin, how do you know about my wife's birthmark? The principles of traditional Chinese medicine involve observation and inquiry. It is not difficult, Qin Shiming replied nonchalantly. With sufficient focus, I could even discern the locations of moles on your body. Traditional Chinese medicine truly is profound, Zhong Yuan mused, momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. If I didn't trust your abilities, I might think you were having an affair with my wife. Come now, what are you saying? Huang Qingqing's face paled as she shot Zhong Yuan a glare before turning to Qin Shiming with a slight bow. Brother Qin, I meant no disrespect. Over the years, I have sought the best doctors for my sister's illness, but to no avail. She has grown increasingly disheartened and resistant to treatment. That is understandable, Qin Shiming replied, acknowledging her concerns. Look at that. Brother Qin is quite considerate, Zhong Yuan remarked, giving Qin Shiming a thumbs up. All right, please wait a moment. I will go speak with my sister, then you may come in. Upon mentioning her sister, Huang Qingqing's face betrayed her sadness and frustration as she gracefully ascended the stairs. After about 10 minutes, Huang Qingqing signaled for Qin Shiming to enter. The bedroom was small, adorned entirely in white, creating an oppressive atmosphere, and there wasn't even a mirror in sight. All the furniture and appliances were padded, likely due to the patient's previous attempts at self-harm, through the sheer white mosquito netting. Qin Shiming could faintly discern a figure reclining on the bed, dressed entirely in white, her face obscured by a gauzy veil. Little sister, Dr. Qin is here to examine you. Rest assured, Brother Qin is the most skilled physician I have ever encountered. With him here, you will surely recover swiftly, Zhong Yuan gently encouraged. Let him in, came a soft, yet profoundly sorrowful voice from behind the veil. Qin Shiming wasted no time. He lifted the mosquito net, seated himself beside the bed, and calmly regarded the woman. Her eyes sparkled brightly, yet they were clouded with resistance and a world-weary disdain. Remove the veil. I must assess the extent of the burns. I won't take it off. The woman protested, frowning. We must remove the veil now. During the actual treatment, you will need to undress completely. Qin Shiming stated bluntly, his steady gaze meeting hers. Of course, You may choose to refuse or doubt my skills, in which case I shall take my leave. However, do you wish to remain here forever, hidden away like a mouse? Do you truly intend to live your life as a rodent, hiding in the sewers? Too afraid to face the world? Qin Shiming's tone was calm, yet cutting, his words sharp as a knife. Coughing slightly, Zhong Yuan and Huang Qingqing exchanged anxious glances, their palms clammy with sweat, fearing they might provoke their sister-in-law. Before her unfortunate incident, Lu Yuanyuan, the sister-in-law, was a stunning beauty with a melodious voice, a top model renowned throughout the land. Countless suitors, including numerous nobles and young talents, had vied for her attention. After the incident, however, their attitudes shifted dramatically, shunning her as though she were a plague. The proud Lu Yuanyuan was deeply wounded. The scars on her heart were far heavier than those on her body. She wished to avoid all contact, even contemplating suicide, her record being upwards of 10 attempts in a single day. Zhong Yuan and Huang Qingqing genuinely feared their sister-in-law might not endure the pain again and might resist treatment altogether. However, after a moment of tension, Huang Qingqing slowly raised her hand and removed the white veil. What lay before them was a face so grotesque, it resembled the pockmarked surface of the moon. Upon witnessing her sister's condition, Huang Qingqing's eyes brimmed with tears. Though the extensive scars could be treated, complete recovery would require considerable time, and they should prepare themselves for that eventuality. Qin Shiming showed no signs of disgust. His gaze remained deep and clear as he carefully examined the scars before taking Huang Qingqing's pulse. How long will it take? Huang Qingqing inquired, her excitement palpable upon hearing that Qin Shiming could indeed provide treatment. A 7-day treatment cycle. Approximately 3 cycles should lead to recovery. However, Qin Shiming glanced at Lu Yuanyuan and asked, "How well can you endure pain?" Huang Qingqing queried, "What do you mean, Brother Qin?" All three exchanged puzzled looks, with Zhong Yuan interjecting, "What does enduring pain have to do with treatment?" "It does," Qin Shiming affirmed solemnly. "The pain involved will be akin to being burned again, so the patient must be mentally prepared." "I wish to know your treatment plan," Huang Qingqing countered, her voice husky and somewhat strained, likely due to her infrequent speaking. "Let me describe it this way," Qin Shiming pondered before continuing. "Your skin is entirely necrotic. It must be removed to allow new flesh to grow, essentially a process of renewal." "Renewal?" Huang Qingqing frowned. "Precisely," Qin Shiming nodded. "For instance, when a healthy person's finger is cut, it heals naturally within a few days. However, you cannot heal because your outer skin has died and lacks regenerative capabilities. Hence, you have been virtually impervious to mosquito bites for all these years. The treatment plan consists of 3 steps." Noticing the silence that had fallen over the group, all eyes fixed on him, Qin Shiming continued. "First, the removal of the necrotic skin. Second, the elimination of the scars. And third, utilizing medications and herbal baths to promote skin regeneration." What about the first step?" Zhong Yuan inquired, puzzled. "The first step has already been undertaken, and it appears to have produced satisfactory results," Qin Shiming replied, studying Huang Qingqing with interest. Although she appeared unappealing now, she had undoubtedly been a stunning beauty before her burns. "Undertaken? We were unaware of this," Zhong Yuan remarked, bewildered. Psychological scars and inner demons. Qin Shiming's sharp gaze fell upon Huang Qingqing, that if he was correct, the patient had sought death multiple times due to her burns. Her spirit was thoroughly crushed, and no matter how skilled a physician he was, it would be futile unless he could address her mental state. Thus, he had intentionally provoked her with his words. "Due to the extensive burns, the treatment will require complete exposure. Can you manage that?" The final question was directed at Lu Yuanyuan, as only with her consent could he proceed with the treatment. "How confident are you?" Lu Yuanyuan questioned, her eyes locked on Qin Shiming's, a glimmer of yearning and hope replacing her previous resistance. "If I claim to be entirely confident, you would doubt me. If I say I have little confidence, you would worry. In life, one must possess the courage to take decisive action. Could things possibly worsen than they are now?" Qin Shiming replied calmly. "Little sister, Brother Qin's medical skills are exceptional. I have personally experienced them, and they are truly remarkable." Zhong Yuan chimed in, supporting Qin Shiming's credibility. "Yuanyuan, sister, brother-in-law, you need not persuade me further. I accept the treatment and will cooperate fully, Lu Yuanyuan declared, fixing her gaze on Qin Shiming. I trust you. You will not let me down, will you? Prepare the medicinal materials, Zhong Yuan instructed, summoning his secretary to gather the necessary items, while Huang Qingqing ensured the kitchen prepared an extravagant lunch. Before they even began their meal, Zhong Yuan and Huang Qingqing raised their glasses to toast Qin Shiming. Brother Zhong and sister-in-law. After exchanging pleasantries, there was little time left to converse that day. Qin Shiming, accompanying with a glass, smiled wryly and remarked, "You assisted my girlfriend in securing a collaboration yesterday, yet I did not express my gratitude, did I? Let us forego further thanks. I shall exert my utmost for the patient's ailment. Brother Qin, you are an honorable man. I entrust this to you." The Zhong couple exchanged glances, both perceiving joy in each other's eyes, having long regarded Qin Shiming as a person of integrity, transparent, and loyal. In stark contrast to the doctors they had previously consulted, the lunch was consumed swiftly yet harmoniously, and after a brief respite of about 10 minutes, as soon as the medicinal herbs arrived, Qin Shiming promptly set about preparing the materials. Sister Huang, have the kitchen prepare these herbs and add them to the bathtub, allowing the patient to soak for half an hour, ensuring every inch of her injured skin is immersed. After which I will commence with the medication. That he organized several herbs by their proportions and entrusted them to Huang Qingqing for processing. Zhong Yuan was retained by Qin Shiming to prepare an external ointment. After approximately an hour, Huang Qingqing informed that they were ready to proceed with the treatment. Sister-in-law entered to assist, while Brother Zhong was tasked with brewing the traditional Chinese medicine that would be utilized in the subsequent treatment. Rest assured, I will handle it. After giving his instructions, Qin Shiming carried the prepared ointment bucket and once more entered Huang Yuanyuan's chamber. The modest bedroom was enveloped in a mist, the air infused with a subtle aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. How do you feel after the medicinal bath? Qin Shiming approached the bedside, placing the ointment on the nightstand, his gaze resting upon Huang Yuanyuan. Come, I fear not even death. What is there to fear from pain? This time, Huang Yuanyuan did not hesitate in the slightest, her expression calm yet resolute. Over the years since the incident, she had contemplated ending her own life countless times. What was pain to her? She was indifferent. Very well, Sister Huang. You two assist in applying the ointment. Without further ado, Qin Shiming summoned Huang Qingqing, and together they began to apply the ointment, explaining as they went that it is imperative to ensure the ointment is evenly spread across every inch of skin. To absorb the medicinal properties more thoroughly, gentle kneading and massaging may be employed, akin to the application of a facial mask. The difference lies in that a facial mask nurtures the skin, while this ointment is meant to purify it. I refer to this process as the phoenix's rebirth, emerging anew through fire. Chapter 86. I shall avenge you. If it hurts, you may cry out. However, we shall not cease. For the phoenix's rebirth is inherently such. It does not hurt. The moment the ointment was applied, a cool sensation enveloped her, providing comfort. Yet as time passed, that chill gradually permeated deeper, transforming into a searing heat that felt as if a red-hot iron rod were tracing every inch of her skin. Nevertheless, Huang Yun gritted her teeth and endured. Even as a thin layer of cold sweat surfaced upon her skin, her jaw clenched tight. Sister, if it becomes unbearable, do not hesitate to vocalize. It is all right. It will soon be over. You must persist. Huang Qingqing, unable to bear her sister's suffering, applied the ointment while offering words of comfort, her heart torn, especially witnessing her sister's agony as her teeth ground together. Hands clenched into fists, nails digging into her flesh, faint blood seeping through. Yet she remained silent, eyes firmly shut. Qin Shiming could not help but admire Huang Yuanyuan. As the creator of the ointment, he was acutely aware of its corrosive nature. He exchanged a glance with Huang Qingqing, signaling her to hasten their pace. As the ointment needed to be applied to her back, Huang Yuanyuan had to rise. Once the ointment covered her entirely, Qin Shiming felt as if he beheld a tall, striking black beauty. Timing for half an hour, they would wash it off with warm medicinal water afterward. The treatment lasted over an hour, while not particularly difficult. Qin Shiming felt somewhat fatigued. Though Huang Yuanyuan's skin was severely damaged, rendering her appearance alarming, Her physique was proportionate, and her voice melodically alluring. The suppressed moans were enough to shatter any man's resolve. Sister Huang, remain here, regardless of pain or itch. Do not break the skin, lest your suffering be in vain. After imparting a few precautions, Qin Shiming descended to breathe some fresh air and check on Brother Zhong's preparations. Tingxiu, what brings you here? To Qin Shiming's astonishment, Kong Tingxiu had arrived. Had she not had matters at the company? Brother Qin, I apologize, Zhong Yuan quickly explained. You went in for treatment and left your phone on the table. My sister-in-law called, and without your permission, I answered. I then had someone bring her over. No matter. Qin Shiming nodded, as the healing process required utmost precision. Carry on with your tasks. I shall keep watch. Kong Tingxiu smiled gently. Observing Qin Shiming diligently drafting the prescription, her affection for him evident. The man she had admired for years remained consistently excellent and charming. Brother Qin, with such a large quantity of medicine, how long will my sister-in-law need to take it? Zhong Yuan inquired, frowning as he held the prescription. This is a medicinal bath. She will require it 3 times daily, each for an hour. This amount is hardly significant. Qin Shiming elucidated. She has sustained burns. The skin issues are superficial. The medicinal bath minimizes harm while revitalizing the skin to the greatest extent. I see that it seems I've struck gold again. I shall keep this recipe safe for future reference. Handing it to the R&D department to develop new medicines and reap substantial profits. Do you not fear a guilty conscience when profiting? At that moment, Huang Qingqing descended the stairs, casting a disapproving glance at her husband. Brother Qin, thank you. My sister just fell asleep in the bathtub. Her skin has nearly shed an entire layer, and all those unsightly scars have vanished, though her skin appears quite red now. Subsequently, Huang Qingqing bowed deeply to Qin Shiming, tears brimming in her eyes. Had it not been for you, my sister might never have emerged from the shadows, never daring to face the world again. Thank you, sister-in-law. No need for such formality. It was but a simple task. To you, it may be a trivial favor, but to me, to my sister, it is akin to a rebirth. This kindness, Huang Qingqing shall remember. She fought back her tears. Dear, no need for thanks. Allow me to introduce you. This is our sister-in-law, Kong Tingxiu. See, Brother Qin is indeed fortunate. Zhong Yuan pulled Huang Qingqing closer, introducing her to Kong Tingxiu. Startled, Kong Tingxiu realized she had heard of Huang Qingqing before. She had inquired multiple times to facilitate the collaboration with Anima. Knowing Huang Qingqing was no ordinary individual, alongside Zhong Yuan, she had co-founded several enterprises, including Kong Pharmaceuticals and the Anima brand, holding significant shares in other companies as well. Her role as a business owner was merely for enjoyment, not profit. Hence, it was rare for Huang Qingqing to appear in public. Even company executives saw her no more than twice a year. Finally meeting her in person stirred excitement and nervousness within Kong Tingxiu. Hello, Sister Huang, she greeted earnestly. Very well. Everyone is well. Please sit. Make yourselves at home. Huang Qingqing smiled warmly, pulling Kong Tingxiu aside to chat. After confirming the treatment plan with Zhong Yuan, Qin Shiming joined them. Tingxiu, is everything well at the company? Have you finished? Qin Shiming inquired again, curiosity piqued. Things are still rather busy at the company, but I doubt I was demoted, so I thought I would come by for a visit. Kong Tingxiu's demeanor darkened, forcing a faint smile. Casting a glance at Zhong Yuan with intention. Demoted? How could that happen? Qin Shiming's brow furrowed upon hearing this. Had they not finalized the contract just last night? He then glanced at Zhong Yuan, who appeared equally perplexed at, I am not entirely sure. Ding, ding, ding. Kong Tingxiu wished to avoid further explanation, but at that moment her mother called. After hanging up, her mother called again, and with no choice, she answered on the other end. Kong Jie unleashed a torrent of furious reprimands before abruptly hanging up. Though not on speaker, her voice was loud enough for Qin Shiming and Zhong Yuan to hear. Sister Huang, Brother Zhong decided last night that Anima would enter Bai Wei Mall. And Tingxiu is the small supervisor there. We had a productive conversation last night. Yet for some unknown reason, Tingxiu has been demoted today. Qin Shiming found this perplexing. It was baffling that someone who had contributed significantly would not receive recognition, let alone be punished. His instincts suggested something was amiss. Kong Tingxiu pondered for a moment before speaking softly. Well, it seems I've been out of the loop for too long. Someone dares to bully Huang Qingqing. Excellent. Qin Shiming had just rescued his sister. Yet someone had the audacity to offend Kong Tingxiu, a woman he had yet to thank properly. How could a mere marketing director at Baihui Mall presume to cross her? Sister-in-law, do not worry. I shall avenge you. Chapter 87. I only care for you. This grievance I shall rectify. With these words, Huang Qingqing's regal demeanor became unmistakably evident, her expression fierce, exuding an aura of wrath. Sister Huang. Kong Tingxiu does not wish to stir up trouble. Although being demoted has left a slight displeasure in my heart, Kong Tingxiu himself harbors no desire for power. It is neither here nor there for me. In life, I seek only peace of mind. However, Qin Shiming does not share this sentiment. Sister Huang, I will personally handle this matter regarding my woman, so you need not trouble yourself. Qin Shiming preemptively intercepted Kong Tingxiu, saying, Brother Qin, are you upset due to the collaboration with Anima? Please trust me. This is certainly not what old Zhong and I intended. Upon hearing this, Huang Qingqing's heart sank as she thought, this is bad. I have offended Qin Shiming. What will happen to my sister's illness? What about the black birthmark on my thigh? Offending such a miraculous doctor is indeed unwise. While it's true that Huang Qingqing and Zhong Yuan are affluent, wealthy individuals share a common fear, death. Cultivating a good relationship with Qin Shiming, relying on his miraculous medical skills, guarantees a longer life than that of ordinary people. Brother Qin, please do not be angry. I will personally take care of this matter. Zhong Yuan also recognized the seriousness of the situation. Leaving aside other concerns, what if Qin Shiming takes offense and leaves? Who can treat my sister's ailment? I must provide you and my sister-in-law with a reasonable explanation. With that, Zhong Yuan rose to leave. Brother Zhong, Sister Huang, you are overthinking it. I bear no grudge against you. Qin Shiming smiled wryly, shaking his head as he patiently explained. Please understand, I am a man if I cannot even protect my own woman. What kind of man am I? Brother Qin, you truly aren't angry. Zhong Yuan and his wife exchanged glances, asking with concern, I am not angry at all. Brother Qin, shall I send a driver for you? Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan found it difficult to persuade further, harboring a deep resentment towards his subordinates. That scoundrel. Not only does he fail to sell favors, but he has also offended Brother Qin and his wife. He should be dismissed immediately. No need. Tingxiu drove over. Qin Shiming waved his hand and took Kong Tingxiu away in the car. Brother Qin, you truly aren't angry? How could you handle matters last night? You couldn't even manage a simple collaboration. As soon as Qin Shiming departed, Huang Qingqing's heart raced with anxiety. If Qin Shiming truly disengaged, her sister's illness would be delayed. How could I know my subordinates were so incompetent? Alas, it's all my fault. I drank a bit too much with Brother Qin last night and didn't scrutinize the contract. Zhong Yuan was equally vexed. What are you still dawdling for? Huang Qingqing glared and quickly changed her clothes, insisting, we must catch up and ensure Brother Qin does not suffer a loss at AS for my sister. Do you still doubt his medical skills? With him around, my sister will undoubtedly recover. Hurry and change your clothes. Contact the company's person in charge. I will speak with my sister upstairs, and we will depart immediately. All right. Zhong Yuan nodded repeatedly. Shiming, truly, it's no big deal. Promotions and demotions, even dismissal, are quite normal that I'm not angry. Why should you be? Kong Tingxiu remarked. It's different. Qin Shiming shook his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. His voice, though soft, carried a chilling tone. You may resign if you wish, but being dismissed is unacceptable that I know your capabilities and character all too well. Kong Tingxiu opened her mouth, hesitant to speak, but the trace of sorrow on her brow had dissipated. While being demoted did not concern her, it was inevitable to feel a twinge of discomfort. Hearing such protective words from a man, all sense of unfairness became irrelevant, so what exactly happened? Ding ding dot ding ding ding. Before Qin Shiming could continue, the car's control screen connected to a phone call. It was Kong Tingxiu's mother. She intended to hang up, but was preempted by Qin Shiming, who answered first that I just spoke with your aunt. It's all because of that criminal classmate of yours. Yesterday, you offended Zhou and I. Otherwise, given Zhou Ni's relationship with Anima, I would have had to lower myself to ask your uncle for help today. Most importantly, break up? Immediately end things with that guy. I can tell he has no good. A harbinger of misfortune. Humph. Mom, please stop that. I know how to handle my own affairs. Don't interfere. Kong Tingqiu cast an awkward glance at Qin Shiming, offering an apologetic smile. Qin Shiming remained composed, appearing as though he had not heard, with a gentle smile adorning his face. How can I not interfere? Kong Jie suddenly raised her voice, speaking in a tone of exasperation. Didn't you see how your cousin Huang Lingyu strutted around yesterday during dinner? She clearly doesn't have a better figure than you, nor is she more attractive, and her work capabilities are lacking. Why should she get to date someone living off royal favors? Look at you, choosing such a partner. Why must you be with a criminal? Mom, let me reiterate. First, Shiming is not a criminal. Last night, Director Zhou already explained publicly that Shiming served 3 years in the military, not in prison. Second, matters of the heart are mine to decide. Kong Tingqiu spoke coldly. Hey, you little brat, are you daring to talk back? Auntie, please, don't be upset. It's just that Tingqiu is feeling down about work. Please don't take it out on her. It seemed the mother and daughter were about to argue. Qin Shiming felt it inappropriate to remain silent. Pretending not to hear. You are Qin Shiming? The voice on the other end hesitated for a moment, and through the screen, one could sense Kong Jie's teeth grinding in anger. Yes, I am Qin Shiming. The one you immediately labeled as no good. Qin Shiming self-deprecatingly smiled, choosing not to explain himself that it is left the time to judge what is good and what is not, for those who believe in themselves. There is no need for explanation. For those who do not, it is futile to offer one. Qin Shiming. It is simply a matter of worthiness that, if you dare to entangle yourself with Tingqiu. You read just a 3-legged toad wishing to feast on swan meat. After a brief silence, Kong Jie's scathing curses came through the phone. Annie, the 3-legged toad, is also known as the golden toad, a symbol of good fortune. Unable to confront Kong Jie head-on, Qin Shiming seized a rare opportunity to make a joke. Good fortune, my foot. Kong Jie retorted angrily, because your collaboration with Anima fell through. And you were demoted. Now you are merely an employee at Bai Hui. This is a good thing. I warn you, leave Tingqiu immediately, or I will not hold back. I just learned of this matter as well. Auntie, rest assured, I will not let Tingqiu suffer any grievances. Qin Shiming gently grasped the delicate palm of the woman beside him, his voice soft yet filled with unwavering determination. I will go demand an explanation right now. Demand an explanation? Just don't offend anyone. I warn you, don't act recklessly. I'm hailing a cab to the company right now. Upon hearing this, Kong Jie was startled, having witnessed Qin Shiming's ferocity. She recalled the incident with Zhou and I from last night. Was it really worth it over just a watch? Shiming, I'm sorry. My mom is just Kong Tingqiu felt overwhelmed. And no worries, I don't mind. Qin Shiming gazed tenderly at Kong Tingqiu. His slightly hoarse yet deep voice resonated. I only care about you. Chapter 88. I've caused you trouble. Baihui Group, a mid-tier shopping company in Jianghai City, strives to ascend in status by collaborating with various high-end luxury brands to attract them to its shopping mall, thus elevating its prestige. Li Mingliang, the marketing director of Baihui, was currently reclining comfortably in his office. Quite pleased with himself, he had successfully secured a partnership with Anima, the largest clothing brand in Jianghai City. According to the contract, he would earn at least a commission of over 500,000. He aimed to reap both wealth and power. Based on information from above, if this year's performance improved by 5%, he would have a substantial chance of entering the shareholders' meeting. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Lost in his delightful thoughts, Li Mingliang was interrupted as his long-legged secretary entered. Xiao Lu, is there something you need? Li Mingliang squinted, his gaze lingering on his secretary's long legs encased in black silk stockings. His eyes glinting with desire as he beckoned her closer, his hands subtly sliding up her smooth stockings. Director Li, former marketing supervisor Kong Tingqiu is here. She has brought a man with her and wishes to see you. What do you think? Lu Shui, clearly accustomed to this lifestyle, leaned in closer, a flirtatious tone evident in her voice. Kong Tingqiu, what does she want with me? Li Mingliang wrapped his arm around the secretary, his hands exploring, his words flowing smoothly. She is probably unhappy about her demotion and has come to seek an explanation. Lu Shui speculated. An explanation? Li Mingliang scoffed, his face filled with disdain as he coldly chuckled. Let her wait. We'll take our time to enjoy ourselves. I'm in a very good mood after successfully signing the contract with Anima. Director Li, you're so naughty, but I like it. Lu Shui purred playfully. You like it? Huh. You'll like it even more soon. As he spoke, Li Mingliang shed his gentlemanly demeanor, violently tearing open the black stockings. Amidst the woman's soft cries, his adrenaline surged, unleashing his primal instincts. Ding, ding, dot, ding, ding, ding. Just when Li Mingliang was reaching a crucial moment, the cursed phone rang. Due to the overtime work today, he had no choice but to answer. What is it? He picked up the phone, his tone icy. Director Li, this is Kong Jia, Kong Tingqiu's mother. Is this a convenient time for you? I wish to meet you in person. The voice of Kong Jia came through the phone, dripping with ingratiation. Although she was also a member of the Kong family, in truth, Li Mingliang was merely a laborer for the Kongs. Yet Kong Jia and her daughter, marginalized by their kin, dared not offend the marketing director. Li Mingliang, I'm too busy right now. Just hold on. Li Mingliang brusquely hung up, muttering under his breath. What are the Kong family? They are but discarded refuse of the clan. Humph. Li director, who is that? How bothersome. Don't fret, my dear. I shall be there shortly. Li director, could you grant me the position of Kong Tingqiu's supervisor? I am your precious one, after all. Very well, very well. Inside the office, chaos erupted, battles fought with fervor. Meanwhile, outside in the company's lobby, the strife was equally intense. You shameless brat. You just let go of our Tingqiu, will you? While Qin Shiming and Kong Tingqiu awaited their secretary's announcement, Kong Jia stormed in, her eyes aflame with fury, as if she had encountered the murderer of her father, her disdain palpable. Mother, please, this is a workplace. It would be terribly inappropriate for our colleagues to witness this. Kong Tingqiu hurriedly intervened to calm her mother's rising ire. Despite it being the weekend, many colleagues remained in the office. And how would they perceive her? And what of Qin Shiming? Am I causing a scene? Is this a ruckus? Kong Jia shifted her ire towards Kong Tingqiu, jabbing a finger at her. Look at the man you've chosen. He spoke so sweetly over the phone. Yet here he is, unable to even enter the office of his superiors. Aren't you embarrassed? He boasts grandly, yet what has it amounted to? Kong Jia unleashed a torrent of scolding, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, who quickly grasped that Qin Shiming, Kong Tingqiu's boyfriend, was ineffectual in securing her supervisory position. Good heavens, is Kong Tingqiu blind? That fellow looks like a peasant. Is she foolish? Director Li pursued her, and she rejected him, only to end up with such a bumpkin. Foolishness. Now she can't even keep her position. Serves her right. In an instant, rumors swirled. Kong Tingqiu, furrowing her brow, was about to explode in anger when Qin Shiming grasped her hand, signaling her to disregard the chatter, for he did not care how others perceived him. Whether a reformed convict or a laborer, as long as he had Kong Tingqiu by his side, he felt he possessed the world. Scoundrel! Release my daughter! Do not lay your filthy hands upon her! Witnessing their affectionate gestures, coupled with the murmurs around them, Kong Jia's wrath ignited fully. With a forceful shove, she pushed Qin Shiming away. I warn you, leave my daughter at once, or I shall call the police. Mother, enough? I truly love Shiming. Please, stop this madness. Kong Tingqiu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. 3 years prior, her fear confession had cost her dearly. Now, after much effort to secure this relationship, her mother's relentless humiliation threatened to shatter it all. Would Shiming still want to be with her after this? Am I causing trouble? Am I being unreasonable? Kong Jia shrieked, her voice tinged with desperation, that I am doing this for you, to help you establish yourself at Bai Wei and to hold your head high among the Kong family, to ensure you live a good life, not suffer alongside your useless father. Do you understand? Mother, Andy, I know you despise me. Whatever I say, you will not believe. Let time prove my worth and witness the sincerity of my love for Tingqiu, if you will. Qin Shiming frowned slightly. He feared neither scorn nor judgment, but Kong Tingqiu did. What are you? Did you not hear them just now? They called you a laborer. If you truly cared for Tingqiu, you should keep your distance. Never to appear before us again. Kong Jia's words grew increasingly venomous. What are you shouting about? At that moment, marketing director Li Mingliang hurriedly emerged from the elevator, his gaze sweeping over Kong Tingqiu and the others. His expression darkening. His mood was foul. A business partner was due for inspection and contract finalization, and such a noisy scene was utterly inappropriate. Li Director. I am Kong Jie, Kong Tingqiu's mother. Is she? Kong Jie recognized Li Mingliang and rushed towards him with a bright smile, abandoning Qin Shiming. I have no time for this. You all should find somewhere else to loiter and not disrupt my work. To her surprise, Li Mingliang disdainfully pushed her aside and strode off. Those esteemed guests must be welcomed with great respect. Wait. However, just as Li Mingliang was about to move, Qin Shiming blocked his path. Pointing at the nearly toppled Kong Jie, apologized to Aunt Kong. You must apologize. Who is this insolent brat? Get out of my way. You've delayed my important business, and I'll make you pay. Li Mingliang shot a glance at the intruding figure, nearly grinding his teeth in anger. Apologize. Qin Shiming remained unflinching, as steadfast as a mountain, his gaze icy. He was not seeking to curry favor with his future mother-in-law, but simply could not abide a man bullying a woman. This was why he had refrained from retaliating against Feng Yan's repeated provocations. He would teach Lu Ku a lesson, but never lay a finger on a woman. Do you really think you can speak on my behalf? Get out of the way. Do not impede the Director's affairs. Yet, to Qin Shiming's astonishment, Kong Jie unexpectedly intervened, not only ungrateful, but also shoving him aside. Cursing, you laborer! Qin Shiming frowned but did not lose his temper. He merely stepped aside, allowing her pass. What? Is Kong Tingqiu's boyfriend a laborer? My goodness, what an unusual taste. Who would still fancy a laborer in this day and age? With Kong Jie's outburst, the surrounding whispers resumed. So he is Kong Tingqiu's boyfriend. What keen eyes you have! Li Mingliang cast a disdainful glance at Qin Shiming, then provocatively turned to Kong Tingqiu. Where are the security guards? Clear out all the riffraff. We can't have just anyone wandering in here. Riffraff? At that moment, a silver Rolls-Royce barreled through the company gates, and a portly man clutching a briefcase stepped out. His voice booming before his presence even registered. I am Zhong Yuan. Does the couple Huang Qingqing and I count as riffraff? Should we be shown the door as well? Zhong Yuan arrived, hand in hand with Huang Qingqing, their smiles masking the chill in their eyes. Not at all. Zhong General, Huang General, I sincerely apologize for the inadequate reception. Li Mingliang hurried forward, bowing in deference. Qin, my dear brother, I apologize for our tardiness. You must have endured quite the ordeal. However, Zhong Yuan completely ignored Li Mingliang's outstretched hand, striding directly towards Qin Shiming, repeatedly offering apologies. What is happening? Isn't he a laborer? Isn't he a peasant? How does he know the founders of Anima? How does he know the owner of He Kong Pharmaceutical? Zhong Yuan. In an instant, questions flooded the minds of everyone present. Yet apart from Qin Shiming and Kong Tingqiu, no one knew the true nature of their relationship. Li Mingliang realized he had stepped into deep waters today. He had been careless. Upon learning that Kong Tingqiu was bringing someone to the headquarters to seek him out, he should have recognized the individual had some standing. But Li Mingliang had been too preoccupied with thoughts of his beautiful secretary and the joy of signing with Anima. Actually, he doesn't seem so intolerable. He mused, well, perhaps he is slightly more appealing than a toad. Kong Jie, her face previously contorted with anger, now found herself compelled to reconsider Qin Shiming as Zhong Yuan and Huang Qingqing's sudden appearance made her glance at him anew. He knew Li Jinshui of Yearn Pharmaceutical, and he knew Zhong Yuan of He Kong Pharmaceutical. Could he truly be a laborer? Had he genuinely served 3 years in the military? Kong Jie found the notion improbable, yet the favorable reality compelled her to reconsider. Softening her gaze towards Qin Shiming. Zhonggu, Huang Jie, what brings you here? Qin Shiming was somewhat taken aback. They had patients at home, yet they had rushed over to support him. Though he needed no such backing, he appreciated their loyalty. Oh, what a coincidence. We truly are fated to cross paths, Zhong Yuan said, winking at Qin Shiming. Given Qin Shiming's temperament, if Li Mingliang failed to clarify his actions today, he would surely suffer the consequences. Huang Qingqing stepped forward, handing Qin Shiming a membership card while subtly tapping his palm, as if to assure him that this matter would be handled properly, and he could merely observe. How embarrassing. Once again, I'm relying on you, Huang Jie. Family members do not stand on ceremony. Come, let us find a place to sit. This wretched place lacks air conditioning. It's sweltering. As she spoke, Huang Qingqing shot a pointed glance at Li Mingliang. He the one who has offended my brother. Humph. You will have your comeuppance. Listen, Xiao, let us depart. After all, you have been demoted, so it matters little whether you remain in this wretched company as they pass by Li Mingliang. Qin Shiming murmured this. Mingliang's face turned ashen in an instant. He contemplated speaking up to retain her, yet Zhong Yuan and Huang Qingqing had already stepped into the office building ahead of him. Weighing his options, Li Mingliang opted to pursue the couple. Mr. Zhong, Ms. Huang, I sincerely apologize for the oversight in neglecting my esteemed guests. Shall we discuss this in my office? Li Mingliang hastened to greet them, his face adorned with a forced smile. Discuss with you? Absolutely not. Huang Qingqing pouted, subtly shaking her head. Your rank is far too low. You should have your general manager come to converse with me. As we are not on equal footing. Mingliang's smile froze, mortified to the point of wishing for a hole to burrow into. What? Does Baihui no longer wish to collaborate with us at Anima? Zhong Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Then shall we take our leave? Husband, are we so impoverished that we cannot even afford a meal? Huang Qingqing disregarded Li Mingliang, sitting regally on the sofa with a haughty demeanor. Coldly mocking him, Mingliang's face burned with embarrassment, particularly under the watchful eyes of his employees. How could he hope to maintain his authority after this? Dear, Baihui truly lacks sincerity. Perhaps we should continue our partnership with Gao instead. What do you think? Very well, then let us depart. The couple engaged in their banter as if no one else existed, leaving Li Mingliang in a cold sweat, fearing that he might ruin the collaboration with Baihui. If that were to happen, not only would his hopes of promotion and wealth vanish, but he might also find himself unceremoniously dismissed. That Anima's reputation in Jianghai City and the entire Weiyue province was formidable. Some businesses even took pride in hosting the Anima brand. Should Baihui lose Anima, it would never ascend to the ranks of premier commercial enterprises. Mingliang understood the gravity of the situation all too well. Please, esteemed leaders, grant us another opportunity. We have nearly concluded our discussions. There is no need to engage with Gao any further, which would only complicate matters, wouldn't it? Li Mingliang implored, his demeanor earnest. But I do not wish to discuss collaboration with you. Huang Qingqing replied, exchanging a glance with Zhong Yuan. Yesterday, when I spoke of collaboration, Kong Tingxiu was quite to my liking. Have her come to speak with me. If Baihui desires a partnership with Anima, I will only negotiate with her. No one else will suffice. Not even if Baihui's chairman himself were to attend. In an instant, Li Mingliang's complexion drained of color, realizing that he was being set up. What about his dignity as the marketing director? This was the decree of his wife. Nothing could alter it. Anima has never lacked for partners. Zhong Yuan scoffed, his nose held high. After a brief contemplation, Li Mingliang made his decision. Losing face was trivial compared to offending Zhong Yuan and Huang Qingqing. He could expect to be dismissed and find no refuge in the Jianghai business community. Compared to losing his position as director, a moment of embarrassment was inconsequential. Our time is limited. I have arranged to play mahjong with Tingxiu this evening. Let us expedite matters and not delay our gathering. Huang Qingqing subtly urged that understood. Mingliang nodded, feigning a smile while cursing inwardly. Not daring to procrastinate, he dashed across the street into the CF. Inside, Qin Shiming and Kong Tingxiu were seated opposite each other, accompanied by Kong Jia, her opportunistic mother. Kong Jia, preoccupied with her coffee, occasionally glanced at Qin Shiming, thinking to herself, my future son-in-law is quite pleasing. She would often gaze toward the Baihui headquarters, speculating on the relationship between Qin Shiming and Zhong Yuan, wondering if her daughter, ever astute, had already realized Qin Shiming was a diamond bachelor. With a heavy heart, Li Mingliang approached, his expression serious, lacking the previous sycophantic demeanor he had shown to Zhong Yuan and Huang Qingqing. Director Li, Tingxiu has decided to resign. It matters little whether she stays in this dismal company. Qin Shiming stirred his coffee calmly, his expression unyielding. Tingxiu, why would you resign? The company has treated you well. Well, Kong Jia, a master at kicking someone when they were down, coldly retorted, having just been flattering Li Mingliang to demote my daughter from a supervisor to a mere sales clerk without reason. Does that equate to being treated well? Cough, cough. Tingxiu will soon be reinstated. I was misled by others. I have complete faith in Tingxiu's capabilities and character, Li Mingliang hurriedly asserted. Tingxiu, let us go. Mr. Zhong is waiting, and this transaction is of great importance to headquarters. Is reinstatement all it takes? Kong Jia pressed, arms crossed, tilting her head defiantly. I believe Tingxiu's abilities far surpass yours. She could easily take your place. Li Mingliang furrowed his brow, thinking to himself that this old hag was rather cunning. Perhaps even plotting to usurp his position. Mother, what are you saying? What merit do I possess to assume the role of director? Kong Tingxiu pushed her mother aside, remaining as indifferent to wealth and power as ever. No, I believe Annie is correct. Tingxiu, you have the ability. After all, it's just a mere director position. Qin Shiming chimed in, surprisingly aligning with Kong Jia. Little Qin, is it? I find you increasingly agreeable. When can you come over to our house for a visit? Kong Jia smiled broadly, her eyes narrowing with delight. Kong Tingxiu rolled her eyes, utterly exasperated with her mother's mercenary attitude. Auntie, I am always available. Qin Shiming felt a surge of joy. Perhaps his future mother-in-law was not as difficult as he had imagined. Li Mingliang's expression was exceedingly awkward. Suppressing the urge to curse, he recognized the duo's performance was aimed at him. Yet he could not expose their ruse nor offend them, for he was uncertain of the relationship between Qin Shiming and Zhong Yuan. Tingxiu, you are quite understanding and have a broader perspective. Let us go. Mr. Zhong awaits. Mingliang's heart swelled with hope, having anticipated that Kong Tingxiu would seize the chance to further disparage him, only to find her the most agreeable of the lot. Tingxiu, have you lost your mind? Why assist him? Kong Jia protested, angered that he had nearly pushed her over. Mother, this is work, my hard-earned effort. Kong Tingxiu had her own rationale. While it might have been satisfying to make Li Mingliang suffer, she considered what long-term benefits it would yield. It would be unwise to foster a hostile relationship with someone she would inevitably encounter in the workplace. Should we proceed, it is essential that reinstatement is a prerequisite. And secondly, you must apologize to Annie. Kong Tingxiu made her stance clear, and Qin Shiming, having his principles, supported her. He was there to defend Kong Tingxiu, not to allow her to be bullied without consequence. Very well, I can take charge of that. Li Mingliang, without a moment's hesitation, turned to Kong Jia and said, Annie, I was a bit hasty earlier, and my demeanor toward you is unbecoming. Do not rush. My request is for a public apology. Kong Jia interjected, her expression deceptively sweet, yet her eyes gleamed with mischief. Though Qin Shiming wore a smile, the coldness in his gaze pierced through Li Mingliang's every thought that a private apology would not suffice. He could not allow a casual agreement to pass. All right. Kong Tingxiu had no objections. She was not the instigator in this matter. Hold on. Do not rush. Kong Jia sat imperiously, eyeing Li Mingliang, eager to stir the pot. Now, you must first apologize to me, to make me feel better. Mother, what are you doing? Kong Tingxiu was speechless. Li Mingliang, stifling the urge to berate the old hag, forced a smile. Auntie, I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions. I inadvertently pushed you and failed to show you the respect you deserve. Respect? Am I that old to even suggest that I should die? Why don't you try it and see? Kong Jia retorted sharply, relishing the opportunity to belittle Li Mingliang, a typical case of a petty individual relishing their moment of triumph. Li Mingliang felt utterly humiliated, wishing to slap himself. You ungrateful child. I am doing this for your sake. Kong Jia followed closely behind him, fearing he might escape her grasp. Huang Qingqing feigned ignorance, casting a glare at Li Mingliang. Li Mingliang, burning with embarrassment, realized that it was better to endure a brief humiliation than a prolonged suffering. With all eyes upon him, he declared loudly, Everyone, due to my credulity in believing the words of others, I have unjustly removed Ms. Kong Tingxiu from her position as the supervisor of market development. Today, in front of all of you, I would like to apologize to Ms. Kong and announce that she shall resume her role as supervisor alongside the position of deputy manager of marketing. Tingxiu, I am truly sorry for the distress I caused you. Afterward, Li Mingliang expressed his sincere apologies to Kong Tingxiu, his demeanor genuinely contrite. That it is all right. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, Kong Tingxiu replied with a gentle shake of her head. Just a mere deputy manager. Nothing to boast about, Huang Qingqing scoffed, rolling her eyes. Sister-in-law, name your price. If you join us at Anima, I shall make you the general manager. Hiss, my goodness, the general manager of Anima must be earning over $1 million annually. Right? $1 million a year is merely trivial. The true value lies in the 3 characters of Anima. Do you understand? Huang Qingqing's words were akin to dropping a bomb on a tranquil river, leaving everyone present in stunned silence, particularly Li Mingliang, that if Kong Tingqiu were to become the general manager of Anima, wouldn't he be forced to bow low and plead with her for collaboration? It truly stings. Thank you for your kind intentions, Sister Huang, but I believe I lack the capability to serve as general manager. I prefer to take things step by step. Kong Tingqiu was also taken aback, but she swiftly declined. Money is easy to come by, but debts of gratitude are far more burdensome. Thus, Kong Tingqiu politely refused. Are you foolish? Exclaimed Kong Jie anxiously, nearly voicing her daughter's acceptance. Once Kong Tingqiu took the helm at Anima, who in the Jinling Kong family would dare to disrespect her? It could very well be that even the elder of the Kong family would personally come to welcome her. Such a rare opportunity. And she actually turned it down. How could Kong Jie not be furious? I respect your decision, Huang Qingqing said, casting a deep glance at Kong Tingqiu, silently nodding in appreciation for her calm composure and unassuming nature. Given time, she would undoubtedly achieve great things. Upon hearing this, Li Mingliang felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. Mr. Zhong, Ms. Huang, shall we proceed to discuss the details of our collaboration? Sister-in-law, once the contract is ready, just come over to my house. We're all family. There's no need for formalities. We can sort it out together. Whether we earn more or less is inconsequential. After all, we aren't short on money at the moment. Huang Qingqing replied nonchalantly, her demeanor exuding an invisible air of superiority, which is often the most lethal. Yet Huang Qingqing wore this facade with perfect finesse, for she truly possessed wealth. Indeed, sister-in-law, feel free to draft the contract. Be it for 5 years or 10. However, one thing is certain. Anima will only recognize one liaison for our collaboration with Bai Wei, Kong Tingqiu, and no one else will suffice. Li Mingliang's heart sank, realizing that he would be utterly overshadowed by Kong Tingqiu, making any future dealings with her nearly impossible. Chapter 91. A word of advice from Mother. Once the matter of the contract was settled, Huang Qingqing proposed, shall we go to my house for a visit? Her hopeful gaze fell upon Qin Shiming, fearing he might become upset and abandon his sister in her time of need. Shiming, you go ahead. I won't join, Kong Tingqiu said, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I need to prepare the contract, and I must also check the inventory at the market. I will seek you out once I'm finished. All right, that works, Qin Shiming agreed. Not insisting further, he bid farewell to Kong Jie and departed with Zhong Yuan and his wife. My foolish girl, why are you not clinging to the likes of Zhong Yuan and Huang Qingqing? Instead, you're still considering going to work. Did you not hear? They're offering you the position of general manager at Anima. Kong Jie exclaimed, exasperated, as soon as the trio departed. The weight of Anima's reputation was significant enough to command respect even from the Kong family of Jinling, preventing them from bullying the mother and daughter any longer. Mother, Sister Huang, and Mr. Zhong were merely giving Shiming face. Do you truly believe I possess such great capability? Can't you discern when someone is being polite? Kong Tingqiu shook her head slightly, her expression remaining unfazed. What exactly does Qin Shiming do? Did he not claim to be an ordinary employee? The mother and daughter climbed into the car, heading towards Bai Wei Market while engaging in light conversation, mentioning her future son-in-law. Kong Jie's face brightened, that if meeting Li Jinshui and Zhou Qi was merely coincidence and luck, how could Huang Qingqing and Zhong Yuan personally lend their support without some significant connection? Shiming possesses some medical knowledge. He has been able to assist Mr. Zhong with minor matters. Their relationship is decent, I suppose. Kong Tingqiu was aware of some general details, but considering that Zhong Yuan and Huang Qingqing were prominent figures in Jianghai City, she chose to remain vague about her mother's inquiries, mindful of the sensitive nature of their circumstances. So, their relationship is merely average. Kong Jie immediately became alert. Yes, average, Kong Tingqiu confirmed. Hearing you, Tingqiu, I urge you to heed your mother's advice. For now, engage in a trial relationship with Qin Shiming. Ascertain his true capabilities and background, his monthly salary, potential for advancement, and social connections, among other considerations. My daughter, we must not allow ourselves to be underestimated. Kong Jie insisted. Mother, just moments ago, Shiming was defending you. Have you already forgotten his kindness? Did you not invite him over for tea? Kong Tingqiu felt a headache coming on. Foolish girl, I do this for your own good. Can you not see that? Kong Jie was undeterred, merely narrowing her eyes in response. Kong Tingqiu shook her head gently, choosing to say no more. Meanwhile, seated in the Rolls-Royce, Qin Shiming suddenly felt his ears growing warm. My apologies, Brother Qin, for allowing your sister-in-law to suffer unjustly. It is entirely our oversight. Please do not take it to heart, Zhong Yuan said, passing a cigarette to him with a smile. Qin Shiming accepted the cigarette and lit it. Have the medicinal herbs been prepared? I notice the patient is recovering well. We should be able to proceed with the second phase of treatment soon. The herbs are ready. They are not rare materials. Quite easy to procure. Zhong Yuan nodded in agreement. That's good to hear. Brother Qin, I noticed you brought a nice license plate when you came over this morning. Are you considering purchasing a car? Zhong Yuan naturally shifted the topic that a friend gifted me a license plate. It seems quite decent, and I am indeed contemplating buying a vehicle for commuting, Qin Shiming replied, nodding, having returned to the city not long ago. He had already spent a considerable amount on taxi fares over the past few days, and, at times, it was even challenging to hail a cab, making travel inconvenient. Owning a car would certainly change that, allowing for spontaneous departures. Dear, it's time for you to take charge. Our brother Qin is looking to buy a car, so please handle it, Zhong Yuan said cheerfully. Brother Qin, feel free to tell me your vehicle requirements. I happen to have connections with several 4S dealerships and can cater to your needs. Huang Qingqing smiled lightly. Huh. Brother Zhong, weren't you and Sister Huang running a pharmaceutical company and a clothing business? Are you also involved in automotive trade? Qin Shiming was slightly taken aback, surprised by the unexpected breadth of their business ventures. Are modern businessmen so unfocused on their primary industries? The notion of a pharmaceutical company owner branching into fashion was already absurd. Now, they were delving into automotive trade as well. No wonder they were so affluent. In truth, the Anima brand was merely a playful endeavor between my husband and me, initially intended as a gift for my sister. In the early days of Anima, all marketing, planning, promotion, and design were solely managed by my sister. It could be said that Anima was her brainchild, Huang Qingqing sighed. Regrettably, after my sister encountered misfortune, we had no choice but to take over her responsibilities, not wishing to let her efforts go to waste. Who would have thought it would flourish and grow stronger? Qin Shiming pursed his lips, shaking his head, thinking to himself that Huang Qingqing was quite the performer. How many clothing brands aspired to be like Anima? Yet here she was downplaying its significance as a mere pastime. Who would he even argue with? Yet, she played her role convincingly. Thank you in advance. Sister Huang, Qin Shiming said, not declining her offer and nodding in agreement. By the way, you still haven't mentioned your vehicle requirements. Huang Qingqing inquired again. Well, Qin Shiming pondered, something that can accommodate family outings would suffice. Spacious, comfortable, and with a bit more safety would be ideal. Other specifications are not of great concern. Considering future trips with Kong Tingqiu, his parents, and Xiao Qiao, comfort and safety were paramount, and he did not prioritize performance. Understood. I'll keep that in mind, Huang Qingqing replied, taking out her phone to message her assistant. Yuan, why are you out? She exclaimed upon entering. Her sister, who had not left her room for 3 whole years, was unexpectedly sitting gracefully on the sofa in a blue silk gown. Although her hair had yet to grow back, her baldness could not overshadow her extraordinary beauty. The unsightly scars had shed away, revealing soft, new skin. Sister, I felt great, so I came out for some fresh air. Your fresh air is quite troublesome, Qin Shiming, who followed closely behind, said with a sudden grave expression. The new skin was still tender, and the sunlight in the living room was intense, making it easy for ultraviolet rays to cause burns. Did you not notice the numerous red spots appearing on your arms and face? Brother Qin, what will happen now? In a few days, your skin will become patchy, some areas dark, others light, or even EDD. You truly believe that looks good? Qin Shiming retorted, what should I do? Huang Yuan's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. her voice trembling. I just wanted to come out for some fresh air. I had no idea it would be this serious. Brother Qin, I know you must have a solution. Please help my little sister. Zhong Yuan urged hastily. Find a hospital with a sterile ward, and then arrange for a medicinal bath. The East Lake Mountain Villa was indeed beautiful, boasting stunning scenery, but Huang Yuan was not suited to excessive exposure to sunlight at this time, as even the bacteria in the air could affect her delicate skin. Just like a newborn, even in the fiercest sun and hottest weather, they would be dressed in clothing and socks, especially avoiding exposure to sunlight. At this moment, Huang Yuan was even more fragile than an infant. This matter is quite manageable. I have friends at the hospital, and I will get in touch. Huang Qingqing promptly made a call to the hospital, while Zhong Yuan inquired if there was anything else that needed to be prepared. Chapter 92. Does your face no longer hurt? Money makes things easier, and having financial means ensures that matters are handled more conveniently. After a series of phone calls between Zhong Yuan and Huang Qingqing, Huang Yuan was admitted to the sterile intensive care unit of Jianghai City's First People's Hospital within an hour. Qin Shiming, clad in a white coat, entered the ward to examine Huang Yuan once more, altering her medication regimen in the process. After a busy day, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Qin, my dear brother, you've truly worked hard today. It's already this late, and you're just now having lunch, albeit takeout. I sincerely apologize. In the small garden outside the ward, Zhong Yuan and Qin Shiming were savoring their meals from lunchboxes, while Huang Qingqing remained with Huang Yuan in the ward, assisting her with bathing and applying medication. It's nothing. Missing a meal or 2-1 lead to starvation. However, one thing must be particularly noted. We must be vigilant against infection. The second infection, even I fear, would be exceedingly difficult to reverse. Qin Shiming solemnly cautioned. The newly healed skin is exceedingly delicate. Avoid strong sunlight for the first 7 days. After that, I will devise a method to encourage the growth of new hair. For a bald head is hardly appealing. I've taken note. There will be no further issues. Zhong Yuan nodded repeatedly, not daring to be negligent. Additionally, I forgot to mention in the ward, the black birthmark on Sister Huang's leg can also be treated with the same topical medication. Applied morning and evening, it should diminish in about 3 to 5 days. After a pause, Qin Shiming continued. I'll 1T be returning to the ward for now. I have some other matters to attend to. Should there be any changes in the patient's condition, contact me immediately. While Qin Shiming was not in a rush, the day after tomorrow marks the grand wedding of Lu Ku and Fang Yan. As a former inmate, should he not prepare a grand gift for them? No. Qin, my dear brother, wait a moment. I'll arrange a banquet for us tonight, and we can enjoy a couple of drinks together. How does that sound? Zhong Yuan felt a sense of guilt. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Qin Shiming declined, and after a hasty meal, he rose to leave, particularly in the emergency room, as the afternoon approached the end of the workday. Numerous patients continued to be brought in, the sounds of their wails and moans coupled with the nurses' shouts creating a rather distressing atmosphere. Just then, as Qin Shiming was about to leave hastily, he was suddenly drawn to a little girl being brought in by a woman. The girl appeared to be around 10 years old, slightly older than Xiao Qiao. Qin Shiming was certain he had never seen the little girl before, yet she evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. Make way, doctor, please save my daughter, quickly, the woman cried in desperation, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, but you must first register and then wait in line. However, the nurse's attitude was cold, and since the emergency physician was currently attending to other injured patients, her demeanor toward the woman was quite harsh. Nurse, I beg you, please help. My daughter fell from the rooftop. Look at her foot. I implore you. The woman's tears flowed freely as she gazed at the exposed bone on her daughter's left foot, trembling with anguish. I'm sorry, but you must wait in line. Can't you see how many patients are waiting? The nurse did not even look up, her tone remaining indifferent. Nurse, ma'am. If you can trust me, please let me see your daughter. I've studied some medicine. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Qin Shiming frowned, clearly displeased with the nurse's attitude. While order is essential in a queue, medical conditions vary in urgency. Witnessing the little girl's pale face, on the verge of unconsciousness without any intervention, was simply unacceptable. You can treat her? The woman hesitated, tightly clutching her daughter, her heart torn out on one side. There were still over 10 patients waiting in the emergency room, and she had no idea how long it would take for her daughter to receive treatment. On the other hand, she was unsure of Qin Shiming's identity and feared he might be a fraud. Her daughter was her most precious treasure. Well, if that's the case, I'll trouble you. After a brief moment of contemplation, the woman placed her daughter on a nearby chair. Qin Shiming examined the injury, confirming it was indeed a fracture. While there was excessive bleeding, it was not life-threatening. The greatest challenge lay in whether to opt for surgical recovery or manual reduction. Surgery would incur high medical costs and a slower recovery time. Manual reduction would be quicker, yet due to the location of the injury on the foot, the difficulty of recovery would be considerable. You can choose to have surgery at the hospital, or I can assist in manual reduction. Though it may be somewhat painful, please consider your options. Qin Shiming conveyed the facts straightforwardly. How much would the surgery cost? The woman furrowed her brow, instinctively clutching her pants pocket, aware that she had only earned a small amount from her stall. If the surgery were expensive, that I'm not entirely sure, but I estimate it should be a few thousand yuan. Noticing the woman's distress, Qin Shiming added, please trust my medical skills. This condition is not difficult to treat. It will only be slightly painful. Trust your medical skills. Who are you? Who allowed you to practice medicine here illegally? Before Qin Shiming could finish speaking, a group of individuals appeared in the corridor. Several doctors in white coats, led by an elderly man, one of whom Qin Shiming recognized as Lu Ku, a woman of no discernment. The patient has already been brought to the hospital, and yet she is being deceived by a charlatan? The elderly man chastised the woman. If you are swindled out of your money by a rogue and your patient is not treated, what will you do then? Come here and cause a scene at our hospital. The woman looked embarrassed. And you? Who are you? And what are you doing in our hospital? Who permitted you to practice medicine here illegally? The elderly man again directed his ire toward Qin Shiming. Is Shanghai City's First People's Hospital a forbidden zone? Am I not allowed to come here? Qin Shiming frowned. The elderly man exhibited an imposing demeanor. He had merely examined the little girl's injury and offered some suggestions to the family. Did it warrant such an escalation? Young man, mind your tone. Do you know who you are speaking to? A physician behind him shot Qin Shiming a glare, revealing the elderly man's identity. This is the esteemed Lin Junquan, the most renowned doctor in Shanghai City, our hospital's honorary director. And so what? Qin Shiming remained unfazed. Upon seeing Lu Ku's presence, he understood the situation was not simple, yet he did not wish to confront Lu Ku at this moment. Everything could wait until the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, he would ensure a splendid wedding for him. I've just briefed you on your daughter's condition. You can opt for surgery or manual reduction. The latter is more convenient and quicker. But the primary difficulty lies in the pain involved. Qin Shiming reiterated to the woman. Miss, don't listen to him. He knows nothing about medicine. He is just a former inmate who has just been released and is now wandering around swindling people. Do not fall for it. Lu Ku interjected, emboldened by his numbers, pointing at Qin Shiming with anger, his heart filled with bitterness. The previous night, he had humiliated himself by welcoming Qin Shiming as he got out of the car. And only later did he learn that this man had beaten up his brother-in-law, Fang Zhongnan. Upon seeing Qin Shiming in the hospital, Lu Ku had intended to merely collect his health report. But upon discovering Qin Shiming was treating patients, he had utilized his connections to summon Lin Junquan. You claim to treat injuries? Humph. This time I'll see you brought to your knees. Does your face no longer hurt? Qin Shiming's brows furrowed sharply as his narrowed eyes shot forth a chilling glare, like a blade piercing through Lu Ku. Chapter 93. Where are your kidneys? A labor reform inmate. This man is a labor reform inmate. The crowd gasped in shock, their gazes toward Qin Shiming now filled with wariness. The woman instinctively distanced herself from him, carefully protecting her daughter. Xiao Lu. Do you know him? Lin Junquan inquired with a frown. I do. Lu Ku replied. This guy was in the same school as me. Later, he was sentenced to 5 years for causing a fatal car accident, yet he was released after just 3 years. Oh, Lin Junquan nodded slowly, casting a glance at Qin Shiming. Young man, now that you're out, be sure to live a grounded life. Never engage in deceitful practices. Qin Shiming felt speechless, but chose not to elaborate, merely casting a cold glare at Lu Ku. This bothersome fly seemed to appear wherever he went. Initially intending to turn and leave, Qin Shiming found himself unable to resist stopping again, drawn by an inexplicable familiarity with the little girl. Watching Lin Jingquan as he diagnosed her, Lin Jingquan, revered as Jianghai's foremost physician, was not merely a title. He was well-versed in both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. After a brief examination, Lin Jingquan comprehended the little girl's condition thoroughly, though his expression was grave. "Doctor, what is the prognosis for my daughter? Does she really need surgery?" The woman, Chun Suqing, gazed at Lin Jingquan with tears in her eyes, trembling with concern. "Surgery is the only option," Lin Jingquan replied solemnly. "For the foot is the most densely connected and compact part of the human skeleton, making surgery a safer choice that would not leave lasting repercussions." "Then, how much will the surgery cost?" Chun Suqing's face paled, her voice dropping significantly as she realized her financial constraints. "Approximately 7,000 to 8,000 yuan, Lin Jingquan estimated. "That is such a large sum." Chun Suqing exclaimed in shock. "You really don't understand. What does money matter in this situation? Is your daughter's leg less significant than money? Open your eyes wide, Lin Lao. This is our hospital, the finest in Jianghai City. And he, the venerable doctor, charges only 3,000 to 5,000 or 7,000 to 8,000 for an expert consultation on a regular day. Indeed, encountering Lin Lao is a stroke of fortune. Others wish to seek his treatment, but lack the privilege. One must learn to be content." As soon as Lu Suqing's words fell, a chorus of discontent erupted among the doctors, who began to voice their grievances. Lu Suqing's expression soured, but what could a woman of her means do? She was distressed for her daughter, yet without funds. What options remained? Could she, a mere housewife, rob a bank? The doctor remarked that this young man claimed orthopedic techniques could also realign the bone. Lu Suqing pondered aloud. "You ungrateful wretch, disregard the words of esteemed experts to heed the advice of a convict. Is he even a doctor? Does he possess a medical license? Does he boast our level of experience? It is absurd. What if he causes chaos, and we end up bearing the brunt of the responsibility?" In an instant, all eyes turned once more toward Qin Shiming, and Lu Suqing's countenance darkened again. Treating illness? Humph. Lu could scoff from the sidelines, contemplating that should Qin Shiming dare to intervene, he would immediately call the authorities to have him detained for 3 to 5 years, ideally making the young girl permanently lame, creating a scandal of epic proportions. "Just you wait, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Why can't orthopedic techniques restore alignment?" Qin Shiming originally wished to remain uninvolved, but upon seeing the familiar face of the little girl and the tears streaming down Lu Suqing's face, anger surged within him as he looked at the white-coated individuals around him. In truth, Qin Shiming did not oppose surgical intervention. At the very least, it could alleviate the girl's pain. Moreover, to poach patients on another's turf felt akin to sabotaging someone's livelihood. Nothing could be more grievous. He was aware of his flawed reasoning. Yet these individuals only cared for their pride, boasting of their ethics, claiming that money pales in comparison to health. Then why not offer free treatment? Qin Shiming's frustration mounted. How could one blame others for possessing superior medical skills when their own were lacking? What kind of logic was that? Lu Suqing remained torn. She sensed Qin Shiming's sincerity, but worried about his competency. How valuable could the life of a convict be? Lu could mock from the side. If we speak of skill, who in Jianghai City could rival the medical prowess of Lin Lao, the divine healer? Lu Ku, alongside numerous doctors, once again positioned themselves atop the high ground to attack Qin Shiming. The emergency room became a cacophony of voices, with even Lin Jingquan casting a disapproving glance at Qin Shiming. How dare this young man question his expertise? His skill was indeed commendable, but had anyone inquired about what lay beneath his left hand? Qin Shiming, undeterred by the onslaught, fixed his calm gaze upon Lin Jingquan, whose left hand rested at his waist, his face turning as pale as a sheet. What could be concealed beneath a hand placed at the hip? The kidney, of course. However, Lin Jingquan had, in a moment of folly, removed his left kidney years prior after self-diagnosing an illness, a fact known only to the surgeon involved. His wife remained oblivious. How did Qin Shiming come to this knowledge? Should I spell out for you? Qin Shiming fixed his eyes on Lin Jingquan, a confident smile gracing his face. You noticed? Lin Junquan swallowed hard, suddenly feeling parched. Was that difficult? Qin Shiming retorted. Lin Junquan fell silent, lowering his head, while the doctors behind him glanced curiously at Lin Junquan's left side. Their faces a canvas of confusion. Now do I possess the qualifications to treat her? Qin Shiming inquired once more. Yes, yes, please proceed. Lin Junquan's forehead glistened with sweat as he looked at Qin Shiming. His eyes filled with trepidation. I require a clean ward along with gauze and disinfectants. You two, go prepare immediately, and be quick about it. Lin Junquan transformed into Qin Shiming's subordinate, barking orders at the nearby doctors. Before long, the little girl was transported to the ward. As the jolting and pain stirred her from a daze, she caught sight of her injuries, feeling both fear and pain, and collapsed into Lu Suqing's embrace. Wailing, "Mommy, will I be a cripple forever? Mommy, it hurts, I'm scared." Lu Suqing held her daughter, and together they wept. Please, stop crying. Treating her is our priority. Qin Shiming, somewhat helpless yet resolute, insisted, the longer we delay, the greater the risk of infection. Should bacteria invade, amputation may become necessary. The little girl gasped, instantly silencing her cries, while Lu Suqing clutched her daughter's hand tightly, trembling with anxiety, not fear. Now, try to stand. It may hurt a bit, but you must endure. Once the mother and daughter's emotions stabilized, Qin Shiming gestured for the little girl to rise slowly. Lin Lao, can this convict truly heal? Lu Ku was bewildered. He had initially summoned Lin Junquan to suppress Qin Shiming's arrogance. But now it seemed he had miscalculated. Lin Junquan and the other doctors appeared more like assistants to Qin Shiming. Speak another word, and you shall be removed, Lin Junquan thundered, silencing the room. Qin Shiming, aware of Lu Ku's incessant chatter, paid it no mind, his focus unwavering on the little girl's injured left foot. The dorsum of her foot was swollen by at least 5 centimeters, the stark white bone protruding through her skin. Blood oozing profusely, an alarming sight. As he gently pressed his fingers against the skin, the little girl winced, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. No need to cry. It will soon be well. By the way, you haven't told Uncle your name. Why, do you prefer watching Shi Yang Yang or the bald-headed Chong? I don't like either. I like Snow White. However, before the little girl could finish her sentence, Qin Shiming took action. As the girl relaxed, he swiftly planted his foot upon her dorsum. Da-da! The girl's scream drowned out the sharp crack of bone, a sudden turn of events that left everyone stunned. None had anticipated this to be Qin Shiming's method of treatment. How could you stomp down at such a critical juncture? What are you doing? Are you insane? Lu Suqing, momentarily taken aback, unleashed her maternal instincts, forcefully pushing Qin Shiming away. You scoundrel if you do not intend to treat her. Why harm my daughter? Lu Suqing nearly roared, tears streaming down her face. Without a man in the family, must they endure such bullying? This was not treatment. It was murder. Seeing this, Lu Ku again leaped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Shiming. Qin Shiming, you might as well resign yourself to prison in your next life. Even the greatest immortal cannot save you. Indeed, is this how one treats illness? Is this the method of orthopedic realignment? Why not simply use a hammer to smash it? Using a foot is far too laborious. Why not just amputate the leg altogether? Once more, Qin Shiming found himself the target of scorn and ridicule. The crowd's derision peaking, particularly from Lu Ku, who was the most vocal. Call the police. This is a crime against humanity, deserving of imprisonment. Silence. Lin Junquan's bellow echoed through the ward, instantly quelling the uproar. While the layman watches for spectacle, the expert perceives the intricacies. Lin Junquan was indeed an expert. Otherwise, how could he claim the title of Jianghai's foremost divine doctor? Upon hearing the crack, he recognized Qin Shiming as a master of orthopedics. Taking advantage of the little girl's momentary distraction to forcefully realign the protruding bone that appeared brutal, yet it was executed with precision. The injury was on the dorsum of the foot, where the bones are closely knit. Without force, realignment would be impossible. This was precisely why Lin Junquan had suggested surgery from the outset. He was aging, lacking the strength, and while he had many young students, they were unable to gauge the correct position, making the technique exceedingly difficult. Yet what Qin Shiming employed was not merely a technique. It was a foot technique. My dear lady, Do not be angry with this gentleman just yet. Look at your daughter's foot first. Lin Jingquan smiled at the woman, his gaze shifting back to Qin Shiming, filled with admiration and respect. However, Qin Shiming paid no heed to Lin Jingquan, his attention firmly fixed on the little girl. With a firm strike, although the dorsum was now smeared with dirt and appeared somewhat disheveled, the protruding bone had been realigned perfectly. Only the surface blood and torn skin required attention, as infection posed a serious threat. Oh, Mommy, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Look, I can walk. I can even jump a little. The girl's screams ceased as she looked down, applying slight pressure, discovering that there was no pain at all, instinctively lifting one foot off the ground. She felt only the slightest discomfort and began to bounce lightly, her face transforming into a radiant smile. Mommy, I'm better now. I can play kickball again. Wonderful, wonderful. Lu Suqing nodded repeatedly, embracing her daughter and weeping tears of joy. I apologize, dear sir. I thought you meant to harm my daughter. I am truly sorry. Lu Suqing hurriedly apologized to Qin Shiming. It's nothing. Qin Shiming replied with a faint shake of his head, explaining that due to the necessity of treatment, he had not disclosed the true methods of healing in advance, fearing it would cause her distress or prompt her to intervene. Thank you. Thank you so much. You truly are a miraculous physician. Lu Suqing expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Hold on to your thanks for now. We still need to tend to the wound. Qin Shiming interjected, gesturing for the little girl to sit still as he crouched down to cleanse her injury, subsequently wrapping it in gauze. You can purchase a bottle of iodine or medical disinfectant alcohol from the pharmacy outside, along with some gauze. Apply the disinfectant twice daily and change the gauze once a day. She should be healed in 3 to 5 days. Qin Shiming advised. These minor supplies can be found at the pharmacy. Hospitals are far too expensive. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingquan felt a flush of embarrassment. Was he implying that he lacked medical ethics? However, Lin Jingquan dared not express his anger. In traditional Chinese medicine, the skilled take precedence, irrespective of age. Those with ability are esteemed, and even if Qin Shiming were to mock him or even slap him, Lin Jingquan would not retaliate. I am immensely grateful to you. I am at a loss for how to express my thanks. Perhaps I should bow to you. Lu Suqing was both anxious and excited. No, please don't, he urged. Thank you, goodbye, uncle. Lu Suqing departed with her daughter, overflowing with gratitude. Unfortunately for Qin Shiming, he still could not recall any memories related to the little girl. Where did that fleeting sense of familiarity stem from? He pondered. After tending to the girl's injury, Qin Shiming turned to leave the hospital, disliking the overpowering scent of disinfectant mingled with a strong metallic odor. However, for ordinary folk, hospitals were indispensable. Sir, please wait, Lin Jingquan called out. Hastily catching up, yes, there's something you need? Qin Shiming inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Although he found the old man somewhat irksome, he acknowledged his basic medical ethics. Nonetheless, his skills were lacking. It was outrageous that a simple ailment had cost the girl's family 7,000 to 8,000 for surgery. Did money come so easily? Overall, his impression remained unfavorable. Mr. Qin, I wish to take you as my mentor. I earnestly beseech you to accept me. Lin Jingquan bowed deeply, his expression serious and solemn. Take you as a disciple? Qin Shiming's brow furrowed even tighter. He had no intentions of embarking on a quest for knowledge, nor did he wish to take on an apprentice. Yes, I wish to take you as my mentor, Lin Jingquan reiterated, his resolve unwavering. Oh, the students and subordinates of Lu Ku, witnessing this scene, were utterly dumbfounded. They had never imagined that the renowned physician Lin Jingquan would seek to apprentice under Qin Shiming. Did this not imply that Qin Shiming's medical skills surpassed those of Lin Jingquan? Lu Ku's face turned a deep shade of purple, struggling to accept this reality, a mere labor reform offender. What gives you the right? He thought. But you are unworthy of being my disciple. Why? Lin Jingquan asked, indignation in his voice. Your aptitude is too poor. Thus, you are not capable. It would be best for you to stick to your traditional prescriptions. With that, Qin Shiming turned to leave. Thud. However, Lin Jingquan, ever the stubborn one, rushed forward to block Qin Shiming's path, kneeling without hesitation. Mr. Qin, I implore you to accept me as your disciple. I may be dull-witted, but I shall study earnestly and not bring shame upon you. The entire corridor erupted in chaos. everyone stunned into silence. Lin Zhenkuan kneeling and bowing before Qin Shiming was surely the talk of Jianghai City. Could you please rise? Qin Shiming found himself in a difficult position. If you do not accept me, I shall remain kneeling, Lin Zhenkuan declared resolutely. All right, I shall accept you. Now please stand and speak. Qin Shiming, moved by Lin Zhenkuan's fervor, conceded. The man was exceedingly stubborn. Thank you, master. Lin Zhenkuan beamed with joy. Qin Shiming sighed, shaking his head just in time to see Lucas scurry away from the scene. Chapter 95, is this what you call a dilapidated van? Enough with the thanks. Let us head to your office. Qin Shiming wished to avoid drawing too much attention and hurriedly entered the elevator. After dispersing his students and subordinates, Lin Zhenkuan closely followed Qin Shiming into his office, pouring tea and water with great enthusiasm. All right, enough of that, Qin Shiming interrupted. Let us be direct. Once we're done, we're done. First, I truly have no intention of taking on a disciple. However, considering your sincerity, I can assist you with your left kidney issue. Second, unless necessary, do not disturb me. I am genuinely busy and have no time for apprentices, of course. If you encounter any unusual cases or patients you cannot comprehend, feel free to contact me. Thank you, Master, for your generosity in imparting your wisdom. Lin Zhenkuan expressed his gratitude profusely, nearly bowing again. Don't rush to thank me. I have matters for which I need your assistance. Qin Shiming thought for a moment. Recalling the herbs needed for Xiao Cao's father's leg ailment, I am short a few medicinal herbs. If you could help me locate one, I shall impart to you some genuine skills. As he spoke, Qin Shiming grabbed a piece of paper from the table and swiftly jotted down a list, handing it to Lin Zhenkuan. These herbs. Lin Zhenkuan glanced at the list, instantly bewildered. Two of the herbs he had never even heard of. Where could he possibly find them? Master, I will certainly do my utmost to locate them. How shall I contact you once I have? This is my number. Give me a call. Qin Shiming left his phone number, and just like that, he departed. Without waiting for Lin Zhenkuan to see him off, Qin Shiming stepped into the elevator, ready to leave the hospital. By coincidence, upon reaching the hospital entrance, he encountered Huang Qingqing. Sister Huang, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be with your sister inside? How is she doing? Qin Shiming approached her warmly. Huang Qingqing and her husband had truly been a great help regarding Kong Tingqiu's contract. He could manage Li Mingliang himself, albeit with a bit more trouble and forcefulness. With Huang Qingqing and Zhong Yuan as the leading party, the results were immediate. As long as the Anima brand retained its influence and the Zhong couple still held prestige in Jianghai City, Li Mingliang would not dare to make things difficult for Kong Tingqiu. The My sister is doing well. She said once she recovers, she will be sure to thank you properly. Huang Qingqing was also pleased to see Qin Shiming again. Waving the car keys in her hand. Look, my assistant just delivered the car. I was pondering how to get it to you, and now you are here. Take it, Sister Huang. The words of gratitude were stuck in his throat. To say them would seem to belittle her. Huang Qingqing feigned anger. Fine. Just remember it in your heart. Qin Shiming smiled wryly, accepting the car keys. Additionally, there is a fuel card in the car. The company finances will top it up with 10,000 each month for fuel expenses. So use it freely. When you grow tired of it, just let me know. All right, I shall take my leave now. Following Qin Shiming's instructions, Huang Qingqing arranged for a pristine white Toyota Alphard to be brought over, a true luxury vehicle suitable for affluent families. Quiet and spacious, perfect for family use. However, Qin Shiming simply could not comprehend why a mere van would cost over $1 million, and why one would need to pay an additional 20 to 30,000 to acquire it. Why? Of course, Qin Shiming did not delve deeper, as he was spending not a single cent, even saving on fuel costs. Hello? Tingqiu, have you finished work yet? I'm done here and can come pick you up, if that's all right. Once in the car, Qin Shiming immediately contacted Kong Tingqiu. Not yet. I'll probably have to work a little longer. Then wait for me at the Baihui shopping mall. I'll arrive in half an hour. Qin Shiming drove the van to Baihui shopping mall, where he found Kong Tingqiu in the office. Although she was the marketing supervisor, she did not have her own office and worked alongside her colleagues. Despite it being the weekend, the mall remained open and busy, with more than half of the staff present due to the company's rotation system. Qin Shiming did not wish to disturb anyone, so he found a spot to sit quietly, waiting for Kong Tingqiu to finish her shift. Kong Tingxiu, not wanting Qin Shiming to wait too long, hurried through her tasks and prepared to leave, coincidentally bumping into her colleague Tang Weiwei on her way out. Tingxiu, is this your boyfriend? He looks quite ordinary. Does he come from a wealthy family? Tang Weiwei, who held a similar position to Kong Tingxiu but had always been jealous of her looks, seized the opportunity to mock Qin Shiming upon seeing his unremarkable attire. Yes, he is my boyfriend, Kong Tingxiu replied, slightly furrowing her brow but choosing not to elaborate, linking her arm with Qin Shiming's to leave. Is he your colleague? Tang Weiwei asked. I drove here. Why don't we all go grab a bite together? Qin Shiming, lost in thought, did not catch what Tang Weiwei had said and assumed she was inviting them to dinner to foster camaraderie. You drove here, and you're treating us to a meal? Tang Weiwei laughed, eyeing Qin Shiming's attire, which likely cost no more than 100 yuan. Her expression dripped with derision. Let me tell you, my boyfriend bought me a BMW 3 Series. I wouldn't ride in anything less. I'm not doing so well. I drive a dilapidated van, Qin Shiming admitted, understanding that this woman looked down on him and was at odds with Kong Tingxiu, causing his demeanor to grow colder. A dilapidated van. You aren't in the business of delivering goods, are you? Tang Weiwei laughed even more joyfully. Just trying to get a meal, she said dismissively. Qin Shiming casually responded. Listen, Xiao, shall we leave first? Your colleague probably looks down on my old van. Sure, Kong Tingxiu replied, not wishing to stay with Tang Weiwei any longer, and turned to leave with Qin Shiming. Wait, aren't you treating me to dinner? Don't go. I know a nearby Chinese restaurant that serves delicious food. How could Tang Weiwei miss the opportunity to belittle Kong Tingxiu? Kong Tingxiu furrowed her brow, aware that Tang Weiwei harbored ulterior motives. Yet with Qin Shiming's words already spoken, it would be unreasonable to refuse a meal invitation. All right then, let's go to I'll drive. Qin Shiming dismissed the matter, thinking it was just a meal that wouldn't cost much. Let's go together. I haven't driven my BMW 3 Series in a few days, so I'll drive over too. Tang Weiwei's smile widened. Why don't you both ride in my car? As far as I know, the Yuranju restaurant doesn't allow vans inside. After saying this, Tang Weiwei raised her chin triumphantly towards Kong Tingxiu. How about we take my car? Kong Tingxiu lowered her voice to Qin Shiming. Knowing that men often do not care about appearances, but as Qin Shiming's girlfriend, she felt it necessary to consider his pride. It's fine. It's all the same, Qin Shiming replied nonchalantly. Soon, the three of them exited the underground parking garage. And from a distance, Tang Weiwei pressed the car key twice. The sound of the BMW unlocking was particularly pleasing to her ears at that moment. Oh, a Toyota Alphard. What a luxury car. And that license plate looks impressive. When did we start attracting such big shots to them all? As they approached the BMW 3 Series, Tang Weiwei's attention was drawn to the Alphard nearby, her eyes nearly sparkling. Beep beep. Qin Shiming casually took out the car key and pressed the unlock button, causing the Alphard's lights to illuminate instantly, startling Tang Weiwei, who jumped back a step, almost twisting her ankle. Tingxiu, get in. Qin Shiming stepped forward to open the passenger door for Kong Tingxiu, gesturing for her to enter. Tang Weiwei felt her face flush with embarrassment, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, You call this a broken van? Isn't it just a broken van? Qin Shiming countered. Tang Weiwei immediately fell silent, feeling so embarrassed she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Standing next to the Alphard, her own 3 Series felt like a mere toy. The comparison was truly infuriating. Chapter 96. She is so flashy. Are you driving yourself? Or will you begrudgingly sit in my broken van? Qin Shiming found it amusing to witness Tang Weiwei's astonishment. This time, he was not pretending. In his eyes, the Alphard was merely a more comfortable broken van, with performance inferior to that of a Wuling Hongguang. It was laughable that Tang Weiwei looked so amazed and admiring. I'll just ride with you. There's no need to take 2 cars. That would be a waste. Tang Weiwei slapped herself in the face with her words, but felt no embarrassment. Instead, she was eager to see just how wealthy Kong Tingxiu's boyfriend was. If he turned out to be a diamond bachelor, she would have to dig her own grave. After saying this, she dove in a car. Looking around with envy, of course, she was even more envious of Kong Tingxiu's passenger seat. Tingxiu, won't you introduce me to your boyfriend? Tang Weiwei, thick-skinned, smiled brightly as she leaned in, inspecting Qin Shiming closely. Qin Shiming was nothing like the handsome man Tang Weiwei imagined. He merely appeared rugged, and his poor quality clothing diminished his appeal. How could someone like him afford an Alfred? Qin Shiming is currently a sales manager at a company, Kong Tingqiu replied with a faint smile. Not elaborating further, feeling quite averse to Tang Weiwei's behavior. Oh, your boyfriend's family must be quite wealthy. A car like this is beyond the means of an average household. Not getting the answer she desired, Tang Weiwei continued, from what I know, the maintenance costs for an Alfred run into the thousands. It's manageable. I don't spend my own money. Yearn, Tang Weiwei stated, is the most understated yet the only garden-style Chinese restaurant in Jianghai City. Without a membership card, you cannot enter, and its memberships are by invitation only. Without me, you wouldn't even get in. Then we truly owe you one. Qin Shiming smiled. Otherwise, Tingqiu and I wouldn't have had the chance to visit. The food must be exceptional. Qin Shiming appeared cheerful, but inwardly he was unconvinced that he recalled that Yearn sounded familiar. And upon reflection, it was indeed the Chinese restaurant invested in by Huang, Qingqing, and Zhong Yuan. They were generous, providing all relevant membership cards and discounts to Qin Shiming. Even this nearly $2 million Alfred was a gift from them. Although Qin Shiming regarded it as merely a broken van, its market value spoke for itself. That, of course, I wouldn't take just anyone there. It's all about my colleague's face. Tang Weiwei's vanity was greatly satisfied, and her smile returned. By the way, this car is quite new. Did you just buy it? How much did it cost? My boyfriend is also planning to change cars soon. Tang Weiwei redirected the conversation back to vehicles, intent on digging into Qin Shiming's background. Kong Tingqiu frowned, not one to be jealous, but Tang Weiwei was truly overstepping. She had been treating Kong Tingqiu like heir, monopolizing the conversation with Qin Shiming to, oh, this car? It's actually my friends who just bought it. I'm just helping to break it in. Qin Shiming pointed to the registration papers. See for yourself. Your friend's car? Tang Weiwei's face once again displayed disdain. So that's how it was. She had been curious about how he could afford such a fine vehicle. Qin Shiming, you should really encourage your boyfriend to aim higher. Tang Weiwei seized a rare opportunity to boast. Turning to Kong Tingqiu, look at my boyfriend. He casually gifted me a BMW 3 Series and is a manager at a public company with an annual salary of over $1 million. Yes, your boyfriend is indeed impressive. Kong Tingqiu appeared unfazed by the flattery, offering a calm smile before turning her gaze to the window. The beautifully illuminated Jianghai City was stunning, and the man beside her was serious and focused, while only Tang Weiwei's incessant chatter in her ears was bothersome. Fortunately, Qin Shiming was aware of Kong Tingqiu's thoughts and deliberately raised the volume of the music, speeding towards Yearn. Yearn was indeed a fine garden-style Chinese restaurant. Just around 7 in the evening, it was packed with guests, and the parking lot was filled with cars worth at least several $100,000. The patrons were all dressed lavishly. See, this is Yearn. Impressive, right? High class. I assent it. Tang Weiwei acted as if she were the owner of Yearn, enthusiastically introducing it to Kong Tingqiu and Qin Shiming. Do you see that Tianqing Tower over there? It is said that only those with a net worth exceeding 10 million can dine there. It truly is impressive. Qin Shiming nodded, following Tang Weiwei's pointing direction. Zhong Yuan and Huang Qingqing certainly knew how to do business. Tianqing Tower was centrally located within Yearn, a 3-story building built in the middle of a pond, resembling a gathering of stars around the moon. It was beautiful and exuded elegance. Dear distinguished guests, may I ask if you have a reservation? Are you members of our establishment? While the three were surveying the area, a server approached, bowing slightly with a friendly smile. Yes, the phone number is... Tang Weiwei skillfully provided the number. Please check. Indeed, you are members of our establishment. The server checked on their phone app and revealed a hint of regret. However, I'm sorry, we are currently fully booked. If you wish to dine, you will need to wait outside. How long will we have to wait? Tang Weiwei inquired. I'm afraid I cannot say. The server replied with a wry smile, shrugging his shoulders. If you're lucky, it could be a few minutes. If not, it could take an hour or two, as we cannot ask current patrons to leave, so you'll have to wait. ISN Tianqing Tower empty? We could dine there instead. It wouldn't inconvenience anyone. Qin Shiming remarked with a slight frown, pointing towards Tianqing Tower, that I'm sorry, sir, but your membership level does not qualify you to dine at Tianqing Tower. The server shrugged apologetically, his expression revealing the clear message. Not eligible. Hey, are you out of your mind? Is Qianqing Tower a place for you to eat? Please don't embarrass me. Tang Weiwei yanked Qin Shiming, whispering angrily. Why can't I dine at Tianqing Tower? Where I choose to eat has nothing to do with you. Qin Shiming had endured Tang Weiwei up to this point, but now he decided he could not hold back any longer. Moreover, your boyfriend's membership level not being sufficient does not imply that mine is as well. As he spoke, Qin Shiming pulled out a stack of cards from his pocket, flipping through them one by one. You. Tang Weiwei was furious, ready to unleash a tirade, but when her gaze landed on a silver-white membership card in Qin Shiming's hand, her eyes instantly lit up. That had a diamond membership card. Certainly, you are the esteemed holder of the prestigious diamond card at our tranquil residence. And as such, you are naturally entitled to dine at the Celestial Star Tower. This way, please. The waiter slightly bowed, guiding Qin Shiming and Kong Tingxiu toward the Celestial Star Tower. Tang Weiwei paused momentarily, gritting her teeth before deciding to follow suit. Merely ascending to the Celestial Star Tower, even without tasting a single dish, would be sufficient for her to showcase her experience on social media. Where on earth did Kong Tingxiu find such a boyfriend? Tang Weiwei pondered whether she should attempt to disrupt their relationship. Though her looks may not rival Kong Tingxiu's exquisite beauty, she certainly possessed her own advantages, her allure. Sir, is this lady accompanying you? However, to Tang Weiwei's utter astonishment, the waiter barred her from entering the Celestial Star Tower. No, she thought. Does she find it embarrassing to dine with me? If so, let her proceed alone. Qin Shiming, without raising his gaze, simply pulled Kong Tingxiu upstairs. Hey, security, please escort this individual out and ensure she never sets foot in our tranquil residence again. The waiter was astute, fully aware of whom one could offend and whom one could not.